Chapter 1. Coming out of the mountain, Kunlun Mountains. A storm rages, lightning strikes. In the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, Xiao Feng opens his eyes. He has been in seclusion within a barrier for 50 years. Where 50 years equates to 5 years in the outside world. 5 years ago, he single-handedly saved the planet where humanity survives. Time seems to rewind to 5 years ago when a massive meteor from outer space was hurtling towards the planet. Countries around the world were discussing how to resolve this major crisis, deploying all high-tech weapons, yet none could shatter the enormous meteor. Just as everyone feared humanity would face extinction, Xiao Feng stepped forward and blocked the meteor, causing his primordial infant within to be shattered by the immense impact. Believing he was about to perish, a force from the Kunlun Mountains suddenly drew him in. This event led the world's major powers to recognize the mystery of the Huaxia nation. Since then, the Kunlun Mountains have become a forbidden area of Huaxia, constantly guarded by troops because he is there. Such a feat is known by very few. Only the leaders of some countries are aware, as it is too shocking to spread. Eventually, official statements from various countries claim that the meteor was destroyed by missile from Huaxia. Chapter 2. Shocked Wang Xiao. Xiaolin's livestream room suddenly became popular due to Xia Feng's appearance, with the discussion topics multiplying. Xiaolin was originally an obscure game streamer with only over 200,000 fans, attracting a few hundred viewers daily, but this still provided her with a decent income. Most viewers came for Xiaolin's looks. Her gaming skills did not match her appearance. I forgot to turn off the live stream, Xiaolin suddenly shouted. At this moment, the comments in the live stream were, User 221, Linner, who is that? User 858, so handsome, so ethereal. Linner, is that your brother? User 75, is he your boyfriend? User 16, haha. User 25, Linner, don't turn off the stream, we want to see your brother. User 32, right Linner, stop hogging the screen. We want to see your brother, we want to see the immortal. Xiaolin, what's wrong with you guys? Let me clarify, that's my real brother, so don't say anything weird. We haven't seen each other for years, I'm not streaming today. Xiaolin picked up the mic and said she was going to end the stream. Flower blooms and falls sent a rocket 10. With a message, Linner, don't end the stream. We want to see your brother. Chapter 3. Wang Xiao's apology. The national little Wang put down his phone and paced around his room, no longer in the mood to invite a streamer out for drinks online. Who was the person that made Old Li personally call his dad? National little Wang felt a wave of regret and had to helplessly admit defeat. If his dad is yielding, what right does he have to be proud? National little Wang re-entered Xia Lin's live stream, which was now even more popular than before. In front of the camera, Xiao Feng sat on the sofa watching TV. Although he wasn't looking at the camera, his otherworldly aura and scholarly demeanor made a group of young admirers swoon. Even male fans couldn't help but sigh and envy him. In Xiaolin's live stream, National Hubby sent a rocket 100 National Hubby sent a rocket 100 National Hubby sent a rocket 300 message. Sorry, Linner, I just said something about your brother. I apologize that I'm in Magic City too. To make it up to you, how about I treat you all to dinner tomorrow? User 25, is National Hubby the real deal? User 15261, same question. User 26, show off. National Hubby, no doubt this is the real me. Linner, are you there? Reply to my private message. Because there were too many comments, his previous message was quickly drowned in a flurry of messages, so he sent Xia Lin a private message. Chapter 4. Great Shock Qindo was furious upon hearing this. What is his status? No one in the country has dared to so openly tell him to get lost in public. Who the hell are you telling to get lost? Qindo's temper flared. He had originally planned to give National Little Wang some face, but now this person was giving him no face at all, and he couldn't care less about National Little Wang's feelings. Which of them doesn't care about face? One must not lose momentum. In this magic city, he feared no one. To be precise, he was among the top young masters in the country. Qin Xiao, calm down, we're all friends here. National Little Wang quickly pulled Qindo aside. Who the hell is his friend? Wang Xiao, if it weren't for you, I would have cracked his head open right now. Qindo shook off National Little Wang's hand, fuming. National Little Wang was also speechless. He didn't know what kind of person Xiao Feng was, but he found his recent behavior somewhat displeasing. Everyone is in the same circle. No need to make things so awkward upon meeting, right? Qin Xiao. Actually, this is my first time meeting him. I also don't know his status, but from what I heard from my father, our family can't afford to offend him. Chapter 5. Shocking everyone. Did Old Li come in person? He specifically came from Kyoto to see him. The words of the National Little Wang detonated like a bomb in Qindo's heart. Little Wang, You can't make such jokes casually, Qin Do said, his teeth trembling slightly. Do you think I would joke about something like this to tease you? National Little Wong sneered. After receiving confirmation again, Qin Do's face instantly fell, looking pale and fearful. This is trouble, this is trouble. What should I do now? Qin Do didn't speak, sitting down beside National Little Wong, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, his fingers trembling a bit as he held it. The two sat silently on the sofa in the hall, neither willing to break the silence. Qin Xiao, which private room is it? Let's go up first, one of the internet celebrities called out. Let's call it a day. I don't feel like eating anymore. Qin Do waved his hand irritably. Seeing Qin Do's expression was off, the internet celebrity didn't dare to ask further. Just responded with an uh-huh and walked away. Qin Do felt bitter inside. What went wrong today? With so many restaurants in Magic City, why do they have to come to Holiday Dynasty? No one could understand the frustration he felt deeply. Chapter 6. Two young masters crazy about gifts. While the three were talking, Deputy Mayor Qin Guomin walked over. Xiaodo, what are you doing here? Qin Guomin inquired. Second uncle. Qin Do and National Little Wong called out. Liner, let me introduce you. This is my second uncle. You can just call him Uncle Qin. Qin Do pointed at Qin Guomin. Qin Guomin looked at Qin Do in surprise. He played and joked around. But he wouldn't make such a serious introduction to a girl without a reason. He must have his reasons for placing such importance on introducing himself to a woman. Hello. Uncle Qin, Xia Lin greeted Qin Guomin. Hello. Are you friends with my family? Asked Qin Do. Qin Guomin asked, looking at Xia Lin. This girl looked quite nice and friendly, but he wondered about her family background. No, Uncle Qin, don't misunderstand. Xia Lin's face turned slightly red as she explained. Qin Do was shocked and shot a glance at Qin Guomin. Qin Guomin, somewhat confused, said, Xiaodo, come here for a moment. Uncle wants to ask you something. Qin Guomin specifically called Qin Do aside to inquire about the situation. Xiaodo, what did you mean by giving me a look just now? Is it because of that girl? Qin Guomin asked. Chapter 7. Competing to be a sycophant. Li Shuang, as the manager of the Shark Platform signing department, was familiar with the platform's sign streamers, and he indeed had not heard of a streamer named Liner. Manager, this Liner didn't come from another platform. She's been on Shark Platform for almost 2 years and is a small game streamer, the technician explained. A small streamer can make two young masters recharge over 100 million. Li Shuang raised his voice a few decibels, finding it hard to believe. It's true. Both young masters have spent all their shark fin on Liner. It's obvious they came for her, the technician continued. All right, I see. You can go now. Li Shuang waved his hand at the technician. Liner suddenly became popular last night, and he hadn't had time to pay attention. By the time he entered Liner's live stream, he was shocked to see nearly 100,000 people online. Since Liner hadn't signed yet, if he could sign her at a low price for Shark Platform, he would achieve great merit. Thinking of this, Li Shuang felt a surge of happiness. He started sending private messages to Liner under the guise of an administrator. After sending the message, Li Shuang crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and confidently waited for Liner to reply. Chapter 8. House Viewing. Jiang Xin and Yu Wei were both dumbfounded. Although they were not in the same place, their shocked expressions while holding their phones were surprisingly identical. Jiang Xin, from the Kyoto Circle? Jiang Xin sent a message in the Magic City 4 Young Masters group. Yu Wei, please inform me, to avoid stepping on landmines. Both felt confused. Even if it were from the Kyoto Circle, it shouldn't scare National Little Wong and Qin Do like this, right? National Little Wong, forget it. I won't bother you two. I'm getting ready to wash up and sleep. I've arranged to have early tea with Liner tomorrow. Qin Do, what the hell? What did you secretly make plans? National Little Wong, just during dinner today. Qin Do, where? National Little Wong, not telling you. Qin Do, speechless expression. After that, National Little Wong tossed his phone aside and directly went to take a bath. Qin Do, where is he? What's going on? Qin Do, speak up, where are you? Jiang Xin. The next morning, National Little Wong was fully dressed, driving his Rolls-Royce straight to Xia Lin's residence. When he arrived downstairs, he called Xia Lin. Shortly after, Xia Feng and Xia Lin came out of the elevator, and National Little Wong immediately got out to open the car door for Xia Feng, looking completely like a chauffeur. Chapter 9. Shocked Old Wong. National Little Wong pretended to have a stomachache just to pay the house payment first, to prevent Xia Lin from rejecting it later. National Little Wong directly found the sales department manager and stated his intention. The sales department manager naturally agreed, knowing that these wealthy young masters liked to play this way. The villa Xia Lin was interested in was a mid-range one. Considering her circumstances, she didn't dare to look at anything too expensive. The transaction price for that villa was 1.6 billion, and National Little Wong paid the full amount directly. He wouldn't give the remaining 3.4 billion to Old Wong. That was funds to build a good relationship with Xiaofeng. After Xiaolin returned from viewing the villa, she was quite satisfied. After all, who wouldn't like a big villa? However, feeling financially strained, she felt a bit embarrassed to look further. Miss Xia, please come over here to sign the contract. The sales department manager greeted her with a beaming smile upon her return. Sign a contract? I didn't say I wanted to buy it. Xiaolin looked puzzled. Miss Xia, here's the thing. Young Master Wong has already paid for you. Once the contract is signed, the house will be yours, the manager explained. Oh, that won't do. I don't want something so expensive. Where is young Master Wong? Xiaolin asked, not seeing National Little Wong. Chapter 10, I'm coming to get the medicine. After Old Wong hung up the phone with Old Li, who usually hated smoking, found the sensation of smoking very pleasant at this moment and lit one to comfort his current feelings. After extinguishing the cigarette, Old Wong quickly dialed National Little Wong's number. Dad, how is it? National Little Wong anxiously asked after the call was connected. I'm coming to get the medicine now. I'll return to Kyoto tomorrow, Old Wong said before hanging up. What's going on? Old Wong only said he was coming to get the medicine, but didn't mention what the medicine was for. However, National Little Wong could tell from his father's tone that the medicine was extremely important. Thinking of this, the National Xiao Wong glanced at the box placed on the coffee table and suddenly felt that the coffee table was somewhat unworthy of it. Such a grand divine medicine should not be placed here. National Xiao Wong walked over and held the box tightly in his hands, as if he was afraid it would break. Old Wong arrived in about an hour, having rushed over from the Magic City. Dad, what exactly is this divine medicine? National Xiao Wong asked Old Wong, who looked anxious. Where's the medicine? Old Wong did not answer his son, but directly asked him where the medicine was. It's right here, National Xiao Wong said, and handed the medicine to Old Wong. Chapter 11. The hardworking young masters when the two arrived at Xiaolin's home. She had already packed her things, with clothes and such neatly packed in cardboard boxes. Young Master Xia, Liner, I'm here to lend a hand. Qin Do greeted as he entered. Qin Xiao, you're here too? Thank you. Xiaolin expressed her gratitude. Not a problem, not a problem. I was just idle. Qin Do waved his hand dismissively. The two young masters, who had never done any labor, were panting and their hands were red, but they persevered until they moved everything, collapsing into the car and not wanting to move anymore. Especially Qin Do, as National Xiao Wong had given him all the heavy items. After resting for a moment, the two cars headed straight for Hung Tai Real Estate. Upon arriving at the villa, they moved things up and down again and even helped Xiaolin clean the villa. They were meticulous and thorough. Young Master Wong, young Master Qin, you've worked hard. I'll treat you to lunch. Xiaolin expressed her heartfelt thanks. No need. No need. It's just a bit of physical work. Consider it exercise. National Xiao Wong waved his hand casually. Damn, I'm so exhausted. I don't even feel like eating. I just want to go home, wash up, and sleep, National Xiao Wong remarked, saying he had never been this tired in his life. Doing this physical labor was more tiring than some mixed doubles work. Chapter 12. Disappearing in a thin air. After finishing dinner at the Holiday Dynasty Hotel, the group returned to the villa. Since they had moved today, Xiaolin decided to do a live stream. Hi, dear little friends. I'm here. I moved today. Xiaolin greeted everyone as she entered the live stream. Netizen 6523. Wow, Liner, you're living in a villa? Your hidden wealthy identity has been exposed. Netizen 65874. Liner says, I am a wealthy family. I don't need to rely on any wealthy family. Netizen 698. Liner, where's your brother? Netizen 98745. Yes, please let the immortal come to Liner's live stream to guide her. Netizen 1. Netizen 1. Xiaolin was already accustomed to such requests. As long as she was live streaming, viewers would shout to see Xiaofeng. I'll secretly take a photo of my brother, Xiaolin said, making a shushing gesture. Then she went upstairs, acting casually as she passed by Xiaofeng's room. Xiaolin quietly raised her phone high with a pole to secretly take a picture of Xiaofeng through the window. At that moment, Xiaofeng was meditating. His long hair draped behind him, and his robe covered his feet entirely. Chapter 13. The frozen gift. As old Lin swallowed the divine medicine given by Xiaofeng, he suddenly felt a wave of heat throughout his body, as if his blood was being stirred. His face began to turn red, and even his ears flushed. Old Wong and Lin Xian were alarmed and shouted outside, Doctor, quickly call the doctor! Old Wong was startled by old Lin's sudden reaction. Soon, old Lin's breathing became smooth, and he visibly started to look younger. His gray hair slowly darkened, and the wrinkles on his face faded. After a few minutes, old Lin opened his eyes, looking at old Wang with a pair of fierce eyes. Under old Wang's astonished gaze, old Lin jumped down from the bed and said, "This really is divine medicine. I feel like I've become 10 years younger." At that moment, old Wang and Lin Xin were dumbfounded. He indeed looked 10 years younger, maybe even more. Lin Xin pointed at old Lin's hair and said, "Dad, your hair. What's wrong with my hair?" Old Lin thought he had gone bald and instinctively touched his head, finding hair still there. Lin Xin quickly took out a compact mirror from her bag and handed it to old Lin. "Haha, I never expected my hair would turn black again." Old Lin kept staring at his reflection in the mirror, amazed. Chapter 14. Confused hearing old Wang's words, Penguin Ma naturally felt a bit uncomfortable. When someone suddenly tells you that you're in big trouble, would you feel good? No normal person would. Especially not someone like Penguin Ma, a successful entrepreneur. "Mr. Wang, you're being a bit excessive with that comment," Penguin Ma said, showing his displeasure. Old Wang didn't pay any attention to Penguin Ma's discontent. Soon, he would know who he had offended. "You think you're so impressive now, but you'll soon realize the gravity of the situation. Your Shar platform has withheld other people's tip money. I won't concern myself with whether this is a common practice for you, but this time, the person you withheld from is a girl named Xiaolin. She's just a small streamer. But her brother is someone personally sent by Old Li from Kyoto to meet in the Magic City. If this matter gets to the higher-ups, Old Li will personally call you to hold you accountable. So, think carefully," Old Wang said before hanging up the phone. He felt he had said everything that needed to be said. Now, it was time to act cool and hang up on Penguin Ma. After all, he had already warned him about the situation. If he wanted to dig his own grave, that was not his concern. Chapter 15. Li Shuang is fired. When Li Shuang was suddenly scolded by Chun Dajia, he nervously replied, "Mr. Chun, I just wanted to sign this streamer. I sent her a lot of messages in my capacity as a manager, but she didn't reply at all, so I just gave her a little punishment." Li Shuang felt wronged, as he was considering the company's interests. Of course, he wouldn't voice his selfish motives. Li Shuang believed that this matter must have been reported by Lin to the two young masters, who then approached Mr. Chun. Otherwise, how could Mr. Chun care about such a small matter? Li Shuang was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, thinking that being scolded a few times would be enough. And then he would unlock Linner's gift earnings. "Stop making excuses. I can't be bothered to say more. Just resign," Chun Dajia said, not wanting to explain further. "Mr. Chun, I was wrong in this matter, but does it really warrant my dismissal?" Li Shuang felt a surge of panic upon hearing this. Would the company really fire him over such a small issue? He had worked hard to reach the position of department manager at the Shar platform, with good benefits. Who would want to leave? Talking more is pointless. The situation has escalated beyond your imagination. Mr. Ma personally called me. "Do you think you still have the qualification to negotiate terms with me? Given your long service at the company, I'll show you some leniency. But hurry up and submit your resignation letter." Chapter 16. Is it really a treasure? What calligraphy and painting is worth 5 million? Netizens are puzzled. Could be an antique. Netizen 987. Sun Baozhai. Is this calligraphy and painting an antique? Netizen 6982. It should be an antique, otherwise why is it so valuable? Netizen 3210. You guys don't understand anything. The value of antiques is not just this much. Netizen 33078. Internet sage, if you're so great, you tell us. Sun Baozhai. Everyone, stop arguing. This is not an antique. It's a masterpiece by a European master, and this master has stopped producing works. Netizen 9665. Stop producing? Does that mean he is not dead yet? It's worth this much even though he is not dead. Netizen 66155. Damn, if I had that ability, I'd write 10 or 8 pieces a day and sell them. Netizen 887. Idiot, do you understand that rarity is precious? Everyone stop arguing. What is there to argue about? Sun Baozhai, do you really say this calligraphy and painting is worth 5 million? Xiaolin asked in the live broadcast room. Xiaolin was also curious why her brother hung a 5 million piece at the kitchen door. Does her brother not know either? Sun Baozhai, it's absolutely true. If your brother is willing to part with it, I can pay the deposit right now. Maybe not. This belongs to my brother. I can't make that decision. Xiaolin shook her head and refused. Chapter 17. Getting scolded again after old Lin's illness was cured. It instantly caused a huge stir in the Beijing circle. After all, Many big shots knew about old Lin's illness, and now he happily went home, which was surprising. Many people sought out Dr. Liu to inquire, but Dr. Liu himself was not in the know, only revealing that old Lin had rejuvenated by more than 10 years. And he didn't know anything else. Some curious people found old Wang, but old Wang didn't dare to reveal anything, only saying he accidentally obtained a miraculous medicine, and that his father-in-law got better after taking it. Indeed, the medicine lived up to its name. It truly was miraculous. What kind of miraculous medicine could turn an elderly man close to death into a vigorous person? To rejuvenate by more than 10 years? This was simply shocking. Recently, old Wang has been making a name for himself in upper circles, and some big shots he had little contact with started calling to check on him, even asking if he needed financial support. They wanted to know where old Wang's miraculous medicine came from, both openly and covertly. Although they had money, it couldn't by life and death. Just a few days ago, a real estate tycoon in the Beijing circle passed away from cancer, worth several hundred billion. What good was wealth? It couldn't save his life. Who could guarantee they wouldn't get sick? If they had old Wang's miraculous medicine, it would be like having an extra assurance for life. Chapter 18, even little Ma, Conliction Dajia was inexplicably scolded by Penguin Ma again, and he felt quite silly, saying a few words before hanging up. President Shun, how is it going? The technician who had gone out earlier walked in to ask. It's fine, you can go out now. This is President Ma himself. Shin Dajia was quite depressed. The technician hadn't done anything wrong. He was just doing his job, and he couldn't take his frustrations out on him. At noon, Xiao Lin treated the national treasure Wang and Qin Do to lunch and then returned. In the afternoon, she started her live broadcast again. Hey buddies, your little cutie is online. Xiao Lin opened the live broadcast and greeted everyone. Netizen 984. Lin, are we going treasure hunting again today? Netizen 3320. After watching Lin's live broadcast yesterday, I also started treasure hunting at home and found a drawing of a chick pecking at rice that my dad drew when he was young. I wonder how much it's worth. Netizen 369. Haha, I'll bet a dime, can't go higher. Netizen 3302. A dime is already a lot. How much do you want? I'll draw as much as you want. Netizen 9874. Historically, bullet screens bring out talent. Netizen 3201. Old buddy 66666. Little Ma sent a rocket worth 1,000. Chapter 19, the real President Ma, Chun Dajia, sat in his office, wide-eyed, watching President Ma acting like a sycophant in the live broadcast room, and he simply couldn't believe it. President Ma had changed. He had really changed. He was now quick to scold people and had learned to be a sycophant. President, you have a meeting to attend soon. Chun Dajia's secretary walked in and said softly, cancel it. I'm not free today. Chun Dajia waved his hand to refuse. He was watching the live broadcast. How could he think about attending a meeting? The secretary looked at Chun Dajia in surprise and quietly stepped back out. Xiao Lin was amused by Little Ma's words. There really were all kinds of netizens. Little Ma clearly looked like a nouveau riche who didn't value money. He was willing to sell his calligraphy for 20 million, but insisted on bidding 30 million, not allowing any price reduction. Xiao Lin had never seen such a bizarre request before. This netizen named Little Ma. Are you really willing to pay 30 million to buy it? Xiao Lin shouted in the live broadcast room. Little Ma. Absolutely true. It's more real than pearls. Little Ma. Linner, I've sent you a private message. Add me on WeChat so I can pay you. Xiao Lin then opened the private message and started chatting with Little Ma, sending over her WeChat ID. Little Ma quickly added Xiao Lin. Chapter 20. Young Master Zheng wants to show off. Qin Wen walked over and called out to Penguin Ma. Uncle Ma, hello. Penguin Ma glanced at Qin Wen, just about to ask who she was, when Qin Do pulled Qin Wen over to introduce her. Uncle Ma, this is my second uncle's daughter, Qin Wen. So you're the daughter of Vice Mayor Qin. You've grown up? Hello. Penguin Ma smiled. Linner, you're really beautiful. No wonder my brother mentions you every day. Qin Wen, quite familiar, greeted Xiao Lin. If you didn't introduce her, how could I get to know her myself? Sister Qin, you're also very beautiful. Let us go have a meal together. Xiao Lin smiled and invited. Sure. Qin Wen immediately nodded in agreement. With Qin Wen around, Xiao Lin seemed to have found someone to talk to, and they started chattering away as if they were long-lost friends. Qin Do watched from the side, feeling jealous. After all his hard work these past few days, he wasn't as good as Qin Wen in just a short while. After a few people arrived at the private room, they learned that Penguin Ma had bought a piece of Xiao Lin's calligraphy. Qin Do and the National Treasure Wang understood perfectly well. Buying the calligraphy was fake, wanting to meet Lin was real. Both of them saw through it, but didn't say anything. Everyone had the same goal, wanting to build a good relationship with Lin Er. Perhaps the simple Xiao Lin was just unaware, but thankfully, everyone had good intentions. Chapter 21. Panic-stricken young master Zheng Bing forcefully pushed open the door and swaggered in, exuding an air of arrogance. At this moment, 5 pairs of eyes in the private room turned towards him, especially the national treasure Wang and Qin Do, who were about to explode with anger. They were all enjoying a pleasant meal when suddenly an idiot barged in and shouted, "Who the hell is Xiao Lin? Get out here! Did you leave the house without taking your medicine? Did donkey kick your head?" Zheng Bing's pupils instantly contracted after he clearly saw the few people sitting inside, and a wave of urgency surged through him. Boss Ma, National Little Wang, young Master Qin, and the spicy girl from the Qin family, Qinwen? Zheng Bing could hardly believe his eyes. This was a hornet's nest, and he was on the verge of crying. Just then, Wang Li walked in from outside, and, without even having time to see who was there, pointed at Xiao Lin and shouted loudly, "Xiao Lin, young Master Zheng is calling you. Why aren't you coming over?" With a loud smack, Wang Li received a heavy slap from Zheng Bing. "What the hell are you?" Zheng Bing didn't hold back and slapped Wang Li several times, completely disregarding any gentlemanly demeanor or the principle of not hitting women. Chapter 22. Long-distance call. Penguin Ma returned to Yuqing but did not go to the office. He went straight back to his villa in Yuqing Bay. He needed to discuss with his daughter about introducing her to Xiao Lin. "Boss Ma, you're back so early today." The housekeeper greeted Penguin Ma. "Where's Xiao Qin?" Penguin Ma asked the housekeeper. "Miss is in the study upstairs." Penguin Ma nodded and went upstairs, still holding the calligraphy he bought for 30 million. "Xiao Qin," Penguin Ma called as he entered the study. "Dad, why are you back so early today?" Ma Yuqin was a bit happy to see her father. The father-daughter relationship was very good, and Penguin Ma protected his family well. The outside world had no idea who his daughter was. Although there were often rumors about who his daughter was, Penguin Ma couldn't be bothered to clarify, as long as his daughter was not affected. "Just got back from Magic City, and I met a young girl. I want to introduce her to you," Penguin Ma said. Ma Yuqin was taken aback and a bit angry. "Dad, how old are you? Is this fair to Mom?" Ma Yuqin thought her father was looking for someone younger, so she was a bit mad. Chapter 23. Old Ma is firm. Penguin Ma smiled, feeling very happy that he had stumbled upon such a big advantage. As for the affection that Peter from Britain spoke of, how could he possibly part with it? He lacked nothing. What the Peter family could offer, he had himself. Regarding the friendship that Peter mentioned, he had taken note of it. Penguin Ma almost laughed out loud. "Does our Huaxia boss Ma still need your friendship?" "Mr. Peter, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. This piece of calligraphy is also very precious to me, and I won't consider any conditions you propose. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I have many things to handle." Penguin Ma casually found an excuse to hang up the phone. Before Peter from Britain could say anything, Penguin Ma had already hung up. "You still want this calligraphy?" "Dream on," Penguin Ma said to himself after hanging up. Ma Yuqin was beside him, looking confused. She realized that the online Xiao Ma Gu was actually her father. She also understood the reason behind the situation. Was that piece of calligraphy really that important? "Xiao Qin, you should go to Magic City tonight." Penguin Ma was now even more determined to let his daughter go to Magic City early. "Okay," Ma Yuqin nodded without hesitation. Chapter 24. Arriving in Huaxia, Peter was not only the head of his family, but also a member of the British royal family. So he needed to communicate beforehand when going to Huaxia. "Patriarch, I will handle it right away," Butler Billy said as he stepped back. "Sanner, you did well this time. You can accompany your grandfather to Huaxia," Dura Peter said, looking at British Peter with satisfaction. "Okay," Sanner obeys. British Peter was overjoyed. Being able to go to Huaxia with his grandfather was an honor for him. The younger generation of the family was talented, and being recognized by Dura Peter was also a privilege. British Peter loved Huaxia's culture. He often browsed Huaxia's websites and watched live broadcasts. He never expected to receive such important news this time, which allowed him to stand out among the younger generation. Butler Billy was very efficient and quickly contacted Huaxia through the embassy. Dura Peter was coming to Huaxia as a private individual, and Huaxia naturally expressed a warm welcome. The next day, Dura Peter boarded a private plane to Huaxia. At Hangzhou International Airport in Magic City, Qin Guomin was appointed as the representative to receive Dura Peter, and he arrived at the airport early. Vice Mayor Qin, Duke Dura should be arriving soon, the secretary beside Qin Guomin said as he checked his watch. Chapter 25. Kneeling down? Duke Dura did not care at all about the opinions of others. He felt that performing great courtesy to Xiao Lin was not worth mentioning. The status of Xiao Feng in his heart was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Second uncle, who is this foreigner? Qin Do asked quietly as he walked over Qin Guomin. The Duke of Great Britain, the head of the Peter family, Qin Guomin replied. Hiss, Qin Do gasped, realizing why his second uncle personally accompanied him. This foreigner was quite significant. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over, and National Little Wang and Ma Yuqin got out. Looking at the people present, National Little Wang was momentarily stunned, then took Ma Yuqin towards Xiao Lin and said, Linner, this is Ma Yuqin, she is Uncle Ma's daughter, and she happens to be in Magic City, so I brought her to meet you. Hello, Linner's sister, just as my dad said, you're really beautiful, Ma Yuqin greeted first. Hello, Yuqin's sister, you are also very beautiful. I'm glad to meet you, Xiao Lin replied with a smile and nodded. Xiao Lin was not flattering. Ma Yuqin was indeed very beautiful, the kind of beauty that exudes elegance with a hint of scholarly charm. Penguin Ma himself was a handsome man. How could his daughter be lacking? Chapter 26. Excited Qin Do, National Little Wang, was washing fruit with both hands, humming a tune in his heart, and occasionally glancing at Qin Do with a smug expression. Qin Do was itching with jealousy beside him. He wanted to help, but felt unable to move since Xiao Feng hadn't spoken. Although everyone had taken their seats, they barely touched the edge of the chairs. Especially Qin Guomin. He had never been so restrained when reporting work in the capital. It felt as if Xiao Feng was not on the same level as them, and he could strangely sense a pressure. Although it was Ma Yuqin's first time meeting Xiao Feng, and she had never seen what he was like, she was also feeling nervous under everyone's influence. Dura Peter stood behind Xiao Feng without taking a seat, remaining still like a bodyguard. Since Dura Peter didn't sit down, British Peter felt even less brave to take a seat. Old Peter, sit down. It's quite strange for you to stand behind me. And you little Peter, come sit too. I'm not a man-eating tiger. Why is everyone so tense? You should all learn from Little Wang, Xiao Feng said, looking at the somewhat restrained crowd. National Little Wang was once again called out by Xiao Feng. His body shook, his back straightened, and he washed the fruits even more vigorously, almost rubbing the fresh apples to the point of breaking their skin. Chapter 27. The two young masters competing for tea. It was just too delightful. This was the unanimous thought among everyone. They had never tasted such delicious tea before. After drinking the tea, it felt as if every cell in their bodies responded to a call, becoming lively. The taste was like sweet rain, fragrant and rich, and, after drinking it, their teeth and cheeks gradually felt a sweetness. Then a gas rose in their stomachs, which might be what Xiao Feng referred to as the first-time discomfort. This tea was forging their body's functions. After a long time, the taste was hard to forget. There were really no better adjectives to describe it. Any good adjectives were merely embellishments in the face of this tea. Everyone turned their gaze to the empty teacup in Qin Do's hand. Qin Do quickly poured the last few drops of tea into the cup and drank it in one gulp, even licking the cup with his tongue. Gulp. Everyone swallowed, feeling quite envious. The water was ready, so hurry and brew. National Little Wang was quick and ran over to grab the boiling kettle. After Qin Do took the kettle, he continued to brew the tea. They only stopped when several people could no longer fit any more tea in their stomachs. It was really too delicious. National Little Wang saw that there was still a small half bag of tea leaves left unbrewed on the table and directly reached out to take it, hiding it in his pocket. Chapter 28. Qin When Comes to Mook. As National Little Wang and Qin Do walked into the villa, they were called over by Xiao Lin. Young Master Wang, young Master Qin, my brother said he would cook at home for lunch. Could you please go out and buy some groceries? Xiao Lin said to the two young masters. Sure, I'll go right now. Is there anything special you want? National Little Wang asked. Just buy some home-cooked dishes. My brother said he would cook himself for lunch, Xiao Lin instructed. How can we trouble you like that? Is it too much hassle? Qin Do quietly said, glancing upstairs. Young Master Qin, you said this again. Be careful my brother hears and scolds you, Xiao Lin said to Qin Do. Qin Do shrank his neck and worriedly glanced at the second floor, afraid that Xiao Feng might overhear his comment. Okay, we'll go by now. National Little Wang responded to Xiao Lin. The two went out in National Little Wang's Rolls-Royce Phantom to buy groceries at a large supermarket. Where to buy? Qin Do asked from the passenger seat. Having grown up in Magic City for 20 to 30 years, this was his first time buying groceries. If you ask me, who else would you ask? Of course, we go to a large supermarket. Where else would we go? A vegetable market. National Little Wang replied. Chapter 29. Washing vegetables and talking big business. As Xiao Feng came downstairs, the whole hall quieted down. Even the talkative Qin Wen dared not speak. You all chat among yourselves? Why are you looking at me? Xiao Feng smiled. Brother, the groceries are back. Hurry and cook. Xiao Lin cheerfully ran over and said. All right. Who will help wash the vegetables? Xiao Feng asked the group. I will. I'm good at washing vegetables. I'm a professional at washing vegetables. As soon as Xiao Feng finished speaking, Dula Peter, National Little Wang, and Qin Do rushed to step forward. Especially Qin Do's statement about being a professional at washing vegetables made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere suddenly felt less awkward. This was the right atmosphere. Everyone was harmonious and happy. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, Then you all do it together. Qin Do and National Little Wang began to get busy washing the vegetables they had bought, while Dula Peter quietly slapped English Peter on the back of the head, angrily saying, You're the one who should know better. Why are you so clueless? English Peter felt wronged from the slap. It wasn't he that he was clueless. He was just scared. Dula Peter didn't care about English Peter's grievance and happily ran into the kitchen. Excuse me, make some room, Dula Peter said as he walked up to National Little Wang. Chapter 30. Excited Old Wang. Qin Wen looked curiously at English Peter in front of her, wondering if someone really wanted to compete for the dishwashing job. Then let him wash, Qin Wen said as she put down the bowl in her hand. Thank you. Thank you. English Peter quickly expressed his gratitude. Qin Wen nodded and walked away, feeling a bit speechless at English Peter's excited expression. Was this foreigner's brain malfunctioning? Lin, aren't you live streaming today? Qin Wen asked Xiao Lin as she walked into the living room. I'll stream later tonight. I only stream based on my mood. I feel like I'm about to be roasted by the viewers, haha. Streaming is all about mood. Gifts and such don't matter anymore. Being happy is the most important. Then I'll join you for the stream tonight. Let me also appear on camera, Qin Wen said, pulling Xiao Lin along. Sure, Sister Wen, you're so beautiful. My fans will be thrilled to see you, Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. Qin Wen was indeed very beautiful, with a charm different from Ma Yuqin. Qin Wen was more lively, talkative, and spirited, while Ma Yuqin truly lived up to her name, exuding a scholarly vibe and being very quiet. Qin Do and National Little Wang set down their chopsticks and walked out of the villa, with National Little Wang eager to share this news with Old Wang. Chapter 31. We're not going home either. After Old Wang hung up the phone, he couldn't calm down for a long time. National Little Wang had brought him a tremendous piece of good news. The group had indeed been struggling for the past 2 years, and if the assets in Great Britain were sold, then Yida Group could fully regain its ambitions from back in the day. Old Wang noticed a problem. Ever since his son got close to Xiao Feng, everything seemed to go smoothly. His father-in-law's illness had improved. He even got money from Old Ma. And now the assets in Great Britain were being sold for over €1 billion, higher than the selling price. He couldn't be happier. President Wang, there's an interview to do shortly. Old Wang's secretary walked in and said, All right, arrange for it to come in. Old Wang regained his usual spirited demeanor. Okay. The secretary was taken aback, feeling that President Wang had changed, though she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Little Wang, Little Qin, I have a task for you too. Xiao Feng called out to National Little Wang and Qin Do as they walked in. The two quickly approached Xiao Feng, saying in unison, Brother Xia, you two go out and help me buy more blankets and bedding. Old Peter and the others will be staying in the villa today. And Qin Wen and Ma Yuqin said they would be home to keep Lin Air company. There aren't enough bedding supplies at home. Chapter 32. Exposing a big scoop. Qin Wen suddenly appeared in Xiao Lin's live stream, truly stunning the viewers in the chat. User 3654. Wow, Lin Air was right. This young lady is indeed beautiful. User 21. Love it, love it. She is definitely Lin Air's sister. User 698. I have a bold idea. User 6697. Haha, please share, fellow Taoist. User 69988. You bunch of perverts, step aside, let me come. Qin Wen's appearance also brought Xia Lin a batch of gifts. Yet many viewers still claim they wanted to see Xiao Feng. Most of those who can make such requests are little fans. They come to Shailin's live stream just to see Xiao Feng. Let me introduce another internet celebrity to you. Qin Wen smiled mysteriously. Netizen 662. Who is it? Is it a streamer gathering today? Netizen 3669. Is it a girl? Netizen 362. Our tastes are very picky. If it's not a girl, then forget it. Qin Wen didn't look at the bullet comments and waved to the National Little Wang sitting beside her, who curiously walked over. Dang, 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 look who this is. Qin would turn the camera towards National Little Wong. Netizens, wow. Chapter 33. Permanent ban with the hype and revelations about the big white rabbit. It began to ferment in the entertainment news that evening. After all, many people were interested in the gossip about National Little Wong and Shaylin. Shaylin ended her live stream early today because there were many people at home. She didn't stream for long and was unaware that the internet was buzzing with news about her and National Little Wong. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the incident, National Little Wong, was busy making the bed. Yuqin, your room is ready, he called out to Ma Yuqin after finishing. Thank you, Wang Xiao. Ma Yuqin smiled in response. No need to be polite. It's what I should do, National Little Wong replied proudly. Qindo and Peter from England were also making other beds. The three of them seemed like household servants, always eager to help. After a busy day, National Little Wong and Qindo returned to their room early. The two good friends were sleeping in the same bed for the first time, which felt a bit odd, so they each took a blanket and slept apart. Do you snore at night? National Little Wong asked as he lay in bed looking at Qindo. That's what I want to ask you. If you snore and keep me awake, then no one will sleep, Qindo responded. Chapter 34. The Big White Rabbit. Caught when Lu Jian heard the Big White Rabbit say he would continue posting with his account, he felt worried and advised the two. Just listen to me, okay? If you keep going, you will definitely get into big trouble. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll cause you trouble using your account? The Big White Rabbit shot a glare at Lu Jian. No, Atu, I'm just concerned about you. We can't afford to offend National Little Wong, Lu Jian quickly denied. Then shut up and go away. The Big White Rabbit ignored Lu Jian's advice and wrote several thousand words on his account before posting. Even filming a video calling out National Little Wong for Bala Shaylin and used tricks to get his account banned. He even used his connections to delete all related news. Such actions were simply disgusting. Did he dare to do it, but not take responsibility? As soon as the news was posted, it was quickly blocked. Anything related to National Little Wong and Linner was directly reviewed and blocked by the backend. Wow, the Big White Rabbit exclaimed upon seeing this situation. What's wrong? Lu Jian quickly asked with concern. Chapter 35. Compromised. Old Su Jiaying was very angry when Old Wong directly hung up the phone on him. You did well. You didn't hang up your phone, but you hung up on yourself first. Are you crazy? Su Jiaying ignored Old Wong's words and threw his phone aside. He felt something was off about Old Wong. He wasn't an ordinary person and wouldn't just mess with him for fun. If Old Wong wasn't just messing with him, then what he said earlier must have been true. The more Su Jiaying thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So he took out his phone and dialed Penguin Ma's number. Hello, President Ma. How have you been recently? Su Jiaying initiated as soon as the call connected. Not bad. So what do you need? Penguin Ma asked curiously. It's like this. Old Wong called me today, wanting to buy a piece of land from me. The price he offered was a bit low, and he said he wanted me to do him a favor, that he owed me a favor. In the end, he specifically asked me to ask you. His favor can't be measured in money. I just want to know what is going on. Su Jiaying expressed his doubts. This matter was indeed a bit outrageous, especially since the outrageous person was Old Wong, which was worth investigating. Chapter 36. This wine is Average Shaylin's live stream exploded. The appearance of National Little Wong was like a deep water bomb, directly causing the bullet comments to explode. Netizen 987. How did Principal Wong end up doing laundry work? Has the world changed? Netizen 3301. You don't understand anything. In front of the master, nothing matters. Netizen 30021. Yes, this is getting to the point. Netizen 3604. It seems the master's charm is everywhere, captivating everyone, including Principal Wong. Netizen 9887. I just like boys with long hair. After Xiaofeng finished cooking a dish, he tossed the pan backwards, and the food flew into the bowl behind him as if it had eyes, without a single piece falling outside. This sudden action shocked the netizens again. Such skills cannot be achieved without 10 or 8 years of practice. Xiaofeng doesn't he look like a chef, which proves he is undoubtedly a master. Hua Kaihua sent 50 rockets with a note. Master, this operation is 666. Life's joy should be fully enjoyed. Sent 10 rockets with a note. I'm giving a shout out for Principal Wong. Love you 666, sent 10 rockets. Chapter 37. Now this is wine. Qindo trembled as he received the wine jar handed over by Xiaofeng. Holding this rare wine made him a bit excited. As soon as he received the wine jar, a strong aroma of wine wafted over, invigorating Qindo. He thought to himself, this is really good wine. No wonder Brother Xia said that his limited edition Mao Tai is quite average. Just smelling this wine makes me realize it surpasses Maodai by thousands of times. But why had he never heard of this wine before? With trembling hands and an excited heart, Qin Do slowly started pouring the wine. And when he reached Qin Wen's side, he asked, "Do you want some?" "Do I even need to say?" Qin Wen directly took a cup and handed it over. Xiaofeng had just said that this wine could be intoxicating or not, depending on their mood. If they didn't want to get drunk, they wouldn't tea. Qin Do circled the table, finished pouring the wine, and returned to his seat, filling his own cup to the brim. He couldn't let himself lose out. National Little Wang saw this and inwardly cursed. "This is too dog-like, shameless." Netizen 6521. Sun Baozhai, where are you? Are you still here? Do you know what kind of wine this is? Netizen 2201. Yeah, I was just about to ask, looking at their expressions. It seems the wine master brought out is even better than that so-called limited edition Maotai. Chapter 38. What are you doing here? Master, tomorrow a partner from Huaxia is inviting me to dinner, and I want to bring everyone along, Dura Peter said carefully, following Xiaofeng's side. After 2 days, the news of Dula Peter's arrival in Huaxia became known to more and more people. He received a phone call today, inviting him to dinner from partner. Dula Peter neither refused nor agreed, just said he would ask an elder. Then let's go, let's have some fun together. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. All right, I'll reply to him. Dula Peter responded, and then stepped aside to make the call. Mr. Jiang, my elder has agreed. Please send someone to pick us up tomorrow. I'll send you the address, Dula Peter said on the phone. Okay, Duke Peter. How many people will be there? I'll come personally to pick you up tomorrow. Came the voice from the other end. 8 people. Come early tomorrow. If my elder gets unhappy, don't bother with your business, Dula Peter said before hanging up. Meanwhile, in a high-end office building in Magic City, Jiang Quanshui was excitedly holding the phone. His family dealt with rare materials and had a deep cooperation with Dula Peter's family, which could be said to support a large part of their family's industry. Chapter 39. Indeed, a waste National Little Wang laughed when he heard some noise at the door and went out to see what was happening. It turned out to be Jiang Xian and his son. So the big shot Jiang Xian mentioned yesterday was obvious. Haha, National Little Wang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I've been staying here for the past 2 days. What brings you here, Uncle Jiang? National Little Wang asked knowingly. I might have made a mistake. Let me make a call, Jiang Quanshui said awkwardly as he followed the navigation correctly. Uncle Jiang, are you here to pick up Duke Peter? National Little Wang asked suspiciously when he saw Jiang Quanshui take out his phone. Besides a few people in the villa, Xiaofeng and Dula Peter were the most impressive. From what he knew, Jiang Quanshui definitely didn't know Xiaofeng, so it must be about Dula Peter. Yes. How did you know? Jiang Quanshui was taken aback. Little Peter, go call your grandpa down and tell him his ride is here, National Little Wang shouted into the villa. Huh? Little Peter? When did the Wang family become so impressive? This mention of Little Peter startled Jiang Quanshui, who was left speechless for a while. Chapter 40. Just a tea server, Jiang Quanshui looked at his son and then compared him to National Little Wang and Qin Do, letting out a slight sigh. The gap was too big. You know when others are at the bar, and you follow. You know when others are chasing girls and driving sport cars, and you follow. Now, when others are clinging to big shots, you're still at the bar chasing girls. Comparing people can be infuriating. Comparing goods means tossing them aside. No need to say more. Just accept your fate. Jiang Quanshui looked exhausted as he lay back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Xian knew this was his fault and lowered his head, not daring to speak. As the convoy arrived at a farmhouse in the suburbs. Before the car had even stopped, Jiang Quanshui quickly got out, jogging to the front car to open the door for Xiaofeng. As Dula Peter just got out of the car, he saw Jiang Quanshui taking over his task and gritted his teeth. What the hell is wrong with you? The car just stopped, and you rushed over? Young Master Xia, please. Jiang Quanshui slightly bowed and invited Xiaofeng into the farmhouse. While in the car, Jiang Quanshui specifically had Jiang Xian ask National Little Wang to learn Xiaofeng's name. Otherwise, not knowing the name could lead to a lot of awkward situations. Longting Farm is one of the largest farms in Magic City, offering everything you want to eat and play with, and it only admits members without a membership card. You can't get in. Chapter 41. Is this it? Mr. Jiang, it's really you. Just now my secretary told me he saw you, and I thought he recognized the wrong person. A person walked in holding a wine glass, looking somewhat familiar. Secretary Wang, what brings you here? Jiang Quanshui said, somewhat displeased. I'm here to treat Xiaofeng to dinner. Why are you here? This Secretary Wang was Wang Ting Wang, the secretary of the Guangming district in Magic City. equivalent to the head of a prefecture-level city. However, Jiang Quanshui didn't give him much face. Being a well-known figure on the rich list and a successful entrepreneur, Jiang Quanshui knew plenty of big shots and really didn't need to give him face. If it were normal, Jiang Quanshui would still be polite after all. You can't ignore someone who has come. Jiang Quanshui questioned Wang Tingwang, which made Wang Tingwang's expression somewhat unpleasant. I came in holding a wine glass to toast you. And this is how you treat me? Mr. Jiang, you're quite imposing now, Wang Tingwang sarcastically mocked. After finishing, Wang Tingwang scanned the room and noticed National Little Wang and Qindo were also present. National Little Wang was fine, but Qindo was a bit tricky, as his second uncle was his direct superior. As for the others, Wang Tingwang didn't recognize any of them. Chapter 42. Fast Speed. Wang Tingwang suddenly found Xia Feng somewhat amusing. Childish temper? Is this a joke? One phone call saying you don't deserve to serve the people, and you think you'll be removed? It's simply child's play. At my level, even if someone above wants to act against me, they need solid evidence. Are you done? Wang Tingwang's face was filled with disbelief, and a mocking expression was evident. Get lost, here as some advice. It's time to call home and say goodbye. Xia Feng said as he waved his hand dismissively at Wang Tingwang. What the hell? Wang Tingwang was very displeased, muttering as he opened the door and walked out, forcefully pulling the door as he left. Bang! The sound of the door slamming echoed in the private room. Come on, everyone, let us continue eating. Don't let this kind of person spoil our appetite. Xia Feng was the first to speak. The incident didn't affect everyone's appetite. Instead, they felt more convinced by Xia Feng. There are very few people who can directly call oldly. After Wang Tingwang returned to his private room, he sat down with a face full of anger. Secretary Wang, why are you back so soon? An accompanying official asked with a smile. Nothing, just eating. Wang Tingwang replied with an unhappy expression, signaling everyone to eat. Chapter 43. The headache of the penguin horse. Xia Lin expressed her apologies in a live stream, smiling at everyone. User 6622. Linner, is your brother not cooking today? User 8541. I really want to see your brother's flying big pot. User 99851. Haha, don't say that. It requires a certain level of skill. User 852. I just want to know when you'll live stream your brother. Oh, today is not possible. My brother went upstairs to rest, Xia Lin said, glancing at Xia Feng, who had already gone upstairs. User 123. What about Principal Wang? User 9662. Yeah, I didn't see Principal Wang today. Come on, I'm ready to live stream my amazing gaming skills today. Xiaolin felt that she hadn't played games for a long time and was a bit itchy. After all, as a game streamer, how could she not play games? Netizen 8541. Netizen 9985. Netizen 899. Here comes Guatimo again. Netizen 521. Linner, I'm scared to see your Timo. The whole game can't plant 10 mushrooms. And laying eggs shouldn't be played like this. Netizen 8566. Haha, you're really bad. If I were your teammate, I would want to help the other side kill you. Chapter 44. I might be able to help after arriving in Magic City. Penguin Ma first called his precious daughter. Yuqin, Dad is in Magic City. Where are you? I want to see you. Penguin Ma's words were quite subtle, mainly using seeing his daughter as an excuse. Dad, you're in Magic City. I'm at Linner's place. Let me ask Linner and call you back. After saying this, Ma Yuqin hurriedly hung up the phone. She was currently staying at Xiaolin's house, so her dad's visit would definitely require her to inform Xiaolin first. Linner, my dad is in Magic City. Can he come over to see me? After hanging up, Ma Yuqin found Xiaolin and asked, Uncle Ma is here? Then hurry and call your dad over. Xiaolin replied happily. Xiaolin admired the entrepreneur Penguin Ma very much. After all, she was technically one of his employees. Although she hadn't signed a contract with Sharp Platform, she had been live streaming on it for 2 years. All right, then I'll call my dad. After saying this, Ma Yuqin walked aside and dialed Penguin Ma's number. Dad, come over. I'll send you the location. Ma Yuqin said to her dad while holding the phone. Okay, send it over. Penguin Ma replied, feeling a bit excited. Chapter 45. All set when a magic flute was suddenly asked this by Dula Peter. He felt a bit panicked. What if he inadvertently angered Dula Peter? That would mean living in fear every day. He couldn't believe his motorcycle team could withstand Dula Peter's wrath. The Asan country still had its merits. Their motorcycles were very durable, and they could use ordinary motorcycles like buses, accommodating dozens of people without issue. Duke Peter, please clarify. I really don't know. The magic flute asked quietly. Let me give you a hint. General Ma from Huaxia is a good friend of mine, A very good one. Got it. Dula Peter suddenly showed a commanding presence, his voice powerful enough to make the magic flute sweat even from thousands of kilometers away. Now the magic flute understood what was going on. It was actually for Huaxia's penguin ma. However, this confused the magic flute. When did Dula Peter become so enthusiastic about supporting the people of Huaxia? The magic flute dared not ask or say anything, only stiffly admitting. There was indeed a small misunderstanding. Duke Peter, don't worry. This small misunderstanding can be resolved immediately. Dula Peter pondered for a moment before hanging up. Chapter 46. Embarrassing Penguin Ma. The sudden shout from Penguin Ma startled even himself, just like a sleeping baby who could wake themselves up with a fart. Penguin Ma looked embarrassed, tightly covering his mouth. What kind of tea is this? Why am I reacting like this? It felt like drinking cola from 1982, a rush of gas bubbling up from his stomach. I didn't mean to. I couldn't help it. Dad, I told you the first time you drink this tea, you need to take it slow. You didn't listen to me. Ma Yuqin reproached him. This tea should be sipped slowly, a little at a time, and then expand slowly. Otherwise, there will be such situations. You gulped it down like you've never seen the world before. It's embarrassing. Penguin Ma smiled, not daring to retort after being lectured by his daughter. Qinwen looked at him in shock. Can this tea still be drunk? What if it makes an embarrassing sound later? Wouldn't that be so humiliating? Oh, but the aroma of this tea is too strong. I can't resist it. Yuqin, if you drink slowly, it won't be a problem, right? Qinwen asked quietly. You see, I'll show you. After saying this, Ma Yuqin slightly opened her mouth, took a small sip, then exhaled, feeling quite refreshed. Chapter 47. Are these two father and son crazy? The next day, everyone finished breakfast at home and went out. Penguin Ma didn't plan to follow along. After all, in his view, a group of kids going shopping would be inconvenient for him, and it would only cause unnecessary trouble. He was a business star, and having a crowd gather around to take pictures would be a hassle. Duke Peter, why are you following them? We can stay at home, drink tea, and chat. Penguin Ma called out to Dula Peter, who was about to go out. Who is drinking tea with you? I'm going out. Dula Peter refused. Old Peter, just stay at home and keep Uncle Ma company. Otherwise, it'll be boring alone. Xiaofeng turned back to instruct Dula Peter. Yes, master. Dula Peter responded and shot Penguin Ma a resentful look. You are so troublesome. He came to Huaxia just to accompany his master, to feel his master's aura up close. Who would want to drink tea with you? Dula Peter was utterly speechless. In the Magic City National Finance Center, this is one of the largest shopping malls in Magic City. The white-collar workers of the entire Magic City enjoy shopping here, and Shaolin is quite familiar with it, having come here many times before. Xiaga, you guys go in first. I'll find a place to park the car with Qindo, and we'll come in to find you later. Chapter 48. Kneel down and lick Jiang Quanshui suddenly laughed excitedly, making Guofugui think he looked like a lunatic. Old General, are you okay? What happened? Guofugui pushed Jiang Quanshui's shoulder and asked, what is wrong with you? How could someone just go crazy like that? With a son like Jiang Xin, it would be impossible not to go crazy. I'm fine. Why are you pushing me, Gua? Jiang Quanshui turned around, looking puzzled at Guofugui. You're not crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Weren't you just laughing out loud from anger? What anger? I was laughing happily. Well, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so mysterious? Jiang Quanshui looked at Guofugui in front of him and felt that Guofugui seemed like a fool. Nothing. Guofugui waved his hand, looking suspicious. Truly, my good son, I've always said you're smart and clever, and I was right. You take after me. Jiang Quanshui patted Jiang Xin's shoulder in encouragement. Jiang Xin, Guofugui, you're really shameless. It seems Jiang Xin has inherited this, and it has nothing to do with him. Chapter 49. The father who pits his son Xiaofeng entered the villa first, and Dula Peter quickly followed him. Jiang Quanshui walked over to Penguin Ma and quietly asked, Old Ma, we've been friends for many years. Can you tell me how you ended up in Xiaoxiao's villa? Penguin Ma listened with a look of disdain. Who do you think is your friend? You were just saying on the financial forum that you want to focus on real industry, that only real industry can prosper the country. You also advocated for everyone to resist teenagers playing games, to spend less on in-game purchases, otherwise, it would harm a generation. You even said that people should not be obsessed with live streaming. That stuff is just a scam. Although you didn't name yourself, it's pretty obvious you're hinting at yourself. The key is that all these things you're talking about are what your company is doing. I live here, Penguin Ma said, adjusting his glasses in a rather pretentious manner. You live here? Jiang Quanshui pointed at the villa, astonished. Have you all done so well? Jiang Quanshui felt embarrassed. This would make things difficult for him in the future. That's right, Penguin Ma smiled slightly. Hey, old Ma, take care of me in the future. Jiang Quanshui rubbed his hands together, feeling no embarrassment at all. Old General, it depends on how you perform, Penguin Ma said in a deliberately low voice, pretending to be troubled. Chapter 50. The Proud Old Wang Kyoto National Sanatorium. Director Liu. How did Lin Lao's illness get cured? Just tell me out a bit, okay? Just give me a hint. A middle-aged man in military uniform asked Dr. Liu. Old Li, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I really don't know. We've been brothers for many years. If I knew, I wouldn't he tell you? Would I be heartless enough to watch Li Lao's condition worsen day by day? Director Liu felt helpless. He truly didn't know how Lin Lao's illness got better. Lin Lao's condition was originally more serious than Li Lao's. But who would have thought that when his son-in-law came, he suddenly became lively, and all his health indicators were normal? Sigh, Li Hu sighed heavily, punching the wall in front of him, causing quite a bit of paint to chip off. Dr. Liu looked at him in shock. Doesn't that hurt? But I can give you a suggestion. Dr. Liu suddenly thought of Old Wang. The last time Lin Lao's health suddenly improved. It must have something to do with Old Wang. Old Wang had said something about occasionally getting some miraculous medicine under his questioning. At that time, Dr. Liu didn't believe it, thinking Old Wang was just making excuses to brush him off. Now, it really seemed possible. Chapter 51. Asking Li Lao for help. Li Hu was speechless, looking like he was constipated, and combined with his tall and strong stature, it was quite comical. Li Hu thought Old Wang had called the secretary out for some important secret to tell him, but it turned out to be this. You don't take your dog out like this, do you? Old Wang, you're joking. Li Hu's face was somewhat displeased. Old Li, you and my wife grew up in the same big courtyard. I have to call your father Uncle Li. If I can really help you, I do my duty, but some things really can't be said. Since you found me, you already know how my father-in-law got better. I admit, it was indeed because I gave him a miraculous medicine. Old Wang smiled, appearing somewhat helpless. Everyone needs a bit of mystery in life, and besides, who comes to ask for help empty-handed? Is there really miraculous medicine in this world? Li Hu's eyes narrowed, somewhat incredulous. The world is far more complex and profound than we imagine. I used to be as ignorant as a child. Now that my horizons have broadened, I realize there are things we can't imagine. Old Wang's voice was slightly deep, self-mocking, inadvertently reminding Li Hu of how ignorant he was. Chapter 52. Is Penguin Ma the one sweeping the floor? Li Lao straightened up as he heard Xia Feng's voice on the phone. Xia Feng, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Li Lao greeted him with a smile, completely unaware of his high status, treating Xia Feng as an equal. Li Jiaming was stunned. Who was on the other end of the line that made the old man value him so much? Li Jiaming had the fortune to meet Old Huang once. Even when his father spoke to Old Huang, he didn't lower his stance this much. Don't underestimate people's curiosity. Li Jiaming was just like that now. He took a few steps forward, tilting his ear to listen to what Xia Feng would say. Such a mysterious figure. Li Jiaming wished he could press his ear to the phone to hear better, but he held back, fearing his father might slap him later. I said I was disturbed. Don't you think you're disturbing me? Xia Feng joked. Haha, no way. Li Lao laughed heartily. Li Jiaming gasped. Did he dare to joke like that in front of his father? Generally, when someone receives a call from their father, they would press the phone to their ear. But the voice coming from the phone was clearly that of a young man. Chapter 53. Shocking everyone before Li Hu could recover. He saw Du La Bai Te coming down for the second floor with a mop. Du La Bai Te was a duke from Great Britain, a legendary figure that Li Hu naturally recognized. Even Du La Bai Te was doing this work. Li Hu felt a mix of fear and excitement. These people were doing manual labor at Xia Feng's house, which only highlighted how impressive Xia Feng was. Liner, this guy said he came to find your brother. Jiang Quanshui pointed at the dazed Li Hu. Who are you? Xia Lin walked over curiously. Hello. Last night, Li Lao talked to your brother on the phone, and your brother asked us to come find him today. Seeing that Xia Lin was Xia Feng's sister, Li Hu's attitude became exceedingly respectful. And combined with his tall and strong build, it looked a bit comical. Brother, someone is looking for you. Xia Lin nodded and shouted upstairs. Got it. Xia Feng's voice came down from upstairs. No rush. Li Hu waved his hand with a smile. Dr. Liu felt his legs were a bit sore, especially when he saw Penguin Ma bowing his head and sweeping the floor. He found it hard to accept. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Chapter 54. Drawing lots for tea leaves? Giving away tea leaves? The fans in the live stream were bewildered. They immediately started cursing Linner for being too stingy, especially that user named Night Emperor, who yelled the loudest. Night Emperor, Linner, are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Giving away tea leaves is worthy of the villa you live in? Is it worthy of our support for you? Doesn't tea your conscience hurt? Ja Tian Gang, Suke. Yeah, who do you think you're looking down on? Is it the kind of tea that costs $3 a bag from a restaurant? It can even brew little bugs. Mr. Huang. Oh, it's the thought that counts. Ja Tian Gang, Suke. The one upstairs, get lost. Do you believe I'll stab your butt with my 40-meter-long knife? Ja Tian Gang Lung Li. One user 3201. Linner, I can't watch anymore. I may not speak often, but this tea leaf giveaway is too perfunctory. Winery wine, Linner, give it to me. I want it preferably wrapped in that thing you wore and didn't tea wash. Night Emperor, I'm throwing up. That's too disgusting. Looking at your name, are you running a winery? Can your wine be drunk? User 6621. Don't say any more. Linner is actually selling tea leaves. Netizen 62210. Oh my, what have you all said about me? The tea leaves I gave you are something you've never seen before. You can't buy them in the market. And this tea is so good it'll make you scream. Back then, Principal Wong and young Master Qin fought over a few leaves like it was life or death. You have to believe me. I guarantee I'm not lying to you. Chapter 55. Chun Daji is scolding again. National Little Wong put down the tea leaves and ran to the living room to find Penguin Ma. This matter still needs Penguin Ma to handle it. Chun Daji wouldn't sell his own face for it, and this trivial matter probably isn't worth mentioning. Uncle Ma, I have something to trouble you with, National Little Wong said as he walked into the living room. Penguin Ma was originally enjoying tea and chatting with Jiang Quanshui and the others. He hadn't gone back for 3 days. He had planned to leave after 2 days, but changed his plans after Jiang Quanshui arrived. Last night, General Zhang from the Penguin Group called several times to urge him, and Penguin Ma just said, I don't lack money. Do whatever you want. General Zhang of Penguin. So willful. When Penguin Ma heard National Little Wong say that Linner had something to trouble him with, he quickly stood up. This was no trouble. It was a good thing. While getting up, he couldn't help but glance smugly at Jiang Quanshui, as if to say, we're just a useless person here. Besides cleaning, what else can you do? What good thing? I misspoke. What does Linner need help with? Penguin Ma said, a bit too happily, almost revealing his true feelings, and quickly changed his tone. Chapter 56. Gaining skills recently? Alright, today's live broadcast ends here. For the lucky winners, when the administrator contacts you later, remember to leave your shipping address. Okay? Xiao Lin said, while holding the microphone. Night Emperor. Sigh. There's again nothing for me. What am I getting excited about? Exploding Heaven Gang, Su K. Who isn't? My hands are tired. Winery wine. I can only wait until 3 days later. I'll be back with a vengeance then. Only a step away from God. Damn. 3 days later is exactly my wedding day. Who cares about the bridal chamber? Isn't grabbing gifts more exciting? Your lovely dad. Haha, my bro is right. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. I'm impressed, my friend. If it really comes to it, I can help out too, haha. Only a step away from God. Get lost, angry emoji. God falls to earth. Just wanted to watch a live stream. 1-800-000. Jealousy makes me look hideous, crying emoji. Then I'm logging off. Goodbye, everyone. Xiao Lin waved at the camera. Linner, wait. Let me say a few words. National Little Wong quickly shouted. After hearing this, Xiao Lin stepped aside, and National Little Wong walked in front of the camera and said, Hello, netizens, what I said before still stands. I'll buy your prizes for 800-000. If you don't want the prizes, just tell the back-end administrator and leave your contact information. I'll get in touch with you. Chapter 57. Jack Ma's confusion, Xiao Chui. Come in for a moment. Jack Ma called with the internal company phone. In a while, Secretary Chui walked in respectfully and asked, Mr. Ma, what can I do for you? Check Penguin Ma's recent schedule. It's best to find out what he's been up to lately. Jack Ma instructed Secretary Chui. Okay, Mr. Ma. Secretary Chui replied and then left. Jack Ma had to figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Originally, Penguin Ma was an opponent he looked down on, but suddenly he had surpassed him and was almost riding on his head, making Jack Ma uncomfortable. Every time the Alibaba Group announced benefits for users, Jack Ma prepared to give $2 billion, and Penguin Ma would immediately offer $4 billion. When the Alibaba Group prepared to enter a new market to capture new users, Jack Ma planned to invest $10 billion for market expansion. The next day, Penguin Ma would definitely invest 15 billion for market expansion. In short, whatever made Jack Ma unhappy, Penguin Ma would do just that. Penguin Ma's motto is, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I double my efforts. We are not the developers of the product, but every new product has my shadow. Chapter 58. Jiang Xian's confident. What the heck? Jiang Xian was dumbfounded. Why was he so unpopular wherever he went? He had just been scolded by his dad from the villa, and now in National Little Wang and Chindo were also telling him to get lost. He suddenly felt so humble, so wronged, and wanted to cry. It can only be said that Jiang Xian didn't understand people's expressions. National Little Wang was already annoyed by an internet celebrity issue, and Jiang Xian just happened to run into the line of fire. Jiang Xian felt embarrassed and was about to leave when he noticed British Peter sitting alone on a stone bench beside the villa. His back looked so disheveled and pitiful. Just like himself, Jiang Xian felt a sudden kindness and decided to go over and chat with British Peter. They were both down-and-out people and should take care of each other. Little Peter, are you sitting here daydreaming alone? Jiang Xian walked over and patted British Peter's shoulder, calling out, Young Master Jiang. British Peter greeted him with a smile. Then he continued to ask, Young Master Jiang, why are you out here? Just getting some fresh air? Yes, I finished my work and came out to get some fresh air. I saw you sitting here alone, so I came to chat with you for a bit. Jiang Xian nodded in response. British Peter felt a bit moved. Finally, someone cared about him. Chapter 59. Jack Ma's arrival. Jack Ma heard Jiang Quanshui calling him at the villa entrance. He hung up the phone and walked over with an arrogant stride that comes with wealth. Jack Ma was dressed in casual clothes, his short hair looking energetic, and with his charming smile, he looked somewhat amusing. Mr. Jiang, are you here doing a show? Jack Ma asked with a smile as he approached. Stop talking nonsense. What show? This is at an elder's house. I already informed you yesterday. Come in with me, and don't talk randomly later. Jiang Quanshui advised Jack Ma a few times before leading him into the villa. As soon as Jack Ma entered the villa, he felt it was clean. Everywhere had been tidied up brightly, and there were quite a few people inside the villa, chatting and laughing. How could it not be clean? Everyone was putting in their utmost effort to clean it every day, not leaving a speck of dust. Liner, my friend is here. You should know him. Jiang Quanshui said as he walked to the back of the villa and spoke to Liner. Xiaolin turned around and was momentarily stunned. Dad Ma? This is a big shot. Xiaolin has contributed a lot to Dad Ma's wallet. Ah, Mr. Ma. Hello, Xiaolin exclaimed in surprise. Jack Ma smiled and nodded in response. After all, he was introduced by Jiang Quanshui, so he had to give him face. Chapter 60. Bragging. Everyone here is rubbish. This isn't a recording show, Jack Ma thought to himself. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, would you believe it? Can you imagine seeing the usually high and mighty Penguin Ma, who always has a stern face, welcoming him with a smile? The key point is that he even took the initiative to say he would cook later. Jack Ma now understood a bit. What Jiang Quanshui said about washing vegetables yesterday was actually helping Penguin Ma with his tasks. Looking at the three big shots in front of him, Jack Ma understood. The man before him must have a background or strength that others look up to. After all, everyone has reached this level, lacking nothing. So why bother to flatter a young person? Xia Xiao, let me introduce you to a friend of mine, Teacher Ma, whom Liner also knows. Jiang Quanshui was worried that Xiaofeng wouldn't be happy, so he casually mentioned someone, especially bringing Xiaolin into the conversation. Xiaofeng glanced at Jack Ma and said, Since we are all friends, let's be casual. I'm easy to get along with. At Xiaofeng's state of mind, he had already seen through these mundane concerns. Whether someone was good or bad, or whether they came to the villa with ill intentions, Xiaofeng could tell with just one look. If there were no bad intentions, Xiaofeng didn't mind. As long as they were all here for fun, and since he liked a lively atmosphere and Liner was happy, why not enjoy it? Chapter 61. Two foes. If face value were worth money, he would have been the richest person in the world long ago. Jack Ma felt no embarrassment at all. Mr. Ma, saying that makes it sound like we are outsiders. We are all on the same side. Dura Peter smiled at Jack Ma. After coming to Huaxia, Dura Peter hadn't learned much else, but the phrase we are all on the same side rolled off his tongue easily. Anyone who could come to the villa was considered one of their own. Dura Peter knew very well that those who could come to the villa were not ordinary people. Ordinary people couldn't even get in. Since we are all on the same side, I won't beat around the bush. Our company has encountered some issues in Asing country, and I hope Duke Peter can help. Jack Ma said with a smile. Dura Peter understood the general situation after hearing that, and asked, Is it the same problem as with the Penguin Group? Yes, exactly, Jack Ma nodded. Okay, small issue. I'll make a call to sort it out for you in a bit. Peter gave Jack Ma an okay gesture, confidently saying. He was also secretly cursing MOD for not being a decent person, always picking on Huaxia companies. Such a brain-dead thing. He couldn't even build a toilet in his own country, but kept shouting that he wanted to become a developed country and surpass Huaxia. Chapter 62. The game of four protecting one. Jack Ma and Penguin Ma, these two century-old friends, finally shared the same bed. Both of them had insomnia that night. It was uncomfortable for anyone to sleep next to their competitor. Early the next morning, they reached an agreement to put aside their previous identities while at Xia Feng's place and coexist peacefully without causing any unhappiness. To show their friendly agreement, they shook hands. Brother Ma. Their hands gripped tightly together, symbolizing that the two Ma's temporarily set aside their grievances. During the day, when there was nothing to do, Xiaolin had arranged to go play at the esports headquarters with National Little Wang. Xiaolin was originally a game streamer, mainly playing LOL, while National Little Wang had set up an esports company and had even won a championship. He had many skilled LOL players under him and was also a game enthusiast, having participated in competitions as a professional player before. The esports company was located in a building by the Pujiang River. When Xiaolin and her group arrived, the people at the esports company greeted National Little Wang. Liner, I called 3 people to take you around, National Little Wang told Xiaolin. Great. Are they all professional players? Will they think I'm too noob? Xiaolin felt a bit shy. Chapter 63. Jack Ma wanted to show off in the villa. Penguin Ma and others were chatting with Xiafeng. A group of big shots were discussing life issues with Xiafeng, which looked somewhat out of place. At that moment, Jack Ma's phone rang. He stood up, nodded, and ran outside the villa to answer the call. Hello, what's the matter? Jack Ma asked after connecting the call. Mr. Ma, the business in Asang country has fully opened. How did you manage that? Came Zhang's excited voice from the other end. Last night, Peter called MOD, and MOD got scolded again. This morning, he ordered the complete lifting of the restrictions on Abba Group's business. MOD, as the top dog in Asang country, had been scolded twice by Peter over a few days and was indeed feeling a bit gloomy, but helpless. Fortunately, no one knew. Otherwise, he would have lost face. Is that a small matter? I thought something significant had you so excited. All right, I understand. I have something to do in Magic City these days and won't be back. You take care of the company's matters. Jack Ma replied calmly, thinking it was just a trivial issue. Zhang on the other end felt puzzled. Just a couple of days ago, Mr. Ma had been frowning over this issue, and now he seemed to be putting on a facade. Chapter 64. Jiang Xian's hardship. Xiaolin initially said she didn't want to go, but after thinking about it, she decided it would be better to go. Mainly because Qinwen had just mentioned that it was a friend's birthday for National Little Wang, and if she said she wasn't going, they definitely wouldn't go either. That would hurt the feelings between friends. Besides, it's not nice to be too selfish. National Little Wang had cheered her up while playing games today, so she should listen to their plans tonight. Okay, I'll let my friends know. National Little Wang nodded. In a Magic City 4 Young Masters group. National Little Wang. Did you fatty say that out of anger? Yue, don't call me you fatty. I hate that name the most. Yue, where are the other 2 sycophants? Why didn't they show up today? National Little Wang. They're both driving and can't chat conveniently. They'll come to celebrate your birthday after dinner. Yue, are you serious? Yue, incredulous expression. National Little Wang. When have I ever lied? I never lie. The word lie doesn't exist in my dictionary. Yue, awkward expression. You successfully made me laugh, darling. National Little Wang, get lost. Chapter 65. Going to the birthday party when everyone arrived home. It was nearly 5:30 p.m. As soon as they reached the villa entrance, Jiang Quanxue ran out and asked Jiang Xian, did you buy the tofu and shallots? Yes, they're in Qindo's car. Jiang Xian nodded. That's good. Let's take the vegetables inside together. After saying that, Jiang Quanxue started helping to carry the vegetables. There were many people in the villa, filling up 2 entire trunks. Driving 2 Rolls Royces to buy groceries was quite something. They just needed a special label saying grocery shopping. Xiaoma, come over and wash the vegetables. What are you sitting there for? You don't have to cook today, Jiang Quanxue called out to Penguin Ma as soon as he brought the vegetables into the villa. Penguin Ma thought to himself, ever since Jack Ma came, Jiang Quanxue has been acting so arrogant, as if he finds me unsatisfactory everywhere. Didn't I just make a call while washing vegetables and retort you a bit? You're still holding a grudge? At that moment, Jack Ma rolled up his sleeves and walked into the kitchen, picked up the tofu they bought, sniffed it, and said, "This tofu is pretty good, quite tender." Eating tofu. Of course, you should choose the soft one. What dishes are you planning to make today? I'll wash them. Penguin Ma walked up to Jack Ma and asked. Chapter 66. Do you believe I can make him apologize with a phone call? Change targets? National Little Wong was furious upon hearing this. If this wasn't said to Summer Lin, it wouldn't matter to joke about others. National Little Wong liked to hang out with internet celebrities and often stirred up some well-known incidents. Li Xiao wasn't surprised to see National Little Wong making such jokes. Besides, he was one of the top young masters in the capital circle and naturally looked down on National Little Wong and his friends, the 4 young masters of Magic City. Moreover, after waiting for National Little Wong for several hours without reason, he felt even more displeased. Li Xiao, please be careful with your words. Some jokes can be made, but some jokes shouldn't be made lightly. Otherwise, you might face consequences you can't bear. National Little Wong's face was serious as he tried to give Li Xiao a reminder. Unfortunately, Li Xiao mistakenly thought National Little Wong was threatening him. You think I'm someone you can threaten? Little Wong, have you become bold lately? You dare to threaten me? Li Xiao looked displeased. Li Xiao, forget it. We're all friends. Just do me a favor today and say a little less. Yue Wei saw that things were getting out of hand and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Li Xiao was invited by him, and he felt the most uncomfortable at that moment. Moreover, he was one of the 4 young masters of Magic City, so if he really had to take sides, he would naturally stand with National Little Wong without hesitation. Chapter 67. I'm going to be beaten up. Yue Wei looked at the few people who got on the yacht and realized he had been abandoned by them. In the past, Jiang Xin had said in the group that he was once very ignorant and later recognized his mistakes. Yue Wei thought Jiang Xin was deliberately disgusting him, boasting. But now, looking at it, wasn't it like that? Yue Wei shook his head and followed them. Today was his birthday. Why worry about this? He didn't believe Li Gongzi would really come to apologize. Jumping into the river was impossible. Li Changhe went straight back to the hotel after leaving the riverside, planning to find 2 friends to have some drinks and see if he had any luck with romance tonight. It was really infuriating, especially with National Little Wong and the others. Didn't he just say he changed his target? Did he say something wrong? It was just the truth. He didn't say anything excessive. Everyone in Huaxia was someone of status, and being rebutted like that made him feel a bit uncomfortable. However, what intrigued him more was that National Little Wong and the others seemed to be in a frenzy, as if they had provoked his mother. The Brotherhood of the Capital Circle. This was a group chat created by some young masters in the capital. Li Changhe, I was just rebuked by Little Wong and the others. Damn it, these guys have grown bold. Li Changhe, everyone. Chapter 68. There's nothing wrong with this statement. Don't say. Li Changhe's voice was filled with pleading and fear. Even Yue Wei was dumbfounded. Was this really happening? Yue Wei calmed himself and curiously asked, Li Xiao, just tell me the truth, what happened? Sigh, I can't afford to mess with Summer Lin's brother. My dad has already been beaten by my grandpa. I probably won't fare any better. Li Changhe sighed, feeling a bit wronged. After all, he really hadn't done anything excessive, but that's how people are. Often, when facing someone of higher status, an unintentional action or glance can provoke discontent. Then you're doomed. This is true for both boyfriends and girlfriends, let alone such influential figures. When your girlfriend is upset with you, even breathing next to her feels like a mistake. Yue Wei, Summer Lin's brother, is someone who can talk on equal terms with Huang Lao. How can I not panic? My dad is practically ready to beat me up. Seeing Yue Wei not speak, Li Changhe continued. It's terrifying. No wonder National Little Wong and the others are willing to be sycophants. They're not fawning over Summer Lin, but over her brother. Chapter 69. Li Changhe's apology. Stop dragging it out. Hurry up and let someone dock the yacht. Remember to show us a jump into the river later. National Little Wong urged. Yue Wei got it. Yue Wei nodded and walked towards the control room. Under Yue Wei's arrangement, the yacht turned around in the Pujiang River and returned to the shore. Li Changhe had been waiting on the shore. Now, looking at the yacht docking, he quickly stood up and walked over. Just a while ago, he had stormed off, and now he was coming back in a disheveled manner. If this was a slap in the face, it was his own face being slapped. Young Master Wong, seeing the situation, was unfavorable. Li Changhe smiled and greeted National Little Wong. Although his smile looked worse than crying, he could only force himself to get through it. One shouldn't hit a smiling person. Oh, Li Xiao, why are you back again? Jiang Xin teased. Where's that smugness from before? Now you know the pot is made of iron? As Lin Heir's sycophant, Jiang Xin felt it was necessary to maintain Lin Heir's image at all times. A sycophant must have the awareness of a sycophant. Hee hee, young Master Jiang is joking. Li Changhe awkwardly smiled. Chapter 70. The Livestream Lottery begins. Penguin Ma felt a bit better after hearing Chun Daji's assurance. This is how it should be. Always letting me scold won't get anything done. Also, tonight Lin Air will be doing a livestream lottery, and you guys are responsible for following up. The winners will be contacted by you. Penguin Ma continued to instruct. All right, Boss Ma, everyone in the company will stay late tonight. Chun Dajia responded. As soon as they hung up, Chun Dajia called an emergency meeting, telling all employees to stay late, putting aside all work to support Lin Air's livestream. Some confused employees were baffled. Is Lin Air a streamer promoted by the platform? Why is President Chun giving her so much attention? I haven't heard the signing department mention signing Lin Air as a streamer. Chun Daji's actions shocked everyone, making it seem like the Sharp platform was only serving Lin Air. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a grand live stream was about to begin. Even before 8, there were already over 100,000 people waiting in Lin Air's live stream room, wondering if that married person would give up their wedding night to watch the live stream. At exactly 8 o'clock, Summer Lin opened the live stream and began broadcasting. Chapter 71. Perfect combination of two Ma. Jack Ma looked at the smug Penguin Ma, feeling speechless. This is truly shameless. Indeed, someone who specifically preys on elementary school students. This style is quite unusual. Brother Ma, isn't this a bit too much? Jack Ma had a face full of disbelief. What's too much about it? You're angry? It's good to be angry, haha. Penguin Ma laughed heartily at Jack Ma's husky expression. It's infuriating. Jack Ma understood the nature of Penguin Ma very well, and he didn't bother to say much. He turned to Ma Yuqin and said, Xiao Qin, do you have an account on the Sharp platform? Can you lend it to Uncle for a bit? Sure. Ma Yuqin nodded without thinking. She couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed of her father's behavior, which seemed a bit cheap. After hearing this, Penguin Ma shot Ma Yuqin a glare, thinking, what a little cotton-padded jacket. It's all drafty. In Xiaolin's live stream room, Dao Tongqilin said, Liner, when are we starting? I've been waiting so long, I can barely blink. My eyes are red. The powerless little fairy replied, haha, pretty much. My boyfriend says I watch these boring live streams every day, and now he's making me kneel on the ground as punishment. I have to win a consolation prize. I've liked that bag for a long time. It'll be a slap in his face. Chapter 72. Congratulations to the Daoist for winning the grand prize. Lei Ming found it hard to understand. It sounded like a fantasy. These two horses acted like enemies, never speaking even when sitting together at important meetings. Lei Ming had a good relationship with Jack Ma, and he knew Jack Ma looked down on Penguin Ma. They had been in a covert rivalry for over a decade, with their companies producing competing products. How could they possibly make peace? What is the situation with you two? Have you made peace? Lei Ming couldn't help but ask his question. Yes, Jack Ma sighed. Really? You must be kidding me, Lei Ming exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it seems I wasn't clear enough. We're just temporarily making peace here, not discussing any business, just agreeing not to cause conflicts privately. That's what I mean by making peace. Jack Ma explained when he saw Lei Ming had misunderstood. There was no way they could make peace in business. It would never happen in this lifetime. I see. Lei Ming nodded after hearing this, which was more acceptable. At the same time, it piqued Lei Ming's curiosity about what kind of situation allowed both horses to be under the same roof. Old Ma, you have something on your mind that you're hiding from me, Lei Ming asked, sounding like a little wife. Chapter 73. Awkward chat from Old Li, Old Huang, Old Zhou. Old Li, Old Feng. Long Out Yin greeted the four with a bow and exchanged pleasantries. Out Yin, you've worked hard. Have a seat, Old Huang said, pointing to a sofa nearby. Thank you, Old Huang, Long Out Yin replied seriously as he sat down straight. About what you mentioned on the phone last time, I can confirm he has entered the world. He is living an ordinary life every day now, and I suggest you don't disturb him. Old Huang brought up the matter of Xiaofeng first. Upon hearing this, Long Out Yin stood up and said, Old Huang, I want to see my benefactor. Long Out Yin didn't say much, but those words represented his determination. After being saved by Xiaofeng, Long Out Yin insisted on becoming Xiaofeng's disciple, kneeling outside for 3 days and nights. Xiaofeng directly told him, your aptitude is insufficient. Go back. Given your sincerity, I'll give you some guidance. Since then, Long Out Yin's cultivation progressed rapidly. In Long Out Yin's heart, Xiaofeng was like a rebirth parent to him. You old bastards still have that temper. You're over 40 but still so stubborn, Old Li teased Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin fell silent at the comment. Chapter 74. Invitation to the Festival. Modi was stunned after hanging up the phone. After all, he was a big deal in the country, and the tone of voice was completely disrespectful. It was impossible not to be angry. Bang! Modi slammed the phone on the ground, shattering it into pieces. A group of guards rushed in, and Modi waved his hand, saying it's fine, go out. Then he recalled the terrifying skills of Dula Peter and shivered. Bending down to pick up the broken phone and removing the SIM card, he then picked up a red phone on the table and dialed out, saying, immediately lift the ban on all enterprises in Huaxia and also call in Titania. After finishing the call, Modi hung up, and soon a middle-aged man in military yellow entered. Boss, the man greeted Modi with a somewhat inadequate salute. Titania, how's your team's training going? Modi asked directly. Reporting to the boss, very well, Titania replied, standing straight and speaking in a deep voice. If you were to guard against someone like Duke Peter, would you be able to handle it? Modi asked. Chapter 75, Departing for Han City. Hurry up and agree. Pengwama almost shouted. If everyone went to Han City for the Sharp Platform celebration, it would be unacceptable not to find a chance to confront Jack Ma. Xiaofeng looked at Xia Lin's eager little eyes and smiled, saying, then let's go. It's good to get out for a walk. Yay! After receiving Xiaofeng's confirmation, Xia Lin jumped up excitedly. Oh yeah! Penguin Ma tightly clenched his fist and secretly made an oh yeah gesture under the table. Then cast a hostile glance at Jack Ma. You keep hugging others' thighs all day, not saving any for yourself. Young Master Xia, let's take my private jet. I'll arrange the itinerary. Jiang Quanshui seized the opportunity. All right, then you can arrange it, Xiaofeng replied. Jiang Quanshui was overjoyed and assured, young Master Xia, don't worry. I've arranged everything perfectly for the trip. After hearing this, Jack Ma and Penguin Ma both regretted their oversight. Such a good opportunity was snatched by Jiang Quanshui. The Sharp Platform's 7th anniversary celebration would be held in 3 days, and everyone planned to go over tomorrow to have 2 days of fun in Han City. Early the next morning, 5 luxury cars drove out from Xiaofeng's villa, heading straight for the airport. Chapter 76, Doing More Charity is Beneficial. Jiang Quanshui's sudden behavior startled Jiang Zhongwen. After all, he was the secretary of Vice Governor Liu, and being so disrespectful to Secretary Wang was tantamount to disrespecting Vice Governor Liu. No matter how powerful General Jiang was, he was still a businessman. Jiang Zhongwen thought in surprise. Could it be that General Jiang has gone mad? How could he do something so foolish? First opening the car door for a young person and then being so rude to Secretary Wang? You could let Penguin Ma and Jack Ma in. But we're all big shots, so that's fine. Jiang Quanshui looked at the astonished Jiang Zhongwen and asked, what's wrong? Is there anything inappropriate about my actions? Uh-huh. Jiang Zhongwen nodded heavily. There's nothing inappropriate. No time means no time. Just because he invites me to dinner, do I have to go? Jiang Quanshui laughed, not feeling that he did anything wrong at all, clinging to a powerful figure, feeling so lofty, surprised as he was. Jiang Zhongwen couldn't stop Jiang Quanshui from doing anything since he was the boss. Meanwhile, Secretary Wang, holding the disconnected phone, looked bewildered and felt somewhat displeased. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. After all, I represent Vice Governor Liu, and if Jiang Quanshui, it doesn't give him face. It's the same as not giving face to Vice Governor Liu. Chapter 77. Chance Encounter. Penguin Ma felt a bit guilty after being criticized by Jiang Quanshui and Jack Ma. He thought he hadn't made money unethically, but he did earn some money from kids in the game, which wasn't exactly honorable, fearing that Xiaofeng would be unhappy. Penguin Ma secretly gave the two a look, signaling them not to expose his background. There was no need to dig into him like that. Doing charity and education is indeed a good thing. Teacher Ma, you're doing well. Xiaofeng gave Jack Ma an appreciative glance. Upon hearing this, Jack Ma was instantly invigorated and humbly said, I will pay more attention to charity in this area in the future. Education for children is a huge expense for every family. It's easier for the wealthy, but the poor simply can't afford it. Although tuition fees have been waived, the overall costs are even higher than before. Previously, there were small shops and restaurants outside schools. Now there are tutoring and interest classes outside schools. They're squeezing the joy of childhood from children and also draining the wallets of adults. Mr. Ma, I will donate 1 billion euros to you. You help me invest in education for charity, said Dula Peter. Okay, I sincerely thank you on behalf of the children, Jack Ma replied from the heart. Chapter 78. Wanting to establish connections, Vice Governor Liu felt a bit perplexed. He knew his comrades well. This guy had no friends at all. Was it possible that the group of people he just saw included someone he knew? Unlikely. They were all business tycoons, and there shouldn't be any connections, right? At this moment, Long Ao Yin was completely excited, and his eyes unknowingly became moist, unable to hold back tears. After returning from the U.S., he had planned to find time to meet Xia Feng in Shanghai, but he was discouraged by Li Lao and others who made him feel worthless. He eventually gave up that thought. However, they were right. With his personality, going over there would indeed be a bit awkward. Since that day, Long Ao Yin had been trying to make himself more easygoing, smiling more often. This was why Vice Governor Liu asked him to smile earlier. He really did smile, even if it looked worse than crying. But he had taken the first step. Suddenly, Long Ao Yin stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked Vice Governor Liu, "What does it mean to have thick skin?" Vice Governor Liu almost bumped into Long Ao Yin, and before he could speak, he was stunned by this profound question. "What does it mean to have thick skin? You ask me, who do I ask?" Chapter 79. Who exactly is he? Vice Governor Liu felt very embarrassed. Really very embarrassed. This was the first time in many years that he felt such embarrassment. He couldn't decide whether to stay or go, his hands fidgeting by his pants, hoping to ease the awkwardness. Long Ao Yin was so ungrateful. He had invited him to drink, and in the blink of an eye, he abandoned him. "Can't you just take a glance back? Just one glance. Don't you know there's someone standing behind? Xia Xiao, let me introduce you. The person at the door is Vice Governor Liu from Han Province, an old acquaintance of mine," Jiang Quanshui said, looking at the restless Vice Governor Liu at the door. Upon hearing this introduction, Long Ao Yin finally realized that he had been too excited and had forgotten his comrade. "Master, he is an old comrade of mine." Now working in Han Province, Long Ao Yin quickly added. Vice Governor Liu was moved to tears, finally remembered. "Then let's sit down and eat together," Xia Feng waved and invited. "Thank you, Xia Xiao." Vice Governor Liu couldn't understand Xia Feng's identity and could only follow everyone in calling him Xia Xiao. Even Long Ao Yin would kneel to call him master, so he must be a truly extraordinary figure. Chapter 80. Don't Get Me in Trouble. Jack Ma and Penguin Ma stared intently at Jiang Quanshui, waiting for him to continue. "Come on, don't just brag," Jack Ma urged. After a few people gathered, they seemed to have picked up some vulgar catchphrases from somewhere. They rolled off the tongue, and they didn't even realize it. It was probably learned from the national little king. "Teacher Ma, why are you so anxious? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, you know?" Jiang Quanshui rolled his eyes at Jack Ma. He then switched his phone to the contacts page, found someone named Zhao Zhuren, and dialed. "Aren't you just going to call someone?" Jack Ma cursed. "Shoo, this is the secretary of the big boss above. Don't talk." Jiang Quanshui made a silencing gesture. "Hello, General Jiang. Minister Su is in a meeting. Do you have something to discuss?" Zhao Zhuren's voice came through the phone. "Minister Su is truly a role model for us. It's so late, and he's still in a meeting. Today, I'm not looking for Minister Su. I have something to ask you." Jiang Quanshui complimented Minister Su first, then brought up his question to Zhao Zhuren. Minister Su was indeed a big boss Jiang Quanshui had a good relationship with. They were college classmates. Chapter 81. Touring East Lake. Zhao Zhuren was stunned on the phone. Jiang Quanshui's arrogant attitude made him feel a chill. He wasn't joking about Long Ao Yin's terrifying nature. Zhao Zhuren was worried that Jiang Quanshui might act recklessly, so he sent a warning message again. The message sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea. Jiang Quanshui had no intention of replying. Until Minister Su finished the meeting, Zhao Zhuren hurriedly approached him and said, "Leader, I have something important to report." "What is it?" Minister Su asked. "It's about General Jiang. He sent me a picture of Team Leader Long kneeling on the ground. I told him that he would bring trouble upon himself by doing this, but he wouldn't listen." After saying this, Zhao Zhuren showed Minister Su his chat content. After looking at it, Minister Su frowned and said, "You can go. I will personally call him." Zhao Zhuren felt he had done everything he could. If Jiang Quanshui wanted to seek death, there was nothing he could do. After Zhao Zhuren left, Minister Su directly dialed Jiang Quanshui's number. "Hey, old classmate. Done with your work?" Jiang Quanshui chuckled when the call connected. "Stop joking around. What is going on? Where did you get that photo?" Minister Su questioned. Chapter 82. Stars Come Stay Dong was the typical person who couldn't stand seeing others do better than him. Xiao Lin was originally an 18-line small streamer, while he was a top streamer, and they both streamed the same game. Now that Xiao Lin suddenly became the top streamer on Shark, he felt extremely unbalanced being overshadowed. He heard that during one of Xiao Lin's live streams, two rich young men each spent tens of millions of soft sister coins. He might not make that much money in 10 years. Xiao Lin accomplished it in just one day. He felt that all his hard work was not worth as much as Xiao Lin's casual success. Adong, stop talking nonsense. Do you remember the big white rabbit? Said the game streamer Squid, who was friends with him. After Squid said that, a few people finally reacted. Not long ago, that big white rabbit seemed to have exposed Xiao Lin's scandal, saying she was being kept by Wanda Xiao, and then the live stream room was permanently banned. As for where Big White Rabbit is now, no one knows. Anyway, there hasn't been any news about him for a long time. I didn't say anything. Could they still ban me? The Shark platform, backed by Penguin, is a large platform and wouldn't do something so unreasonable. As for Big White Rabbit being banned, it's definitely because he made some inappropriate comments. Chapter 83. Dispute Ramada Hotel. Around 5:30 in the afternoon, 2 more business cars arrived. As soon as the cars stopped, a large crowd surrounded them, shouting, "Kai Winner, I love you." When the people in the business cars got out, they kindly took a photo with the fans and even signed a few autographs symbolically. "All right, babies, I'm going to rest at the hotel now." Kai Winner smiled and greeted her supportive fans. Kai Winner is a popular star and a rising flower, the king of traffic. "Vina, I love you. Winner, we support you." As Kai Winner began to leave, the cheers grew louder. Just as Kai Winner stepped into the hotel lobby, she said to her assistant beside her, "Those annoying fans didn't follow us, did they?" Her face showed impatience and disdain. "Sister Winner, they were all blocked by security at the door and didn't follow us." The assistant glanced back and said, "Let's go upstairs to rest. The business reserved the presidential suite, right? If it's not the presidential suite, I'm not staying." After saying that, Kai Winner took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on. "It's the presidential suite. The business told me before. We go straight to the front desk to get the room card when we arrive at the hotel. Sister Winner, please wait a moment," the assistant said as she jogged towards the front desk. Chapter 84. Kai Winner almost laughed in anger. "You let me go, and I'll go? Isn't that a joke? Do you think you're someone important?" She has her current status thanks to the company's strong support. Her company's background is equally impressive. She doesn't worry about these trivial matters at all. No matter what happens, the company will help her with public relations. Unless a huge scandal is exposed and the company can't suppress the negative public opinion, that's a different story. Besides, she's not stupid. Why would she create negative public opinion for no reason? "Sister Winner, those two are too arrogant," the assistant said, somewhat disapprovingly. "Why bother with ignorant people like that? Let's go back to the room," Kai Winner said, shaking her head as she walked towards her room. The hotel manager awkwardly smiled and left with his team. As long as neither side started a fight, it was fine. After that, how they played was none of his business. After returning to her room, Kai Winner called her boss, speaking in a gentle and pleasant voice. "President Hu." Today Winner was bullied. "Bullied? What do you mean?" President Hu asked. "Oh, why just arrive at the hotel? I ran into 2 shrews who even scolded me, saying I'm just an actress who can only show off." Winner felt so sad after hearing that. Chapter 85. I will decide for you, Shark Platform Headquarters. In Chun Dajia's office, he directly called in his secretary. "You immediately let the Public Relations Department cancel all cooperation with Kai Winner, and also make her return the presidential suite at the Ramada Hotel." Chun Dajia instructed directly. "Okay, President Chun." The secretary, although curious, didn't dare to ask. The principle of a qualified secretary is to do more and say less. The Shark Platform's efficiency is very high. They quickly notified Kai Winner's assistant and ordered them to return the room within an hour. The assistant was dumbfounded upon receiving this news. "What the hell? This is so shameless. Sister Winner, something's wrong." The assistant rushed to knock on the bathroom door. "What is it? Don't startle me," Kai Winner said unhappily. "The Shark Platform canceled all our cooperation and told us to return the room," the assistant quickly said. After hearing this, Kai Winner froze for a moment and exclaimed, "How could this happen?" "Sister Winner, it's true. Hurry up and come out." The assistant's anxious voice came from outside the bathroom. Kai Winner directly wrapped herself in a towel and ran out. After seeing the termination of cooperation statement sent from the Shark Platform, she was so angry that both her little fists were shaking. Chapter 86. Helpless Kelly Entertainment Company has been established for decades and once popularized numerous A-list stars. When the film industry was just emerging, they seized the opportunity to invest in a few comedy films and youth idol dramas, reaping a considerable box office. Everyone knows that comedy films and youth idol dramas have the lowest investment costs and huge returns, because such films don't even need to spend on special effects. Especially youth idol dramas, Apart from hiring two popular stars, which costs a bit more, the rest doesn't require much money. A few years ago, two well-known youth idol dramas came from their company, with actors all being artists under their label, investing less than 10 million and earning 7 to 800 million at the box office, a huge profit. Billy lay on his own sofa, patiently waiting for a reply. He was very confident that with Zhang Ting's involvement, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. Zhang Ting didn't delay in taking care of Hu Li's request. After all, they were old friends, and it wasn't too much to help out with a few good words. Zhang Ting's first call was to Old Wang, as Yida Group's film industry was quite large, and they often interacted. Chapter 87. Who is Xiao Long? When Hu Li received this call, he was in a state of shock. Am I really done for? He hadn't done anything. It must be that damn Kai Wenner who offended someone unfathomable. Ever since she called him, a series of problems had arisen. Hu Li, in a frenzy, dialed Kai Wenner's number. President Hu, how's it going? I'm waiting for good news from you. Kai Wenner's soft voice came from the phone. In the past, when Hu Li heard Kai Wenner's voice, he would feel a rush of heat throughout his body. But at this moment, he suddenly felt extremely disgusted, even wanting to vomit. Whom the hell did you offend? You're finished. You've ruined the company. I will never let you go. Hu Li screamed into the phone, pouring out his inner anxieties. What happened, President Hu? Kai Wenner, upon hearing this, was somewhat at a loss, a sense of fear rising within her. Get your ass back here right now. I'm waiting for you at home. If you don't come, it's up to fate. Hu Li hung up the phone directly, his heart ablaze with anger, needing to release it on Kai Wenner. Chapter 88. I can't do anything. Shark Platform headquarters in Han City. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kimama brought everyone to the headquarters early. Without saying much, Kimama just wanted to show off. The evening's grand ceremony was held at the Han City Sports Arena, which can accommodate over 100,000 people. The second floor at the upper right of the stage had some private rooms, similar to luxurious boxes in a restaurant. This time, the Shark Platform celebration spent a lot of money, inviting many well-known celebrities from the country, not to mention choosing the location at the Han City Sports Arena. Chun Daji knew that Kimama would be coming in the afternoon, so he waited downstairs at the headquarters early. When he saw a fleet of Rolls-Royce cars approaching, he could guess without thinking that it was Kimama. Boss Ma was indeed impressive. The Shark Platform's 7th anniversary celebration was such a grand affair. It seemed that Boss Ma had recently shifted his focus to the live streaming industry, which was also a recognition of his own abilities. Chun Daji jogged over to the front car, and just as it came to a stop, he rushed over to help Kimama open the door. According to the normal procedure, Kimama would definitely be sitting in the lead car. Just as Chun Daji's hand reached out, he was suddenly pushed away by a strong force, nearly stumbling. When he looked up, he saw a big man glaring at him with an angry expression. Chapter 89. I'll be the accompanist. Seeing that Xia Lin was hesitating to respond, Kimama asked carefully, for example, singing, dancing, just do something to get by. And I'll arrange a few backup dancers for you. Singing? That wouldn't work. Xia Lin had sung once in a live stream and lost tens of thousands of followers since then. She dare not sing anymore. However, dancing was still an option since she had a bit of a foundation. Uncle Ma, do you think dancing is okay? Xia Lin confirmed her performance direction. Dancing is good. You can just dance casually on stage, and I'll have someone coordinate with you. Kimama nodded after hearing this, and then looked at Chun Daji, continuing. Which celebrities have been invited to this celebration? There were more than 10 first-tier celebrities, including La Bei Bei, Guan Xiao Xiao, Di Li Ri Ba, Ouyang Lala, Jin Xiaocheng, Yang Yang, Wang Xiaokai, and so on. Chun Daji named a dozen popular male and female stars in succession. Kimama didn't quite understand. He had heard these names a few times, but he didn't know what talents they had. Choose 2 people to accompany Liner in her dance. Kimama didn't understand these things and could only leave it to Chun Daji. Chapter 90. Jack Ma makes a grand entrance. When did I ever say I would go on stage to dance with Xia Lin? Kimama looked at Xia Feng's encouraging expression and was speechless. What to do? Should he refuse or not? Would refusing seem too pretentious? Xiao Ma, come on. I will go on stage to sing for you. Xiao Xiao is very satisfied with our combination. Just as Kimama hesitated, he was hit again by Jack Ma's bombshell. It's not like that. Dancing really doesn't work. Kimama looked at Jack Ma's smug expression and wished he could make him leave immediately. How could there be such a shameless person? He hadn't even invited him, yet he had the nerve to come over. He had never seen someone so brazen. He couldn't trust a single punctuation mark of what he said. With Jack Ma saying that, it seemed he had no choice but to go. Since Xia Xiao is interested, I'll go up and make a fool of myself. After saying that, Kimama glanced at Jack Ma. This time, he was smiling on the surface, but cursing inside. All right, with two uncles here, I won't be so scared. Xiao Lin made a decisive statement. And there was no turning back now. Okay, let's choose a love song. That way, it can match Linner's dance. Kimama took the lead. Chapter 91. The global celebration. Jack Ma's appearance stunned the audience on-site and those watching on their phones. How did Jack Ma transform into a musician to attend the Shark Platform celebration? Does the Shark Platform have that kind of strength? ISNT, the Shark Platform under the Kimama group? If anyone were to come, it should be Kimama. Shark Platform's official live stream. Aced, what the hell? What's going on? It feels like I'm watching the annual meeting of the ABBA group. Back then, Dad Ma wore this Jack outfit. So cool. Zhao Wu, who loves spicy oil. Wazti had said that there would be explosive news at 10. Whereas Linner, crying emoji. Jatianbang Suke. Why ISNT at Linner? It turns out this surprise is for Dad Ma. Being rich is really nice. Jatianbang Zhao Daiju. Sigh. In the end, Linner lost to Dad Ma. Quick, give me two people. What the hell can Linner compare to Dad Ma? Quaishing color temperature. Exactly. Damn it. Shark Live is becoming Linner's live stream. Looking at you people is really disgusting. Winery wine. A bunch of idiots eat my 3 knives. As Jack Ma took the stage, the atmosphere became extremely lively, and the audience stood up to cheer for him. Jack Ma waved to everyone with his confident smile. Chapter 92. Arriving in Kyoto after everyone returned to their rooms. They couldn't wait to start showing off, especially the national little king, who didn't even bother to close the door and directly called Lao Wang. After a while, Lao Wang answered the phone. Dad, I got a magic pill again, exclaimed the national little king excitedly. Oh, really? Lao Wang's voice also revealed excitement. This is a real magic pill. As long as you're not dead, you can be full of life. Yes, today, Xia Xiao said everyone worked hard, and everyone has a reward, the national little king replied honestly. Everyone? Then does Kimama have it too? Lao Wang was taken aback. Yes, everyone has it. Damn it. So Kimama and Jiang Quanshui are getting double portions. I really can't deal with these two. Is the company not managing this at all? Lao Wang regretted hearing this, thinking he should have gone too. I'm not sure about that. The national little king didn't know how their company handled it. Son, you've grown up. Why don't you come back to manage the company? Dad should retire now, Lao Wang sighed. Dad, you're still strong and can manage for another few decades. If it doesn't work, just take the magic pill and continue. Xiao Xiao is calling me. I'll hang up now. Chapter 93. Let us see who is showing off. This is a car that is not sold outside the country, and it's the kind with flags. Such cars are usually seen on TV, and very few people see them in real life. Driving this kind of car on the road, even if it doesn't yield, the traffic police at the intersection will consciously salute and let it pass. Apart from La Bei and Jin Xiaocheng, others were fine. These things happening to Xiaofeng were not a big deal. Little gadget. Sprinkle some water. Master, please get in the car. Long Out Yin quickly walked to the car and respectfully opened the door. Linner, you go play with them. I have to handle some matters, Xiaofeng instructed Xiao Lin. Okay, go ahead, brother, Xiao Lin nodded. After that, Xiaofeng got into the car, and everyone started to get in one after another after the car drove away. Miss Xia, my grandpa asked me to take you around Kyoto. Where do you want to go next? I can take you anywhere. Li Chang has said, with a flattering expression as he ran up. We know the way too. No need for you to lead. The national little Wang said as he stepped forward. Wang Xiao, don't say that. After all, I'm a bit more familiar. So just treat me as a bag carrier. Li Chang has smiled awkwardly at the embarrassed national little Wang. Chapter 94. What are they laughing at? When Lu Xiao suggested going to box 6 to see who Li Changhe was pretending to be, they all cheered. Let us go. Let us see how Li Xiao is doing. Ha! You just want to see if there are any beauties, right? What there are beauties? Am I going to compete with Li Xiao? They exited the box and headed straight for box 6. After arriving at the box, Yu Wei directly ignored Li Changhe and walked up to Xiao Lin, smiling as he said, Beauty Xiao Lin, I'm sorry for dropping by uninvited. Tonight, I'll treat you. Damn, who asked you to treat? You're openly stealing my business. Li Changhe scolded after hearing this. We're in Kyoto, so why can't I pay for a meal? And you're trying to steal it. This is really too much. Yu Wei smiled awkwardly and did not respond to Li Changhe's words. You shall please sit down. The dishes will be served soon, Xiao Lin said with a smile. Just call me you fatty. That's what they all call me, Yu Wei said as he found a spot to sit down next to Xiao Lin. Normally, he hated being called you fatty by people like the national little Wang, but now he brought it up himself, which felt a bit cheap. You fatty. Why did you come to Kyoto? Qin Do asked Yu Wei. Chapter 95. Life and Death Matters. Lu Liwei was beaten to a pulp, and they only let him go after having their fun. Lu Liwei lay on the ground like a dog, covering his face with his hands. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't even recognize him when he got back. Okay, so you guys think it's fun to bully the weak, huh? Just wait, Lu Liwei said, sitting on the ground, his trembling hand reaching into his pocket to prepare to call for help. Normally, these young masters would just exchange words. Who would really go so far as to fight? Actually, hitting someone would be a loss of status. Lu Liwei experienced today what it was like to deal with a pack of mad dogs. Lu Liwei, don't rush to call. If you want to call, I'll help you make a call myself. Li Chang'e stopped Lu Liwei's actions and immediately dialed his grandfather's number. Oldie was currently playing rock, paper, scissors with Xiaofeng when his secretary came in and whispered something to him. I'll take a call. You all continue, Oldie said and got up to leave. He had specifically instructed his secretary to inform him immediately if anyone from home called. Knowing that Xia Lin was with his grandson Li Chang'e, in case something really happened that needed timely handling. Chang'e, what is the matter? Oldie asked as he answered the call after stepping outside. Chapter 96. Shock in the capital circle. The national little Wang saw Li Chang'e acting so pretentious and didn't say much. After all, he had just slapped Lu Liwei together with him, and he felt satisfied. He didn't expect that this time, coming to Kyoto, he could directly slap the top young master of Kyoto, which felt great. As for revenge, the national little Wang wasn't worried at all. After today, Lu Liwei wouldn't have the guts, and besides, the national little Wang wasn't afraid, so it didn't matter. I'll go have the waiter serve the dishes. It's been a while, and nothing has come out yet. You all chat for a bit, Li Chang'e said with a light step as he walked out of the box, feeling refreshed from today's events. Brotherhood in the capital. Li Chang'e. Everyone. I'm feeling great today. I knocked Lu Liwei out with a slap, and I slapped him more than 10 times. My hand is even sore. As soon as Li Chang'e stepped out of the box, he began to show off. This Brotherhood group chat in the capital was formed by a few of them who got along well, generally used for everyone to show off. Ganshangava. Hugging emoji. This guy's had epilepsy since he was a child. Don't mind it. Wan Rinjan. Is it daytime and you're here bragging? Hongrun. Don't mind him. Let him keep bragging. I've got peanuts ready. Chapter 97. In the blink of an eye, to be honest, this is my first time writing a fight scene, and it feels extremely awkward and terrible. To avoid you all criticizing me, I'll self-reflect first. Even though old Huang and the others knew about Xia Feng's abilities, they were still staring at each other in shock. This was beyond human comprehension, especially the scene where Xia Feng grabbed Long Outyin. It was like catching a chick. He didn't know if it would mess up his hairstyle. With his child, it is truly a blessing for Huaxia. Old Huang sighed as he watched Xia Feng disappear without a trace. Yes, stop looking. Let us go inside to eat peanuts and sober up. Oldie nodded and ran inside first. Oldie, take it slow. Leave some for us. Don't hog it all. Old Feng hurriedly followed him in. Old Huang, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. Xia Feng suddenly appeared in the sky, holding Long Outyin. Long Outyin, who was being carried through the air, was completely shocked. He knew Xia Feng was very powerful, but seeing him fly directly in the air was something he had never seen before. This first-hand experience made his racing heart numb. Is that the island down there? Xia Feng pointed to the island below and asked, as he had sensed the people above. Chapter 98. The U.S. shows favor after Long Outyin dealt with the remaining people. He immediately ran into the base to rescue the other members of Team Tian. There were 7 members of Team Tian being held here, 5 men and 2 women. Boss, why are you here? One of them, named by he, asked Long Outyin in surprise. The Americans had special abilities to guard here, and they were well aware of this. It was precisely because of these abilities that they had been completely controlled. Still having the face to say that just a few special abilities, Long Outyin reprimanded with a stern face. Despite his stern expression, he was very concerned about his subordinates. After hearing Long Outyin brag, another member of Team Tian, Yi Lang, asked, Boss, what about the special abilities? Did they leave? They have left, and forever, Long Outyin said with a shudder, trying to act cool. What does that mean, boss? The members of Team Tian looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean by that? Yi Lang continued to question. Can't understand human words? They all died. Long Outyin explained. Huh? All dead? The members of Team Tian opened their mouths in shock. Boss, do you have that kind of strength now? A member named Huang Bao asked. Chapter 99. Who is Liner? At the Chris Hotel in Kyoto, Old Wang brought Jack Ma and others to a large private room where they could eat and sing. Old Wang also booked the presidential suite at this hotel. Old Wang, Teacher Ma said he wants to spar with you in singing, so you can embarrass him in front of everyone, Jiang Quanshui said, half lying on the sofa, looking at Old Wang. Yes, all day with the attitude of I'm a singer. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. I also support you, Old Wang. The penguin horse chimed in. Old Wang is also someone who loves to sing. And when he heard the two of them stirring things up, he became interested as well. He looked at Jack Ma and said, Teacher Ma, want to sing a couple of songs? Come on, Old Wang, you sing first. I'll send a message to General Lei. He said he'd come after dinner. I'll send him the location, Jack Ma replied. In a singing competition, he never backs down from anyone. After hearing this, Old Wang quietly chose to sing Wessie love song. Unlike Jack Ma, Old Wang prefers old songs, especially those with high notes, as he believes that's how he can express his life. Jack Ma, on the other hand, is passionate about rock music, and his favorite songs are from Beyond, which he sings in his own mixed Cantonese, lost in self-indulgence. Chapter 100. I'm freaking out. Lei Ming looked at everyone's serious demeanor, as if they were receiving an important leader, which made him a bit anxious. He just came to chat and bond with everyone, never expecting to meet an important leader. He wasn't even prepared for it. Teacher Ma, are we inviting some important leader? Lei Ming quietly asked Jack Ma, standing beside him. No, just wait and see. Jack Ma replied, ignoring Lei Ming afterward. Lei Ming felt embarrassed and could only patiently wait with everyone. After about 3 minutes, Lei Ming felt like it had been half a century. This anxious feeling was quite uncomfortable. The first to enter was the national Little Wang, whom Lei Ming naturally recognized. The key was that this kid had even clashed with him once. At a press conference for Rice Abroad, Lei Ming introduced Rice for in his broken English. And the national Little Wang posted a tweet mocking him, saying he shouldn't embarrass himself abroad with his poor English. Later, when Lei Ming found out, he specifically called Old Wang to say, your kid even dares to mock me. Old Wang was not pleased and scolded the national Little Wang, saying it was one thing to mock other stars with questionable behavior, but how dare he mock Lei Ming? Chapter 101. Haggard-Huli Old Wang was in a presidential suite, which had 3 rooms. Xia Lin, Qin Wen, and Ma Yuqin shared one. Lina, let's go live. I'm so bored. Let me chat with your fans, Qin Wen said while lying on the couch in the living room. Sure, and ask how my performance was yesterday. Xia Lin nodded. She hadn't asked everyone about her performance at the Sharp Platform's 7th anniversary celebration yet. As soon as Xia Lin opened the live stream, fans started to join. Xia Lin's live room. Cold Flame. Oh, first floor, I was completely charmed by Linner's performance yesterday. Exploding Sky Gang Sword Pavilion Master. You're just here to ride coattails, right? Did you come because you saw double Ma supporting Linner? Exploding Sky Gang Suke. What the hell? The person above, retract your statement so I can resend it. How dare you steal the leader's words? Exploding Sky Gang Lin Xian. Exactly. Do you want to be kicked out of the gang? Cold Flame sent 100 rockets with a message. Linner, I've given you my salary for this month, and I only have 600 left for instant noodles. Love to eat bayberry soda. You up there? You're not a true fan. Why leave 600 bucks? Just go out early every day, open your mouth to the northwest, and drink the northwest wind to fill up, right? Chapter 102. Double Ma bickering Zhang Ting shook his head like a rattle, looking as if he couldn't believe it. The host is at most considered someone's hobby. But behind her, it's definitely Old Li, probably a descendant of Old Li. Otherwise, Long Outyin wouldn't interfere, and if Long Outyin gets involved, it's definitely Old Li. Although Zhang Ting knew this very well, he didn't dare to say it, as it involved a high level that he couldn't afford to mess with. He was well aware of the saying trouble comes from the mouth. Zhang Ting, I can't figure it out either, but the problem must lie with this girl. So, I wanted to ask you about her, if there's a way to get forgiveness through her, who Li thought of starting with Xia Lin, as he felt she was the key person. I don't know the girl you're talking about. Even if you're right, I'd advise you to give up on that thought. The people behind her have an astonishing background. You have enough money, you could spend your whole life and never finish it. If the company goes down, it goes down. You have to know how to let go to gain greater returns. Seeing that Hu Li was still stubborn, Zhang Ting kindly advised him. Zhang Ting also knew that Hu Li's company had recently shrunk by half. Even if it shrank again, there would still be over 2 billion left. Would he be able to spend it all in this lifetime? Chapter 103. Rice Technology Park. After everyone sat down, Su Taoming looked around to see the important guest Xia Lin mentioned. On the way, Jiang Quanshui had repeatedly warned his old classmate that a girl named Xia Lin was extremely important and he advised him to put away his official demeanor. As for the reason, Jiang Quanshui didn't elaborate. They had a close relationship, and with a little hint, they both knew what to do. Since Director Su and General Jiang are here, let us get ready for dinner, Lei Ming said. Okay, I'll go call Liner and the others for dinner, Jack Ma said, standing up and walking towards Xiaolin. After hearing this, Su Taoming looked at Jiang Quanshui, who nodded in understanding. The two exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions. When Xiaolin came over, Su Taoming stared at her for a moment, then noticed Du La Peter beside her. At that moment, Su Taoming stood up and called out, Duke Peter, I didn't expect you to be here too. Du La Peter's identity was different. Being a businessman was just one of his identities. His main identity was that of a Duke of Great Britain. Above a duke are princes and queens. Of course, this is just his public title. The true fear comes from his power as a duke, which is not known to ordinary people. Chapter 104. Rose session. When Lei Ming saw Penguin Ma and Jack Ma personally start to clear the tableware, he quickly called for someone to help clear the food. Among the attendees, only Lei Ming and Su Taoming didn't know who Xia Feng was. Everyone else held him in high regard, especially Su Taoming, who had no idea who Xia Feng was. He had never heard of such a big shot in China. Su Taoming could be considered a big shot himself, but he truly knew nothing about Xia Feng. Watching everyone busy, Su Taoming was a bit stunned. He wanted to pull Jiang Quanshui aside and ask who the Xia Feng was, why such a fuss was made, and when they arrived, they said Xiaolin's identity was exceptionally respected, without mentioning Xiaolin's brother, Xia Feng. From their performance, it seemed that Xiaolin's noble status was entirely because of her brother, Xia Feng. With everyone working together, the dining table was cleaned up thoroughly. Jack Ma tied on an apron and stood by the kitchen counter, calling out to Lei Ming, General Lei, do you have any tofu and pickled garlic? No. Lei Ming shook his head. He only had high-end ingredients here and really didn't have any of these light ones. Chapter 105. You offended someone your grandfather should respect. Su Taoming fell a bit speechless. It seemed that asking was pointless. He would just wait for that person named Xia Feng to arrive to understand the situation. Guomin Xiaowang and Qin Do quickly bought the necessary materials and washed the scallions before handing them to Jack Ma. All right, you two are done here. Go wait for young Master Xia at the door, Jack Ma said as he took the items. Okay, we'll head down now. Guomin Xiaowang nodded in response. Jack Ma focused on cooking, not bothering with anything else. After about 40 minutes, he had prepared a large table of dishes. The food was ready, but Xia Feng had not yet arrived. The Dami Technology Park was in the suburbs, and everyone knew the traffic in Kyoto. If it weren't for Long Outyan driving a special domestic car, it would probably take more than 2 hours to arrive at noon. After another 10 minutes, Xia Feng finally appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone stood up to greet him, including Lei Ming and Su Taoming. As Xia Feng approached, Su Taoming seemed to recognize someone familiar. Long Outyan? Damn. Su Taoming cursed silently in his heart. Wasn't this Long Outyan? Chapter 106. You have today. You offended someone your grandfather should respect. This phrase echoed in his mind like a haunting melody, entangling his thoughts. To be honest, he didn't believe it. But since it was said by his mother, he had to believe it. Plus, the sound of slaps from the day he was beaten seemed to ring in his ears again. This was an order given directly by his grandfather. If it weren't for someone his grandfather respected, would his grandfather really have been so ruthless? Obviously not. Lu Liwei closed his eyes and lay on the bed, no longer speaking. A tear slid down his cheek, directly falling into his ear. It was unclear whether it was tears of pain or tears of grievance. It didn't matter anymore. Lu Liwei knew that this beating was in vain. He would never pretend to be cool again. Pretending was risky, and one must be cautious. Feng Lily watched her son so dejected, feeling both helpless and heartbroken, and could only let out a faint sigh. Quan Jude, box number 6. Li Changhe crossed his legs, holding his cigarette, and proudly looked at the people in front of him, saying, yes, that's the position of the 10,000 people slaughterer. Lu Liwei is just kneeling there getting slapped by me. You have to kneel to help me recall more. Chapter 107. Old Wang selling tea. In the Magic City, Hung Tai Real Estate, Xiaolin's villa. It was already 6 in the afternoon when they got home. On the way back, Guomin Xiaowang and the others were sent to the supermarket to buy groceries. Everyone worked together to tidy up the house since they hadn't been back for several days. Jack Ma shouted voluntarily, I'll take the living room. Jiang Quanshui was the first to run to the storage room to grab a broom, mop, and towel. I'll take care of the kitchen. I still need to cook later, Jack Ma said. Then I'll clean the windows, Penguin Ma quickly added. I'll clean the tables, chairs, and sofa. Dula Peter ran to grab the towel from Jiang Chuanshui's hands. Long Ao-Yin didn't follow them since he wasn't as free as these big shots. He was still an active staff member and had many matters to handle. He could only come when he had spare time. Old Wong watched as everyone divided the work so clearly and asked, You've all divided the tasks. So what should I do? Penguin Ma pointed to the bathroom and laughed. That's yours. Make sure to clean the toilet. Old Wong replied. Just came and already assigned me the task of cleaning the toilet. No wonder these people are so eager to grab the tasks. He didn't understand the routine at first. Chapter 108. Important news. Old Wong left the group chat cursing, feeling like he couldn't communicate with this group of people since they weren't on the same level. What are you all chatting about on your phones? Jack Ma leaned closer to Jiang Quanshui and asked. It's the Huaxiao Forbes group. You don't have WeChat? Register one, and I'll add you, Jiang Quanshui said. Upon hearing about the WeChat group, Jack Ma suddenly lost interest. There's no way I'm registering. It was like Penguin Ma never registered for Bao Bao Pay. If he registered a WeChat account, wouldn't he be subject to Penguin Ma's ridicule all the time? Seeing that Jack Ma seemed interested, Penguin Ma laughed. How about it? Want to register? I'll even give you a WeChat loan with a 1 million limit. Get lost. You register for Bao Bao Pay, and I'll give you a 1 billion limit, Jack Ma cursed. Penguin Ma smiled silently, watching how long he could endure. Now everyone was using their own software for contact. Not having WeChat was so inconvenient. It wasn't a problem before, but now that everyone was at Xia Feng's place, Jack Ma would eventually have to yield under his own circumstances. By the way, I just remembered something. What are you all planning to do about that Kelly Entertainment Company that was suppressed a while back? Old Wong suddenly recalled this matter. Chapter 109. Are you here to seek death? Today's Huaxiao is no longer the Huaxiao of 100 years ago. It is no longer the Huaxiao that can be bullied at will. We have stood up. Dula Peter suddenly said he had obtained the whereabouts of the dog head, and everyone was eager to try. They were willing to buy the dog head back for the country. Du Peter, where's the dog head? I'm willing to pay a high price to buy it back, Old Wong said first. I'm of the same mind. No matter what, this belongs to our Huaxia's national treasure. Jack Ma added. Everyone voiced their willingness to spend money to buy it back. More than a decade ago, nobody had money, and, at that time, the other animal heads were bought by others. Fortunately, the gambling king managed to buy them back and hand them over to the country. Now that they had money, it was different. Dula Peter shook his head and said, if it could be bought back with money, I would have done it long ago. Unfortunately, they don't lack money at all, and no one knows the dog head is in their hands. I got the information through special channels. Where is it? Xiao Feng asked. In the Habsburg family in Italy, Dula Peter said. Upon hearing the Habsburg family, everyone gasped. This was an ancient family in Europe, rich in heritage and strength. No wonder the dog head had been in their possession for so many years without any news. Chapter 110. Master, you've come ashore. Old Bat, are you here to seek death? This phrase kept echoing in Dula Peter's ears. Then, the wooden door of the ancient building opened automatically, and an old man walked out. Dressed in an ancient European-style robe, leaning on a cane, with white hair and a beard, looking like a frail old man. If one thought of him this way, it would be a disaster. The cane in his hand was just for show. Orville glanced at Xiao Feng and then fixed his gaze on Dula Peter, saying, What are you doing here instead of staying in your old nest? Are you itching for a fight? As soon as Orville spoke, a powerful aura surged around him, making Dula Peter feel slightly breathless. Dula exclaimed in surprise, Have you reached the realm of a prince? Old Bat, it's been decades since we last met, and you've actually managed to reach the intermediate duke level. Not bad for your blood clan. I've been the Beast King for many years now. Orville put on a facade of a hero in decline, feeling a sense of loss in front of Dula Peter. Dula Peter found it somewhat speechless as Orville was putting on an act. Fortunately, his master was nearby. Otherwise, he would have been beaten half to death by this old fellow. Stop pretending, old man. I'm here to find you for something, Dula Peter said bluntly. Chapter 111. Orville, who calls himself a servant. Dula Peter was almost taken aback. He didn't expect Xiao Feng to have a side that pretended to be impressive. Was it a misunderstanding on his part, or was Xiao Feng teasing them on purpose? However, Xiao Feng's words shocked them. He said they were still like fish in a river within a painting, not yet able to jump ashore, implying that those already on the shore could easily kill them. Xiao Feng was no longer one of those on the shore. He had left the painting and was now appreciating everything in it, able to add colors at will. No wonder Xiao Feng had attacked Orville just now. Orville didn't even have a chance to fight back. Orville realized he was just like himself, still swimming in the river. Just a slightly stronger fish. No matter how strong, it was still a fish. Xia Feng could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. After hearing this, Orville suddenly understood why he couldn't muster an ounce of resistance in front of Xia Feng. They were simply not on the same level. Now, Orville was even more convinced of Xia Feng's abilities and dared not harbor any bad thoughts. Master, does that mean the Beast King Orville mentioned has reached the shore? Dula Peter continued to ask. Yes, he can barely get ashore now, Xia Feng nodded. Chapter 112. This can't be real, what? Orville was dumbfounded. He flew away? He was sure he hadn't seen wrongly. He just flew away in a flash. Orville suppressed his panic in his heart. Indeed, someone who had left the painting was different. If he could jump ashore in this lifetime, it would be great. He didn't dare to think about leaving the painting. Father, did he really fly away? Gusley stammered, pointing at Xia Feng, who had transformed into a streak of lightning and flown away. He was almost scared to death. Is this the method of an Eastern immortal? Uninformed fool, this is enough to scare you speechless. He is someone who has left the painting. This kind of trick is child's play for him, Orville scolded, looking at Gusley, who was stuttering and unable to speak properly. Huh, father, what does leaving the painting mean? Gusley asked. It's a level of existence. Your level is not enough. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Orville said, with his hands behind his back, looking quite pretentious as he gazed in the direction Xia Feng had vanished. Gusley, starting today, the entire family will mobilize to search for the national treasures of Huaxia. The sheep beast, snake beast, and chicken beast. The family has been in your hands for over 100 years. It's time for you to show your strength. Chapter 113. 4 words to describe your appearance. Xiao Lin brought the dog's head on the coffee table into the live broadcast room for everyone to see. And not a single person believed it. After all, this thing was a national treasure, a kind that had disappeared for hundreds of years. How could they be expected to believe it? I'd rather believe in ghosts than in a woman's words. And indeed, this saying was spot on. Even Xiao Lin joked and teased everyone. Actually, they couldn't blame everyone. When Jack Ma first saw this thing this morning, they were all somewhat skeptical. If it weren't for Xia Feng, nearly no one would believe that this dog's head was genuine. They were not experts in this area, and they couldn't discern the truth from the falsehood, especially since it was in a live broadcast, shown through the camera. Jia Tiangang, Su Ke, where's Sun Baozhai? Come out and authenticate it. You weren't around when needed, but you're the most active during the lottery. One flower hanging on the wall. Linner, if it weren't for the fact that I woke up so early, I might have believed what you said. Nan Nan, Ultraman, regardless of whether they believe it or not, I believe you. This is real. Jia Tiangang, yep, bah. Linner, stop joking, quickly hide it back. I saw this thing selling 3 for 10 yuan in Yiwu, and they even gave a certificate. Chapter 114. Your own thigh is impressive. The dog's head was brought back, and Old Wong and the others couldn't wait to show off. Huaxia Forbes Group. Old Wong. Doghead photo, see this? Does anyone recognize this thing? Laming, General Wong is mighty. General Wong is powerful. General Wong is capable. I admire you. Miss Dong. Laming, have you rusted your brain recently? You have to flatter Old Wong every time he says something. Lee Superman. General Wong, is this real? Old Wong. Hello, Uncle Lee, long time no see. Miss Dong. Uncle Lee, can I invite you to dinner when I go to Hong Kong in a while? Penguin Ma. Uncle Lee, how's your health recently? As soon as Lee Superman made an appearance, everyone started greeting him. Although his worth was not as high as Penguin Ma and Jack Ma now, everyone showed great respect for this elder. Lee Superman's son had invested in Penguin Group, and it had been the most profitable investment of his life. Lee Superman, thank you all for your concern. General Wong, is this really true? Lee Superman was particularly concerned about the dog's head that Old Wong had posted, as there were traces of him in the previous donations of the pig and horse heads by Mr. He. Now that Old Wong suddenly posted a picture of the dog's head, Lee Superman was more interested. Chapter 115. The fruit has been picked. Kai Wunner was delighted after hearing this. She naturally knew the name of Pan Shi. If this big shot really invested, it could truly help the company rise. Li Gu, you're amazing. I want more. Kai Wunner actively climbed up, needing to be a bit more proactive at this moment to win Hu Li's favor, and then her career would usher in a springtime. Hu Li continued to smoke, motionless, allowing Kai Wunner to play with herself. Hu Li was feeling unhappy inside. He couldn't bear to let go of the company he had worked so hard to build. He had already thrown Zhang Ting's words to the back of his mind. As long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, Hu Li didn't want to give up. Just as the two were starting to get down to business, Hu Li's phone rang. He made a gesture for silence, signaling Kai wanted her to be a little quieter. And then he answered the phone. The call was from Pan Shi. It was nighttime in Huaxia, but daytime in the United States. Pan Shi didn't care whether Huli was resting or not. "Hello, Mr. Pan," Huli answered the call. "Mr. Hu, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." Pan Shi asked with a smile. No, it's still early. I haven't slept yet." "What can I do for you, Mr. Pan?" Huli asked. Chapter 116. Shailin's doubts. Jack Ma and others were discussing how to deal with Pan Shi downstairs, while Xiaofeng and Shailin were upstairs. Today, Shailin mustered the courage to ask the question that had been bothering her. Why had her brother changed so much in the years they hadn't seen each other? Of course, this change wasn't about his personality, but rather about how mysterious he had become. Xiaofeng not only knew the top tycoons of Huaxia, but also exuded an air of mystery. Just the other day, Dula Peter had clearly said that the doghead was in Italy, but after Xiaofeng and Dula Peter went out for a bit, the doghead was right there on the coffee table. No plane could get them there that quickly. Just because Xiaofeng didn't speak about it didn't mean Shailin wasn't curious. Women tend to be especially curious. For example, if a girlfriend doesn't answer her boyfriend's calls for half a day, he might think of 1,000 possibilities. Did something happen? Did she encounter a robber? And so on. However, if a boyfriend doesn't answer his girlfriend's calls for half a day, she usually thinks of just one thing. Is he with another woman? Xiaofeng was her own brother, and Shailin felt it was necessary to ask him and satisfy her curiosity. "Linner, do you believe in ghosts and gods? Or in the mythological stories we see on TV, about heaven and earth?" Xiaofeng didn't answer Shailin directly, but instead asked her. Chapter 117. A small favor. After Xiaofeng said so much, Shailin was somewhat enlightened, but she was very clear that her brother was not an ordinary person anymore. Did that mean she had a fairy brother? Thinking of this made Shailin quite happy. This was a real fairy, not a charlatan. She could fly to the heavens and dive to the earth with him. Xiaofeng opened Shailin's worldview, revealing that there were many unknown things in the world. She often saw news reports saying that when there was thunder and lightning in a certain place, someone was undergoing tribulation. Now that she thought about it, it really was possible. "Brother, you must have suffered a lot, right?" Shailin asked with concern as she looked at Xiaofeng. "Not too bad," Xiaofeng waved his hand. "Not want to talk about it. After all, it was all in the past, and there was no need to bring it up and add to Shailin's worries. Life and death situations happened often. The identity of a cultivator sounded impressive, but the hardships were known only to oneself." The two siblings were discussing cultivation upstairs while the group downstairs was in an uproar. "How should we deal with this Pan Shi? He really is something else. I called him, and he just hung up on me. He's really getting too cocky." Old Wong was so angry, he almost threw his phone. How else can we deal with it? Right now, Huaxia is controlled by the American financial tycoon, so what can we do about it? If we really want to deal with him, we can pull in someone else, Jack Ma said with a smile. Chapter 118. Starting to strike a small favor? Adult matters are definitely not small matters. Orville doesn't believe that what Dula Peter said is just a small matter. "Brother, we've known each other for 200 years, and this relationship is here. What my brother did before was somewhat inappropriate. Don't take it to heart. If there is anything the adults need, please let me know." Orville, seeing Dula Peter's teasing demeanor, lowered his stance and appeared quite humble. There was no way around it. After all, Dula Peter was flaunting adult matters in front of him. This matter isn't something that Master personally ordered, but it is related to him. "We all agreed that this small matter must not disturb Master," Dula Peter said. "What is it? Just say it." Orville couldn't contain his impatience and asked anxiously. "The Blackstone Group, supported by the Rockefeller family, has offended my Master's sister, who is also my Master's biological sister. The person my Master cares for the most is his sister. If you handle this matter well, my Master might appreciate you." Dula Peter revealed the truth without hiding anything. As for whether Xiaofeng would appreciate Orville, who knows? Dula Peter intentionally said this to motivate Orville to work harder. Chapter 119. Do I need to explain myself to you? When faced with the patriarch's question, everyone adopted the strategy of not speaking. David Rockefeller, seeing that no one spoke, angrily said, "Are you all pigs? Something this big happens, and not a single person knows anything? Patriarch, it happened suddenly, and we haven't received accurate information yet. But the Habsburg family dared to act against us, and we are not easy to mess with. We should eliminate all their operations in America." One person, seeing that no one was speaking, took the initiative to propose. "Quickly find out the reason and immediately retaliate against the Habsburg family." Let them see that the Rockefeller family stands at the top of the aristocracy and is not something they can provoke, David Rockefeller ordered with a slap on the table. Yes, patriarch. Everyone took their orders and left. After they all left, David Rockefeller walked alone into a secret room. The room was dimly lit, and David Rockefeller walked cautiously step by step. Others might not know the secrets of the Habsburg family, but as the patriarch of the Rockefeller family, he was well aware. The main inheritance of the Habsburg family was not ordinary people, but a group of cultivators. It was said that their old patriarch was the most terrifying. Chapter 120. Xiaofeng makes his entrance. Since Xiaofeng had shared his cultivation experiences with Shaolin, he planned to first teach everyone some basics. As for how much they could learn, that would depend on their talent. It was still the same saying, learning was just for self-defense or improving health. After Xiaofeng told everyone about this, the entire villa erupted in cheers. They all knew that Xiaofeng had some special abilities, and now that he said he would teach them a way to strengthen their bodies, they were naturally delighted, especially Jack Ma, who was even more excited. He was a martial arts enthusiast and had even funded a microfilm about martial arts. Jack Ma's Tai Chi was impressive, but it had little practical use. Young Master Xia, if we learn martial arts to strengthen our bodies, will we be able to become the experts we see on TV, flying over rooftops? Old Wang raised his doubts. Theoretically, yes, but you can't. Xiaofeng told the truth without meaning to discourage Old Wang. Ha, you're just an old bone, and you want to fly over rooftops and be a hero? Jiang Quanxue laughed heartily upon hearing this. Well, one must have some aspirations, Old Wang said, slightly taken aback. All right, enough nonsense. Focus on listening to young Master Xia. Jack Ma said to the two who were still talking nonsense. Chapter 121. Instant kill. Mike Rockefeller looked up at Xiaofeng in the sky with a focused gaze. He liked to look down on others, and before, he enjoyed looking down at Orville from above. He felt that he needed to see others from a superior perspective. But now Xiaofeng was flying even higher, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. How could Americans look up to others? I'm right here. Come up and kill me, Xiaofeng said casually, completely disregarding Mike Rockefeller. Looking for death, Mike Rockefeller shouted, then continued. God's gaze. Mike Rockefeller could feel an unusual aura from Xiaofeng, and he directly used his strongest ability. In an instant, Xiaofeng felt a powerful mental force converging towards him. Break. Xiaofeng remained still and softly uttered the word break. Mike Rockefeller suddenly suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare a mere trick dare to show off in front of me? Xiaofeng smiled. The name is quite loud, and God's gaze is simply an insult to the word God. Who are you exactly? Mike Rockefeller's expression changed drastically, almost falling to the ground. Chapter 122. I'll send you money. I'm your son. Is it Old Lee from above? Hu Li suddenly felt all his strength drained, realizing he was dangerously pushing his luck. Zhang Ting, please show me a clear path. I will be eternally grateful, Hu Li pleaded frantically. Give up the company. Just give it to the person you've offended. Didn't you say Pan Shi has already invested $2 billion to buy your shares? Just gift the rest to that little girl. As for Pan Shi's shares, you don't need to worry. He will obediently offer them up. Zhang Ting thought this was the only way to save Hu Li. Money is just an external object. Having too much can be burdensome. Besides, you already have $2 billion. It's enough to live comfortably. What more is there to discuss? All right, I'll do it right away. Hu Li had no other thoughts this time. He just wanted to rid himself of this burdensome matter. Take care of yourself. After Zhang Ting finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Hu Li held the phone tightly, speechless for a long time. In truth, he had made mistakes too. He had been too stubborn from the beginning. Looking at the unconscious Kai Wuner on the ground, Hu Li suddenly felt a pang of guilt, then got up and carried her to the sofa to lay her down comfortably. After that, Hu Li contacted Old Wang, saying to transfer the shares of Kelly Entertainment Company to Xia Lin for free, and asked everyone to give him a way out. Chapter 123. Who is this Xia Xiao? Along the way, Yue's car was at the front, with several cars following behind. Even though Yue was driving slowly, no one overtook him. Since the villa viewing location was in a different direction, they needed to drive through the city. Mr. Gua, my kid took my special car out this time, so I brought a different car to pick you up. Please don't take offense, Yu Jiaoyi said apologetically to Guofu Wei. It's fine. It's great that you came to pick me up. I called General Jiang, and he directly said he was busy. Guofu Wei shook his head after hearing this. He had told Jiang Quanxue last night that he would fly to Magic City today and had hoped to have dinner together in the evening. Who knew Jiang Quanxue would say he was busy? It was really infuriating. He had thought of him as a good brother, But this was simply a plastic friendship. Huh. I wonder what General Jiang has been up to lately. It's been a long time since I saw him, Yu Jiaoyi laughed. Everyone is mingling in Magic City. And they often gather, but now Jiang Quanshui seems to have lost contact. He has disappeared. I don't know. He won't say when I ask him. Guofuguwei shook his head. At this moment, Yu Jiaoyi suddenly spotted a Rolls-Royce waiting at a red light ahead. Isn't that my car? Chapter 124. Sending someone away? After bidding farewell to his dad, Yu Wei continued driving towards his destination. He was feeling quite proud of the moment, especially thinking about his dad's expression when parting. It made him laugh. It was the first time he had seen his father look so hesitant, yet wanting to come over. It was really a bit lacking. How could he not have this bit of psychological quality? It took about 50 minutes to reach the villa they were going to view today. This area belonged to the suburbs of Magic City. It would take nearly an hour to drive to the city center. However, the environment here was quite nice, surrounded by mountains and water, which made living here a lot quieter than the city's hustle and bustle. When everyone arrived, the president of the real estate development company, Lu Dongru, personally greeted them at the door. Although he wasn't as large as Old Wang's company, he was also considered a local developer in Magic City and had dealings with Old Wang. Old Wang mentioned coming to view the villa, so he took the initiative to accompany them. After all, Old Wang had significant influence in the real estate industry. Lu Dongru watched the convoy approach, 5 Rolls-Royces, and was momentarily stunned, not knowing which car President Wang was in. President Wang is truly the former leader of the industry. His presence is impressive. Chapter 125. No need to look. This villa is great. After Lu Dongru finished the call, he slowly regained his composure. President Wang. President Lei said to transfer the final payment and specifically mentioned that you should coordinate. He directly gave this villa away. Lu Dongru relayed what Lei Ming had just told him to Old Wang. Old Wang smiled and said, "Good, understood." This time, Lei Ming was quite lucky. It was like he had benefited without any effort. Lu Dongru opened his mouth to ask something, but swallowed it back down. He actually wanted to ask who that young man was. Why are all you big shots surrounding him? Even Lei Ming's billion-dollar villa was given away without a second thought. And he could even detect a sense of excitement in his tone. It seemed like giving away wasn't enough. However, Lu Dongru knew he didn't have the qualifications to ask, so he refrained. Lu Dongru then led everyone directly to the best villa at the mountain's top, which was the one purchased by Lei Ming. Xia Xiao, this is the villa. After Old Wang got out of the car, he pointed to the villa in front of him. This is the villa at the top of the mountain, the best one, right? I thought I said it wasn't necessary to trouble you. Xiao Feng frowned and looked at Old Wang, asking. Chapter 126. Regret not doing it earlier. Dad, why are you home so early today? As soon as Yue walked in, he saw his parents sitting in the living room. Yu Jiaoyi, seeing his son return, perked up and quickly waved to Yue. Xiao Wei, you must be tired today. Come over and sit down. Dad has made you some tea to relieve fatigue. This attitude was more like a subordinate meeting a superior than a father talking to his son. Lu Qin looked at her husband's behavior with some confusion. He hadn't acted like this before. If their son was idle and he asked him to exercise but he refused to come home, he would have scolded him. Today, however, he was exceptionally kind and had even prepared tea early, all for their son. Has he changed his character? Men are truly incomprehensible creatures. Their thoughts change too quickly, changing faces faster than women. Yue knew very well what was going on. He walked over with an indifferent demeanor, lay on the sofa, and sighed. I'm tired. Tired? Have a cup of tea, then take a nap to recharge. Tonight, Dad will make sweet and sour ribs for you. It's your favorite. Yu Jiaoyi hurriedly handed over a cup of tea, as if the son was serving the father. Lu Qin couldn't help but ask, Old Yu, do you have some kind of issue today? Chapter 127. Huge good news today. We want to see the villa. At noon, everyone had a meal outside, and for dinner, we continued to cook at home. Teacher Ma has been cooking every day, looking quite oily but smiling even more than before. If the employees of the Ababa group knew that their general manager Ma was daily interacting with the kitchen, they would probably be shocked beyond belief. Teacher Ma, your cooking is getting better and better. If you ever can't make it, I'll open a restaurant and invite you to be the head chef. Jiang Quanshui joked as he brought the washed vegetables to Jack Ma. Get lost. If you can't make it, I won't make it either. Jack Ma laughed as he scolded Jiang Quanshui for cursing him. Haha, think about it, Jiang Quanshui said as he walked away. Jack Ma muttered a few words before letting Jiang Quanshui go. National Little Wang and a few others were sitting on the stone bench outside the villa, bragging. After living a life of indulgence, now suddenly enjoying such ease made them feel much more spirited. Damn it, because of that internet celebrity incident last time, my WeChat was exposed, and countless people added me every day, making my WeChat unusually popular. Chapter 128. Celebrating Grandpa Chin's birthday. Chin Guomin was taken aback upon hearing this. What major news do you have to tell me? Wonder, do you have good news to share with Dad? Chin Guomin asked with a smile. Dad, isn't Grandpa's birthday the day after tomorrow? My brother invited young Master Xia over for dinner. Doesn't that count as major good news? Qin Wen said cheerfully. Qin Guomin was suddenly excited and almost shouted, Wonder, are you telling the truth? Of course. I also told young Master Xia that having him at Grandpa's birthday would definitely add color to the celebration. And then young Master Xia agreed. He, Qin Wen said with a smile, as if it were all her accomplishment. After confirming with Qin Wen, Qin Guomin praised, Wonder, you and your brother did a great job this time. I'll immediately inform the family. And they come over tomorrow night to celebrate, right? Yes. They'll come tomorrow night. Qin Wen nodded in agreement. Great, 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 Dad knows. Qin Guomin said excitedly, repeating great 3 times. Just after learning that Xia Feng was going to celebrate the old man's birthday, he felt inexplicably excited. Also, Uncle Ma and the others will be there too. Everyone here will be going tomorrow, Qin Wen reminded once more. Chapter 129. Why don't you make room? Xia Feng slowly got out of the car, and his figure appeared in everyone's sight. Uncle Qin, sorry to disturb you. I'm friends with Qin Do and Qin Wen. I really like both of them. Since Grandpa Qin is celebrating his birthday, I should come by, Xia Feng said with a smile, his cheerful demeanor making people feel warm. Then Xia Lin got out of the car from one side and called out to Qin Guomin, Uncle Qin. Liner, welcome. Young Master Xia, let me introduce you. This is my elder brother, Qin Do's father. Qin Guomin hurriedly introduced Xia Feng. Hello, young Master Xia. I've heard a lot about you from Qin Do. I'm really sorry for bothering you for so long. Thank you for taking care of him. Qin Guomin quickly stepped forward to say. Xia Feng smiled and nodded. Not a bother. I quite enjoy the hustle and bustle. At this point, everyone had gotten out of the car, and Qin Guomin shook hands with everyone, formally welcoming them. Meanwhile, the other members of the Qin family looked at this extremely important guest, a young man dressed oddly, leaving them puzzled. Except for those in the know, everyone in the Qin family displayed shock. Such a young big shot? Chapter 130. Did you offend him? When Cheng Wei said this, everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. You really are talent. With so many people, you choose to target Xia Feng and Xia Lin. Do you think others are young or something? Qin Kaihu exploded. Get lost. Get out right now. Despite his angry appearance, Qin Kaihu was actually trying to support Cheng Wei, not wanting him to continue making mistakes. You really have a screw loose. Didn't you see so many big shots sitting here? How could someone who can sit with everyone be an ordinary person? Did Hong Kong raise such a useless person? Cheng Wei was suddenly scolded by Qin Kaihu, leaving him feeling bewildered and unhappy. How could he, as your son-in-law, be told to get out in front of others? Dad, calm down. Cheng Wei speaks harshly. We could just stand. Qin Minyan quickly intervened. Torn between her husband and her respected father, she felt stuck in the middle. In fact, she felt that Qin Kaihu was overreacting. Getting mad over such a small matter was indeed excessive. Did you hear me tell you to get lost? Qin Kaihu ignored his daughter's advice and glared at Cheng Wei, scaring him half to death. Chapter 131. Who exactly is he? Qin Guomin directly told Cheng Wei to get lost without hesitation, questioning the usefulness of someone so brainless staying here. Second brother, what are you talking about? Qin Minyan said angrily. No matter what, Cheng Wei was her husband, and he hadn't done anything outrageous. Before, when Dad told Cheng Wei to get lost, it was understandable given his age as a senior, and Qin Minyan had nothing to say. Now that her second brother said Cheng Wei should get lost, she could no longer endure it. Do as you please, just don't bring trouble to the Qin family later, Qin Guomin said before turning to leave. Second brother, say something. Are you going to watch our family make mistakes? Qin Minyan chased after him, not willing to back down. Say, what else should I say? Didn't I just say it? We must maintain 100-fold respect for young Master Xia, Qin Guomin said. What is his identity? Qin Minyan pressed. I don't know, but I can tell you one thing. In his eyes, our Qin family is like ants. You tell Cheng Wei to put away his arrogant attitude. Otherwise, he won't even know how he died, Qin Guomin said before directly going to entertain the guests. Qin Minyan was left speechless for a long time. Perhaps young Master Xia's status was too high, causing her father and second brother to be so furious. Chapter 132. Cheng Wei feels like he needs to show off. Zheng Ming was indeed a legitimate big shot. Shanghai was different from other places. Those working in Shanghai were often appointed from a capital. The next step in promotion could lead directly to heaven. Cheng Wei was very confused, puzzled, and couldn't understand. How could such a young person have such a profound background? It was truly shocking. No wonder yesterday his father-in-law scolded him like a dog. How could he not? At this moment, Cheng Wei realized that he had been a bit reckless yesterday, and this recklessness stemmed from his own arrogance. It seemed that it was better to be low-key in the future. The mainland was indeed terrifying, with big shots everywhere. Coming from Hong Kong to celebrate the old man's birthday, he encountered so many big shots. Qin Minion seemed to sense his worries and said, "Honey, don't take it to heart that Dad and Ergu scolded you yesterday. They are actually helping you. They may be scolding you verbally, but deep down, they don't want you to make mistakes and get into trouble." Cheng Wei nodded and replied, "Yes, I've realized that too." If Cheng Wei still didn't repent and couldn't recognize Xia Feng's uniqueness, it would truly be like suffering a 10-year stroke and still being unable to do something like that. Chapter 133. Why does the big boss act like a dog? Cheng Wei drove swiftly toward the airport. He was excited inside. He understood very well what kind of status their family's big boss held. Cheng Wei was born in Hong Kong and looked down on people from the mainland, feeling that the moon abroad was rounder. Many young people still feel this way, lacking real ability and being easily fooled by foreigners, completely forgetting who raised them. Such ingrates are always present. Once they kneel for too long, they forget how to stand up. As Cheng Wei approached the airport, he made a phone call. "Hello, are you Lu Xiaoming?" Cheng Wei asked. "Who are you?" The voice on the other end inquired. "I'm Cheng Wei. My dad asked me to contact you." Cheng Wei introduced himself. "Oh, it's young Master Cheng. Have you arrived? We're at the number 3 parking lot at the airport. Come over here," Lu Xiaoming said. "Okay, wait for me there. I'll be there soon," Cheng Wei replied before hanging up and driving toward the number 3 parking lot. There was a stretch limousine and 2 business vans at the number 3 parking lot, which Sheng Qinian had specifically rented. After all, their family had no resources in the Magic City and could only rent some fancy cars to host important guests. Chapter 134. Now, it's my turn to show off on the way back. Cheng Wei had already called his wife, Qin Minion, to inquire. The banquet had not yet ended. Although some people had finished eating and left, Qin Kaihu and his table were still drinking and had not departed. Therefore, when Cheng Wei entered, he wanted to see if the Qin family had finished eating and whether he would run into them. He definitely hoped to meet everyone. If he didn't show off perfectly today, it would truly be a missed opportunity, wasting such a good chance, letting the Qin family look down on him. Although he had no connections in the mainland, he was still one of the wealthy in Hong Kong. Why had he ever endured such humiliation? If it weren't for his good relationship with Qin Minion, he would have flipped out long ago. You Qin family have money, so what? Qin Guomin is the vice mayor of the Magic City, so what? I don't go back to the mainland, and I won't have to watch your faces. Hurry up. Book me 2 presidential suites and 3 ordinary suites, Cheng Wei urged at the front desk. "Sir, please show your identification and the identification of all guests." "Everyone must be registered," the front desk lady said with a smile. "Can you prepare them first and give me the room cards? I'll bring the identification later for you to register," Cheng Wei asked. Chapter 135. The clown is actually myself. The first to come out were Qin Guan and Qin Guomin, who stood one on each side of the elevator door. Although these 2 brothers had different statuses, one a successful entrepreneur and the other the vice mayor of the Magic City, they acted this way not for any other reason, but because they were the hosts, and the newcomers were the guests, as it should be. Then the first person to come out of the elevator was Qin Kaihu. Seeing this, Cheng Wei couldn't wait to shout, "Dad, let me introduce you to 2 foreign guests. These 2 are from the Habsburg family." Cheng Wei's action caused Oval to frown slightly, looking displeased at Bylighter, as if to say, "What kind of person is this?" Although Oval didn't say anything, Bylighter was scared and quickly said to Oval, old clan leader, "I didn't know this kid was so unreliable. I'll make him leave soon." Bylighter's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it, especially Cheng Wei, whose face suddenly turned pale and awkward. Originally, Cheng Wei wanted to use them to show off, but now Bylighter said in front of everyone that he should leave. Wasn't that shooting himself in the foot? Cheng Wei suddenly felt embarrassed, and the next words were hard to say or not to say. Chapter 136. Truly, a sycophant Bylighter looked at the stunned Cheng Wei and asked with a smile, "Young Master Cheng, does that person just now have any relation to your family?" Bylighter knew that Cheng Wei was the son-in-law of the Qin family. And since Xia Feng had just been with the Qin family, introducing his old clan leader to Qin Guomin, it seemed that Xia Feng had a close relationship with the Qin family. Bylighter suddenly found Cheng Wei somewhat appealing. Cheng Wei was unsure how to answer. As for the relationship between Xia Feng and the Qin family, he really didn't know. He was also the son-in-law of the Qin family, and now that the Qin family had made such a strong ally, he couldn't feel happy at all because it all seemed unrelated to him. Cheng Wei really wanted to slap himself. He had been so foolish to show off yesterday, and even let Xia Feng have the seat. Looking back now, it was something only someone suffering from a 10-year stroke could do. What do you mean by that? Bylighter asked. Well, I actually don't know. I'm not very familiar with him. Cheng Wei sighed, trying to embellish his words. Not very familiar? No one even pays attention to you. Cheng Wei, I'll speak frankly with you. That young man's identity is unimaginable. If you develop a good relationship with him, your family can come to the mainland in no time. I might need to rely on you in the future. Chapter 137. Where did you get those photos? Everyone ignored Old Wang's words. Wasn't that nonsense? Would someone from the Habsburg family be a sycophant? Those in this group, let alone in China, are somewhat well-known entrepreneurs globally. Old Wang making such jokes only made him seem unstable, giving off a bit of a backward intelligence vibe. Aside from those in the know, there was also a die-hard fan in the group, and that was Lei Ming. I believe it. Quickly send out the photos so everyone can broaden their horizons. Mr. Su, who loves football. Old Wang. It's been a long time since I had a drink with you. You've taken my land. Aren't you going to treat me to a drink sometime? Let me see if you become foolish. Old Wang. Get lost, I'm busy. Moreover, I didn't take your land. Disglue. Do all the big shots have such leisurely days? Penguin Ma. With so much money, why not be leisurely? I haven't been to the company for almost a month. Disglue. Mr. Ma, saying that is slapping your own face. We're all working for you. Old Wang. Disglue. Stop it. Mr. Ma is preparing for his old age. Penguin Ma. Get lost, I'm still young. Disglue's company, Penguin Group, has the highest shareholding ratio, but it only has equity and no real say. Chapter 138. Their clan leader wants to see me. If Li Chaoran didn't recognize the photo of Oval just now, it was understandable because his qualifications weren't enough. Although he was very wealthy, he was ultimately just a businessman and hadn't reached another level. Even the current head of the Habsburg family, Gusli, doesn't know him, let alone Orville. Dura-Peter is also a person of that level, but Dura-Peter is different. He is so ostentatious, afraid that others won't recognize him. When Dura-Peter was young, he led troops to show off in various countries, especially in India. It was Dura-Peter who took the lead when India was turned into a colony by Great Britain. So, when a magic flute saw Dura-Peter, it was like seeing a ghost, terrified. Old Wang. I took the photo myself. Lee Superman. Old Wang. Don't play tricks, I'm serious. Old Wang. I'm serious too. What pose do you want Old Peter to strike for the photo? I'll take one for you right away. After seeing this message, Lee Superman fell silent. Could it be that Old Wang was telling the truth? He knows Dura-Peter, and since Dura-Peter is already here, could the person in the previous photo really be from the Habsburg family? Thinking of this, Lee Superman showed surprise. At over 90 years old, his heart was racing. Chapter 139. He is someone the head of the family dares not provoke the head of the Habsburg family wants to see me. This sentence from Marsmore kept echoing in Lee Superman's ears. Is it that serious? Lee Superman could hear the fear in Marsmore's voice over the phone, and he sensed a strange panic. Lee Superman could understand Marsmore's fear. He is Italian, and despite being the Italian Minister of Commerce, the Habsburgs could easily dispose of him and make him disappear quietly, which could happen in an instant. Minister Mori, don't worry. It might be a good thing. Besides, you haven't done anything against the Habsburg family, so don't be anxious. If anything happens, just call me anytime. This matter started because of me, and I will do my best to help you. Lee Superman didn't just abandon Marsmore, but offered some comfort. Just this much was enough. After hearing it, Marsmore felt a bit more at ease. All right, I'm heading over now. I'll call you later. After finishing the call, Marsmore rushed off to the Habsburg family's castle without even having time to eat. All the way, Marsmore sped toward the castle. His speed wasn't exactly fast. It seemed he was just flying too slowly. Chapter 140, which Mr. Ma leaked the news. Lee Superman watched Lee Zekin keep rambling on about useless things, not getting to the point. Isn't this annoying? Lee Zekin glanced at his father and then changed the subject to ask, Old Ma, what have you been busy with lately? Where are you? I want to come inland to drink with you. Brother, that might be difficult lately. I'm not in Fish City. I'm in Magic City, said Penguin Ma. Why did you run to Magic City? What are you doing there? Li Zikin kept asking like a lovesick girl. It seemed he had no Penguin Ma's whereabouts to feel secure. Brother, that's a bit inconvenient to say. It's my personal matter. I'll tell you when there's a chance in the future. Penguin Ma was tight-lipped and didn't want to say more. Li Zikin picked up on Penguin Ma's meaning and laughed. You still think of me as your brother, so just give me a hint. Brother, let me put it this way. I'm visiting an important person's home, and some things I can't share with you. Not because I don't want to, but because I can't. Please understand, said Penguin Ma. All right, I get it. Then I won't disturb you. Remember to tell me when you come back to Fish City, and I'll find you then. Li Zikin asked enough and stopped pressing Penguin Ma. Chapter 141. Are they training? Peter looked at Orville, who was acting like a sycophant, and felt very regretful. Damn it, it's been a month. Why didn't I think of investing in Huaxia? What a miscalculation. Fortunately, I donated €1 billion earlier. Otherwise, I would have been misunderstood as a miser like Penguin Ma. Master, Orville coming to Huaxia to invest is truly an eye-opener for me. I just happen to have some money I want to invest. I also want to invest in Huaxia, Peter immediately said. For investment matters, you should contact Deputy Mayor Qin Guomin. Just get in touch with her dad, said Xia Feng while looking at Qinwen. Xia Feng welcomed their investment, expressing warm welcomes to any investment that could contribute to the prosperity of Huaxia. Peter glanced at Qinwen and said, Miss Qin, after we finish eating, I'll trouble you to let her dad know. I will invest the same amount as Orville. Okay, sure, Qinwen nodded in agreement. She gladly accepted such a good opportunity. Qin Guomin didn't do anything and received a €200 billion deal. Others would see this luck as extraordinary. Orville returned to the hotel after dinner at the villa. Chapter 142. I am not a cultivator. Thunder looked at the people who were exercising and asked National Little one question. They were doing horse dances and performing moves that he couldn't understand. Of course, Thunder couldn't understand. He only knew Tai Chi and nothing else. However, it was puzzling that Master Ma was not practicing the Tai Chi he was familiar with. Is a Master Ma a Tai Chi expert? He could easily handle 2 kids. A few years ago, Master Ma even invited a bunch of martial arts stars to showcase his superb Tai Chi, famously defeating the old folks' home in the south and kicking the kindergarten in the north. Master Ma said, in the world of martial arts, only money is invincible. Everyone was practicing the health-enhancing exercises taught by Xia Xiao. According to Peter, if one truly mastered this set of exercises, even boxing champion Tyson could be taken down. National Little Wong explained. Peter was a bit boastful. Could we little arms and legs really beat Tyson? Thunder obviously didn't believe it. He didn't doubt that Xia Feng's skills could enhance health, but he didn't believe Peter's nonsense. Foreigners love to exaggerate, and Peter was likely just blowing hot air. Chapter 143. I am a higher existence than cultivators. I am not a cultivator, Xia Feng said with a smile. To Xia Feng, cultivators are low-level things. While for ordinary people, they're like gods. A cultivator can reach the shore at the pinnacle of their practice, and if they do, they have the opportunity to explore and become a true immortal. Similarly, an immortal starts in the river of the picture. But immortals are purer than cultivators and easier to exit the picture. It's like comparing a master's degree and a bachelor's degree. If both start a business under the same conditions, the master's degree holder is more likely to succeed. Then what is Xia Xiao? Jack Ma asked in confusion. They couldn't believe Xia Feng was an ordinary person. I am a higher existence than cultivators. I won't elaborate further. You are not from this realm, and knowing it won't be beneficial. Xia Feng finally revealed his identity. Everyone perked up upon hearing this. A higher existence than cultivators? A legendary immortal? A great power walking in the world? Xia Feng has already said this much, so no one will ask anymore. Anyway, they have resolved the doubts in their hearts. Xia Xiao is indeed mighty and domineering, impressively cool. Xia Xiao. Peter is a practitioner. Do we have practitioners in Huaxia? Jiang Quanshui glanced at Peter and asked. Chapter 144. My boss is coming too. Yu Jiaoyi kept thinking about the question Yue had just raised in his mind. Who does my sister-in-law really like? What kind of question is this? It's insane. After Yue returned to his room, he prepared to notify the National King and others, telling them the car would arrive tomorrow morning. In the 4 young masters group of Magic City, Yue, everyone. Yue, several brothers, the car will arrive tomorrow morning. Do you want to invite Liner out for dinner tonight and give her the car? National King. So fast? Yue, I added 3 million for expedited processing. My dad told me to expedite it. He's even more anxious than I am. Jiang Xin. Uncle is much more perceptive than you. You still need to work harder. Yue. Ha! Isn't that why there are 3 big brothers looking out for me? Chindo. Just afraid Linner won't want it. National King. This is indeed a problem. We are so familiar that she should want it. Linner also knows that you fatty doesn't lack money. It's just a token of appreciation. After all, it's a small gift. Yue. At that time, you all help me say a few words. Jiang Xin. This is guaranteed. Yue. National King. Your friend Yao has been caught. National King. Don't talk nonsense. When has he been my friend? We've only had a few meals together and played a few games at my club. What does that have to do with me? Chapter 145. If the car is blocked, then it's blocked. After Zheng Bing hung up the phone, he was still in a joyful mood. His cousin's boss is coming over to celebrate his birthday. Although it might be a bit self-aggrandizing, since he's coming, let's just think of it as a celebration for him. Haha, refreshing. Zheng Bing suddenly laughed out loud. Zheng Xiao, what's making you so happy? Lu Jianzhong asked as he looked at the suddenly laughing Zheng Bing. Lu Jianzhong, think of a way to invite 2 first-line stars over. A big shot is coming today. Remember, money is not an issue. Zheng Bing suddenly felt that not having first-line stars was a bit beneath him. It's difficult to invite first-line stars, I'll try. Lu Jianzhong still wanted to make money, but it was not easy to invite first-line stars. They need to be in Magic City and available to come. Besides, how many first-line stars are short of money? They wouldn't care about this little bit of money. Being able to invite first-line stars is all about face. Money is secondary. Hurry up. Zheng Bing didn't want to hear Lu Jianzhong's nonsense. He just wanted results. Okay, Lu Jianzhong responded. Since Lu Jianzhong was following Zheng Bing, he also had his own connections. He sent a message in a group chat in the entertainment circle. Chapter 146. None of you deserve to be here. Outside the luxurious hotel, a van arrived, and 2 women wearing sunglasses got out and headed straight into the hotel. These 2 were among the 3 second-line stars, Li Xian and Ma Xinian. Their agents followed behind, and one of them called Lu Jianzhong to let him know they had arrived downstairs. Sister Xinian, who is this Zheng Bing? Zheng Xiao? Li Xian asked curiously. She happened to be in Beijing, and her agent arranged this event for her, saying it was just a meal. If someone is inviting for a meal and there's money to be made, why not come? Besides, these so-called young masters have some power, so it's better not to offend them. At least before she has a strong backing, no matter how popular she is. She is still a money-making tool for the company. Li Xian is a very innocent young star, only wanting to shoot good dramas. And doesn't T want to engage in socializing activities? She rarely participates in such gatherings, especially dinner with some young masters, which she dislikes the most. However, as she is just an artist of the company, she happened to run into this dinner, and since it was simple and easy, her agent directly agreed. Chapter 147. Lu Xiao is not afraid of anyone. Many people want to sleep with big stars, but someone like Lu Liwei, a top young master, wouldn't he be interested in that? After all, the status difference is too great. Even National King doesn't go after stars because it's troublesome. He prefers to mess around with new internet celebrities. Sleeping with them can also give him a wave of heat, a mutually beneficial situation. It's not unreasonable to have a proper boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Apart from moral and reputational issues, National King hasn't wronged anyone. He never uses coercive means to threaten or force others. His values are very upright. Ma Xinian saw that Lu Liwei didn't pay much attention to her, and she wasn't angry. After all, it fits his character to have some attitude. Zheng Bing was quite happy today because Lu Liwei was having a great time. When Lu Liwei was happy, he had the chance to become Lu Liwei's sycophant. Come, let us all raise a glass to celebrate Zheng Xiao's birthday. Lu Liwei stood up first and said. As soon as Lu Liwei spoke, everyone stood up and said in unison, "Happy birthday, Zheng Xiao." Thank you, thank you. Thank you all very much, Zheng Bing said and downed the drink in his hand. Chapter 148. Is it your car that blocked me? Zheng Bing couldn't say anything in response to his cousin. If he continued, it would make him seem too cowardly. Anyway, it's not his car blocking others. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Why should he worry unnecessarily? Cousin, drink, today I'm happy. Zheng Bing didn't want to care about this matter anymore. Whatever will be, will be. Drink. Wang Zhuo raised his glass in response. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Liwei and the 2 big stars, Jing Xuan and Ma Xinian, were singing love songs, having a great time. Li Xian was discussing the recent hot topics in the entertainment circle with the other 2 third-line stars. She didn't like singing, acting was her strong suit. Yue found that after calling, his call sank without a trace. He dialed the car owner's number again, but wasn't answered. This is too obvious. They are blocking me on purpose. Damn it, that guy isn't even answering the phone. Yue cursed, feeling frustrated. Today he enthusiastically prepared to give Xiaolin a new car, but was blocked right at the door. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable about that? The key is that he politely asked others to move the car. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? I'll go drive over and ram this broken car out of the way, Jiang Xian said angrily. Chapter 149. How do you compensate? How could Zheng Bing not be confused? His cousin's thigh is Lu Xiao, a real young master. At this moment, Wang Zhu's panic was something he couldn't understand. Shouldn't he be arrogantly admitting it? The car is blocked by me, so what? Lu Xiao, give me a word, or have you forgotten the pain after the scar healed? National King smiled at Lu Liwei. Lu Liwei's face darkened with anger. It's really the wrong topic to bring up. He took a deep breath, secretly recalling his grandpa's words, and reminded himself to hold back. It's none of my business, I don't know. Lu Liwei's capitulation completely threw Wang Zhu off balance. It was him who blocked the car. Now that Lu Xiao has given in, saying it has nothing to do with him, he's really passing the buck in a very obvious way. The conversation between the national little king and Lu Liwei felt like a game of charades. Aside from those in the know, no one else could understand it. Even Jing Xuan was a bit puzzled. Lu Xiao can actually give in? Especially in front of the national little king. Upon hearing Lu Liwei's response, the national little king smiled and said, "Weren't you really impressive before? You were just slapped into submission by me." Now that Lu Liwei has conceded, the national little king naturally won't trouble Lu Liwei. After all, he hasn't offended Liner. So how could he go and slap him again? Chapter 150. You still want to get to know Xiao Xia? Zheng Bing looked at Lu Xiao, who was still drinking, and really wanted to ask about the situation. He wanted to understand who Xiaolin was. What if he could hitch a ride when he delivered the car? Cousin, can you give me a hint? I won't mention what just happened. Zheng Bing whispered to Wang Zhu, signaling with his eyes that he wouldn't hold the buck passing against him. But he had to clarify, right? Wang Zhu looked embarrassed. It was too scary just now, and with the aftereffects of having been beaten, his brain reacted quickly and sold out Zheng Bing. She is a woman that even Lu Xiao can't afford to offend, let alone us. Even if Lu Xiao offends her, he'll be slapped hard. From now on, if you see this ant, just steer clear, don't offend her. That's all I can tell you. As for her identity, do you think I have the right to know? Wang Zhu leaned close to Zheng Bing's face and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Zheng Bing felt a chill. He realized he had once acted recklessly. How was he still alive? Truly a dog with a big fate. Zheng Bing was extremely shocked and felt like he was the son of luck. He naturally wouldn't tell Wang Zhu how he had offended Xiaolin in the past, lest Wang Zhu get scared out of his wits. Chapter 151. A bunch of lovely people. Xiaolin looked at the live stream, where everyone was calling her lazy and ungrateful. Xiaolin really wanted to tell them off. Stop talking nonsense. Oh, I've been busy lately, but I have two good pieces of news for you. One is that I'm moving again tomorrow, Xiaolin said with a smile. Moving again? Rich person, confirmed. Xiaolin, haven't you just lived in this villa for less than 2 months? Are you changing again? The life of the rich is unimaginable for us, poor people. Xiaolin's toilet is probably made of pure gold. It is pure gold. I installed it. Stop bragging. It was clearly me who installed it. I'm so shocked my brain is flying away. I even swallowed the cigarette, but I was holding. I suggest everyone who smokes should avoid kissing girls. They don't like the smell of smoke. Just now I smoked and kissed the girl next to me, and her boyfriend kicked me. Show off. I want to know what the other good news is. Chapter 152. Protecting the live stream is like protecting a girlfriend. Jack Ma and a few others discussed how to support Xiaolin tomorrow. Each person would invest 1 to 200 million. To them, that was just a drop in the bucket, a small matter. It was just a couple of hours' income, nothing serious. Besides, is money really money to them? It's just a bunch of numbers sitting in their accounts. Losing a couple of 100 million is just like losing a digit. If you have $10,000 on you, would you feel bad spending 20 cents on a lollipop? Measuring their respect for Xiaofeng with money is simply an insult, so they never hesitate to spend. Tomorrow, they finally wouldn't have to squeeze into a bed with little Mai anymore. What a relief. Jack Ma smiled happily. The new villa has over 20 rooms, so he could easily snag a room for himself. It's as if I'm eager to sleep with you. Your snoring is deafening. How many times have I woken you up at night? You know that, right? I was sleeping just fine alone, and then you came barging in. Isn't it better to sleep on the floor like the others? The Penguin Ma looked at Jack Ma with disdain. Chapter 153. One of a kind, no other branches. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaolin quietly opened the live stream. The moment the stream opened, it surged to 50,000 viewers. 1 minute later, it reached 80,000. 3 minutes later, it hit 100,000. Who the hell leaked the news? Suke from the Blast Heaven gang exclaimed. I'm really going to be depressed. Didn't only 30,000 know about it yesterday? How did it suddenly become 100,000? Bei Ming said, hee hee. I came in through the platform's recommendation. They gave a big headline. Same here. Who doesn't know that Xiaolin is holding a big lottery at night? The Shark platform is stupid. They're stingy and still want to promote Xiaolin's lottery, truly treating a feather as a command. The Shark platform wants to ride on Xiaolin's coattails. It's no surprise it's a product under Penguin Ma. Not willing to spend a dime while still trying to get a piece. To the netizen upstairs, I give you a thumbs up. You don't have to pay back the treasure next month. You idiot. Who are you to brag here? Jack Ma and the others were guarding the live stream with their phones, and they just saw that comment. Originally, the fans were referring to Penguin Ma, and Jack Ma wanted to show off, but unexpectedly ended up getting scolded. Chapter 154. The grand prize is announced. In Xiaolin's live stream, excited heart, trembling hands. Can I win next time? Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, can Linner win? I hope Linner tells me to come again. Be a person. You've already won a first prize. Just watch and let opportunities go to those who need them. I really want to tell you off. Okay, let us continue. There are a lot of prizes today, so I won't read the names anymore. I'll draw and immediately continue. Xiaolin shouted to the live stream. Everyone knows me, right? Now I'm going to start the lottery. Quickly type Wang Xiaowei is mighty on the public screen, and I'll begin soon. National Little Wang looked pleased and wanted to follow Xiaolin's lead for a bit of fun. You're Qing'er. Hubby, is that you? Do you still remember Qing'er? Please pick me. Jia Tianbang, the doorman. So disgusting. Let go of Wang Xiao. Let me come. Wang Xiaowei is mighty. Chapter 155. I'll help you check. I'm back. I'll come find you tomorrow. Lu Liwei felt very warm hearing this. The friendship between brothers was evident. All right, call me tomorrow when you arrive. I'll pick you up, Lu Liwei said. No need. I'll have the military vehicle take me there directly. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Lu Liwei was in a great mood. It had been half a year since he last saw his good brother, and to be honest, he missed him a bit. Let us head back. We'll stop here for today. Tomorrow I have a good brother coming over, and we'll go out to have fun together tomorrow night. Lu Liwei suddenly lost interest and wanted to go back to rest early. Once Lu Xiao spoke, everyone responded, one by one saying they were tired of playing and wanted to go back to rest. The next day, Lu Liwei waited at the entrance of the luxurious Grand Hotel for his good brother. Wang Zhua and Zheng Bing stood on either side of him, looking very much like sycophants. Zheng Bing asked Wang Zhua who was coming, but Wang Zhua didn't say a word. As a red plate SUV drove to the entrance of the luxurious Grand Hotel, Lu Liwei took a few steps forward. At this moment, a young, strong man jumped out of the SUV and slammed the door shut. Bang! The force of the door closing was so great that the vehicle shook. Chapter 156. No permission to query. After Zhou Gongyi finished his call, he set down his phone and raised a glass of wine, shouting to Lu Liwei, come on, let us keep drinking, we'll have news soon. Lu Liwei raised his glass in response, and the two clinked their glasses and downed the wine. Ah, refreshing. Zhou Gongyi sighed deeply, relaxing a bit, smacking his lips as he continued. Comfortable, our Huaxiao wine is the best. The foreign wines we drink are like horse urine. I really don't know how they have a nerve to sell it for so expensive, claiming it's good wine. Humph. Isn't it just the nightclubs pushing it? Wines that cost dozens of bucks are sold for thousands. A bottle of XO abroad sells for tens of thousands. It's all trash that even the foreigners don't drink. People nowadays are too obsessed with foreign things. Lu Liwei also snorted coldly. Although they were rich kids who loved to play, they were deeply loyal to their own country, greatly influenced by family factors since childhood. Just like National Little Wang, he studied at university abroad and had good grades, easily qualifying for a foreign green card, but he looked down on it. No matter how round the moon outside is, it can't compare to the comfort of the moon in his homeland. It's just a difference in educational mindset. Chapter 157. Is he Xiaofeng? After hearing this, Lu Liwei comforted him, saying, don't think too much, maybe their essay task. Hopefully, Zhou Gongyi said. After the four finished their meal, they waited in the private room for Long Outyan's arrival. Around 3 in the afternoon, Long Outyan arrived. When Long Outyan saw Lu Liwei, he understood and merely glanced at Lu Liwei lightly, startling Lu Liwei. That cold gaze made Lu Liwei feel a chill deep down. Don't look at Lu Liwei's grandfather being Feng Lao. Even his grandfather must give long, out-yin face. How could Lu Liwei not be afraid? He was a particularly notable figure, a big shot guarding Huaxia, worthy of respect from every aspect. Master, Zhou Gongyi obediently called out upon seeing this. Without saying a word, Long Out-yin grabbed Zhou Gongyi by the neck like he was a small dog and threw him into the SUV, then followed in himself, and the vehicle quickly disappeared from the view of the three. Zheng Bing stood dumbfounded, looking at Lu Liwei, and asked, Lu Xiao, who is this? Him? He. You're not qualified to know yet. Lu Liwei smiled and looked respectfully at the departing SUV. Lu Liwei wasn't he wrong. Zheng Bing wasn't he yet qualified to know of Long Out-yin's existence. Chapter 158, Kneeling. Zhou Gongyi's eyes widened. The Xiaofeng he was trying to have checked at noon is actually the master in front of him? This feeling is hard to express, worse than eating dog poop. No wonder the master traveled so far. It turns out he had offended the master. This is really bad. Who would have thought the master would be so young? As for National Little Wong and the other 4 young masters from Modu, he knew them all. They were all serving as the master's sycophants, doing it very well and very sweetly. No wonder these guys have been so arrogant lately, with such a big leg to hold on to. Their arrogance can't be suppressed. After hearing this, Xiaofeng glanced at Zhou Gongyi. Zhou Gongyi immediately came to his senses and hurriedly admitted his mistake. Master, I didn't mean to, please punish me. The speed of changing faces caught Long Out-yin off guard. The title of disciple was something he had to shamelessly shout for himself. This kid is good. The master's title rolls off the tongue easily, showing promise. Not bad. His achievements will surpass yours. After looking at Zhou Gongyi, Xiaofeng turned to Long Out-yin and said. Long Out-yin was instantly overjoyed, quickly thanking him. Thank you for the praise, Master. Please guide me a bit. Good. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Chapter 159. Holding onto a big leg makes even pigs fly. Another day, I'll be live streaming tonight. Xiaolin also declined Zhou Gongyi's invitation. It's late at night. I can't just go shopping, and I don't know how to sing, so it's better to stay at home and play games. All right. Zhou Gongyi nodded in agreement, showing no objections. After all, it was only the first day. It was a bit abrupt, but they would get used to it later. After dinner, Long Out-yin left with Zhou Gongyi. Long Out-yin had many things to do and couldn't stay at the villa. He would have liked to stay here, listening to teachings from Xiaofeng all day. However, national matters are more important, and personal matters are minor. Master, how powerful is Master? Zhou Gongyi asked his question in the car. We are mortals, the Master is a god, the only god. Long Out-yin didn't know how to respond. He could only say that he was incredible, and the only way to describe him was as a god. Even though Zhou Gongyi was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. To be called a god by an arrogant man means he truly is a god. In Long Out-yin's heart, Xiaofeng is a god, omnipotent. Can fly directly in the air. What else could he be if not a god? As for his strength, who knows? He was too weak to have the qualifications to understand Xiaofeng's power. Chapter 160. What have you two been up to lately? Lu Liwei looked at Zhou Gongyi's smug smile and felt happy too. At least he hadn't caused a huge misunderstanding with Xiaofeng. It was just that he got beaten by Li Chang'e. So what if he got beaten? In his heart, it was like being beaten by his grandfather. Li Chang'e was just acting on his behalf. After all, the terrifying extent of Xiaofeng had made it impossible for him to feel any displeasure. Instead, he felt a sense of envy towards the likes of the national little king and others. Who wouldn't want to hold on to a thigh like that? Although his brother had benefited from this disaster, he was still Long Out-yin's disciple, and sooner or later, he would have to meet Xiaofeng. This incident only brought their meeting time forward. Gongyi, congratulations on having such an impressive master. Lu Liwei sincerely congratulated. Have you let go? Zhou Gongyi asked with a smile. I never really held it in my heart, so how could I let it go? I'm not foolish. Ever since my grandfather said that, I never thought about saving face. What is face? A real man knows how to take it and let it go. Lu Liwei chuckled self-deprecatingly. People who care about face are just a bunch of self-righteous individuals. There's a saying, dying for face leads to suffering. Face is given by others. Only when you have strength will others give you face. Chapter 161. Supermanly comes to Magic City. Penguin Ma was somewhat afraid of Miss Dong and didn't dare to talk much with her, feeling that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. After a while, Miss Dong asked, why don't we call that useless laming over? Didn't he say he's also in Magic City? Uncle Lee didn't say to invite him. So how could he dare to come? Lao Wang found an excuse to brush it off, secretly thinking, isn't this just to avoid you asking him for money again? They hadn't known that Miss Dong would be coming, or they wouldn't have come at all. Before long, Superman Lee arrived with his son Lee Zekin. Uncle Lee, the three, stood up to greet him. Superman Lee leaned on a cane, his hair somewhat gray. He looked old, being over 90 years old. In recent years, Superman Lee's health had deteriorated significantly, and it was already commendable that he could still get out and about. Sit, don't be polite, Superman Lee smiled and greeted them. Although the three in front of him were juniors, they all held high positions in the mainland and were leaders in their respective business fields. Superman Lee showed no airs about himself. After all, their politeness stemmed from genuine respect, and not merely because he was wealthy. Chapter 162. Jack Ma's main profession is cooking. After hanging up the phone with old Lee, Xiaofeng casually tossed his phone aside. For Xiaofeng, nothing affected his state of mind. For someone who had transcended, everything was merely a trivial matter, a small issue to be brushed over. However, from old Lee's tone just now, it seemed that the matter was related to him, especially since old Lee had just called him and said he would come over in the afternoon. Teacher Ma, Xiaofeng called out to Jack Ma. Yes, young Master Xia. What can I do for you? Jack Ma jogged over to ask. This afternoon, you guys go out and buy some fresh vegetables. We'll invite old Lee over for dinner tonight. He wants to try your cooking. Xiaofeng instructed. Xiaofeng had said those words to old Lee on purpose. If old Lee was really coming, Xiaofeng was indeed happy to host him. A person who dedicated his life to the country and the people deserves respect. Regardless of his identity, Xiaofeng was first and foremost a Chinese person, with Chinese blood flowing in his veins, proud of China's strength, and committed to the growth of China. Jack Ma was startled upon hearing this. Had his culinary skills reached old Lee's ears? Despite his successful career, he had never been acknowledged by old Lee. Yet now he was specifically mentioned because of his cooking skills. Chapter 163. Are you a fraud? At noon, Lao Wang and Penguin Ma accompanied Superman Lee for lunch and then stayed behind to drink tea with him. When Superman Lee brought up the matter of introducing Xiaofeng, he was immediately rejected by the two, and he didn't mention it again. Some things need to be done step by step. Rushing it only makes things worse. Lao Wang, your business seems to be picking up lately. If you need funds, just let me know. I can transfer you $1 billion or so without any issues. Superman Lee said with a smile as he looked at Lao Wang. The five of them were drinking tea and chatting. All right, Uncle Lee, Lao Wang nodded in response. Who would believe your words? You didn't say this 2 years ago, and now you only say it because you're holding on to young Master Xia's thigh. In this circle, not taking advantage of someone in trouble was considered a good friend. Forget about any financial help. In the past 2 years, only a few people had approached Lao Wang for help. Jiang Quanshui, Jack Ma, and Miss Dong. Lao Wang had a good relationship with them privately, but their help was just a drop in the bucket. They couldn't assist with the hundreds of millions he needed, so Lao Wang declined them all. The outside world believed that Lao Wang and Jack Ma were rivals, but in private, they were quite friendly. Chapter 164. No need to cook for us tonight. Everyone heard what Malsmore said very clearly. The implication seemed to be notifying Lao Wang. I'm sending you money. Please don't refuse. That kind of humble attitude made people feel that he was unreliable. How could there be such foolish people in the world? 7. 2 billion euros was not a small sum. When Lao Wang sold those two industries, he had lost several hundred million euros. Now, out of nowhere, he was supposed to make billions? Such good fortune simply did not exist. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Lao Wang couldn't help but swear. Mr. Wang, I wouldn't joke with you. After hanging up, I'll have someone transfer it to you. How does that sound? Malsmore continued to ask in a low voice. All right. Lao Wang nodded. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had nothing to lose. Okay, Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. Goodbye. Malsmore was overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, Lao Wang looked at the others and asked, is there really such good fortune in the world? Penguin Ma, Miss Dong, and Lee Zekin all remained silent. After all, they were encountering such a situation for the first time. They had seen people offering money, but never anyone offering so much money. Uncle Lee, do you think this guy is going to use a large sum of money to trick me? Lao Wang suddenly thought of this possibility. Chapter 165. Old Lee arrives with old Lee coming. Lao Wang naturally wouldn't care about Superman Lee anymore. It was impossible to invite them for dinner now. All right, we'll be back soon, Lao Wang said excitedly. Okay, Jiang Quanshui replied and hung up the phone. Then he urged Lei Ming, who was dragging his feet behind. Old Lei, hurry up. Don't delay Teacher Ma's cooking. Otherwise, it will also delay old Lee's meal. All right, Lei Ming replied, shrugging his shoulders and quickly catching up. After Lao Wang hung up the phone, he apologetically looked at Superman Li and Miss Dong and said tonight, Xiaoma and I can't accompany you for dinner. How about I help you choose a good place? Order whatever you like. If you all leave, where are we going to eat? Miss Dong said, somewhat displeased. Lao Wang was too unreliable. He had been saying everything was fine before, but now he was leaving just like that. It's fine. You go ahead and be busy. Superman Li understood somewhat. Thank you, Uncle Li, for your understanding. Xiaoma, let's go. Old Wang acted decisively, standing up and leaving right after speaking. Until Old Wang and Penguin Ma stepped out, Miss Dong was still staring at the door, looking thoughtful. Li Superman, observing Miss Dong's puzzled expression, smiled and said, General Dong, can't figure out why, can you? Chapter 166. I'm a proud Huaxia person since the King of Hues from the United States has come to us. Xiaofeng had no reason not to go. He also wanted to see if there was anyone in this world worth his effort. In the path of cultivation, the loneliness of having no opponents cannot be expressed to others. Only by having a powerful rival can one regain the motivation to cultivate. The loneliness of a master is like snow, and such a situation for too long will affect his cultivation mindset. Xiaofeng came out of seclusion because he suddenly felt that he had lost motivation in his cultivation, which is why he entered the mundane world. And recently his mindset has started to improve. Old Li, who is this King of Hues? How much do you know about him? Xiaofeng asked curiously. We don't have precise information about him either, just like the United States doesn't know your specific situation. I can only say that this King of Hues is quite old, has lived for a long time, and last shone brightly during World War I, Old Li said, unable to clearly explain the specifics about the King of Hues. After all, Old Li's understanding was limited. The King of Hues did not belong to the secular world, and Old Li could not access all of his information. In any case, from all angles, this King of Hues is definitely impressive. This impressiveness is relative to the United States. In Old Li's heart, Xiaofeng is the real impressive one. Even though Old Li is not from this circle, he knows that flying in the air has transcended ordinary people. Chapter 167. Meeting the King of Hues. Upon hearing Old Li's words, everyone sighed in agreement. Indeed, back then, the country was poor and everyone was struggling. Now, it's different. Everyone is prosperous and the country is strong, with support coming from all sides in times of trouble. The speed of Huaxia is not just talk. It is genuinely happening. Come, everyone raise your glasses and toast to the prosperity of Huaxia, Old Li said, raising his glass. Everyone raised their glasses, stood up, and shouted loudly. Cheers to the prosperity of Huaxia. Even Xiao Lin, Qin Wen, and Ma Yuqin, who usually don't drink, raised their glasses to join in the toast for Huaxia's prosperity. All right, everyone sit down. I believe that with everyone's efforts, Huaxia will only get better and better. Old Li waved his hand to signal everyone to sit. Subsequently, Xiaofeng and Old Li began to be toasted by everyone. Because everyone was afraid that Old Li drinking too much would be bad for his health, each person only toasted him once. Dinner went smoothly, with everyone in a harmonious atmosphere, enjoying each other's company. That night, there were no identities or statuses. Xiaofeng never put on airs. Old Li didn't flaunt his authority. And as for Old Wang and the others, there was no way they would act like wealthy people. Everyone interacted like ordinary families, lively and joyful as if it were a festival. Chapter 168. The shocked American glutton, the deep gaze of the King of Hues fixed on Xiaofeng once again. What does not in the nascent soul stage mean? Is it higher or lower than that? The King of Hues suddenly felt that Xiaofeng was a bit pretentious. After he spoke a few words, he just replied with Is the tone that high? Not to mention, he is at least a senior in the cultivation path, and some respect should be given. As for strength, let's not talk about it for now, because he still cannot see through Xiaofeng. You should be clear about my intentions, right? The black goldstone on this island is now being developed jointly by the United States and Huaxia. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. The King of Hues, seeing that Xiaofeng was not paying much attention to him, began to get straight to the point. The main reason for meeting Xiaofeng was to see the strength of the man revered as a guardian deity by Huaxia. It was obvious that he was disappointed right from the start, as he did not see the results he wanted. Therefore, he shifted to discussing the issue of black goldstone development. No, Xiaofeng shook his head. This is a place discovered by Huaxia and should be mined by Huaxia. Besides, the United States has already withdrawn from this matter. You can talk nonsense, but what Huaxia says is final. It'll be mined by Huaxia. and there is no room for negotiation. Chapter 169. Bring your glutton over to apologize. Everyone on the small island was stunned, except for Long Out Yin. Especially the members of the dragon group. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, Xiaofeng's strength had reached a terrifying level beyond their imagination. The King of Hues could kill them as easily as squashing ants, and such a formidable King of Hues had become a somewhat larger ant in front of Xiaofeng. Why he looked at Xiaofeng with starry eyes, infatuated. The women in the dragon group are generally strong-willed, believing that men are no better than themselves. Now, with such a powerful man standing not far away, they could only look up to him, causing a change in their mindset, leading to feelings of infatuation. This might be a common trait among all women. Whenever a man they admire appears, they will develop a strong fondness for him from the heart. Speak. Give me a reason to spare your life. Xiaofeng casually tossed the King of Hues to the ground, looking down at him. A half-foot out of the painting might still be useful in the future. Killing him would be a simple task, and besides, there is no enmity, so why kill him? It's better to keep him around to create some convenience for Huaxia, letting a sharp knife hang over the heads of the American gluttons. Chapter 170. Kid, have the guts to state your name. Jean Xiaochang glanced at Xiaofeng and recalled the recent events. Penguin Ma and Jack Ma were by his side like sycophants, and they were even doing a dance with Xiaolin together. That wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking was that day when they all went to Kyoto, and she witnessed Xiaofeng leaving in a domestic car with flags. The car was difficult to even glance at, let alone ride in. Jean Xiaochun hurriedly stood up and walked over to Xiaofeng. The other actors beside her looked at her curiously, not understanding why Jean Xiaochun suddenly acted so dramatically. As she approached Xiaofeng, her heart began to race, and she didn't know how to address him. Young Master Xia seemed inappropriate. She noticed Xiaofeng was alone and probably didn't want to be too ostentatious. If she called him Young Master Xia and they knew each other, wouldn't that expose her identity? Jean Xiaochun didn't have time to think much and quickly reached Xiaofeng's side, greeting him in an extremely gentle voice. Brother Xia, what are you doing here? Xiaofeng glanced at Jean Xiaochun and smiled. Long time no see. You two know each other? Lu Jiming asked, looking at them in confusion. Yes, we know each other. Brother Xia, long time no see. Jean Xiaochun responded to Lu Jiming, her gaze on Xiaofeng. Chapter 171. Who the hell told you to reveal my name? Inside the car, Jean Xiaochun looked apologetically at Xiaofeng and said, Brother Xia, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Not all. Xiaofeng smiled and replied. For him, it's really nothing, and he wouldn't get angry. The word anger has long been forgotten by Xiaofeng. How could a state of mind be disturbed by these mundane matters? It's unnecessary and not worth it. That's good. Brother Xia, what do you like to eat? Jean Xiaocheng asked. Anything is fine. I see you still have to film in the afternoon. So let's find a place to eat nearby, Xiaofeng said. Okay. Jean Xiaocheng responded and then instructed the driver to drive around the area to see where there is a suitable place to eat. Outside the set, Guan Xinda threw the flowers in his hand on the ground and stomped on them a couple of times to vent his anger. Bah, that bitch, just another slut. Guan Xinda spat at the departing car and then took out his phone to call his good buddy Wang Zhua. Hey, Brother Wang, I'm in Mo City. Where are you? As soon as the call was connected, Guan Xinda hurriedly asked. He hadn't planned to tell Wang Zhua about coming this time. He fantasized about having a perfect encounter with Jean Xiaocheng. Little did he know that there was no encounter, only disappointment. Chapter 172. Please, Young Master Xia, show mercy. Young Master Xia? Xiaofeng? Guan Xinda remembered that the man with Jean Xiaocheng said his name was Xiaofeng. Could it be him? Brother Wang, are you talking about the man I met today? Xiaofeng? Guan Xinda quickly asked. You actually have some brains. If it's not him, who else could it be? You think you can provoke Young Master Xia? Wang Zhua said and then slapped him again, continuing, You can seek death yourself, but why drag my name into it? Am I going to kill your whole family, or what? Why are you so eager to send me to my death? Wang Zhua was getting angrier, feeling that trouble had come from nowhere. Of all the people in Huaxia, why did he provoke Xiaofeng? It was truly looking for death, challenging someone so powerful. Guan Xinda stammered, unsure what to say. Seeing Wang Zhua's furious expression, he realized he had offended someone he shouldn't have, getting beaten so badly upon their first meeting. If it weren't for fear, Wang Zhua wouldn't have been so ruthless. Guan Xinda was at a loss. Lu Xiao, Brother Wang, what should I do? Guan Xinda was genuinely panicking. Chapter 173. The bench comes to Huaxia. In the sky over the Pacific Ocean, aboard the U.S. Air Transport 001 plane, King Hughes sat below, while the bench sat above. In front of outsiders, King Hughes still maintained respect for the American bench because he was an American figure. If he were too ostentatious, it could easily cause public panic. The American bench looked at King Hughes and asked, "Lord Hughes, is there any risk in going to Huaxia this time?" "What risk?" "If you're worried about your life, even if you die, he can still find you. Instead of worrying about that, why not think about how to apologize to him?" King Hughes scoffed, saying that worrying about useless things was better left unasked. If Xiaofeng wanted to find him, hiding in a tall building wouldn't help. He could take your life in an instant. After hearing this, the bench dared not speak. It seemed there was indeed no problem with what was said. If King Hughes could find him in an instant, how much more so for someone far stronger than King Hughes? Thinking about these useless things was merely worrying for nothing. "Remember your identity. He is my master." King Hughes reminded the bench when he saw him silent, warning him not to think that just because he was an American figure, he was invincible in this world. Chapter 174. People are selfish. After seeing Xiaofeng, Zheng Ming understood everything in his heart. He had spent a sleepless night excited, and it turned out it was all because of the big shot in front of him. "Secretary Zheng, thank you for your hard work," Xiaofeng greeted Zheng Ming. "It's nothing, it's what I should do." Zheng Ming's tone suddenly became more respectful, elevating Xiaofeng's status in his eyes. Previously, Zheng Ming spoke to him like a subordinate addressing a superior, but now it was completely filled with respect. After chatting for a bit, Xiaofeng took King Hughes to the pavilion in the courtyard. Xiaofeng sat on a stone bench while King Hughes stood beside him. Xiaofeng said, "Hughes, I have a question I'm curious about." "Master, please go ahead." King Hughes slightly bowed. "Why do Americans always oppose us Huaxia people? Why do you look down on us?" Xiaofeng asked. King Hughes was startled. This question was difficult to answer. If he said no, it would be a blatant lie. If he said yes, his master was also Huaxia. Both sides would be unpleasing. This question was a conundrum, and King Hughes stammered, unsure how to respond. "Speak honestly. I want to hear the truth." Seeing him in difficulty, Xiaofeng understood what he was thinking. Chapter 175. Let me handle the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon hearing Mr. Li say this, Xiaofeng felt emotional. He then looked at Mr. Li and said, "Mr. Li, my coming out this time is more about practicing my heart in the secular world. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well go to a university to pass on the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine. How much they can learn depends on their own fortune." When Xiaofeng said this, he pondered for a moment. He really had nothing to do every day, and if he could truly pass on traditional Chinese medicine, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for Huaxia people. But Xiaofeng wouldn't stay long, at most a year. He would teach everything he could, and how much they could learn would depend on their own capabilities. The main thing was that Xiaofeng wanted to experience society and the various aspects of life. Just like yesterday, having dinner alone with Jean Xiaoqing felt pretty good, like an ordinary person returning to simplicity. Mr. Li looked at Xiaofeng curiously, seemingly somewhat incredulous. However, seeing the clarity in Xiaofeng's eyes, devoid of any deceit, he smiled and said, "Your willingness to teach children traditional Chinese medicine is a blessing for Huaxia's traditional medicine. Then it's settled. I have nothing to do every day, so I'll do something meaningful. Mr. Li, recommend a university for me. I'll go teach a group of students." Xiaofeng was unsure about which university to choose. Chapter 176. Did I guess right? After much anticipation, the next morning, 30 students arrived at the classroom. Today was the new professor's class, and everyone was very curious about this new professor. They heard he wasn't from the college, but was specially invited by the principal from outside. Being valued by the principal surely meant he had exceptional medical skills. How old do you think the professor is? At least 70 or 80, right? That's obvious. I think so too. Someone invited from outside must have retired long ago and is now being called back by the principal. The students in the classroom were discussing the new professor's arrival. As 8 o'clock arrived, Okingan brought Xiaofeng into the classroom. The crowd saw a young man following the principal and had not yet reacted, thinking another new student had arrived. "Hello everyone. Let me introduce you to your new professor, Xiaofeng. He will be teaching you traditional Chinese medicine from now on, and he has the authority to decide whether you can graduate. During this time, you must listen to him." Okangan, seeing that Xiaofeng is too young, feared that he might not be able to lead this group of students well, and immediately warned the students in an authoritative tone. Essentially, he was saying that if you don't obey, don't expect to graduate. Your graduation is in someone else's hands. Chapter 177. Hot Topics. Luo Hanxiang was shocked. Xiaofeng was absolutely right, but how did he see that? Could he tell just by looking? She wasn't having an outbreak at the moment, but if it did occur, it would cause inflammation, and someone with excellent medical skills would be able to recognize it. To be able to identify a hereditary disease while one's body is normal is simply extraordinary. Teacher Xia, do you have a method to cure it? Luo Hanxiang directly addressed him as Teacher Xia, having been tormented by this viral ulcer to the point of suffering, especially during outbreaks when nothing tasted good. With sores in her mouth, even speaking was painful, let alone eating. This was torture for a foodie, even when not having an outbreak. She had to watch her diet and avoid spicy food. Without spicy food, what kind of delicacies could there be? Sure, Xiaofeng said lightly. Luo Hanxiang's eyes brightened, as if she had discovered a glimmer of hope. After receiving Xiaofeng's affirmation, the classroom erupted into discussions. With Xiaofeng's intervention, they began to believe in his abilities. After all, the principal wouldn't be so foolish as to bring in someone without skill to teach them. They had initially been misled by Xiaofeng's youth and didn't expect this outcome. Chapter 178. Representing at the exchange conference, Xiaofeng was having lunch with Okongan in the school cafeteria, and students and teachers alike cast sidelong glances at them. A few teachers who were aware of Xiaofeng's background felt a sense of understanding. No wonder he became a professor of traditional Chinese medicine at such a young age. It turned out he had this connection. After all, Xiaofeng was too young, and many leaned towards the idea that he had taken a shortcut. As for whether he truly had skills, they were uncertain and could only speculate based on the most realistic possibility. Professor Xia, how about you lead the team for this year's medical discussion conference? Okongan suddenly said at the dining table. Medical discussion conference? What is that? Xiaofeng asked. It is held annually. The World Health Organization organizes a medical exchange conference every year, presenting some difficult questions for everyone to discuss together. And our medical school at Fudan University is one of the top medical schools in the country. So we lead the way, Okongan explained. Okongan was unsure of Xiaofeng's medical skills, but he trusted old Li, and besides, letting Xiaofeng lead was akin to associating with him. Whether Xiaofeng was willing or not was another matter, but at least he had said it. So we represent Huaxia? Xiaofeng asked. Chapter 179. The Americans are nervous. Everyone learned that Xiaofeng would be going to U.S. for the medical exchange conference. Old Wang offered to send them on his private jet, but Xiaofeng declined. What was the point of taking a private jet? He was bringing students along. If he were to go to the U.S., it would only take a moment. Why bother with a plane? This time, he was representing Huaxia, and he was determined to bring glory to traditional Chinese medicine. Several days passed uneventfully until the arrival of the first, the day the delegation would attend the U.S. Medical Exchange Conference. At Hangzhou International Airport in Shanghai, Professor Feng Gubing said to Xiaofeng, "Thank you for leading this time." He had led the team twice before. And although the school suddenly changed the leader to a traditional Chinese medicine professor, he had no objections. Even though Xiaofeng was somewhat young, it was good to give opportunities to young people. Whether traditional or Western medicine, they all represented Huaxia. Anyone who brought glory did so for Huaxia. Professor Feng, we're all going abroad to bring glory to Huaxia, so let's not talk about hardship. We all need to do our best this time. Xiaofeng quickly waved his hand and said, "Ha, good. With young people like you, how can Huaxia medicine not thrive?" Feng Gubing laughed heartily. Chapter 180. I say an ode to you, traditional Chinese medicine. The next day, the medical exchange conference was held at the Hilton Hotel in Washington. It gathered medical representatives from various countries, mostly from Western nations and Asian countries. Other continents were still catching up in terms of medical standards and were not developed enough to attend this so-called exchange conference. If they couldn't even afford food, how could they be invited to participate in a medical exchange conference? On the second floor of the Hilton Hotel, Aubrey and FBI agents disguised as hotel staff were scattered throughout various corners of the hotel. He received orders from the Americans to closely monitor Xiaofeng and to ensure that no Americans provoked him, as he was considered a highly dangerous individual. Otherwise, if Xiaofeng threw the blame onto the Americans, they would have no way to defend themselves. The exchange conference proceeded as scheduled, starting with a speech from an official from the World Health Organization, followed by representatives from various countries taking the stage. The first to speak was an American, Dr. Antonio, a medical expert from the U.S., whose speech aligned well with the modern medical exchange conference. He boasted about the new drugs developed in the U.S. that could treat certain diseases, engaging in a round of bragging about American achievements in medicine. Chapter 181. I challenge Eugene Liu arrogantly extended his right index finger, waving it back and forth, indicating his disdain for traditional Chinese medicine. This attitude was disgusting to watch. It was utterly arrogant. Ever since South Korea successfully applied for the heritage status of Korean medicine, they had claimed traditional Chinese medicine as their own, asserting that it was developed by them. While traditional Chinese medicine from Huaxia was merely borrowed from South Korea, the fact was that they did succeed in their application. And with the decline of traditional Chinese medicine and the rise of Korean medicine, there were indeed reasons for others to look down on it. After all, there's a saying that is very true: facts speak louder than words. With the medical skills laid out, what could one use to argue against them? As for those who wanted to apply for heritage status for the Dragon Boat Festival, did they expect to have any shame? Unashamed. Just as Yu Jingming was about to speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Feng raising his hand. Xiao Feng stood up and softly said, "Dr. Jin, I agree with your point that facts speak louder than words." Huh? As soon as Xiao Feng said this, representatives from various countries turned to look at him. How could the representative from Huaxia support Jin Liuwu's remarks? Was Huaxia preparing to acknowledge that traditional Chinese medicine was learned from South Korea? Chapter 182. Global live broadcast. With Jin Liuwu's agreement, the competition between the two was officially set. Representatives from various countries became interested. After all, it was an event where South Korea challenged Huaxia, something they were eager to witness. No matter who wins or loses, they can still have a good time. If South Korea wins, even better, as it can slap China in the face. Recently, China's status in the international arena has been rising, which makes them feel a bit uncomfortable and anxious. They used to be bullied by everyone, but now they suddenly find themselves on equal footing with them, or even above many Western countries. This feeling is hard to accept. In their eyes, white people are superior. Little do they know they are nothing. The real legacy lies with the Chinese. They can't see the truth and are just deceiving themselves like clowns. To ensure fairness, how about we let the American hosts come up with the questions? Jin Liu looked at Xiao Feng and said, "No need for that." Xiao Feng rejected Jin Liu's proposal. "What do you mean?" Jin Liu was taken aback. "Is there something wrong with what I said? Isn't it the most fair for Americans to come up with the questions? Or do you want to come up with the questions yourself?" Chapter 183. Testing with one's body in an instant. The entire world's internet was buzzing with the content of this live broadcast. In China's Magic City, the citizens, including Xiao Wang, were all watching the live stream at home. The streaming platform owned by Penguin Ma had all its platforms and news outlets pay full attention to this event, blocking those who insulted Xiao Feng. Because this group of ignorant people insulted Xiao Feng, he found it displeasing, and since he couldn't do anything about it, he banned accounts and silenced all those who insulted him. In the film base of Magic City, Jean Xiaoqing's secretary handed her a phone and said, "Sister Chung, look, today's hottest headline, global live broadcast. Now all major platforms, including CCTV, are broadcasting it." "What's going on?" Jean Xiaoqing curiously asked as she took the phone. Just after asking, she saw the red text. Chinese medicine representative Professor Xia accepts the challenge from the Korean medicine representative. Then Jean Xiaoqing glanced at the live room. Although Xiao Feng had a faint mark on his face, she still recognized him at a glance. It's him. Is he still a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? No matter whether Xiao Feng is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner or not, as long as it's related to him, she must pay attention. "Go tell Director Liu that the shoot for tonight is canceled, and I'm going home," Jean Xiaoqing said, holding the phone, her eyes fixed on the screen as she walked her car. Chapter 184. Is this enough? Chinese viewers watched as Luo Hanxiang lay on the ground, their hearts aching. This nameless woman is a hero of Chinese traditional medicine. Everyone was anxious as Xiao Feng walked step by step toward Luo Hanxiang. Who the hell is this? I really don't understand. This is just a few steps. Why is he dragging it out? Doesn't he know the phrase, "Every second counts"? Indeed, it was hard to watch. How could such a doctor represent China at a medical exchange conference? This is simply playing with others' lives. Others have been trying to save her for a minute, and he completely forgot the urgency in medicine. I estimate he is at a loss, and doesn't he know how to treat her? So he is just stalling, trying to shirk responsibility. That beautiful woman. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. I think I can still be saved. What a pity for such a beautiful lady. If only she were my girlfriend. You bastard. Everyone is concerned about her safety, and you're thinking about having such a girlfriend. You beast. The Chinese internet was filled with voices criticizing Xiao Feng. From Xiao Feng's actions, he indeed gave off a sense of indifference. Chapter 185. Not a single one left. Jean Liwu stood at the moral high ground, questioning Xiaofeng. The doctor's principle is to save lives, and that is indeed true, but it also depends on whether the person is human or a dog. What does it have to do with me? Get lost. Xiaofeng sternly rejected Jean Liwu's request. As for the life and death of ABA, it was of no concern to Xiaofeng. The death of a South Korean person is no different from the death of an ant. What benevolence of doctors, saving lives, and the idea that life has no borders, all of that is nonsense. Xiaofeng is the guardian of China, not a saint. If a South Korean dies, he won't lift a finger. He can go to the university to pass on traditional Chinese medicine and come to the U.S. for the exchange meeting because he feels it is his duty as a cultivator to leave something for China, allowing it to stand at the pinnacle of the world. As for other matters, Xiaofeng had no interest at all. Even if a South Korean person died in front of him, he would not feel the slightest sympathy. This is a bit excessive. Why not save that South Korean guy? This is a living life. Doctors are supposed to have medical ethics. And in the face of life, nothing else matters. What a pity for that guy. Looking so handsome. Can he really bear to watch him die? Saving him wouldn't cost anything and would also add glory to China, showing the demeanor of a great nation. Chapter 186. Old Wang's thoughts the next day. South Korean Dr. Jean Liwu suddenly released an apology video through American media, stating, "I am Jean Liwu, the representative of Korean medicine from South Korea. I sincerely apologize for losing to traditional Chinese medicine yesterday. I intentionally provoked the competition and did not admit my defeat. For this, I apologize to all Chinese people. After all, everyone knows that we South Koreans generally don't keep our word, and being shameless is our norm. Last night, I had an epiphany and realized how ridiculous my behavior was, so I recorded this video to say sorry to everyone. Korean medicine has evolved from traditional Chinese medicine, which is an undeniable fact. It's just that we South Koreans have been deceiving ourselves. The strength of traditional Chinese medicine makes Korean medicine seem insignificant. South Korea even applied for UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage status for traditional Chinese medicine, which is simply shameless and enraging. The Dragon Boat Festival is also a traditional Chinese holiday, which South Korea has claimed as its own. This shows a lack of respect for history and is just nonsense. Finally, I apologize once again to China. This defeat of Korean medicine is entirely due to a lack of ability, and I feel ashamed for the entire South Korea. Chapter 187. Not missing the opportunity, Old Wang became more and more excited, but this matter still needed Xia Lin's approval. Otherwise, no matter how well they spoke, it would be useless. They wanted to band together, but it was unrealistic for people to willingly invest. Xia Lin had to act as a medium to make others willingly part with their money. What is going on? Li Chaoren was puzzled. How can you casually decide on investment of hundreds of billions without even blinking? Uncle Lee, this matter isn't concluded yet. I've arranged for the president of Kelly Entertainment to come over. If she agrees, I'll invest no matter the amount. Old Wang knew that talking for a long time was pointless. He needed Xia Lin to be present to confirm it. Okay. Li Chaoren was very confused. Then Old Wang got up to call Xiao Wang, asking him to bring Xia Lin to this place. Xia Lin and the others were at Kelly Entertainment Company, preparing to go out for a meal. Lao Wang's call came at just the right time, and soon everyone rushed over. When Xia Lin and the others appeared, Li Chaoren and Miss Dong were taken aback. Weren't these all juniors? Could it be that Kelly Entertainment was created by Lao Wang's juniors? No wonder Lao Wang and Penguin Ma were desperately investing. Among this group were the national treasures Xiao Wang and Ma Yuqin. Chapter 188. Feng Lin Entertainment. Li Chaoren, seasoned in business, was sharp and capable, having traveled longer paths than others. If he still couldn't see the peculiarities in this situation, then it would be a waste of the vast industry he built. Which of these big shots wasn't shrewd? Who wouldn't calculate carefully? Watching everyone invest so zealously, even a piece of crap could be turned into gold. Li Ziguei was surprised to see his father suddenly increase the investment by 20 billion, casting a glance at him, but saying nothing. He was still in a state of confusion. He didn't even know why Li Chaoren came to Modu, nor was he aware of the big shot Xiaofeng. Hence, he was the most puzzled. Always kept in the dark, he just followed his father's lead. Uncle Li, your vision is still something we can learn from. Don't worry, this will be your proudest investment, Lao Wang said as he noted Li Chaoren's increased investment, indirectly praising him. Without explaining the reasons, Li Chaoren resolutely followed suit, which indeed deserved commendation for his demeanor and vision. Experience speaks volumes, unlike that old Su, who had already leaked some news when buying land from him and still hadn't reacted. Chapter 189. Exploding the internet a few days later. The entertainment industry exploded with a super shocking piece of news. Phone Entertainment was renamed and established. This Phone Entertainment was formerly known as Hooli Entertainment, which people in the industry were somewhat aware of, as Kelly Entertainment had made a name for itself. However, nobody knew why their CEO suddenly stepped down. Now that Kelly Entertainment was renamed Phone Entertainment, that wasn't the important news. The key information was the investors behind it. The three giants of the internet industry had all invested: Alibaba Group, Penguin Group, and Jingxi Group. Real estate giants included Yida Group, Chung Kong Holdings, as well as energy mogul Jiang Quanshui and electronics industry leader Lei Ming. As for the two foreigners, the public was less concerned. Phone Entertainment caused a seismic shift in the entertainment industry, with so many big shots making substantial investments in a new entertainment company, which practically left other companies struggling to survive. Later, Phone Entertainment issued a statement. Our goal is not domestic. Our goal is to go global and become the leader in the film industry of Huaxia. It was clear that Phone Entertainment aimed to compete with Hollywood, bringing Huaxia's films to the world and allowing people worldwide to re-recognize Huaxia. Chapter 190. Regrets. Liu Qiangxi watched as everyone in the group fawned over the news, wondering how he could miss such a great opportunity. Regardless of who it was, he had to show respect. He could only be considered a bottom-tier big shot in the group, with others more impressive than him fawning over the news. So he had no reason not to do the same, especially seeing his big brother Penguin Ma's disgusting flattery, along with the two American families that were hard to watch. If he didn't flatter now, when would he? As for who Xiao Lin really was, he would find out slowly later. For now, he was one of the shareholders of Phone Entertainment, and he would eventually learn the identity of the big boss. Liu Qiangxi's last line of defense broke down, and he started to shamelessly flatter as well. He felt that, as a newcomer, his flattery wasn't deep enough, so he edited his message and sent out again. Guangya Liu, Liner, you are the most beautiful, the prettiest, pure, and lovely. You are the most beautiful in the world. Penguin Ma, Guangya Liu, you're going too far. Have you ever seen Lino? You can't just mindlessly flatter like this. Your wife, Milty's sister, wouldn't have flattered like this. If she saw this scene, you'd probably be kneeling on a washboard. Chapter 191. Don't disregard others, so one shouldn't speak too confidently. Otherwise, slapping oneself in the face comes too quickly and loses face. Su Jiaying was a typical example. Just a few days ago, she confidently said that whoever regretted was a fool. Now, she had slapped herself in the face. Phone Entertainment Company had been fully established and now needed to cultivate a batch of actors and recruit some popular stars to support them. Stars were just the front stage. The behind-the-scenes people were equally important, such as special effects artists, makeup artists, martial arts directors, and top directors. The special effects team from the US was undeniably good, and it wasn't hard to acknowledge other strengths. The key was to learn and strive to surpass them. As for the special effects team, there was no need to worry. The Morgan family and DuPont family had directly recruited the best team from the US, specifically for producing special effects for Hollywood blockbusters. Movies like Avatar, Iron Man, The Avengers, Hulk, Ant-Man, etc. were all produced by them. If they didn't come, that was fine. They wouldn't be able to stay in the US. With these two super families involved, there was nothing they couldn't handle. Except for the special effects team, everything else could be found domestically. Once the US special effects team arrived, a batch of people would be arranged to learn the most advanced special effects techniques alongside them. Chapter 192. Emergency hospitalization. Yu Jiaoyi looked at his useless son and was filled with unexpressed anger. Not long ago, he thought his son had made it big, able to keep up with the national treasure, Xiao Wang. He had even lowered himself to flatter his son, cooking delicious meals and being subservient, only to realize he had overthought it. After all this, he couldn't even become a flunky. Had the standards for flunkies become so high in this era? Yu Jiaoyi suddenly glanced at Yu Wei, who was startled by his father's unfriendly gaze and trembled, asking Dad, "What are you going to do?" "I've discovered a problem," Yu Jiaoyi said, resting his chin and analyzing. "What problem?" Yu Wei quickly asked. "Starting today, you will only eat one meal a day. Run for half an hour in the morning and evening, and do nothing during the day but stay in the gym." Yu Jiaoyi was quite satisfied with this idea. However, Yu Wei was unwilling to comply. "1 meal a day? Is this something a normal person does?" "Dad, I will die," he firmly rejected. "If I don't get to eat, what's the meaning of living?" Everyone has to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Don't you realize that among the four of you, you're the fattest? They aren't fat. So Xiaolin took them in as flunkies. You, as a fat dog, probably disgust Xiaolin and can't be kept around. Don't you have any self-awareness? Chapter 193. He had seen through it long ago. Cheng Wei felt that Cheng Kursin had no brains. Attending the U.S. Medical Exchange Conference. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is not someone you can just invite at will, especially in such a hurry. Not everyone is money-driven. Cheng Wei used to think that money could solve everything, but after a trip to the Magic City, he realized that money is not omnipotent and there are many things it cannot resolve. For instance, that Xia Xiao, do you think he can be swayed by money? For him, money is just a piece of worthless paper. Cheng Kursin was left speechless by what her elder brother said. He was right. Time was too pressing. And they didn't even know who that TCM practitioner was, so how could they find him? Cheng Wei himself knew that if they could really invite that TCM practitioner, perhaps their parents would truly be saved. Ah, Qin Minyan suddenly shouted. She recalled what Xia Feng had said to her. While there is still time, you and your husband should accompany your in-laws more and show filial piety. This statement had been echoing in Qin Minyan's ears, and it had sounded very harsh at the time, as if it implied that she and her husband were unfilial. Besides, since they lived with her in-laws, there was plenty of time to accompany them. Chapter 194. Difficult to speak out of familial affection, on one hand. He didn't want to see his daughter's in-laws just vanish like that. But Xiaofeng's identity was too special, different from others. It was not something he could just casually mention. Knowing this outcome, Qin Kaiyun naturally wouldn't say anything, lest it upset Xiaofeng, which would be counterproductive. From Qin Kaiyu's perspective, he would certainly help if he could. Seeing her father's troubled expression, Qin Minyan proposed. Xiao Dou and Xiao would have been with Xia Xiao. Let them help talk about it. Qin Kaihu sighed helplessly after hearing this. You don't know Xia Xiao well enough. A person of his stature agreeing to your request would be embarrassing. I wouldn't dare bring it up. I can agree to let Qin Dou and Qin Wen feel out the situation. If Xia Xiao doesn't mind, then they can mention it, but if he is averse, I won't let them bring it up. Having reached this point, Qin Kaihu could only relent and agree to let Qin Dou and Qin Wen feel out the situation. As for asking Xia Feng for help, Qin Kaihu didn't mention it at all. Okay, thank you, Dad. Cheng Wei knew it had to be this way and quickly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 195. Brother, could this be a scam? After Qin Wen left the study and just came downstairs, Qin Dou quickly approached her. How's it going? Qin Dou asked. What else could it be? If everyone just uses connections to ask for help from Xia Xiao, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? Qin Wen retorted unhappily. You don't ask yourself, but tell me to ask. It's really speechless. She had just embarrassed herself in front of Xia Xiao, and before she could explain the specifics, he already knew. It was like being seen naked by others, that kind of embarrassment. All right then. Qin Dou wasn't disappointed. At least he had tried. It was expected that Xia Feng wouldn't help. The connections were too far-reaching, so why would he help a stranger? However, Xia Xiao pointed out a clear path for me. Qin Wen said with a smile, looking at Qin Dou. What clear path? Qin Dou asked. Have you forgotten that we each have a miraculous medicine in our hands? Xia Xiao said these 2 pills are enough to save their lives. Qin Wen explained. Right. I forgot for a moment. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back. Qin Dou urged. Let's go. Otherwise, it will be too late and will disturb everyone asleep. After saying that, Qin Wen took the lead and walked out. Chapter 196. Fully recovered? When Cheng Wei saw his dad waking up, he exclaimed excitedly, Dad's awake! Dad's awake! How do you feel? Mom's awake too. Cheng Dong shouted afterward. Mom, is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Cheng Kursin said tearfully, walking to the bedside and holding her mother Zhou Li's hand with concern. What happened? Cheng Qinian was still confused. He looked up and saw that this was a hospital ward. He and his wife had both been unconscious. Dad, Mom suddenly fainted, and the hospital was at a loss, already issuing a critical illness notice, which scared us to death. Cheng Wei said, immediately handing the critical illness notice he had picked up from a nearby table to Cheng Qinian. Cheng Qinian was stunned upon seeing it. It was indeed a critical illness notice, meaning he and his wife had gone through a near-death experience. Qinian, are you okay? Zhou pulled her hand away from Cheng Kursin and got up to walk to Cheng Qinian's side, asking with concern. The two of them had walked hand in hand for a lifetime. Their bond had long surpassed love, more about kinship, making it hard to part. I'm fine. How about you? I feel revitalized, full of energy. What on earth happened? Cheng Qinian curiously touched his body and looked up at Cheng Wei, asking. Chapter 197. His account is frozen. Cheng Qinian was discharged from the hospital the next day and was recorded by Elizabeth Hospital as a medical miracle. From Dong Li Wei. He learned that it was traditional Chinese medicine that cured him. Since the last U.S. exchange conference, after Xiaofeng resurrected before the whole world, everyone had greatly changed their views on traditional Chinese medicine. Although opinions had improved, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Now that Cheng Qinian's incident occurred at Elizabeth Hospital, they had no choice but to believe that traditional Chinese medicine was indeed remarkable. After being discharged, Cheng Qinian called Qin Kaihu the next day to report his safety, express his gratitude, and state that he would personally visit to thank him after recuperating for a while. Naturally, Qin Kaihu would not refuse Cheng Qinian's politeness. The two families were originally in-laws, and it was good to interact more. Meanwhile, Qin Do and Qin Wen spread the news about the miraculous medicine, saving Cheng Qinian and his wife among Old Wang and others. Upon learning this, everyone hid the miraculous medicine tightly, as it was a life-saving thing. Money can be earned if one is broke, but if one loses their life, nothing else matters. In recent years, how many wealthy entrepreneurs have died from illness? They had assets worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. Did they lack money to buy their lives? Chapter 198. Mr. Lei, can I borrow your phone? Jiang Quanshui was furious. Penguin Ma actually pulled such a shameless trick, unceremoniously freezing his WeChat account. Jiang Quanshui, like Old Wang, angrily went downstairs to confront Penguin Ma. Old Wang went to the second-floor balcony to see how Penguin Ma would be scolded. Penguin Ma, what the hell is wrong with you? Why did you freeze my account? Do you think everyone only uses your lousy software and you can do whatever you want? Jiang Quanshui shouted angrily at Penguin Ma, who was lounging on the sofa outside. Your software is so bad that I won't even mention it. Messages that exceed 2 minutes can't be recalled, and if recalled, it tells the other party that a message has been recalled. Is this something a person would do? If I want to recall a message, why would you tell others I recalled it? Isn't that superfluous? Hurry up and unfreeze my account. Jiang Quanshui scolded angrily. You're a rogue yourself. No wonder the software you create is also rogue software. Don't play dead, just let out a fart. Jiang Quanshui continued to scold as Penguin Ma pretended not to hear with his eyes closed. Jiang, come take a look, Penguin Ma said, pulling out his phone and showing Jiang Quanshui the group chat messages. Chapter 199. I came here to express my gratitude when Su Jiaying heard what Old Wang said. He lost his temper. Even if Old Wang was fooling him, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for not seizing the opportunity. All right, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang, Su Jiaying said politely. Mr. Su, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you brought this on yourself. When I was in the group, you said twice that anyone who regrets is a fool. Now you tell me, who is the fool? Old Wang began to lecture Su Jiaying. I'm the fool. Mr. Wang, you're magnanimous. Please don't take it to heart. If there's a need in the future, I will comply. Su Jiaying felt he must give Old Wang some benefits, so that Old Wang would work hard to help him. All right, I'm hanging up, Old Wang said and ended the call. Old Wang, come play a couple rounds. President Lei is too weak. I'm getting bored beating him. Jack Ma shouted at Old Wang while holding a cue stick. Come on, I'll give you 2 balls, Old Wang said, putting his phone in his pocket and walking over to the pool table. In a farmhouse on the outskirts of Magic City, in a private room, Luo Yukong looked at his granddaughter and said, Last time you made a great contribution at the American Exchange Conference. The leaders invited me to dinner and specially brought you here to see, so don't talk recklessly later. Chapter 200. Panic Zhengming. Luo Hanxiang knows best whether she really has such influence. In front of Secretary Zheng, she is just a minor character, who inadvertently made a contribution to Chinese medicine following her teacher. She has received the praise and awards due to that, and it is already in the past. It's hard to understand why Zheng Ming came in person now. Luo Yukong was extremely happy. His social status is quite high, but he is still ordinary. The highest leader in Magic City specifically said he came to thank his granddaughter, so he was naturally excited. Hanxiang, when Secretary Zheng arrives, be polite, don't act recklessly. Luo Yukong earnestly reminded. Got it, Grandpa, Luo Hanxiang replied. She was also anxious. With 2 big leaders present, she had no chance to interject. It's fine. Secretary Zheng is easygoing. Everyone relax and treat it as a simple gathering, Liao Chongwei said with a smile. All right, Mayor Liao. I also want to thank you for valuing Hanxiang. Her talent in Chinese medicine is very high, and her future level will definitely surpass mine. Plus, her current mentor is a renowned doctor who participated in the American Medical Exchange last time. Following him, she will surely learn a lot. Chapter 201. Chicken feathers his orders as the Secretary of Magic City. Zheng Ming should not show such an expression. Liao Chongwei looked at him in confusion. They had worked together for many years and were not particularly close, but understood each other very well. After all, working together inevitably leads to competition, and analyzing opponents is basic respect. Now, when Liao Chongwei mentioned inviting Xiaofeng out for dinner, Zheng Ming's panicked expression could not be hidden from Liao Chongwei. There must be some secret behind it, which puzzled Liao Chongwei. As for Luo Yukong and Luo Hanxiang, they were only confused and did not think of it on another level. Secretary Zheng, my teacher has made such a great contribution to Chinese medicine. Why can't we invite him for a meal? Before Liao Chongwei could raise his doubts, Luo Hanxiang had already stood up for Xiaofeng. As a mere assistant, you traveled all the way to express gratitude, yet you were so dismissive of your own teacher. This made Luo Hanxiang feel somewhat displeased. After all, Teacher Xia is the one who truly deserves the award. Professor Xia has made significant contributions to Chinese medicine, and I naturally remember this and cannot forget it. Since the higher-ups have already awarded Professor Xia, if we step in again, wouldn't that overshadow their recognition? Chapter 202. One more chance to organize your thoughts. Hua, Xia Forbes Group. Old Wang. Everyone, I, President Wang, am back again. Old Wang. Running towards you expression. Silicon Valley Ritter Ni Little Li. President Wang. You're the most active one in this group. Old Wang. Oh no, the one selling fake medicine has come out. Old Wang retracted a message. Old Wang. Oh no, President Li has come out, rare. Silicon Valley Ritter Ni Little Li. President Wang. I heard you've been making waves again. Even started such a huge entertainment company, and now the headlines are all about your phone line entertainment. Jack Ma. Just a small scene, it will get bigger and bigger. Football lover Old Sue. Old Wang, President Wang. Remember what I told you about? Jiang Quanshui, what matter? What are you guys secretly up to? Football lover Old Sue, haha. Small matter, nothing to mention. Old Wang. Everyone, tomorrow our phone line entertainment will hold a press conference and officially recruit people. Distlu, really? Why are you notifying here? Then I'll come to Magic City today. Penguin Ma. He just wants to show off, don't mind him. Penguin Ma said with a hint of sourness. This guy just knows to use Xia Lin as an excuse, leaving him speechless. Old Wang. Distlu, come on. You are at least one of the shareholders. Chapter 203. Come hit me, with Jiang Chuanshui's shout. Long Out Yin and Zhou Gangyi turned their heads toward the door. It was only then they realized they had been deceived by Jiang Quanshui. Perhaps it was because Xiaofeng held such a high position in their hearts that they instinctively turned to look at the door. Xiaofeng was still at the university. How could he possibly come back now? Both of them were serving in the military. How could they compete with the cunning Jiang Quanshui? In terms of cunning, Long Outyin and Zhou Gangyi together wouldn't even be half as crafty as Jiang Quanshui, and in terms of strength, even if the Jiang family banded together, they wouldn't be able to match a single finger of theirs. Master, we've been deceived. Zhou Gangyi turned around to say to Long Outyin, feeling lonely. Quit talking nonsense. Let us go in and teach that old bastard a lesson. Long Outyin angrily walked toward the villa. Jiang Quanshui was scared half to death. After running into the villa, he looked back and saw Long Outyin following him with a cold face. Jiang Quanshui felt a chill in his feet and without a word ran straight to the basement. Since Xia Lin and the National Little Wang were playing games in the basement arcade, with Xia Xiao not at home, no one could control him. So when he walked to Xia Lin's side, he couldn't be too reckless, right? Jiang Quanshui was still quite clever. With the thigh present, he was arrogant. But now that the thigh was not there, he quickly slipped away. Chapter 204. Curious crowd. Xiaofeng was not surprised at all to see Long Outyin get out of the car. He had sensed Long Outyin's aura long ago. Long Outyin closed the driver's door, walked to the back door of the car, and respectfully opened the door. Luo Hanxiang and Yin looked at this scene with disbelief. Who else has such respect for friends? This is clearly something a driver would do. Normally, when a good friend comes to pick you up, they would roll down the window and shout, "Hurry up and get in." Would they personally get out of the car to open the door for you? Teacher Xia, you're lying to us. This is obviously the driver. Yin said unhappily. He's not a driver. That's just his personality. He likes to be meticulous in what he does. Just look at his stern face, and you'll understand. Xiaofeng pointed at the long face Long Outyin. Long Out Yin seemed to realize he had done something wrong and quickly relaxed his facial muscles, forcing a slight fake smile and nodding at the few of them. You guys go back. I have things to do with my friend. Xiaofeng waved at the two of them and got into the car. As the car left, Luo Huanxiang and Yin exchanged glances. They could see the questions in each other's eyes. Teacher Xia was definitely not as simple as she appeared. Chapter 205. It's been a long time since I inspected Magic City. For old Li, this tea is life. While others might not understand how good the tea is, anyone who has tasted it would be captivated, and saying it's mouth-watering wound tea be an exaggeration. Old Li was starting to envy Jack Ma and others, who could drink this tea every day at Xiafeng's place. Last time Old Li went to Magic City, he only got 2 cans and regretted it immensely. Ever since he drank this tea, he felt much more energetic and could sleep straight through until dawn. Older people generally can't sleep long, usually only 5 or 6 hours, often waking up at night. But now Old Li can sleep for 8 hours without dreaming. I'm not sure about this. I see my grandparents sleep for 5 or 6 hours and get up at 4 or 5. If you think this sentence is just to fill space, then let me fill a few more words. Old Zhou's secretary, after receiving this affirmative reply, was not surprised at all, as he had been rejected recently. He was used to being rejected. If Old Li agreed, it would be unusual. The secretary returned to report to Old Zhou, and when he entered Old Zhou's office, both Old Huang and Old Feng were there. The three looked at the empty-handed secretary and smiled. Did Old Li reject you again? Chapter 206. Let us come out and spar? President Zhang of Penguin was about to cry upon hearing this response. Jack Ma could do it so easily because he had started delegating power years ago. Without authority, he had to consult for even slightly larger matters. How could he do well? You suddenly say you're leaving without notice. Who can adapt to that? Yet, when President Penguin said a word, he had to run with all his might. Got it, Mr. Ma. If you can come back early. President Zhang said. That's impossible. If there's nothing, just hang up. President Ma said and hung up the phone, too lazy to listen to President Zhang complain in front of him. There was no way he would come back. Huh? Why aren't you hurrying back? Jack Ma laughed heartily from his side. Just now, you compared yourself to me. If we can do it, you can do it too. You were trying to imitate others in your career, and now you want to imitate me in life. How shameless. Looking at all the businesses Penguin has grown strong in, none of them are original. They're all just imitations. You go back, and I'll go back later. President Ma snorted coldly. Whether I go back or not doesn't matter. I don't need to worry about big or small matters. And just calling to ask about the development situation is enough. Unlike you, who can't let go of power because you lack ability. Jack Ma taunted. Chapter 207. We're here to liven things up. Jiang Quanshui felt a bit flustered. What is up with this little dragon acting like child? He is already in his 30s and is playing around. It's time to sleep, yet he comes to find me. This is too much. Do Peter, don't go. He is deliberately provoking you. Don't fall for it. Jiang Quanshui quickly stopped Dula Peter. You've been in the villa for so long. You should know what kind of people we are, Long Out Yin said with a half smile, looking at Jiang Quanshui. I know. Young Master Xia said you are cultivators. Jiang Quanshui replied. You just need to know. I just said, if you knew his true identity, you would immediately come out with me. Long Out Yin continued pointing at Dula Peter. As Long Out Yin mentioned this again, Jiang Quanshui became curious. He quietly asked, who is he? He is not a person. Long Out Yin laughed. Why are you cursing people? If he is not a person, is he a ghost? Jiang Quanshui scoffed, realizing that Long Out Yin with his deadpan face could also joke. You are the one who is not a person. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, go outside now. Dula Peter scolded, pretending to walk towards the door. Chapter 208. Old Huang is here. Regarding Old Huang's stand, President Ma of Penguin looked at him deeply. If you need money in the future, just ask. Let us sing a song for everyone. Old Huang said as he took the microphone and walked onto the stage. Jack Ma gave Old Huang a meaningful look. What is this guy trying to stir up? It's obvious to anyone that he just wants to annoy President Ma. What song? Jack Ma asked with a smile, his expression calm. West Sea Love Song. My main song. If you can't sing it, just come along with me, Old Huang said proudly, glancing at Jack Ma. Since you asked me, I'll just say it. There is no song I can't sing. I just don't know the lyrics. I'll use my phone to sing along with you. Jack Ma said he could do anything. The people below watched the two big bosses being so humorous and burst into laughter. Okay, music. Old Huang signaled the sound engineer. As the music started, Old Huang quickly got into the zone, holding the microphone in one hand and lightly tapping the air with the other. while his right foot lightly tapped the floor. Jack Ma held his phone in one hand and a microphone in the other, ready to duet with Old Huang at any moment. Chapter 209. The Proud Jack Ma. What kind of teacher could make Old Huang and Old Li go to such lengths to come in person? Unheard of. Unimaginable. Old Huang came down from Kyoto to inspect Magic City, and the first stop was to meet a teacher. No one could make sense of this. Liao Chongwei was the only one among the three leaders who was unaware. It's okay. We'll wait for him to come back. Educating people is a big deal. Old Huang smiled. Old Huang, Old Li, please come in. Long Outyin led them into the villa. As Old Huang and Old Li entered the villa, President Ma and the others noticed. At first, they thought they were mistaken, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed Old Huang and Old Li. These are the top figures in China, and their words represent the entire nation. Old Huang, Old Li. Everyone rushed over respectfully to greet them. Being able to see Old Huang once in this lifetime is indeed a stroke of luck. Even entrepreneurs like Jack Ma have to wait for opportunities. It's not something you can just arrange. With the arrival of Old Huang and Old Li, the atmosphere in the villa became a bit quiet. The originally noisy villa suddenly fell silent. Even the boastful Old Huang, who usually talks big all day, is now silent, carefully accompanying Old Huang and Old Li. Chapter 210. Don't underestimate women. Jack Ma proudly went to cook, while Penguin Ma, who once was the head chef, has now fallen to washing vegetables. Since Jack Ma arrived, Penguin Ma has not been in charge of cooking, and watching Jack Ma instructing everyone in the kitchen with pride has hurt Penguin Ma's feelings. Why is it always him who gets hurt? He has never won in a confrontation with Jack Ma. When will it be his turn to feel good? The key is that he is here with his daughter, which is like a 2-to-1 situation, and he still can't win. Thinking of his daughter makes Penguin Ma's heart ache. This little cotton-padded jacket has long been leaking air, not only not supporting him, but also helping Jack Ma speak. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and wash the vegetables, Jiang Quanshui instructed Penguin Ma, who was standing there in a daze. I'm washing them right now. Penguin Ma wanted to curse, but held it back, quickly starting to wash the vegetables. This was for Old Huang and Old Li, and he could benefit from it too. When it comes time to brag, he could say he washed vegetables for Old Huang and Old Li and had dinner with them, and maybe even share a couple of drinks. Thinking of this, Penguin Ma's worries disappeared, and he began to wash the vegetables vigorously, carefully removing each leaf and cleaning them spotless, leaving no trace of dirt behind. Chapter 211. Really enviable. Qin Guomin watched his daughter being praised by Old Huang and Old Li, and he couldn't be more excited. A daughter should be like this. She is his only daughter, and he treasures her greatly. That's why when Qin Wen was rebellious before, she was known as Little Chili in Magic City, and no young master dared to mess with her. Otherwise, how could such a beautiful girl not have a bunch of admirers around her? It was precisely because of Qin Wen's identity and personality that the young masters of Magic City were deterred and none dared pursue her. Besides, her brother is one of the 4 young masters of Magic City, who would dare to have designs on Qin Wen. If Qin Wen didn't seek him out, that would truly be a blessing. Are you still adjusting well to school? Old Huang kindly asked Xiaofeng. It feels good. I'm quite used to it. My students are all quite lovely, Xiaofeng smiled. Speaking of this, Xiaofeng thought of Luo Huanxiang and Yun Yan, who had been wanting to invite him to dinner. Isn't that lovely? Haha. In the future, a group of capable traditional Chinese medicine practitioners will emerge in Huaxia. Last time, at the American Medical Exchange Conference, you really brought honor to Huaxia's traditional medicine. This is something only you could achieve. Old Li laughed heartily after hearing this. Xiaofeng truly shone at the last Medical Exchange Conference, bringing honor to Huaxia. Chapter 212. With you here, we are reassured. Old Bat, what does this mean? Is Jiang Quanshui telling everyone about Du La Peter's nickname? What does it mean? Clarify it. Old Wang asked, confused. I actually think Long Outyin's words have a deeper meaning. When he said Old Bat, it's definitely not just a name. Jiang Quanshui combined what Long Outyin had said to him and felt something was off. But he couldn't pinpoint what was strange, so he brought it up to everyone. These few people are quick-witted, they might know what it means. Jack Ma had been pondering silently and did not speak. Du La Peter is from Europe, a Duke of Great Britain, and could not possibly have such a nickname. Furthermore, Du La Peter is a cultivator, and it's said that there are vampires in the West that live among mortals. Aren't vampires often associated with bats? Even if one doesn't know, movies have depicted it. The others didn't think in this direction at all. They didn't connect vampires with bats. Only Jack Ma thought of this possibility. I seem to have guessed something, Jack Ma suddenly exclaimed. Quickly say it, Old Wang urged. Chapter 213, Liao Chongwei's flattery. Zheng Ming, Liao Chongwei, and Qin Guomin had barely stayed in the villa when Old Huang called them away. Old Huang and Oldie did not plan to leave tonight. Normally, when Old Huang and Oldie come, safety issues must be taken seriously. They wouldn't stay at someone else's house. But Xiaofeng's place is different. With Xiaofeng here, it is the safest place. Inside the villa are Xiaofeng and Long Outyin, and outside are hundreds of internal guards. Staying at Xiaofeng's place is a tremendous respect for him, and Zheng Ming and Liao Chongwei felt secretly astonished. They had underestimated Xiaofeng's status. They now felt that Xiaofeng should be placed first. On the way back, Liao Chongwei remained silent. Today's events were too terrifying for him to digest. From today on, it meant that such a terrifying figure would always exist in Magic City. Hello, old Luo. Liao Chongwei called Luo Yukong on the way back. Mayor Liao. What is up? Luo Yukong politely inquired. It's nothing. I just called to check on you. Huanxiang is your successor and the future focus of traditional medicine training. You must make her study seriously, Liao Chongwei earnestly instructed. Chapter 214. She is someone I can't afford to climb up to. Li Super smiled, but did not speak. Life from birth to old age, and the inevitability of life and death, is an unchangeable fact. He was already very satisfied with his achievements today. Some things you can only see the surface of and not the inner essence. This is a matter of your vision. Take this investment in Fonglin Entertainment in Magic City. For example, you don't know why, and you also don't know the inside story of Old Huang's invitation, so you still have a lot to learn. One must grow up. Your grandson is about to get married, and do you still want to live like a child under my protection? Li Super began to educate Li Zige. Li Zige was his cultivated successor, and clearly, this successor did not satisfy him. Dad, I don't understand what you mean. Li Zige said, feeling somewhat baffled. Forget it. No need to say more. Li Super knew that some things couldn't be forced when the time came. Li Zige would still take up the burden. After all, each generation has its own blessings, even if nothing is done. The family's wealth is enough to ensure 10 generations live without worries. That night, after Zheng Ming returned home, the first thing he did was check if his daughter was at home. Chapter 215, really curious. She is someone I can't afford to climb up to. Huh? As the secretary of Magic City and the top boss, Zheng Ming now said in front of his daughter that Lin Air is someone he cannot afford to climb up to. This statement was like a bolt from the blue. Zheng Qinya was stunned. This is too unbelievable. Zheng Qinya, who has seen the world, was amazed when her dad said this in front of her. Dad? You're not joking, are you? Zheng Qinya was stunned and asked with a shocked expression. Do I look like I'm joking? Zheng Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly. You don't know her identity. She really doesn't have much, but the key is she has an unbreathable brother. Dad, she's just a streamer. Last time we had dinner, everyone really was revolving around her. I thought the national little kings wanted to pursue her. It seems that's not the case. Zheng Qingya indeed thought everyone was around Xiaolin and assumed they all wanted to sleep with her. After all, putting everything else aside, Xiaolin was indeed very beautiful. Zheng Qingya, also a pretty girl, felt that Xiaolin was quite likable. If you can get along well with Liner, I'll be grateful. Zheng Ming snorted coldly, expressing his displeasure. Chapter 216. Then go to his room the next day. Li Chaoran was brought by Zheng Ming to the villa. On the way, Zheng Ming reminded him, Presently, anything you see in the villa later must not be disclosed. Li Chaoran smiled and said, Secretary Zheng, you can rest assured. I understand this. Zheng Ming naturally knew he understood. It was just a kind reminder. After all, living inside was Xiaofeng, and he was worried Li Chaoran might accidentally let it slip, which would upset Xiaofeng. President Li also invested in Fonglin Entertainment. That's quite a good investment, Zheng Ming praised. Investing in Fonglin Entertainment is equivalent to investing in Xiaofeng. There's no better investment than this. Li Chaoran understood the implication in Zheng Ming's words and thanked him with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Secretary Zheng. I will increase my investment in Modu in the future. Li Chaoran's funds had already been transferred domestically. He had to choose where to invest. Clearly, Modu was a good place. Then I will represent Modu to thank you, Zheng Ming said with a smile. The two talked along the way and soon arrived at the villa's outer area. After several layers of checks, only Zheng Ming and Li Chaoran were allowed into the villa, while the others waited in place. Chapter 217. Absolutely not going to sleep in Dula Peter's room again? That's impossible. Even if you beat me up right here. I wouldn't go. What are you joking about? Why would I go? Jiang Quanshui shook his head like a rattle drum and quickly refused. It was fine when he didn't know Dula Peter's identity, but now that he knew Dula Peter wasn't human, how could he go to sleep? Getting beaten by you would at most be embarrassing. Sleeping with Dula Peter could cost him his life. Even if he knew Dula Peter meant no harm, he wouldn't go. Would you be afraid if a vampire was sleeping next to you? Just thinking about it made him feel cold inside. If you don't go, aren't you afraid I'll beat you? Long Outyin continued to look at Jiang Quanshui with a half-smile, threatening him. You can kill me. I won't go. If you make a move, I'll shout. By then, if Xiao Xiao finds out, you won't have a good time either. Jiang Quanshui, for once, was not afraid of Long Outyin's threat and argued back, preparing to stand his ground. As long as you can't kill me, I'll call you Little Long every day. Do you think I'd give you a chance to shout if I were to make a move? Long Outyin snorted coldly. You're overestimating yourself. I don't care. How about we negotiate? Let's shake hands and make peace. From now on, you call me Brother Long, and I'll call you Little Jiang. How about that? Chapter 218. Following Wish Barbara would always fool you. Linner finally got a stream once. How can you bear to bully her like this? Tiny third brother. I don't know if you can bear it, but I can bear it. Xiao Ki, who loves scrambled eggs with bread. This is the last warning to those sending bullet comments here. You all better be careful. First, I don't care what your identity is. What background you have, how impressive you are, whether you're a boss or a socialite. I don't want to know and I don't care. You all remember this and pay attention. The weather is getting cooler. Everyone wear more clothes. Don't catch a cold. Got it. Justice Warrior of Yao Lin Village. What an Ma. I can't even retract my big knife. Little catfish who loves fish. Thickly bury the comrades. Carry them away. Nancy I. Haha, I accidentally hurt someone. It's okay. Put on the enemy's clothes and carry them away. Heartbeat. Clearly like him. But she just won't say it. Heartbeat. This is my punctuation homework for today. It's too hard. Who knows? Useless. Kids, don't come to watch. Hurry up and do your homework. Gorilla Beast of Huiqiangbai. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Linner, aren't you going to schedule a live stream with everyone? Chapter 219. Encounter again? Xiaofeng didn't turn back and said to Long Outyin. It's obviously Luo Huanxiang and Yunyan. These two little girls in class were the most active regarding his identity, always wanting to dig something useful out of him. Now, they were even more outrageous. Playing the stalking game. If it were a normal person, they might have really gotten tracked. It would be easy for Long Outyin to shake off Luo Huanxiang and Yunyan. After hearing this, Long Outyin respectfully said, Yes, master. Then, he suddenly turned at the intersection, and the car accelerated instantly, making a series of turns before disappearing from sight. Where's Teacher Xia? Where's he? Yunyan asked loudly, looking at several white cars ahead. He was just following us. Teacher Xia's car suddenly turned a corner, and when I turned, I couldn't see it anymore. Luo Huanxiang was very puzzled. Had they been discovered? Otherwise, why would he suddenly turn and speed up? Could it be that we were found out? Yin was also filled with doubts. I think we were discovered. Otherwise, why would he speed up? Teacher Xia is definitely suspicious. We were so covert. It still got found out, especially that driver. He doesn't look like a good person at all. If it weren't for being with Teacher Xia, I wouldn't even dare to look at him directly. Chapter 220. Are we dreaming? I can't believe it. It turns out Teacher Xia was waiting for them. Yunyan, should we stop or keep going? Luo Huanxiang asked at a loss. Since Teacher Xia is standing by the roadside waiting, how can we not stop? Yunyan also looked speechless. The clown turned out to be themselves. When they followed behind, Teacher Xia had noticed them. So when Teacher Xia asks us, what should we say? Luo Huanxiang hurriedly asked. What else can we say? My home is also in Qinglong Bay. I just brought you to the mountaintop to have a look. Yin could only find such an excuse. It was the only plausible excuse. Okay, let's do it this way. After Luo Huanxiang said this, she began to slowly stop the car beside Xiaofeng, rolled down the window, and looked at Xiaofeng with a surprised expression, shouting, Wow, Teacher Xia, what a coincidence. Xiaofeng smiled and said, It is quite a coincidence. What Xiaofeng meant by coincidence was that after shaking them off, they still happened to run into Luo Huanxiang and the others, which indeed counted as a coincidence. Teacher, do you live here? Yin also lowered her head and shouted at Xiaofeng. Yes, get out of the car. Today, I invite you all to my house for dinner. Haven't you been wanting to eat together? Xiaofeng nodded and signaled the two to get out of the car. Chapter 221. Old Wang needs a good script. Yin was pinched painfully by Luo Huanxiang and looked at her with complaints. I just asked you to pinch me to see if I'm dreaming, not to really pinch me hard. I'm not dreaming. I heard you shout, Luo Hanxiang said seriously. Yin Yin replied, I feel like I'm still not awake. Let me pinch you to try. After saying this, Yin Yin pretended to go over to pinch Luo Hanxiang. Luo Hanxiang quickly opened her hand and said, Be serious. This is the truth. It's not a dream. I didn't expect Teacher Xia's identity to be so terrifying. Now that we've discovered this secret, how are we going to explain it to our classmates? Yin Yin sighed. It was better when no one had discovered Xia Feng's identity. Now that they had, it brought a sense of worry. No one expected things to turn out this way. What else can we say? Just don't say anything. Even if we tell the truth, do you think they will believe us? They will probably scold us for being crazy. Luo Hanxiang also felt very helpless. It wouldn't work unless someone believed them. Should they run over and tell everyone that Teacher Xia's villa is very big and beautiful, and that there are penguins, horses, old Wang, Lei Ming, and others serving as his servants inside? Chapter 222. Dad, there is something more important good. I won't say any polite words. Thank you for your trouble. Old Wang thanked him, and after chatting for a bit, Peng Xiaomao left. These matters didn't require Old Wang to do it personally, but since it's Fenglin Entertainment, the significance and nature are different, so he took it very seriously and felt it necessary to be hands-on. He needed to spend time and effort to create a good movie. The first movie must be remarkable and gain fame. While Old Wang was busy with the script, others were not idle either. They were using the resources at hand to look for good scripts everywhere, even offering sky-high prices. As long as the script was good, once accepted, they would pay high compensation. Xiaolin, Qin Wen, and Ma Yuqin went shopping today and also invited Zheng Qingya. Last time, Qin Wen said she would introduce Xiaolin to Zheng Qingya again when the opportunity arose. As long as girls go shopping, they are happier than anything else. It doesn't matter whether they buy anything. The main thing is to enjoy the process of shopping. They shop for the entire morning without feeling tired. Linner, I'll treat you all to lunch. Last time at the luxurious hotel, I said that next time I would treat you. And today just happens to be when everyone is together. Last time at the luxurious hotel, Zheng Qingya did indeed say this, but at that time, it was just a polite remark. Chapter 223. Visiting Zheng Qingya's home after Zheng Ming asked this question, he felt a bit excited. Has he already latched on a Linner's thigh, just like Qin Wen? Under Zheng Ming's expectant gaze, Zheng Qingya slowly said, I invited Linner to our house for dinner today. Zheng Ming felt both delighted and disappointed upon hearing this. He was happy that Xiaolin was coming to his house as a guest, as she was Xia Feng's sister. A complete treasure. However, he was disappointed that it was just a visit. Zheng Qingya hadn't really latched onto the treasure. Zheng Ming then shook his head helplessly, realizing he had been too hasty. Wanting to latch onto a treasure so quickly was obviously impossible. Although latching onto a treasure is key, one must first cultivate a relationship. Only with the foundation of feelings can one truly latch onto a treasure. It's like dating. You can't expect to pull someone into a hotel on the first date. This process requires a long time, and even though the outcome is the same, this process must be completed. All right, I'll go home early today and call your mom to prepare more dishes, Zheng Ming said happily. Oof, Dad, you haven't praised me yet. Zheng Qingya didn't forget to take credit for herself. All right, you are the most capable. Zheng Ming repeatedly praised his daughter's capabilities. Chapter 224. I'll treat his illness personally after hearing this. Philip VI frowned. Traditional Chinese medicine? Can this work? Not long ago, traditional Chinese medicine shown at a medical exchange conference in America. Who knows if it was just a coincidence? One successful treatment can't be deemed as superb medical skills, right? Could it be that someone actually believes in traditional Chinese medicine? You're being too childish. Philip VI directly rejected it. He didn't even want to give it a try. He felt unworthy. Your Majesty, if we continue to delay, it is the Queen who will suffer. We can't keep giving her nutrient solutions. Her body won't be able to handle it, Huakailis suggested again. Now, that Western medicine can't treat her. Why not let traditional Chinese medicine have a try? It has been passed down for so many years for a reason. Philip VI didn't consider these issues. He was a typical Western face, looking down on Eastern powers. Spain has always had a historical grudge against China. Although Spain is now declining, it doesn't stop them from looking down on China. Upon hearing Huakailis say this, Philip VI pondered for a moment without speaking. Chapter 225. You offended my master. Spain's request to the United States for Xiaofeng's information had not received a response for a long time. Philip VI waited a day, and the Americans only responded with 2 words: please wait. How long does please wait need to take? A day and a night? Philip VI soon sent someone to urge the Americans again, but this time it was like a stone sinking into the sea with no news. Not even the basic 2 words of please wait were given. What are the Americans doing lately? Why aren't they responding at all? If there is news, then fine. If not, what is so difficult about it? Philip VI was furious, looking at the cabinet minister standing beside him, and said, Your Majesty, the United States has been acting strangely lately, seeming to lean more towards China. Not long ago, a U.S. official visited China, and it seems their relationship has thawed. They probably don't want to deal with us. The cabinet minister analyzed the recent movements of the United States. The last time the U.S. visited China was during Obama's term, and that was 2 administrations ago. The Americans have always been fickle. Now that they see China becoming more prosperous, they want to take advantage of it. Philip VI sneered at the United States' attitude and looked down on them. You are the world's #1 power. Can't you show a little grace? Chapter 226. You come yourself. Harold Vauck, the knight commander, couldn't say he wasn't angry. Although his strength was somewhat inferior to King Hugh's, he still had the spirit of a knight. The main thing was that he believed King Hughes wouldn't dare to truly violate the covenant and openly attack ordinary people, as that would mean making enemies of all practitioners in the world. No matter how powerful King Hughes was, he would end up with nowhere to bury his body. Lord King Hughes, please abide by the covenant for practitioners, Knight Commander Harold Vauck said with a serious face. Get lost. King Hughes waved his hand, and Knight Harold Vauck was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, spitting blood. What are you? Do you think you deserve to talk to me? If the old man behind you is not satisfied, I am always ready to welcome him. King Hughes glanced at Knight Harold Vauck as if he were trash. Philip VI was stunned. As soon as King Hughes made a move, a group of armed guards surrounded him, each with a serious expression, staring at King Hughes. Step back. Quickly step back, Philip VI shouted in a panic. In front of King Hughes, these guards were nothing but toys. He didn't want to truly provoke King Hughes' anger. Philip, you disrespect my master. You're just an ordinary person. I won't kill you, but if you don't call someone to break one of your legs. Don't force me to take action myself, King Hughes said coldly, looking at Philip VI. Chapter 227. Yue Wei's worries. Yue Wei had been very troubled lately. He had promised his father last time that he would secure a powerful connection within a month, but now more than half a month had passed, and there was still no response. Although the investment in Phonelin Entertainment was settled, he couldn't understand why he couldn't be a sycophant. In terms of appearance, body proportions, and net worth, Yue Wei believed he was born to be a sycophant, yet he had no practical experience. Just thinking about losing weight made him feel uncomfortable all over, as if he saw delicious food moving away from him. Without food and drink, what joy was there in life? Yue Wei couldn't help but complain about National Little Wang and the others, feeling like he had been stabbed in the back by his so-called good brothers. Look at how capable Qinwen is. When her good sister says she will help, she does so without hesitation. These 3 big men are not even as good as one woman. Yue Wei looked down on National Little Wang and the other 3. In the group of 4 young masters of Magic City, Yue Wei, dear grandfathers, I've called you grandfathers. How long have you promised me something? Now there's still no sign. Please be a decent person. Yue Wei, everyone. National Little Wang. What the hell are you going crazy about again? I said to wait for an opportunity. Do you think being a sycophant is something you can just decide to be? Chapter 228. Are you here? Question me. Watching the penguin horse shake its head and leave, the few of them discussed for a while longer. Boss, how about I sleep with you tonight? It's pretty boring to sleep alone. I got used to sleeping with you at the Hungtai Villa, but now I feel uncomfortable. Qin Do asked National Little Wang. Originally, the 2 slept in the same room at the Hungtai Villa. After coming here, they each had their own room, and now that they were separated, Qin Do felt restless. Go sleep with Jiang Xan. I'm very comfortable sleeping alone. National Little Wang disdainfully glanced at Qin Do and scolded. No, I'm also quite comfortable alone. Jiang Xan quickly waved his hand. What kind of situation is it for 2 big men to sleep in the same bed? It's not like there aren't conditions for it now. Back at the Hungtai Villa, it was a different story because conditions didn't allow it. Now that conditions allow it. Unless you're crazy, no one in the whole villa is that crazy, right? It's not like we're sleeping with women. That would at least be interesting. What the hell are you guys looking at? I mean, it's boring. Isn't it good to chat and brag together before sleeping? Chindo quickly explained, fearing there would be misunderstandings. Chapter 229. If you're looking, look for the best Pope Paul had been at his current level for decades. To advance further, he needed to connect with someone stronger than himself to gain the opportunity to progress. He had always sought out cultivators from Huaxia, and now that he suddenly had news about a Huaxia cultivator, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Although he couldn't confirm the identity of that Huaxia traditional doctor, he could guess that Xiaofeng was indeed a cultivator. Opportunity knocks, but once he had heard this Huaxia saying before. Therefore, he needed to create opportunities for himself. Pope Paul was a monster who had lived for hundreds of years. He thought further and more comprehensively than others. In a certain club in Magic City, Master Pu, welcome back. Zheng Bing politely greeted the man in front of him. Bing, how have things been in Magic City lately? Has anyone bullied you? Pu Zhe asked, reclining with his legs crossed and looking at Zheng Bing sideways. No, I'm just a common citizen. Who would bully me? Zheng Bing quickly shook his head. When my senior brother arrives, you must treat him well. It's his first time coming out, and he's very curious about the outside world, Pu Zhe instructed. Chapter 230. I need to tell you something after hearing this. Pu Zhe knew that wanting to play noble wasn't something you could just do on a whim. Problems that could be solved with money weren't truly noble. Real nobility involved complexities that money couldn't easily resolve. Unless you happened to meet someone who had just gone bankrupt and needed substantial funds for turnover, then it was just luck if you encountered such a person. Think of a way. It's rare for my senior brother to come down the mountain. Arranging things well will benefit you, Pu Zhe said. Just coming down the mountain. He had no resources and could only rely on Zheng Bing for help. Zheng Bing felt powerless. He could invite a few stars to accompany him for drinks, but further arrangements depended on whether those people were willing. Moreover, the stars he could invite were mostly second or third tier, and they might not even come. Wanting to be noble? Dream on. I want that too, Zheng Bing thought. I'll give it a try, he replied. If it doesn't work out, I'll find a few outside companions and pay a high price to pretend to be noble ladies. In Magic City, the only ones truly called noble ladies are probably people like Qin Wen, Qin Xingya, and now there's also Xiao Lin. Those are noble, but I can't afford to provoke them. Even if you forcibly play along, in the end, it's still yourself who will suffer. Zheng Bing wasn't foolish. No matter how impressive they were, that was still their impressiveness and not his. Chapter 231. Master, have you forgotten me? In the filming location of Magic City, Jin Xiaoqing had just finished today's shoot and hadn't had time to change when Zhong Wenliang and Du Jiaming came over and said, Xiaoqing, there's a gathering tonight. Want to join? I won't go, you guys go ahead. I'm tired after a day, so I'll head back to rest early. Jin Xiaoqing declined their invitation. That's fine. Anyway, it's just a bunch of big men. It wouldn't be fun for you to go, so just go back and rest early. Zhong Wenliang nodded. They were in a theater, and their private relationships were good. Everyone understood Jin Xiaoqing's personality and didn't say more. Xiaoqing, are you heading back? Lu Jiming saw Jin Xiaoqing changing clothes and heading toward the exit of the set, and he called out, Director Lu, see you tomorrow. Jin Xiaoqing waved and got into the car with her manager. Sister Xiaoqing, are we going home now? Her manager asked in the car. Going home. Jin Xiaoqing said and closed her eyes to rest. After resting for a while, her manager's phone rang, saying, Sister Xiaoqing, this person is calling again. Just block them. I can't be bothered to deal with it. Jin Xiaoqing twisted her body to change to a comfortable position and continued to rest. Chapter 232. Master, I can't handle it. Long Out Hian asked in a calm voice upon hearing this. What's wrong? Lu Liwei told me that someone is threatening Jin Xiaoqing. This Jin Xiaoqing is a signed artist of Fenglin Entertainment and is considered to be under Liner, so I can take a look, Zhou Gongyi said proactively. Long Out Yin frowned after hearing this and asked, is it specifically targeted at Jin Xiaoqing or at Fenglin Entertainment? I'm not sure about that. We need to see the situation to confirm, Zhou Gongyi replied, as he was also unclear about it. All right, contact me by phone if anything happens, Long Out Yin said before hanging up. Zhou Gongyi was outside doing his job, and Long Out Yin was not worried. If a member of the Dragon Group couldn't handle such a small matter, then they would be useless. Zhou Gongyi looked at the hung-up phone and muttered to himself, my master doesn't even care about me. I thought he called to ask me to eat. Zhou Gongyi put down the phone and continued his stakeout, planning to go back if nothing happened by midnight. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw a man jump into Jin Xiaoqing's small villa. Zhou Gongyi rubbed his eyes, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. Judging from the man's skills, this person was not simple. Chapter 233 Murong Chengong's death. Zhou Gongyi had completely given up on resistance, watching the fists approaching helplessly and closing his eyes. He never expected to end up like this. Life is unpredictable. Just as Murong Chengong's fists were about to reach Zhou Gongyi, he seemed to envision Zhou Gongyi's tragic death when suddenly a gust of knife wind rushed towards him from outside. If he dodged the knife wind, he wouldn't be able to kill Zhou Gongyi. If he killed Zhou Gongyi, he couldn't dodge the knife wind. This was not a difficult choice. Murong Chengong did not hesitate to withdraw his attack and jumped back, avoiding the knife wind that was attacking him. Internal energy? Murong Chengong frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. Zhou Gongyi kept his eyes closed, and after a while, he still hadn't felt the pain of death. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Murong Chengong had retreated 3 meters away. Just as he was puzzled, Long Outyin walked in with a cold expression. Zhou Gongyi felt like he was dreaming. At this moment, his master was so handsome and charismatic. "Master," Zhou Gongyi exclaimed in surprise, nearly in tears, "you finally came. If you were any later, no one would wash your clothes." Long Outyin glanced at the overly excited Zhou Gongyi without saying a word, then looked at Murong Chengong and coldly said, "You have some nerve, a practitioner causing trouble in the secular world. Do you have any regard for the practitioner's covenant?" Chapter 234 Not good. Senior brother is in trouble. Worrying was out of the question. Long Outyin, as the head of the special department of Huaxia, had this confidence. No matter what, he represented the country, and the nation's power was greater than anything. What practitioners? You are still a person living within Huaxia. Although the laws of the secular world cannot regulate them, you must also abide by the practitioner's covenant. Otherwise, violators die. You have someone come over to clean this place up. After it's tidied up, wake them up and let them stay somewhere else for a few days. Long Outyin instructed before preparing to leave. "Master, what should I do if you leave? What if another one like this comes? I can't handle it." Zhou Gongyi called out to Long Outyin, who was about to leave. He had just barely escaped from the gates of hell and didn't want to go back. "I'm not leaving. I'm just outside," Long Outyin said as he turned and walked out. Zhou Gongyi then called the dragon group in Modu, had the villa cleaned up, and then woke up Jean Xiaoqing and her manager. Jean Xiaoqing had just been awakened and, seeing the unfamiliar man in front of her, quickly tightened her clothes. Frightened and about to speak, when Zhou Gongyi preemptively said, "Miss Jean, don't be afraid. We are the police." Chapter 235 Another one coming to die. Pu Zhe felt like a servant at the mountain gate. While others practiced, he was responsible for cleaning and preparing meals. While others slept, he was practicing and preparing meals for the next day. He was either doing odd jobs or on the way to doing odd jobs. And apart from having some time to practice, he had no fixed time for cultivation. In fact, there were quite a few people like Pu Zhe, most of whom were disciples brought back from outside by the sect, and seeing their decent talent, they started from doing odd jobs. Unless you had exceptional talent and could improve your cultivation while doing odd jobs, you would only receive significant training from the sect then. The sect also needed expenses. Pu Zhe's family was well off, and even though he was practicing here, his family had to spend over 100 million each year for him. Of course, this money wasn't wasted. Pu Zhe could see real progress, going from someone who could only fight a 3-year-old to being able to break stones with his chest. This was the result. Otherwise, if one only came in to do odd jobs without seeing any results, only a fool would spend money to buy suffering. Because of this, everyone who came and didn't want to go out, they all wanted to become invincible masters, and even if they weren't invincible, they wanted to become figures like their seniors. Just like now, Pu Zhe ran back from far away to report news, not even drinking a sip of water before heading down the mountain. No one cared about him. And whether he lived or died had nothing to do with them. Chapter 236 The arrival of Xia Feng. Murong Kuei completely lost his reason. Upon hearing the news that his grandson had been killed, he only wanted to kill Long Outyin. Even if he died, it didn't matter. Fire Palm. Murong Kuei used his lifelong ultimate skill. The Fire Palm was a core technique of the Laozhan sect that was not publicly passed on, reserved for core disciples. Murong Kuei had mastered this set of palm techniques to perfection. If Murong Chengong hadn't been killed by Long Outyin, he wouldn't have used his ultimate move right away. Fighting to the death meant forgetting one's own life and death, exchanging life for life. Murong Kuei's current fighting style was just like this. Every move was lethal. And he didn't T-dodge Long Outyin's attacks. He just needed to injure Long Outyin. It was a typical tactic of harming the enemy 1,000 while damaging oneself by 800. A master-level character, when going insane, was still not to be underestimated. It was because of this reckless fighting style that Long Outyin remained in a defensive state. It wasn't worth getting hurt for such a person. He could wait until Murong Kuei exhausted his energy before dealing with him slowly. Meanwhile, Dula Peter and Lu Chun were engaged in a fierce battle. The two were evenly matched, and unlike Murong Kuei, Lu Chun wasn't fighting to the death, so they were merely locked in a difficult struggle. Ha, this feels great. Bring it on. Dula Peter laughed heartily and continued to join the battle. Chapter 237. What are you? After Xiaofeng came out of the villa, Dula Peter hurriedly approached him. Master, are we going home now? Dula Peter asked respectfully. Going home, Xiaofeng replied. Hearing this, Zhou Gengyi quickly ran ahead to open the car door for Xiaofeng. Well, he didn't take care how Long Outyin would go back. First, he had to send his master back. Anyway, the master would also stay here to deal with those two from the Laozhan sect. They couldn't let the master take a taxi back, could they? Even if Xiaofeng was willing, they wouldn't dare. After Xiaofeng got in the car, Zhou Gengyi quietly closed the door, and then Du Lapide took the passenger seat. Zhou Gengyi carefully drove the car towards the villa. Today was the first time he witnessed his master's public display of power, and Zhou Gengyi's mindset underwent a tremendous change. His master was right. His master was indeed a person like a celestial being. Fortunately, this was his own master, and Zhou Gengyi felt proud and excited. With such a master, Zhou Gengyi felt an unprecedented sense of psychological satisfaction. Although he was the grandson of old Zhou, he never thought about not working hard just because he was old Zhou's grandson. Unlike Lu Liwei or Li Changhe, who had no ambitions, his ambitions were enormous. Chapter 238. Are you kidding me? Look in the mirror and see what you are. Lao Wang cursed without any politeness, asking if Xia Xiao would come to save your company. Don't you have any self-awareness? How can you say such things? Su Jiaying's request made Lao Wang very unhappy. If you were asking for help for yourself, that would be understandable. Asking Xia Xiao to step in was simply wishful thinking. Even if his company were in trouble, he would make such a request. There was no reason. Lao Wang felt unworthy. It would be an insult to Xia Xiao to trouble him with such trivial matters. Lao Wang could leverage Xia Feng's influence for his own benefit, but he wouldn't ask Xia Feng for help with his own issues. Lao Wang might not be perfect, but he handled these matters quite well, leveraging influence without taking advantage of others, which was completely acceptable. Hearing Lao Wang say this, Su Jiaying felt quite uncomfortable and slightly displeased, saying, Lao Wang, we are old brothers. Saying this feels too distant. Although I'm facing significant difficulties now. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. This is simply inhumane. All right, I will help you as much as I can. But I advise you to give up on this idea. It's not going to happen. Some things are not as you imagine. Just forget it. Chapter 239. Do you believe I know your boss? Guja didn't believe it at all. He was also a master-level expert and understood master-level experts too well. Once a master appears, they are basically invincible. With current technology, it's impossible to kill them without a significant cost, let alone waste their cultivation with a single move. This was simply an insult to intelligence from Pu Zhe, unless the opponent was a land god-level figure. But how could such a person appear, especially in the dragon group? Absolutely impossible. Master, it makes no sense for me to lie to you. My returning alone to provide a warning is the best proof. If there were no issues, the elder wouldn't have let me come back alone. Pu Zhe continued to explain when he saw Guja's disbelief. After this analysis, Guja believed him a bit more and looked at Pu Zhe seriously, saying, Tell me about the situation at that time. Don't miss any details. Yes. Pu Zhe first explained their kidnapping of Jin Xiaoqing in Modu, and then how two people fought with the elder and the third elder, during which the elder called one of them Long Outyin. Subsequently, the four of them fought fiercely, and suddenly a young man appeared and wasted their cultivation in one move. Guja was stunned. If this were true, that young man as cultivation must have reached the land god level. Chapter 240. Class Reunion. Xia Lin and Lu Jingru lay on the bed, using their phones to choose a suitable farmhouse as the venue for this reunion. The rural prices were acceptable, and it matched the activity location for everyone's gathering. Now that transportation is convenient, it's quite easy to go anywhere. Everything can be settled with a phone call. Since Lu Jingru was the organizer of this reunion, she and Xiaolin took a taxi there in advance. Old Time Farm. The name felt quite fitting, and it played a significant role in choosing this place. After Xiaolin and Lu Jingru selected a private room, they started a temporary group chat to send everyone the location. Class reunion group. Lu Jingru. Shared a location. Lu Jingru. I sent you the location. Hurry up. Xiaolin and I are already here. Hong Hongwang. I'm still at work. Two beautiful ladies have arrived early. As soon as I finish, I'll fly over. Fu Ming. I'm nearby. I'll come over shortly. Wang Bei. Hong Hongwang. It's Saturday. Do you still have to work? Hong Hongwang. I can't compare to you guys. We in sales have no weekends. We work every day. Lu Jingru. The exploitation of labor by capitalists. Side-eye smile. Chapter 241. I'm drinking with Zheng Xiao. When everyone heard Lu Chao say this, they nodded in understanding. After all, only one person was hired. The other 5 were qualified, and if others performed better in the interview, they would pay more attention to that. As for whether there were other opportunities, that was left for them to figure out, seeing through it but not saying it. As the waiter began serving dishes, Hong Hongwang suggested, we big men should drink some alcohol. The 4 female classmates can just have drinks. I want tea drink. I drove here, Fu Ming said. Why did you drive over if you're from the area? Hong Hongwang scolded. Not bad. You've joined the car-owning class, Zhou Tongue envied. It's just a commuting car, an electric vehicle. The state gives subsidies, and it can get a license plate, Fu Ming smiled. I'll find a designated driver. It's rare for us to gather, so not drinking is a shame. Hu Zonghua insisted that everyone drink together. We're all men. It's only right to drink a little. All right, then let us drink. Fu Ming gritted his teeth and agreed. He was just worried about being scolded by his girlfriend later. Now, there was no time for that. Everyone was gathering. It would indeed feel lacking without some drinks. In the end, Lu Jingru had the waiter bring a case of beer. The 4 girls had drinks, and all the guys drank beer. Chapter 242. Zheng Xiao is here. I'm having dinner with Zheng Xiao. Zhang Li's voice came through. After hearing this, Shang Mingda was taken aback, quickly turned off the speaker, and stepped outside the private room, whispering, I have 3 super beautiful women here. Do you think Zheng Xiao would be interested? The Zheng Xiao they mentioned was one of the top young masters in Modu, Zheng Bing. The likes of Guomin, Qin Do, and others were the top young masters in Modu, and the 4 of them were referred to as the 4 young masters of Modu. Zhang Li became interested after hearing this and asked, what kind of beauties? Zheng Xiao's standards are quite high. Those ordinary girls 1 tea catches eye. Absolutely top-notch. Just right, 3 of them. Each of us can have one, Shang Mingda said with a very lewd smile. At that time, we'll work together, launching a financial offensive on these 3. Although not everyone loves money, the romance and pursuit process you create will require spending a lot of money. She may not want your money, but you have to be willing to spend it. Just like in the movie The Richest Man in Shihong City, Wang Xiaoyu spent a lot of money pursuing Xieju, although Xieju isn't materialistic. Every pursuit Wang Xiaoyu undertook required a significant amount of money. Okay, I'll talk to Zheng Xiao. Wait a moment. Zhang Li finished speaking and then told Zheng Bing about this matter. Chapter 243. Zheng Xiao was confused. Shang Mingda was full of confidence and introduced with great effort. After just shouting, he quickly stepped aside, fearing he might block Zheng Xiao's way. Zheng Bing walked in with an air of pride, accompanied by Zhang Li. Upon entering the private room, he saw more than a dozen people gathered around a large round table. Zheng Bing scanned the crowd with his eyes, starting to look for the beautiful woman Shang Mingda mentioned. The first person he noticed was Wang Bei, and from the corner of his eye, he seemed to see a familiar face. Looking closely, he saw Granny Wani Ma. Isn't this Granny Linner? No, to be precise, it's his biological grandmother. If you ask Zheng Bing who he fears the most, it's definitely Xiaolin, the one he fears the most in the whole of Huaxia. He didn't know Xiaolin's status and had no right to know, but he knew that there was a group of super sycophants around her, and he didn't even qualify to be a sycophant. Originally smiling, Zheng Bing suddenly darkened, feeling a bit at a loss. This was a big trouble. He and Xiaolin could be considered old friends, having met a couple of times, and Xiaolin naturally recognized him. The first time they met, he pretended to be cool for someone named Wang Li, but ended up getting slapped hard. The second time was when Lu Xiao came from Kyoto, and due to traffic. Chapter 244. Shocked, Lu Jingru. Zheng Bing drove carefully all the way, not daring to be careless. At this moment, he was like a dedicated driver, just focusing on driving. Xiaolin and Lu Jingru didn't talk along the way. Perhaps seeing Zheng Bing was present, they tacitly didn't say a word. Miss Xia, we've arrived. After dropping them off at the hotel parking lot, Zheng Bing said this and got out to open the door. Thank you, Xiaolin said. No need. No need. It's my pleasure. Zheng Bing quickly waved his hand and shook his head. To him, being able to drive Xiaolin was an honor. He wouldn't dare say he was trying to ride on her coattails, but at least he could leave a good impression on Xiaolin. After all, no one knew when they might make a mistake and offend Xiaolin. At that time, Xiaolin might at least let him off easy. He didn't even dare to have thoughts of offending Xiaolin. The key was, what if one day an inconsiderate person offended Xiaolin and dragged him into it? That would be hard to explain, just like today. I really should thank you for driving us back. And also for the timely information you provided about the incident with Jin Xiaoqing a while ago. Xiaolin referred to the incident with Jin Xiaoqing that happened not long ago, and Zheng Bing naturally understood. Miss Xia, that is something any normal person should do. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm always at your service. Zheng Bing stepped closer. Chapter 245. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Lu Jingru enjoyed the meal at noon very much. She felt that these three young masters had no airs at all and treated her as a friend, creating a cheerful atmosphere among the five. Lu Beauty, it's already the mid-autumn holiday. Why are you still coming here on business? Qingdo asked curiously. I just wanted to come early to see Liner. I'll be busy with work the day after tomorrow, Lu Jingru said. She came over on Saturday, and the following 3 days were the mid-autumn holiday. Then you're spending the mid-autumn festival alone tomorrow? Xiao Lin asked. What else can I do? If it weren't for the holiday, I would definitely drag you along, Lu Jingru smiled and said. That's perfect. You can check out your room this afternoon. Come to my house tonight, and we'll celebrate the festival at my place tomorrow, Xiao Lin suggested. That won't do. I can't just go to someone else's house for the holiday. Lu Jingru quickly refused. It's definitely not right to go to someone else's house during a big festival. It would be okay to have dinner at Xiao Lin's house in the evening. But let us skip the holiday celebration. After all, it doesn't feel right to go to someone else's house during a big festival. It's fine. My family has plenty of people. Xiao Lin understood Lu Jingru's meaning and continued to persuade her. That makes it even more impossible to go. Lu Jingru shook her head. Chapter 246. Is this my boss? Zhou Gongyi had a puzzled expression. Why was he scolding himself for no reason? As an elder, how could you not give your disciple a gift? Really, today you're washing your own clothes. After Long Outyin turned and left, he thought about it and agreed. A master should give gifts to their disciples, so he automatically filtered out the idea of buying mooncakes. He hoped his master would spend generously tomorrow and give him a surprise. In the afternoon, the national star Wang first took Lu Jingru to the hotel to pick up her luggage, and then returned to the villa. Liner, does your family live in the suburbs? Lu Jingru, sitting in the car, looked at the increasingly deviating road and said through the window, Yes, we're almost there, Xiao Lin replied. You must live in a luxurious villa, Lu Jingru speculated, considering that they were heading to the suburbs combined with Xiao Lin's status. It had to be a big villa. As the car went uphill, Lu Jingru became more certain of this fact. Wow, Liner, your villa is so big. Until the car reached the top of the mountain and stopped at the villa, Lu Jingru exclaimed before even getting out of the car. It's my brother S. Xiao Lin said with a smile. That is still the same. Your brother's really amazing, Lu Jingru remarked. Chapter 247. I'm busy today. Lu Jingru had just been there for a while when Qin Wen and Ma Yuqin came down from upstairs. With 4 women on stage, now that the stage was full, there was no business for anyone else, and the 4 chatted nonstop. Do you want to play mahjong? Xiao Lin asked Lu Jingru. Now that they had exactly 4 girls, they could set up a table for mahjong. Let us play after dinner. Isn't Mr. Ma already cooking? Lu Jingru thought for a moment and decided to hold off. It was better not to be too casual. Although she had a good relationship with Xiao Lin, there were so many big shots present, and she was just a small figure, not daring to casually attach herself. She had a clear understanding of her own status. All right then, we'll play after dinner. Xiao Lin nodded. A few of them sipped tea when Lu Jingru's phone rang. She stood up and said, You all chat. I'll go take a call. After stepping outside the villa, Lu Jingru found a quiet place, answered the phone, and shouted, Manager, who? What is the matter? Xiao Lu. I heard you in a modu early? Manager whose lazy voice asked. Yes, I've been here for 2 days, Lu Jingru replied. That is good. Today, mister. Li has a dinner party. You should go and socialize a bit. Manager who directly instructed without considering Lu Jingru's thoughts. Chapter 248. She is pretty good. Lu Jingru had always fantasized about what Xiao Lin's brother was like, how he looked. Now that she saw the real person, she almost lost her mind. He looked noble, with a face that was captivating, and his eyes and forehead resembled Xiao Lin's a lot. No wonder Xiao Lin was also beautiful, if her brother was so handsome. Her sister would naturally not be far behind. Both had inherited excellent traits. Lu Jingru had seen many handsome people, but she had never met someone like Xia Feng who possessed both beauty and charm. It was love at first sight, and it was all about the face. It was the same for both men and women. In this appearance-focused society, having a good-looking exterior is indeed very important. Of course, this is just the first impression. The second impression is also crucial. Money and talent are what truly make a difference. Xia Feng clearly possesses all three: beauty, talent, and wealth, making him the kind of man that stirs people's hearts. After Xia Feng walked down, he nodded to a few people and said to Xia Lin, "This must be the classmate you mentioned yesterday." "Yes, her name is Lu Jingru, and she is a good sister of mine from college. She helped me a lot during that time," Xia Lin said, while linking arms with Lu Jingru to introduce her. Chapter 249, Mid-Autumn Gift. Xia Feng said, "She is quite impressive." The meaning behind this was clear to anyone with eyes. Lu Jingru was about to take off. Jack Ma, being quite perceptive, certainly understood the implication of Xia Feng's words. "Yes, she is an outstanding child," Jack Ma nodded in agreement. Among the large group of people, only Lu Jingru was unaware that she was about to take off. She genuinely thought everyone was complimenting her. She didn't consider this aspect too much, as she had climbed to her current position as a group leader step by step, knowing that her own abilities were what mattered most. For example, Old Wang and Su Jiaying faced the same problem. Old Wang could withdraw unscathed, while Su Jiaying was on the brink of bankruptcy. It said that Old Wang has a strong background, which is somewhat true, but what is more important is his own capabilities and vision. Otherwise, no matter how strong the background, one could still end up as a useless person living off others. The same goes for the national idol Wang. People say he grew up with a golden key and think he is just a useless rich kid, a playboy, but how many can match his abilities? He loves to play internet celebrity and games. Although it seems complicated, he can earn tens of billions while playing games, and when he launched a live streaming platform, it sold for tens of billions, single-handedly supporting the gaming live streaming industry. Chapter 250. Don't make things worse. Is this small gift box really worth 10 billion? Lu Jingru felt an inexplicable panic. 10 billion? She remembered seeing from a movie where someone spent 10 billion in a month, and no matter how they spent it, it never ran out. Could she become that person? Old Wang once said in an interview that being supported with a few million is called starting a business. But being supported with billions is no longer starting a business. That is already success. One can only imagine how enormous the figure of 10 billion is. As an office worker, let alone 10 billion, even 1 million is an unattainable goal for her. What is this? Lu Jingru subconsciously asked this question. It's a miraculous medicine, a life-saving elixir, Xia Lin explained. Boom! Lu Jingru felt as if she had been struck by lightning upon hearing this. A life-saving elixir? Can such miraculous things really exist in this world? However, seeing the excited expressions of the big shots around her, it was definitely not a fake. Furthermore, she believed Xia Lin's words and trusted that Xia Feng wouldn't be fooling around. So, does that mean the gift in her hand is a life-saving elixir? Chapter 251. The ancestor is back. Everyone casually had a bit to eat at noon, but Old Wang's chance to show off was ruthlessly taken away by Jack Ma. The real celebration was in the evening, with a much more sumptuous spread. Over a dozen people gathered around a table for dinner, and Jack Ma cooked more than 20 dishes. Lu Jingru enjoyed this holiday very much. In previous years during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she either spent alone or went home to celebrate with her parents. Although she didn't go home this year to spend time with her parents, she gained much more. Now, inexplicably connecting with a group of big shots, and importantly, these big shots were quite polite to her. Seeing her as someone special because of Xia Lin, Lu Jingru felt the warmth of being loved. Everyone treated her well because of Xia Lin, and Lu Jingru was very polite and respectful to everyone. After dinner, everyone watched the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala in the living room, and Lu Jingru received a message on her phone. It was a personnel transfer notice from her company. She had been promoted to the Public Information Department, which was responsible for collecting various consumer information, with weekends off and no need to clock in every day. As for her salary, it rose from an annual salary of 300,000 to 700,000, and she would also participate in year-end bonuses. Chapter 252. A call from Li Lao Pu Zhe now understood that being summoned to the mountain was just to be a runner. The talk about extraordinary talent in martial arts was pure nonsense. Having been here for nearly 5 years, he hadn't had a single master teach him. He learned only during his spare time from the senior brothers, and he had to have the audacity to seek guidance. Otherwise, who would be kind enough to teach him? As for the senior sisters on the mountain, they wouldn't even look at them. After 5 years, he hadn't spoken a word to any of the senior sisters. Previously, Puze had grand ambitions, dreaming that when he learned enough, he would leave the mountain and show off his skills with great prestige. Now his perspective changed. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder he had studied under were easily defeated by a young kid, leaving their lives hanging in the balance. What was the point of all this learning? This so-called ancestor would likely meet the same fate, trying to show off but ending up with a slap in the face. Staying here every day like a dog, he might as well go back to the colorful world, drive a sports car, chase girls, and enjoy life. Although he thought about it, Puze didn't dare to leave the mountain on his own. Having stayed for so long, he knew the strict rules here. If he were executed, no one would care. That would be a meaningless death, so he could only wait to see how things went this time. Chapter 253. Outing on the top floor of the villa, in Xiaolin's room, Xiaolin and Lu Jingru lay on the bed chatting about past events. Their memories taking them back to school. They were having a great time reminiscing about the bits and pieces from school, feeling as if they were in a different world. What surprised Lu Jingru the most was that the good sister she had always supported had become her benefactor, her most unpretentious and super beautiful thigh to lean on. Jingru, since your work nature has changed, why don't you stay and play for a few more days? Xiaolin invited. Sure, Lu Jingru readily agreed without hesitation. She wouldn't play modest in front of Xiaolin. It was what it was. Besides, who wouldn't he want to stay here? Do you think if the classmates from our class knew about your current situation, what would they think? Lu Jingru thought with a wicked sense of humor. They would definitely be more shocked than I am. This is simply an unbelievable fact. Lu Jingru still feels like this is a dream. Everything's so real yet unreal. Jingru, don't say anything reckless. Just let things unfold naturally, Xiaolin advised. Don't worry, you know what kind of person I am, right? I can keep a secret. Lu Jingru confidently promised. Chapter 254. Not worthy of fear. Seeing Xiaolin's face filled with joy, Yue spoke even more recklessly. Wow. Which family has such a beautiful lady out and about? I'm completely stunned. Yue feigned a surprised expression and covered his eyes with his hand, causing everyone to burst into laughter. All right, stop bragging. You bought the tickets, right? Xiaolin laughed, bending over in amusement, then looked at Yue and asked. I bought them. I'm just waiting for you guys, Yue said, pulling out a stack of tickets from his pocket and waving them around. Let me introduce you. This is my good sister, Lu Jingru. After Xiaolin finished speaking, she pointed at Yue and introduced, Jingru, this is Yue the young master Yu, a good buddy of Wang Xiao and the others. Hello, beautiful. No wonder you're Linner's good sister. You're stunning, Yue greeted enthusiastically. Hello, young master Yu. Lu Jingru giggled, covering her mouth. Guomin Xiao looked at Yue's shameless demeanor, feeling quite speechless. At that moment, Qindo parked the car and walked over. Seeing the group laughing and curiously asked, what is so funny? You didn't see you fatty's performance just now. It really opened my eyes, Guomin Xiao replied. Chapter 255. A shocking scene. Seeing her brother so confident, Xiaolin felt relieved. She only knew that her brother was a cultivator who could take her flying, but she didn't understand the specifics of how powerful he was. Then I'm at ease, Xiaolin smiled. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. After a few exchanges, Xiaolin left the room. Xiaofeng expanded his consciousness and quickly detected 2 land god-level cultivators in the Magic City. Xiaolong, old Peter, come with me to a place, Xiaofeng called out as he went downstairs. Yes, master, the 2 replied, with Long Outyin quickly heading out to drive first. Meanwhile, Hong Benzong and Murong Tiangu were completely unaware that a godlike figure was approaching them. Old Hong, this foreign liquor isn't good, Murong Tiangu complained, smacking his lips. It really isn't great. It has no flavor. Is there any better white liquor? Hong Benzong asked Guja. Old ancestor, I'll go ask, Guja said as he got up to find a waiter and ordered 2 bottles of Matai. Old ancestor, try this wine. It's a famous white liquor from Huaxia, Guja said as he brought over the 2 bottles. Chapter 256. Kneeling again, kneeling down? That's right, he actually kneeled down. I witnessed it personally. He just kneeled down like that. Puze's eyes widened in disbelief. A bunch of trash, just as I thought. They came to show off and ended up getting slapped in the face. They didn't even say a word before kneeling. The elder, the sect leader, and the ancestor were all weaklings. A movie wouldn't dare to portray it like this. Guja was also dumbfounded. Murong Tiangu was a super expert at the land god level, over 100 years old. How could he just kneel down like that? Don't you have any aura of a master? Hong Benzong, knowing Murong Tiangu's character, watched him sobbing on the ground without saying a word, realizing there must be a reason. Xiaofeng looked at the old man kneeling in front of him and remembered that he had once helped him. Murong Tiangu, being a loose cultivator, chose to risk his life to break through to the land god level without the aid of pills, resulting in a 90 chance of failure. However, Murong Tiangu chose to attempt the breakthrough. The outcome was evident. Murong Tiangu was on the verge of failure and certain death when Xiaofeng happened to pass by and saved him, helping him break through to the land god level, thus forming a bond. Chapter 257, Ancient Relics. Just as Xiaofeng was about to turn and leave, Murong Tiangu suddenly called out to him. What is it? Xiaofeng turned his head and asked. Murong Tiangu hesitated, seeming reluctant to speak in front of everyone. Xiaofeng understood and waved his hand to set up a soundproof barrier, saying, You can speak now. 3 years ago, I discovered ancient relics at Mount Tiantai in Xionglai. There is a barrier outside, and my cultivation level is not yet sufficient to enter. Benefactor, you might want to take a look, Murong Tiangu said truthfully. Hearing this, Xiaofeng became genuinely interested. Whether cultivators or practitioners, everyone was fascinated by relics. Xiaofeng wasn't particularly eager for cultivation breakthroughs at the moment, at least not on Earth. However, ancient relics were hard to resist since many gods emerged during ancient times. As for whether it would be beneficial to him, that remained to be seen. You stay here and lead the way. I'll notify you once I'm ready to go, Xiaofeng said, then instructed Long Outyin. Arrange a place for him to stay. Yes, benefactor. Yes, master. The two nodded in agreement. Long Outyin referring to him as Master shocked Hong Benzong. No wonder Long Outyin's cultivation improved so quickly. It turned out he had such a powerful master. Chapter 258, Departure the next day. The convoy of 5 cars set off from the Qinglong Bay Villa directly to the airport. Where Xiaofeng was, there was a sense of stability. This time, Xiaofeng said he would also go to Chengdu, and everyone unanimously followed him. After all, they were currently not managing the company's affairs and were operating remotely. It didn't matter where they were, as long as Xiaofeng was there, felt like home. Zheng Qinya was picked up by Yue Wei, and they arrived at the airport early. You fatty, what kind of person is Linner's brother? You have to tell me, Zheng Qinya said, having never met Xiaofeng, only heard his name. From her father's description, Xiaofeng was unique in the world, a remarkable figure. The godlike man would appear soon, and Zheng Qinya felt very excited. Like a woman in love waiting for her boyfriend, both anxious and hopeful. Remarkable, Yue didn't know how to describe it and could only praise him in universal terms. Aren't you just stating the obvious? Who doesn't know that young Master Xia is remarkable? Haven't you met young Master Xia? I'm asking what kind of person he is. Is he easy to approach? Zheng Qinya rolled her eyes at Yue, feeling that he had wasted time with his vague responses. Chapter 259, a significant gap among brothers. They had just arrived at the hotel when it was already noon, and everyone was dining there. In the afternoon, Xia Lin and the others planned to go shopping at Taiku Li, and their hotel was right on Chunchi Road, very close to Taiku Li. They could walk there. Brother, let's go shopping in the afternoon. You should come with us, Xia Lin said as she leaned against Xiaofeng. As soon as Xia Lin spoke, Qin Wen Ma Yu Qin, Lu Jingru, and Zheng Qinya all looked at Xiaofeng with eager eyes, hoping he would join them. Xiaofeng smiled and said, I won't go. I have other plans. You all can have fun on your own for the next few days. Brother, you came to Chengdu for something else, right? Xia Lin asked suspiciously. It made sense now why Xiaofeng had readily agreed when she mentioned going to Chengdu. He had other matters to attend to. Yes, I'll accompany you to shop once I finish my tasks. Xiaofeng nodded. All right, Xia Lin replied, slightly disappointed. Others are the same, but they can't show it. Tough. Little Peter. Xiaofeng then looked at Zhou Gani and British Peter and shouted, Master, Ancestor. Zhou Gani and British Peter hurriedly jogged over and respectfully called out. Chapter 260, Where are the big shots? A green cow? The three were stunned. Can this cow create a barrier? Doesn't that make them feel like they are even worse than livestock? After Xiaofeng said this, the faces of the three immediately lost their color. Truly, humans are outdone by cows. A cow has set up a barrier outside, and they can't get in. How embarrassing is that? Master, what kind of cow is so powerful? Long Outyin asked in confusion. The green cow on my mount, Lousy Lier, Xiaofeng said. Lousy disappeared after leaving the Hanga Pass. How did this cow end up in Sichuan province? That's too far apart and unrelated. Master, has this cow become immortal? Long Outyin was stunned. Yes. After receiving some guidance from me, it has become an immortal, which is why it left such an immortal mark. Let's go in and take a look. There may be something useful for you inside. Xiaofeng nodded and said, if it were the relics left by Laozi, it might be useful for Xiaofeng. But the relics left by the green cow under Laozi would not be useful for him. What opportunity he gained on Kunlun Mountain, he still hasn't figured out. Perhaps he is not from this world, or perhaps it leads to another world. Xiaofeng has been exploring, but there hasn't been any sign. Okay. Chapter 261, Encountering a Cousin. Long Outyin is someone who knows a bit about the identity of Chu Mingwei. Although he hasn't had direct contact, there are always messages about such people from above. After all, with different positions, one naturally knows more. Now that Long Outyin's name is prominently listed, it's no wonder so many corporate bigwigs have come. This is a big Buddha. Such people are terrifying to the bone. They specifically handle some tricky matters, and they directly take orders from Huang Lao. Although he hasn't seen the person, he has heard of their reputation. For Chu Mingwei to reach this status, he is particularly sensitive to such matters. Old Zheng, I understand what you mean, Chu Mingwei said, looking at the list on the table. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will let you know everything I can. Zheng Ming advised. Old classmate, thank you, Chu Mingwei said with a smile. Haha, no need to say that. That would be too polite. Xiaya is also going to Chengdu to play. When she has time, I'll have her visit you on my behalf. Zheng Ming laughed. Xiaya is coming too? That's great. I must invite her to my house as a guest. It's been years since we last met. Now that she is in Sichuan province, she must come to uncle's house for a visit. Chu Mingwei said with a smile. Chapter 262, You Still Love Cleanliness? Relatives of Lu Jingru are like this. They disappear when help is needed, but they all show up to brag. They're afraid you might be doing better than them. And then they lose their voice and confidence, a typical case of not being able to stand seeing you do better than others. Hee, it's still early, still early. Lu Jingru chuckled and didn't know how to respond. Brother-in-law, you know her uncle is Secretary Peng, and Secretary Peng is the secretary of Vice Governor Chu. Quite a big deal. Zholi didn't care about Lu Jingru's unwilling expression and continued to pull her along. We met once before when the family invited us for dinner, didn't we? Lu Jingru nodded. Alas, it's a pity you were working in Hangzhou. Otherwise, I would have brother-in-law introduce you to a wealthy person. Zholi said with a hint of sourness while glancing at Lu Jingru. Being so beautiful is useless. She doesn't know how to take advantage of it. If only she could use her looks, how great that would be. No need, no need. Lu Jingru hurriedly waved her hand and then said, Cousin, I'll pay the bill first. My friend is still waiting for me in the private room. Lu Jingru didn't want to say much and prepared to pay the bill first. All right, you pay first. I have nothing to do anyway. Zholi didn't notice that Lu Jingru didn't want to talk to her much. Chapter 263, Someone with a Special Identity. Lu Jingru told her mom that things would be better in the future. This was a definite tone, but her parents didn't catch on. Compared to before, Lu Jingru has undergone a tremendous change, and she doesn't know how to explain this to her parents. Her parents are just ordinary people. If she told them this, they certainly wouldn't believe it. Even she feels like it's a dream, and they would believe it even less. Jingru, your parents aren't as accomplished as your aunt. They can't provide you much help. When you get married, they can only give you a dowry. We also believe you will do better and better. How's work recently? Are you tired? Kai Winley asked with concern. Lu Jingru works at Abba Group, and they know about the busy work. In fact, they hope Lu Jingru find a more relaxed job and marry someone who treats her well. That would be enough. They also don't want Lu Jingru to work so hard for money. They have only one daughter, so naturally, they see her as a treasure. Mom, it's pretty good. I've recently been transferred to a new department. It's much easier now. Lu Jingru said, That's good. You can focus on your work. Don't worry about us. Take care of yourself, and let me know in advance when you bring Linner home for dinner. Kai Winley reminded. Chapter 264, Very likely, if someone told Chu Mingwei that there's a special person, a very important person, he wouldn't think much of it. He himself is already considered a very important person. But when this sentence comes from Zheng Qingya's mouth, it takes on a different meaning. Her dad is the secretary of the magic capital, and in terms of position, he is far above him. The secretary of the magic capital is already half a foot into the capital. He is a super big shot. With such a family background, Zheng Qingya's perspective is naturally elevated. For her to say someone is very important, then they're indeed very important. Originally planning to prepare for an ordinary family banquet, Chu Mingwei had to take it seriously. Xiao Peng, arrange a quiet place for lunch tomorrow, about a dozen people. They are very important guests. Chu Mingwei immediately made a call to his secretary, Peng Gue. Okay, leader. Peng Gue quickly responded. Since the leader said they are very important guests, Peng Gue should know how to arrange it. As a leader's secretary, he needs to ensure that these matters are arranged properly, so the leader can rest assured and the guests are satisfied. A good secretary should make the leader feel comfortable using them. If the leader is not satisfied, you won't last long either. The duties of a secretary range from trivial daily matters to major court orders. They will handle them meticulously. As a secretary, the primary duty is to be attentive and meticulous. Chapter 265, an unimaginable background. Although Chu Mingwei holds a high position at this moment, he doesn't know what to say to express his shock. That seemingly ordinary girl has such a huge background. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. No wonder Zheng Ming called him to say there was an important person. Could it be that Lao Wang and Jack Ma came over because of Liner? Who on earth is this? Zheng Qingya doesn't say, and he can't seek knowledge either. But he knew one thing. That is, this Liner had to be well taken care of by herself. From his first glance at Xiaolin, she didn't appear proud at all, just as ordinary as a regular girl. It wasn't that others seemed ordinary, but rather that external affairs had no effect on her anymore. Before you all came, your dad had already communicated with me. So it turns out what your dad mentioned was her. That makes sense. Chu Mingwei sighed. No wonder Zheng Ming asked him to treat old Wang to dinner. No wonder Long Outyin also came to Sichuan. Now that Zheng Qingya mentioned it, Chu Mingwei suddenly felt that the truth was revealed. Almost, Zheng Qingya said tactfully. In fact, what her dad referred to was Xiafeng, Liner's brother. A truly impressive person. Zheng Qingya just couldn't say it outright, so she could only say it was close enough. Chapter 266, attending the wedding October 1st, National Day. It was a good day. Many chose to hold their wedding on this day, and hotels across the country were fully booked. Chengdu Venice Hotel. This is a 4-star hotel, and everything for the wedding was packaged by the hotel, costing over 100,000 for a single wedding. Today was the wedding day of Lu Jingru's cousin, Zhou Lu. Around 11 in the morning, Lu Jingru arrived at the Venice Hotel with her parents, while Zhou Lu and her husband Peng Gaojia stood outside the hotel to welcome guests, with 4 bridesmaids and 4 groomsmen standing beside them. Jolie was not present at the scene, probably helping to arrange guests inside the hotel. Lulu, congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you a fruitful family soon. Kai Wenli walked over with a smile. Cousin, brother-in-law, congratulations on your marriage. Lu Jingru also offered her congratulations. Aunt, uncle, Zhou Lu and her husband Peng Gaojia politely greeted. Zhou Lu then looked at Lu Jingru and smiled. Jingru, you came all the way back to attend my wedding. You've worked hard. Hee hee, it's nothing. Lu Jingru smiled. Lulu, this is a red envelope from me and your uncle. Kai Wenli took out a red envelope from her bag and handed it over, which Zhou Lu accepted and passed to the person responsible for registering the gifts sitting beside her. Chapter 267. Seemed to see a familiar person. Everyone has jealousy and comparison in their hearts. Zhou Lu was just like that now. The 2 sisters had always been jealous of Lu Jingru's beauty, and the more miserable Lu Jingru seemed to be, the more excited they felt. If Lu Jingru were extremely ugly, they wouldn't have such thoughts at all. More people want to be that beautiful flower, needing a few green leaves around them to set them off. Just now, when receiving guests at the hotel entrance, Li Bing asked Zhou Lu to introduce Lu Jingru, and Zhou Lu agreed without hesitation. Because Li Bing was doing worse than her husband, she was happy to see this happen. If it really succeeded, Lu Jingru's husband would have to follow her husband, making Zhou Lu feel superior without a doubt. After all, Peng Gaojia had such an impressive uncle. Their family only had a little money. Someone like Peng Gue was a significant figure to them. Uncle, this is the speech draft prepared for you by the hotel wedding planning team. Peng Gaojia handed a piece of paper to Peng Gue. No need. Peng Gue waved his hand. This kind of wedding support is just a few words. It's child's play for him. How could he still mix in if he needed to read a draft for a wedding speech? Chapter 268. What is going on? Peng Gue had an excellent memory, especially for important guests that Deputy Governor Chu considered important. He would never forget them after just one glance. If he could forget important figures, he would have reached his current position. Lu Jingru sat next to Xia Lin yesterday, and from their conversation, it was clear that Xia Lin had a very good relationship with her, like sisters. Although Xia Lin was not present with that connection, Lu Jingru was still an unattainable target for him. If Xia Lin had come in person, Peng Gue would have been terrified. Oh my, that's someone with a group of super little brothers as followers. have you ever seen the top young masters of Huaxiao with followers? Yesterday, the words of Deputy Governor Chu were vivid in his mind, and now seeing Lu Jingru sitting there, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. This is bad. Did I neglect her? What if she goes and complains to Xiao Lin? Wouldn't I be finished? Peng Gui's expression changed several times, and no one else noticed his face. As Peng Gui was slightly distracted, Peng Gaojia asked, "Uncle, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Peng Gaojia looked at the dazed Peng Gui and asked. Peng Gui suddenly came to his senses, reached out and snatched the wine glass from Peng Gaojia's hand. Looking at the groomsman holding a tray, almost in a commanding tone said, "Fill the glass to the brim." Chapter 269. She is already an unattainable person for you. Zhou Lu looked at her husband's puzzled expression, and she understood what it meant. Reintroduce? What identity does Lu Jingru have now? She couldn't know. Husband, why is uncle so polite to her? I don't know either. My aunt's family is all here, and you know what their family situation is. Do you think they know any big shots? Zhou Lu said seriously. She knew Lu Jingru's family situation best. Lu Jingru worked at Ababa, just an ordinary staff member. Her aunt and uncle were office workers, and they owned an old house in Chengdu. The conditions were just that. Would such a family know big shots? After hearing this, Peng Gaojia nodded. He had been with Zhou Lu for a few years, and indeed had some understanding of Lu Jingru's family. He didn't dare to ask his uncle now, and could only think that Lu Jingru had some hold over him. His uncle was an upright person, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be any hold. Confused, he thought, forget it, let us toast first, and until I figure it out, I'll be polite to my cousin for now. Peng Gaojia shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Of course I know. After hearing this, Zhou Lu looked back at Lu Jingru, her eyes filled with intense jealousy. Chapter 270. Then bring them along in the evening. Peng Gaojia invited some brothers to a club for dinner and singing. These were all good buddies who attended his wedding today. Some had come from far away. Zhou Lu also brought 2 of the bridesmaids. And a group of people set off in several cars towards the private club. Yalong Bay Club. This is a club in the suburbs, often a gathering place for rich young men and pampered sons. Because they could order girls while singing here, young people love to come and play, and the entertainment options are diverse and youthful. As soon as Peng Gaojia got out of the car, he saw a familiar figure and tried to call out, "Chu Xiao?" The person called by Peng Gaojia turned around, smiled at him, and said, "What a coincidence. I heard from your uncle that today is your big day. Congratulations." This person was Chu Jun, the son of Deputy Governor Chu. They knew each other, but rarely interacted. To be precise, Chu Jun didn't include him in his circle. "Thanks, Chu Xiao." Peng Gaojia smiled and thanked him. "In which private room? I'm here to toast you today. It's a joyous occasion. After all." Chu Jun looked at Peng Gaojia and asked. Regardless, Peng Gaojia is considered one of their own, as his uncle is his father's secretary. Chapter 271. Truly beautiful. Zhou Lu was overjoyed when she heard Lu Jingru say this. She originally thought it was just Lu Jingru, but now she suddenly has another sister. She couldn't be happier. As for how Lu Jingru's sister looks, that didn't matter much. What mattered was that Lu Jingru is indeed beautiful. Although she was jealous of Lu Jingru's beauty, she wasn't at the point of lying through her teeth. "Cousin, wait a minute. Let me ask her," Lu Jingru said while holding the phone. "Okay." Zhou Lu nodded in response. "Linner, my cousin is getting married today. Come with me tonight. I don't want to go alone." Lu Jingru whispered to Xiao Lin, covering the phone with one hand. "I'm exhausted. Since it's your request, I'll kindly agree," Xiao Lin said as she got up from the bed. "Show off." Lu Jingru rolled her eyes at Xiao Lin. Then she released the phone and said to Zhou Lu, "Cousin, send me the address. We'll take a taxi over later." "Okay, I'll send it to you on WeChat," Zhou Lu quickly replied. Just after hanging up the phone, Zhou Lu sent over the address. "Let's go." Lu Jingru picked up her bag from the bed. Chapter 272. I got beaten. They had seen and played with all kinds of beauties. However, the pure and ethereal beauty of Xiao Lin and Lu Jingru truly caught their eyes. Just seeing them ignited an uncontrollable impulse within. They were simply extraordinary. Wang Xiao and Lin Xiao stared wide-eyed, but they knew their place. With Hu Xiao and Chu Xiao around, such extraordinary beauties were beyond their reach. To be honest, Hu Yangzhe and Chu Jun were indeed moved. Zhou Lu was right. They were truly stunning beauties. "Come, you 2 gorgeous ladies, please come in and have a seat." Wang Xiao quickly stood up and politely invited them. At that moment, Zhou Gangyi walked in, and a man suddenly appearing was somewhat off-putting. The others frowned. Zhou Lu noticed their thoughts and quickly explained, "Gentlemen, he's just a driver. there's no need to mind him. She then turned to Zhou Gongyi and pointed to a chair in the corner, saying, "There's a chair over there. You can sit there." What kind of occasion is this? Zhou Gongyi knew very well what the men in front of him were thinking. He ignored Zhou Lu and quietly approached Xiaolin, saying softly, "Liner, let's go back. There's not a decent person here." Chapter 273. You've caused a big mess who Liangzhe called the director of a certain department in Sichuan province. The one in charge of all police forces. He wouldn't call his dad for such a disgraceful matter. Calling Director Gong was already the highest authority. What's wrong with Liangzhe? Who hit you? Director Gong frowned upon hearing this. The son of whose Shuji got beaten? This is outrageous. First of all, regardless of who's right or wrong, hitting someone is wrong. A driver I don't know, I was with Chu Jun, and several of us got beaten, Hu Liangzhe said. Director Gong felt a chill run down his spine. This was truly reckless. Not only did they hit him, but they also involved the son of Vice Governor Chu. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Where are you? I'll send someone over immediately. Director Gong decided not to ask further and planned to send someone to check it out. At Yalong Bay Club, Hu Liangzhe reported his location. Don't act impulsively to avoid secondary harm. I'll send someone over right away, Director Gong reminded him. Okay, Hu Liangzhe replied. After they finished the call, Director Gong immediately called the nearest police station chief and explained the severity of the situation. The police station chief was terrified. The son of who Shuji and Vice Governor Chu got beaten in his jurisdiction. No matter what, he had a responsibility. Chapter 274. Done with this going on? Chu Jun asked himself this question. He got beaten, and his dad wasn't concerned at all. Instead, he was getting scolded. Dad, what the hell is going on? Chu Jun asked, feeling confused. What's wrong? Do you know who hit you? You're always up to no good. Do you want to kill your father? Chu Mingwei continued scolding. Who hit me? Chu Jun was slightly more alert after being scolded and began to inquire about other situations. Zhou Lao's grandson, the one from Kyoto. Were you? Chu Mingwei said. Others wouldn't even dirty their hands hitting you. Go apologize properly and wait for me to come. Chu Mingwei hung up after saying that. After hearing this, Chu Jun's head buzzed. Wasn't it just a driver who hit him? How did it turn into Zhou Lao's grandson? What a reckless move. If it's Zhou Lao's grandson, then he is one of the top young masters in Huaxia. You don't have to experience life by being a driver. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Chu Jun suddenly remembered who Liangzhe had called Director Gong, and he quickly dialed his dad's number again. Dad, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Liangzhe has already notified Director Gong, and someone is probably on their way here now. Chu Jun felt it unnecessary to drag Director Gong into this mess at this time. Chapter 275. Just wait. Gong Li stared at the already hung-up phone, feeling a pang in his heart. What a mess this was. How did they get into such big trouble? Thinking of what Hu Shuji had just said, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was indeed too dangerous. He felt grateful to Chu Mingwei. If he hadn't informed him, he would have been dragged down. His previous irritation towards Chu Mingwei instantly vanished, replaced by gratitude. Hu Liangzhe and Chu Jun hadn't said a word in the private room. The 6 people in the room were silent, and one could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Hu Liangzhe and Chu Jun, along with the other 4, looked as if they had just lost their last hope. They had both received scoldings from Chu Mingwei and Hu Hong, and now they were waiting for the storm to arrive. As for Wang Xiao and Lin Xiao, they were too afraid to breathe, not daring to go anywhere, just waiting for others to decide their fate. Hu Liangzhe and Chu Jun also felt like they had hit rock bottom. They had just come out for a meal and some fun, and now they were embroiled in this mess. In fact, they hadn't thought about any of this at first. They just wanted to have a simple meal. All the trouble started with Wang Xiao. If he hadn't spoken carelessly, this wouldn't have happened. But now that the situation had occurred, there was no use in saying anything. Chapter 276. Focus on the key points. Xia Feng and the others had already returned to Chengdu. It wasn't far, just over 100 kilometers, so they would be back soon. When Zhou Gongyi heard Xia Lin call him brother, he instantly sat up straight, unable to hide the respect and pride that came from within. Hu Hong didn't know who Xia Lin's brother was, so he didn't feel much, but Chu Mingwei was clear. A real super big shot was about to make an appearance. Do not pursue responsibility, otherwise no one will benefit. I'm back, where have you been? After Xia Feng returned to the hotel and did not see Xia Lin, he made a phone call to ask. I'm at a club outside. I originally wanted to accompany Jing Ru to have some fun, but there was some unpleasantness, Xia Lin said. I can check it out, Xia Feng replied. It's nothing serious. You don't need to come. Xia Lin quickly refused. If your brother comes over, it turns into something serious. It's fine. I'm just coming to take a look and bring everyone out to eat something. I haven't eaten anything since I came back, Xiaofeng said. All right then. It's at Yalong Bay Club. Xiao Lin told Xiaofeng the location. After a few more exchanges, they hung up the phone. Everyone heard what Xiao Lin said clearly. Someone else was coming over. Chapter 277. Beat to death, bring it here, I need it. Peng Gue shouted at the waiter holding the baseball bat. This baseball bat was big and round and very sturdy. Who could withstand being hit with it? The key was that only one was brought over. Should he give it to Secretary Hu or Deputy Governor Chu later? He couldn't give it to both. Peng Gue glanced at Peng Gaojia, who was observing from a distance and dared not approach. He was the best candidate. You caused trouble, and even though it's your wedding today, this lesson is set. The waiter, not understanding the situation, walked over and handed the baseball bat to Peng Gue and left. Peng Gue tapped the baseball bat in his hand. It felt quite good. Peng Gaojia, Peng Gue called to him. At this moment, Peng Gaojia understood that the baseball bat was meant to hit him. He was so scared that his legs went weak. He dared not go over. Hu Hong and Chu Mingwei saw this and said nothing. An uncle can hit his nephew. It's the father's fault for not teaching the son, they thought. Today they made a mistake and should be punished. Zhou Xiao. Too much explanation would seem pale and powerless. A beating is in order. Chu Mingwei walked to Zhou Gongyi's side, adopting an attitude of not having taught his son well. Then waved to Chu Jun. Chapter 278. It was us who beat them. Long Out Yin's gaze was sharper than sharp. He was a killer with countless blood on his hands. Here's a little look for you. Go figure out yourself. Is he the leader of the dragon group? Hu Hong nervously asked. I think so, Chu Mingwei replied. He only knew the name, having never seen the person. Hurry up, take them to the hospital. Hu Hong finally realized that his son was still lying on the ground. If they didn't take him to the hospital now, when would they? Although it was just some superficial injuries that would heal with time, it was still heart-wrenching to see. Hu Liangzhe and Chu Jun had probably been beaten to the point of being covered in bruises, lying on the ground in pain. The worst off was Peng Gaojia. Although the baseball bat hit him, if you looked at the wounds alone, they would definitely seem more serious than those of Hu Liangzhe and Chu Jun. But in reality, it was the opposite. Peng Gaojia's injuries were far more serious. Zhou Lu squatted on the ground holding her husband's hand, tears flowing endlessly. Peng Gaojia was unable to stand up. Otherwise, he would have wanted to tear her apart right now. As Hu Hong spoke, everyone hurriedly helped lift the three of them into the car. In Hu Hong's special vehicle, he supported his son in the back seat. Feeling a bit pained as he said, Liangzhe, don't blame Dad. I'm saving you. I hope this gives you enough of a lesson. Chapter 279. What do you think of Jingru? The next day, at Huaxi Hospital, Peng Gaojia's hospital room was packed with people. Yesterday was supposed to be his big day, but he ended up in the hospital. This was indeed a bit unlucky, but Peng Gaojia wouldn't say exactly what happened. When asked, Zhou Lu only cried, and the family couldn't get to the bottom of it. At this moment, Peng Gue walked in. He had to run to the hospital for a week. What happened to Gaojia? Peng Zhong turned to Peng Gue and asked. Last night, after learning the news, he called Peng Gue, but the phone was off. He rushed to the hospital, but no one would tell him anything. Big brother, let's not talk about this. Gaojia made a mistake himself. Peng Gue didn't want to say much, as he had personally beaten him. Peng Gao looked at Peng Gue, somewhat baffled. He was an honest person, not very thoughtful. While his younger brother was capable, the family was all under Peng Gue's authority. How do you feel? Peng Gue asked as he approached the bedside. Much better. Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine with so many people here to take care of me. Although Peng Gaojia was beaten to this extent by his uncle, he felt no resentment. In that situation, it was unavoidable. It was just that the baseball bat was a bit too much. Chapter 280. Penguin Ma's first victory. Lu Jingru's performance was like a confession. Kai Wenli, being a veteran, could see through her daughter's thoughts. Unexpectedly, she made a lucky guess and actually gained something. Seeing her daughter's demeanor, it was clear she had a good impression of Xiao Lin's brother. Otherwise, why would she blush when mentioning him? Lu Jingru felt exposed in front of Kai Wenli, with nowhere to hide. She just didn't know what her sister's brother looked like, or what his character was like. However, Kai Wenli could roughly guess from Xiao Lin that he must look good and have a good character. This seemed like a perfect match. Kai Wenli immediately became eager to ask more. Linner, what does your brother do? My brother is a university professor. Xiao Lin did not lie. Xiaofeng was indeed a proper university professor, teaching traditional Chinese medicine. That's great. Professors are cultured good. Kai Wenli nodded repeatedly, as if Xiaofeng were already her son-in-law. However, It must be said that teachers and doctors hold a high status in society, making it easier to find girlfriends. Now that Xiao Lin said her brother was a university professor, Kai Winley was even more interested. Mom, what are you talking about? Go help Dad cook in the kitchen. Lu Jingru got up and pulled her mother toward the kitchen. Otherwise, with her mother's loose tongue, who knows what she might say. Chapter 281. Let's collaborate on something. Jack Ma looked at the smug face in front of him and felt indescribably disgusted. There's a saying that when you dislike someone, every move they make can be sickening. All done. Penguin Ma threw the basin down and left the kitchen in style. It felt so satisfying. It was so enjoyable to finally be in a position to fight back. Previously, Jack Ma had him at a loss for words. But today it was finally his turn to retaliate. Old Ma, come here for a moment. Just as Penguin Ma walked out of the kitchen, Old Wong waved him over. What's up? Penguin Ma smiled and swaggered over to ask. Look, the ugly group delivery service you invested in was fined over $3 billion. Why aren't you doing anything? Old Wong took out his phone and presented it to Penguin Ma. So what if they were fined? I just have the largest share. I only get dividends and have no decision-making power. It has nothing to do with me, Penguin Ma said dismissively. The ugly group's delivery service, the Penguin Group, holds a 20% stake, making it the largest shareholder. However, this is merely an equity stake, and it only entitles them to dividends. How the ugly group develops is none of their concern. Initially, the investment in the ugly group was just to suppress Jack Ma, wasn't it? In the end, you're just not doing your job. Old Wong was unconvinced. Chapter 282. We are here to take you down. Pope Paul and King Hughes, two top experts, suddenly arrived in Lithuania. This is undoubtedly a super nuclear bomb for the overseas cultivation world. Pope Paul, the most famous man in European history, powerful, elegant, a gentleman, and a man at the peak of power. His fame is greater than that of America's King Hughes. The U.S. may be strong in worldly military power, but in the cultivation world, it is far inferior to Europe. Nevertheless, King Hughes' strength is still noteworthy, making him one of the top experts in the cultivation realm. Lithuania is a small country in Europe, commonly referred to as a mutt, following whoever is strong. Such a mutt dares to oppose Huaxia, and when the dog becomes disobedient, it's best to use a dog to handle it. Now the dog has come. Huaxia wouldn't bother to intervene. Lithuania belongs to the territory of the Dark Queen of the cultivation world. Although cultivators usually don't meddle in worldly affairs, Pope Paul doesn't care much about that. If he finds you displeasing, why not bully you a bit? Your Majesty Paul, Lord Hughes, my Dark Church has always had no grudges against you. Why have you come to my territory? The Dark Queen, Evelina, warned with a cold expression. Chapter 283. Let's compare. The Daocheng County, centered around the Yading area, is an ecological tourism zone that features magnificent landscapes such as snow-capped mountains, glaciers, lakes, grasslands, and waterfalls. It is known as the soul of Huaxia's Shangri-La, the last pure land on the blue planet. Due to its unique geographical environment and natural climate, it has formed a distinct landform and natural scenery, making it one of the most well-preserved natural ecosystems in our country. Daocheng Yading is also a legendary place of love. You and your partner must visit. Of course, single dogs should stay away, or else you will feel lonely. The scenery in Daocheng Yading is indeed beautiful, definitely not inferior to foreign landscapes. Many people think of traveling abroad, yet they have hardly explored the beautiful mountains and rivers of Huaxia, while foreigners prefer to come to Huaxia to enjoy the scenery. There's a saying, take advantage of your youth to travel more. But unfortunately, most people are busy struggling for a living. Who doesn't want to carry a backpack and see the world? However, life teaches you what reality is. The current reality is, if you don't marry, you won't have companionship in old age. If you do marry, you might not live to see old age. If you don't work hard, you won't have money for retirement. If you work too hard, you might not need to retire at all. What kind of end can match this journey of ups and downs? While young, it's better to strive hard. Chapter 284. The Immortal Fate Sect. Penguin Ma rotated his phone in several directions, capturing different backgrounds. Whether squatting or standing, taking horizontal or vertical shots, Penguin Ma behaved like a professional photographer. After a while, he walked over to Old Wong. Upon hearing this, Old Wong immediately smiled and eagerly took the phone, opening the photos to look at them for a while. While looking at the photos, he even zoomed in using 2 fingers, wanting to see the elegance of his old, wrinkled face. Not bad, not bad. Much better than my level, Old Wong praised. Outstanding people always seem exceptionally talented, Penguin Ma said, adjusting his glasses in a pretentious manner. This time, let you show off. Old Wong immersed himself in the photos, not stopping Penguin Ma from showing off. A group of people dispersed to play around, and at that moment, Xiaofeng, standing on a rock, suddenly frowned. He sensed a special power, though it was somewhat weak, he could still feel it. Little dragon, you all come over here. Xiaofeng waved to Long Outyin and the others. Long Outyin, Murong Tiangu, and Du Rapite all walked over. I have something to attend to, you three watch over them. There might be cultivators here, Xiaofeng instructed. Chapter 285, Unfathomable. Yue, why did you come here? Lin Song asked his daughter. Dad, isn't the back mountain a forbidden area? How can outsiders enter? Lin Yue glanced at Xiaofeng and Long Outyin as she spoke. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Xiaofeng looked at her meaningfully. Her physique seemed somewhat special. My little girl is naive. Please don't take offense. This is the entrance to the back mountain. If you decide to go in, I will leave you here. Lin Song ignored Lin Yue's question and nodded to Xiaofeng and Long Outyin. Little dragon, wait outside, Xiaofeng said, turning to walk toward the back mountain without looking back. Yes, master, Long Outyin replied. Master? Everyone was taken aback. That young man is actually the master of the dragon group leader? Lin Yue was also slightly surprised. She had just thought Xiaofeng was merely Long Outyin's little follower. It turned out Long Outyin was the follower. But he is too young, isn't he? Long Outyin didn't speak, standing solemnly at the entrance of the back mountain's forbidden area. Prepare not to leave. Dragon group leader, how about we go to the main hall for a cup of tea? Lin Song politely invited. No need to bother. I will wait here, Long Outyin declined. Chapter 286. Are you threatening me? In the reception hall of the Immortal Fate sect, the Grand Elder and the young master of the Nine Poison sect sat inside, with two disciples of the Immortal Fate sect serving tea. After the two disciples exited, the young master of the Nine Poison sect, Yongliz Han, said, Grand Elder, what do you think of this marriage proposal? The Grand Elder picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, saying softly, it is imperative. Hearing this response from the Grand Elder, Yongliz Han smiled and also began to drink tea. He had long heard that the eldest lady of the Immortal Fate sect was stunningly beautiful, exceptionally charming. As the young master of the Nine Poison sect, Yongliz Han felt he was worthy of Lin Yue. Besides, he also had a fair and handsome face. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. With matching backgrounds, they should unite in heart. The more Yongliz Han thought about it, the more he smiled, revealing a triumphant grin. Young master, proposing marriage is secondary. Remember our main task for coming here, the Grand Elder of the Nine Poison sect. Luo Dongdong reminded him. Yongliz Han understood what he was hinting at and nodded. They hadn't finished their tea when Lin Song led people over. I wonder what wind blew the Grand Elder and the young master of the Nine Poison sect here. Truly a rare guest. Chapter 287. Toasting the wine. Not eating the punishment wine. Ascension Secrets. Xiaofeng's eyes moved at the four characters. He hadn't found anything interesting for too long. Crossing the tribulation, battling in hell. Fighting in the heavenly realm. Transcending tribulations to ascend. This is a process that every cultivator must go through. With the true self transcending here to ascend to the immortal realm and regain the great Tao. Then came a series of insights and methods for transcending the tribulation. Xiaofeng was somewhat puzzled. He had already surpassed the tribulation period, so why had he not transcended and ascended at Kunlun Mountain? Turning to another page, it was written, ancient texts have recorded that some have transcended the tribulation without ascending. As for whether such people exist, the true self cannot verify. If one day such a person truly appears, they might gain enlightenment from the guidance left behind by the true self during ascension and perhaps find another way to ascend directly. Upon reading this, Xiaofeng thought he would give it a try. If someone ascended here, then this space would leave a pull towards another world, and one could comprehend as much as possible. Xiaofeng seemed like an old monk in meditation, sitting cross-legged to begin his comprehension. Xiaofeng did not come out of the forbidden area, and Long Outyin was unwilling to leave either. At night, Lin Song even specially came to greet Long Outyin. Dragon leader, how about having a meal before coming back? Lin Song asked politely. Chapter 288. Life and Death with Voices Coming from Outside. Soon several men appeared outside the hall. Leading them was Yong Buan, the leader of the Nine Poison sect, accompanied by three other men. Lin Song's calm expression changed drastically. He recognized the other three as the leaders of other sects, all at the level of terrestrial immortals. Clearly, They had come prepared. The proposal of marriage was just a pretext. Their real intention was to occupy the forbidden area of the Xianyuan sect as back mountain. Sect leader, Dad, Luo Dongdong and Yong Li called out as they approached. The two then greeted the other three. Yong Buin, with a proud expression, walked into the hall and looked at Lin Song, saying with a smile, Lin Song, we're taking over the territory of the Xianyuan sect. The tone was no longer negotiable, but assertive. Initially, the proposal was just a way to throw out a bait, not wanting to appear too aggressive since they still needed to navigate the martial world without losing face. Now that Lin Song's attitude was so resolute, they could no longer care about appearances and went directly for a hard approach. An innocent man suffers for his riches. You, a Xianyuan sect, hold onto a relic of an immortal that you cannot utilize. Let those in need make use of it. Ha! Lu Qi, Tong Dongwei, as leaders of reputable sects, are you going to follow the Nine Poison sect and the Insha sect into such shameful acts? Chapter 289. Eye-catching Yong Buin instinctively stopped his hand and looked at the two men approaching. He was somewhat familiar with Long Outyen, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before, while he did not take the handsome young man beside him seriously. Just a young man. What's the use of being handsome? Yes, just a sidekick. Xiaofeng had just finished his comprehension in the forbidden area and unexpectedly encountered this situation upon exiting. Since he was already here and had taken advantage of someone else's forbidden area to comprehend the essence of ascension, this was also an opportunity for Xiaofeng. Since he was benefiting from others, he could not just stand by and do nothing. Who are you? Yong Buin asked Long Outyen suspiciously. He was not concerned about what abilities Long Outyen might have. He already had 5 terrestrial immortals on his side, and this lineup could basically walk sideways in the cultivation world. However, Long Outyen gave him a familiar feeling, prompting him to ask. He did not want to mistakenly offend an acquaintance. At the moment Yong Buin asked, Lin Song, who had not yet gotten up from the ground, suddenly brightened his eyes and then wilted again. When Xiaofeng came out, he was indeed very pleased, but upon realizing that Yong Buin had 5 terrestrial immortals, he did not want Xiaofeng to get involved in his matters. Chapter 290. Is that it? What's going on? Lin Yue widened her eyes in disbelief. Is it really over just like that? Too fast, right? This is typical of ending before it even starts. The other side had 5 terrestrial immortals, and any one of them was a master in the cultivation world. As for Yong Li, there was no need to mention him, at least not personally. Even if there was an element of surprise, what about the other 4 terrestrial immortals working together? This had already exceeded their understanding. This was already the legendary realm, right? Could it be that Xiaofeng obtained the opportunity of an immortal in the forbidden area? Lin Song was also dumbfounded. He knew how powerful Xiaofeng was, but never imagined he had become this formidable, casually taking the lives of terrestrial immortals with a wave of his hand. Sect leader, their cultivation has already been destroyed by me. How to deal with it is up to you, Xiaofeng said to the dazed Lin Song. Only then did Lin Song react, walking toward Xiaofeng, adjusting his robe and bowing respectfully, saying, Lin Song thanks the senior for saving my life and rescuing the Xianyuan sect from suffering. As long as the senior has any orders, Lin Song will definitely give his all and never refuse. Xiaofeng not only saved his life, but also saved the entire Xianyuan sect, and Lin Song's gratitude was beyond words. Chapter 291. Standing at the pinnacle of the world, who is Kai Wunner? Yue found the name somewhat familiar. Hello. Which store are you referring to? Yue asked. With so many properties at home, his father had given him dozens of stores to manage, collecting rent, showing off, and living a leisurely life seemed perfect. Kai Wunner paused after hearing this. Indeed, Yue, the young master, would certainly have more than one store for sale. Which store on Pu Jian Road? Kai Wunner asked. Oh, all right. Let's meet at the store tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Yue said. Okay, see you tomorrow then. Young master, you can go ahead with your business, Kai Wunner said before hanging up the phone. In a star-rated hotel in Magic City, after hanging up, Kai Wunner looked at Hu Li and said, Honey, it's settled. We'll meet at the store at 10 tomorrow morning. Good, Hu Li nodded. Since the incident last time, Hu Li and Kai Wunner had reconciled, as feelings can grow over time. Hu Li was single anyway, and he found it comfortable with Kai Wunner, so they officially got together. The entertainment company definitely could not be established, so Hu Li followed Kai Wunner's suggestion to open a store in Magic City and develop other businesses. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Hu Li still had some assets on hand, and with normal spending, the two could live comfortably for several lifetimes. Chapter 292. How does that compare to the master? The two Japanese men looked at Xia Feng, who was ignoring them, and chose to leave directly. They were practically furious. They were people of status in Japan. Even when going to other countries, they were treated as esteemed guests. The Isao family's business spanned the globe. Who wouldn't want to have ties with the Isao family? Even in China, they had many assets. What should we do next? Do we need to report to the family? One of the men, Sakajiji, said with an unhappy expression. First, return to the hotel and report the situation. We will act according to orders later. Shin Takahiro waved his hand, and the two got into the car and left. After returning to the hotel, the two reported the situation. The fact that Xia Feng had rejected them so decisively surprised the butler of the Isao family. At least the financial aspect can definitely satisfy people, but the attitude and speaking is a bit harsh. I'll go again tomorrow, starting with courtesy before resorting to force. If that still doesn't work, I might have to use some measures. After thinking for a while on the other end of the phone, he instructed, Hi. Xin Taijian replied with a nod. As long as he can get authorization from the family, he can play freely. Although this is Huaxia, he is not worried at all. On the surface, he is coming through a legitimate channel, an international businessman, so he is not concerned about safety issues. Chapter 293. You don't know either? Xiao Feng looked at Long Outyin and asked how he would compare to Susanoo. Xiao Feng smiled. Do you remember I told you before? Cultivating well is like a painting with a river in it, and you are still in the river. Susanoo must have stepped out of the painting. Xiao Feng still had some recognition of Susanoo. If his guess is correct, based on the level of cultivation, Susanoo should have passed the tribulation period. He is one who has gone through tribulation without ascending. Huh, then Susanoo's strength is on par with my master? Long Outyin was shocked. That dog Susanoo has stepped out of the painting. Once he is out of the painting, that is impressive. He might not even be in this world. If he is, I will definitely kill him. After saying this, Xia Feng's eyes radiated confidence, and Long Outyin was almost mesmerized. If he is still in this world, I will definitely kill him. This sentence deeply shocked Long Outyin. The master truly deserves to be the master, a model for our generation. If one day we really meet, I wish my master a victorious start, Long Outyin said seriously. Susanoo is a god in mythology, not just any random person. You all practice well. When your realms stabilize, I will give you pills to improve your cultivation. When the opportunity is right, I will take you to Kunlun Mountain for training. It was rare for Xia Feng to take the initiative to mention cultivation to Long Outyin. Chapter 294. Who did you just mention? Lei Peng was speechless after hearing this. However, there was indeed nothing wrong with what was said. All right, you two go back to class. If you need any cooperation, come back. Lei Peng waved his hand at the two. Just two female students. Lei Peng wouldn't suspect them. He just wanted to confirm what the two Japanese had told him yesterday. Now, only Xia Feng remained uncontacted. Captain Lei. This Professor Xia Feng seems to have represented Huaxia at the recent American Medical Exchange Conference. He brought glory to our country. One of the officers recognized Xia Feng's name and knew that the attendees of the American Medical Exchange Conference were selected from Fudan University. Yes, I know. I'm not suspicious of him. Now, there's only this little clue. Just try to confirm with him. Lei Peng nodded. Since we can't reach Professor Xia now, let's go back to the police station and retrieve his information, one of the officers suggested. What is the point of going back? We don't have an ID number for the investigation. Just ask their dean for the information, Lei Peng said as he walked toward the office building. Chapter 295. Stop the investigation. Liao Chongwei's unusual reaction startled Zhao Dongwen. If the person in front of him wasn't Liao Chongwei, Zhao Dongwen would have cursed. It's just a name I mentioned. Why the fuss? Mayor Liao. I'm talking about Xia Feng, the one who attended the medical exchange in the U.S. recently. Zhao Dongwen thought he and T made himself clear and reiterated. Stop the investigation immediately. Liao Chongwei shouted anxiously. Xia Feng. That is Xia Feng, the one who jokes around with Old Huang. Last time, when Old Huang and Old Li came to Modu for inspection, they stayed at Xia Feng's place. Liao Chongwei was lucky enough to have been inside once. He would probably never see such a scene again in his life. Mayor Liao, what is this about? Zhao Dongwen was puzzled. In fact, Liao Chongwei's words sounded somewhat nonsensical. Zhao Dongwen, also a police officer, had a keen sense of observation. When Xia Feng's name was mentioned, Liao Chongwei's tone clearly changed. It could even be said to be somewhat panicked. Yes, it was panic. A vice mayor of Modu, a real power player, was actually greatly panicked by a professor teaching at a school. Chapter 296. Huaxia is not something you can disturb. A day passed quickly, and the next day, Yamamoto Taichi went directly to the city bureau, seeking a satisfactory answer. Director Zhao, that foreign businessman from Japan, is back. Zhao Dongwen's secretary walked in and said. Zhao Dongwen felt a bit irritated and said directly, "Let Lei Peng handle it. He knows what to say." Zhao Dongwen didn't want to deal with Yamamoto Taichi. He wasn't good at dragging things out. "Yes, Director Zhao." The secretary responded and walked out. Then, Lei Peng received Yamamoto Taichi. "Captain Lei, where's your bureau chief? Is this how you treat guests in Huaxia? Or is it that you people are all show and no substance, unable to handle such a small matter?" Yamamoto Taichi came in with a confrontational attitude. The Aso family had given him strict orders for a satisfactory answer, or the matter would not be settled. How can two living people just disappear without a trace? Are you playing a fool? Yamamoto Taichi, be patient. We will notify you once we have news. Lei Peng played the waiting game. Since there was no result now, they would wait. If not, then forget it. Your statement is hard to believe, if this continues. I can only exert pressure on you through the embassy, Yamamoto Taichi said angrily. Chapter 297. Coming directly to the sky, our great nation of Huaxia is not something you can disturb, not to mention anything else. Long Ao-Yin himself extremely disliked the Japanese, especially those who practice things like ninjutsu. Sneaky people practicing martial arts are so despicable. Long Ao-Yin looked down on such people. It's not your fault to look sneaky, but it's your fault to act sneaky. It seems the two who went missing yesterday were dealt with by you. Aso Zue said calmly. No worries, you'll be going down to join them soon. After saying this, Long Ao-Yin turned and ordered the members of the dragon team. Go for it, leave no one behind. They acted decisively, without any play acting. With Long Ao-Yin's command, the dragon team members charged at the Japanese. Long Ao-Yin himself also attacked Aso Zue. Murong Tiangu stood by watching the show. Long Ao-Yin was enough to handle it. He didn't need to intervene. Aso Zue, seeing Long Ao-Yin charging at him, showed no fear and stepped forward to meet him. As soon as they clashed, Aso Zue was knocked back 3 steps, barely stabilizing himself. But Long Ao-Yin's assault followed immediately, giving Aso Zue no chance to catch his breath. Chapter 298. Then let us fight decisively, Susanoo. Xiaofeng arrived before he was seen. His voice arrived first. Long Ao-Yin and Murong Tiangu heard this voice. Their eyes suddenly brightened and their hearts relaxed. Just a moment ago, they felt as if they were about to suffocate, an invisible pressure restraining them from moving. The moment Xiaofeng appeared, this invisible pressure vanished without a trace. Susanoo frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Although he was a clone, he possessed the thoughts of Susanoo and did not feel fear, but at this moment, he felt uneasy and hesitant. He had been hiding for countless years as a god of Japan, finally surviving until all the cultivators of Huaxia ascended and disappeared. The moment Xiaofeng appeared, he realized that Xiaofeng was a cultivator. Wasn't Huaxia supposed to have no cultivators left? How could one suddenly appear, now that the Earth's spiritual energy was scarce? He himself was hiding underwater to cultivate. If it weren't for having consolidated the spiritual energy hundreds of years ago, he would only be able to drink seawater now. Xiaofeng stood at the cloud's edge, facing Susanoo. The people below were already dumbfounded, especially the Japanese, wondering how such a person could still exist in Huaxia. A cultivator? Susanoo frowned and looked at Xiaofeng, asking. Chapter 299. Can't escape if you can't win? Aren't you in the tribulation stage? After feeling the immense power from Xiaofeng, Susanoo quickly distanced himself from him. Susanoo felt that simply creating distance wasn't enough, so he jumped out of Xiaofeng's attack range. After just one exchange, he realized that Xiaofeng was not in the tribulation stage at all. This was just a joke. Aren't you in the tribulation stage? What are you pretending for? You even lured yourself out. Otherwise, he would only lose a clone at most, but now his true body was deceived by Xiaofeng. I never said I was in the tribulation stage. Xiaofeng smiled and said, You made an assumption about my cultivation level. When did I say I was in the tribulation stage? Susanoo had always been in the tribulation stage. He had been at this level hundreds of years ago and remained at this level for hundreds of years, able to ascend, but choosing not to. Even his sister Amaterasu had long since ascended, while he was still hiding on Earth. He knew that as long as he could survive, he would be the strongest person in this world, rather than ascending to an unknown world. It was better to enjoy the offerings on Earth and act like a big shot. Huaxiao people were indeed cunning and villainous. He decided not to play along anymore. Susanoo, known for his survival skills honed over thousands of years, quickly made his escape at the first sign of trouble, planning to hide for a few more hundred years. Chapter 300. This is a sobriety pill. The next day, in the morning, Zhou Gongyi was about to go out when he was caught by Long Outyin. Come here for a moment. Master has something to tell you. Long Outyin pulled Zhou Gongyi towards a secluded area in the side hall. Master, let go quickly. Don't pull me around. It's not good if everyone sees us. I still need to go out. Zhou Gongyi struggled desperately. Why do we need to go to the side to discuss something? You're obviously jealous of your own beauty and need to give yourself some color. Long Outyin's grip on Zhou Gongyi's arm was like a vice, and no matter how much Zhou Gongyi struggled, it was futile. Then Zhou Gongyi was dragged to the side hall, where Long Outyin began to hit him. You brat, I haven't hit you in half a year. Are you getting cocky? Long Outyin said while hitting him. Master, I know I was wrong. Zhou Gongyi begged for mercy, half squatting with his hands over his head. Long Outyin would not let Zhou Gongyi off just because he admitted his mistakes. After all, Zhou Gongyi could take a beating and he wouldn't get hurt. So Long Outyin continued. Am I not allowed to bully you in this villa? Jiang Chuanshui's cleverness didn't work out, and you think you can run? Zhou Gongyi felt double the anger, sensing that Long Outyin was venting the anger he had endured from Jiang Quanshui. Chapter 301. Hurry, lick it clean. Hey, why did you step on it? Lu Liwei wanted to stop him, but it was too late. This was a birthday gift from Zhou Gongyi. He could have just hidden it. Why ruin it? It's just a sobriety pill. Do you want me to buy you a whole box tomorrow? Tang and I pouted. She then continued, I'll take this box. Consider it a gift from Brother Gongyi. Lu Liwei. Burp on his way back. Zhou Gongyi burped. Brother Gongyi, come quickly to drink. Tang and I called out as soon as Zhou Gongyi returned. Zhou Gongyi ignored Tang Ni's call and slowly walked over. Just as he reached his seat, he saw Tang and I holding the pill box, and Zhou Gongyi asked, Put that down. What are you doing with that? You mean the sobriety pill? Are you planning to use this to sober up? Tang and I proudly waved the pill box in front of Zhou Gongyi. This is a gift I prepared for your brother. Zhou Gongyi pretended to be angry. It's just a sobriety pill. I already threw it away. Tang and I, sensing Zhou Gongyi's annoyance, pouted in dissatisfaction. Chapter 302. Let them be quiet. Tang and I was still very curious about who Zhou Gongyi's master was. After all, if his master was Long Outyin, the head of a special department in Huaxia, then his master must have a remarkable identity and status to give such a grand gift. When Tang and I asked, Lu Liwei seemed to recall the past. His expression became serious, and he suddenly sat up straight, saying, I had the fortune to see him from afar. That image is forever etched in my mind. Tang and I was confused, so? Who is it? Under Tang Ni's concerned gaze, Lu Liwei slowly said, I don't know how to introduce him, but one thing is certain. His abilities exceed your imagination. After all that build-up, that's all? Tang and I was also speechless. You speak like a sheep dropping its dung, in bits and pieces. Let me put it this way. Even my grandfather would be polite when meeting him. Lu Liwei said directly. Ah, Tang and I exclaimed, stunned. That day, Friday evening, the classmates had agreed to have dinner at a hotel outside the school. The hotel was decent. Not overly luxurious, but presentable, and the prices were reasonable. Chapter 303. This is Mayor Liao. Okongan's expression turned unfriendly upon hearing Zhao Dongwen. As the president of Fudan University, Okongan always considered his students. The pressure of studying was already high, and some were about to graduate and enter society. Gathering for a meeting was a rare chance to relax. So what could be the problem? You stay here. I'll go down to say hello. Okongan instructed Lu Feng not to go out, thinking it would be better for him to go down and greet them. He didn't want Lu Feng to speak harshly and scare his students. These people were all high and mighty. If they spoke harshly, it could hurt the students' feelings. Lu Feng, let President O go down. Zhao Dongwen nodded at Lu Feng. Okay. Lu Feng had no objections. Okongan didn't say a word and stood up to walk outside the box. After he left, Zhao Dongwen couldn't hold back his temper and turned to Liao Chongwei to complain. Mayor Liao, isn't Okongan being too ungrateful? I came here to apologize, which was already somewhat inexplicable. Just now, because the students below were too noisy, there was a bit of a verbal clash between us, which made Zhao Dongwen even more displeased. I told you when I came here, today is about you apologizing, not about you complaining. Besides, what's wrong with the students being happy for a bit? Have you forgotten your roots after being in a high position for so long? Chapter 304. You should take a few days off. This is Mayor Liao from the Magic City. Zhao Dongwen took the initiative to introduce Liao Chongwei. Perhaps he spoke too hastily and didn't notice Liao Chongwei's respectful demeanor. Did I ask you? Xiaofeng looked at Zhao Dongwen and questioned. He didn't like it when others rushed to introduce someone else while he was asking questions, as if they couldn't wait to show off. Upon hearing this, both Liao Chongwei and Zhao Dongwen's expressions changed. Liao Chongwei was afraid Xiaofeng would get angry, while Zhao Dongwen felt that Xiaofeng was disrespecting him. After enjoying adoration for a long time, a person can become ostentatious and arrogant. This is human nature, often after indulging in these illusory things for too long. One's heart changes. When you are successful, there are a group of people around you praising you every day, and you can become carried away, losing your true self. When you fail, you will find that the group of people who used to be around you has mysteriously disappeared. Get out. I'm chatting with Professor Xia. What are you interrupting for? Liao Chongwei scolded Zhao Dongwen. Liao Chongwei was Zhao Dongwen's direct superior, and as the mayor, he was in charge of their entire department. So Zhao Dongwen didn't dare to argue and turned to leave. Then Liao Chongwei hurriedly apologized, saying, Professor Xia, some people are ignorant and have offended you. My name is Liao Chongwei. You could just call me Xiao Liao. Chapter 305. Report difficulties when they arise. Everyone looked at Penguin Ma with disdain when he said this. Can you be a decent person? Even if you change, it's not good. Everyone saw it. Besides, can you guarantee that Leonard didn't see it? Old Wong won't buy this. As soon as Old Wong heard Penguin Ma say this, he was infuriated. Last time, this bastard even sealed his own reputation. Now you want to change? No way. Anyway, the African market isn't very big, and Penguin Ma can do well. It's just not as smooth as Jack Ma. Anything that could trouble Penguin Ma will definitely not be handed over to someone else. Upon hearing Old Wong's explanation, Penguin Ma had nothing to say. He realized that Old Wong had been targeting him lately, taking money from him and sabotaging his work. It was simply inhumane. Looking around at the group of people, it seemed that besides Dula and Peter, no one was on his side. That evening, Old Wong discussed the regular meeting schedule for the next afternoon with Xiao Lin. This was the first film being shot by the company, and Xiao Lin naturally expressed her support. The next day, after a group of people finished lunch, they all rushed to Feng Lin Entertainment Company. As soon as they entered Feng Lin Entertainment, Lu Qiangxi was the first to greet them. Looking at Xiao Lin, who was supported by everyone like a star, Lu Qiangxi smiled and greeted her. Chapter 306. Old Wong's Dominance. Lu Qiangxi looked at Old Wong with envy. It was really impressive. His confidence in speaking was enviable. It's good to have Old Wong's backing. He could say whatever he wanted in front of the world for major families. Especially with that mocking look in his eyes, it was simply amazing. Who knows if he would have a day like this, when he could also scold Penguin Ma, just for fun. Old Wong didn't realize that his spirited demeanor had also gained him a little brother. He continued, John Firu is left to you. The sooner, the better. Don't dawdle. The DuPont family members replied seriously, Mr. Wong, we will take care of it right away. With Old Wong's assurance, they were not afraid at all. They promptly started instructing people to try and talk to John Firu. If it didn't work out, they would consider other methods. All right, everyone, let's not waste any more time. Each of you should take care of your own tasks. Those looking to expand the market can act immediately, and those looking for actors should look for them. This is our first battle, and we must fight it well. Old Wong waved his hand grandly, commanding with great authority. Okay, Mr. Wong. Everyone was willing to give Old Wong face, as he was the head of Feng Lin Entertainment. Chapter 307. Notify Hughes Wong. Lu Qiangxi originally wanted to pry some information out of Old Wong to see what powerful people were backing him. That way, he could have some confidence when showing off later. Little did he know that Old Wong was very clever and refused to give anything away, saying he would let him know in the future. Why don't you just say it? Knowing it now, who cares about the future? Mr. Wong, could you at least share a little information with your younger brother? Lu Qiangxi followed Old Wong like a sycophant. I say, Old Lu, why don't you go ask your big brother? Why are you always following me? Old Wong stopped and looked at Lu Qiangxi. You and Penguin Ma are cut from the same cloth. How come you're acting like you're so familiar with me now? Just follow Penguin Ma's lead. Isn't it because I'm attracted by Mr. Wong's dominance? Lu Qiangxi smiled awkwardly. Just focus on your own work and rest assured. You'll find that your best investment will be Feng Lin Entertainment. Old Wong reassured Lu Qiangxi again. I'm not worried about that. I also want to join the team soon. Lu Qiangxi smiled. Investing in Feng Lin Entertainment was only 20 billion, so it was no big deal to play along with everyone. Chapter 308. This makes me very angry. Orville was leisurely drinking afternoon tea in the Magic City, while Hughes Wong was already in the early morning. Orville didn't take Hughes Wong's anger to heart at all. You're cursing me now, but soon you'll be begging for mercy. Sure enough, when Hughes Wong heard there was something to discuss, he quickly calmed down and asked, "Is it about the master? From now on, be polite to me. I'm the master's big servant, and I've recognized the master first," Orville warned Hughes Wong. In terms of cultivation, Orville was not Hughes Wong's match, but he had been staying in the Magic City lately, learning some show-off techniques from old Wong. And he imitated old Wong's style quite well. There was no other way. Orville also wanted to find someone to show off to, but being in the Magic City, his status was the lowest. He could only find Hughes Wong, who was far away in the United States, to show off to. Let's get to the point. Hughes Wong said patiently. If it weren't for the concern that it might be about Xiaofeng, he would have flown to the Magic City immediately to break Orville's legs. Let you show off, let you fly. You need to apologize first. Your attitude just now scared me. Orville said hesitantly. King Hughes, okay, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. King Hughes said this almost through gritted teeth. Chapter 309. Are you going to? As for who this John Firu is, Kennedy Locke was still searching his mind. There were too many people who helped their family make money. Who could remember them all? Moreover, King Hughes had already said he was a director, which means he was from the entertainment industry. The matters of the entertainment industry are trivial, and his youngest son is in charge of them. In any case, no matter who it is, offending such a big shot leaves no way out. Damn it. King Hughes even came to his bedroom, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Their family's mansion had excellent security. Ordinary agents couldn't get in. King Hughes acted as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Naturally, Kennedy Locke wouldn't blame the security issue. The man in front of him was a god. He could go to the Four Corners building whenever he wanted, come and go as he pleased. The security of his own mansion was nothing. This isn't necessary. You've already sunk him in the sea. How can I complete my task? Just a warning to scare him should suffice. Let him go to Huaxia to finish filming obediently. Or else I want to be polite. King Hughes warned Kennedy Locke. After hearing this, Kennedy Locke quickly assured him, Lord King Hughes, rest assured. I will ensure the task is completed. Chapter 310. Bring someone over for me. John Firu listened to Cameron's words, his face showing a look of regret. Say the harshest words and slap the hardest face. He still didn't know if he would face difficulties after arriving in Huaxia. From the current situation, he was forced to go, not voluntarily. The other party would definitely not treat him kindly, and the key was that he couldn't lose his temper. If he angered them, his whole family could be harmed because of him. Hey, brother, let me tell you the truth. I didn't want to go at first. You know I'm filming Iron Man. Where'd I have the time? The background of Huaxia Phone Entertainment Company is so strong that you can't imagine. I've suffered losses, and now I realize my mistake. I just hope my efforts can be seen by them. John Firu said, with some frustration. Cameron knew a bit. How could a company that could have the Morgan family personally call him be just an ordinary entertainment company? Seeing that Cameron was silent, John Firu continued. This is our first collaboration. I hope we can put aside our prejudices and create an epic blockbuster for Huaxia. That's for sure. Making a blockbuster is a good thing for both you and me. Cameron was not foolish. Chapter 311. Arrange for departure immediately. Upon hearing this, Abulin frowned. If it were just him going to Huaxia to bring someone, he would agree without hesitation. However, his master was in seclusion, and to disturb him for such trivial matters to go to Huaxia was clearly a bit inappropriate. It seemed somewhat improper. Abulin expressed some refusal in his words. This request was a bit difficult for him. After all, his master was not an ordinary person. You don't need to rush to answer me. You can discuss it with your king. I'll give you a day to confirm. Also, the 30 billion investment does not require a return. Koizumi Junkelang seemed very confident in the request he made, knowing the other party would definitely agree. All right, I'll discuss it with the king and then get back to you, Abulin said before hanging up the phone. This matter was significant, and Abulin didn't dare to delay, so he directly went to find the king. Abulin was the national master of Thailand, holding an extremely respected status, and was also a powerful sorcerer. Upon arriving at the palace, Abulin entered without needing to announce himself. Your Majesty, I have important matters to discuss with you. Abulin arrived at the palace and met King Rama X. The king of Thailand holds real power. Although he does not handle domestic affairs, he has control over the military. Chapter 312. Are you here to kidnap him too? Abulin quickly responded, Master, I will arrange this right away. The dark spirit waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." That night, Abulin directly arranged for a military aircraft to send the dark spirit away. Inside the palace, Abulin reported this matter to Amaka. "Master Abulin, you have made a great contribution this time. Once your master completes the task, I will reward you," Amaka said excitedly. Although Amaka was the king, his reputation was extremely poor. He could be said to be the worst king in the Thai royal family. He was skilled in eating, drinking, and playing, never missing out on anything like walking dogs or teasing birds. However, the royal family was deeply rooted in Thailand. Even though there were many discussions among the people, it did not hinder his enjoyment of life. "Thank you, your majesty." Abulin sat on the ground, leaning sideways. Qinglong Bay Villa. Xiaofeng had no classes today and was at home helping Dula Peter, Long Outyin, and Zhou Gongyi improve their cultivation. Each of them continued to take a pill, and this time their power surged greatly. Dula Peter was infinitely close to the strength of a prince, and Long Outyin as well was about to break through to Earth Immortal. Now that you are on the edge of a major realm, you can't use pills to break through anymore. The best way is to break through with your cultivation. This weekend, I will take you to Kunlun Mountain to improve your skills. Chapter 313. Please, treat me like a person. When Pope Paul heard that this guy was here to kidnap Xiaofeng, it was simply sending a head to him from 1,000 miles away. A light gift with heavy feelings. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Moreover, how could such trash let the god act personally? That would be disrespectful to the god, even an insult. Pope Paul was willing to be the one to clear away the trash for the god. Suddenly, the dark spirit flew forward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his true energy in chaos. "You." The dark spirit turned his head and glared fiercely at Pope Paul, his eyes nearly popping out. He did not expect Pope Paul to use such vile means and such a clumsy excuse, and the key was that he actually believed it. "Speak. I don't want to die." Pope Paul saw that the dark spirit was heavily injured, and he no longer needed to worry about dirtying his clothes. Even in a direct confrontation, the dark spirit was no match for Pope Paul. However, Pope Paul enjoyed this kind of tactic. Just like the last time he went to kill the Dark Queen, he had to call King Hughes if he could. Without crushing power, he would call for help in ambush. "Why? You are a god of the West. Why interfere in Huaxia's affairs?" The dark spirit simply couldn't understand. For over 100 years, Pope Paul had never had any dealings with Huaxia. Chapter 314. Today's grudge 100 times repaid. Easter Immortal. How should we handle this person? Pope Paul asked. Now that Xiaofeng was here, how to deal with the dark spirit's matter would naturally be decided by Xiaofeng. Pope Paul would not overstep his bounds in such matters. Since he was determined to be a sycophant, he had to have the awareness of a sycophant. Upon hearing this, the dark spirit shivered. Life and death depend on a single sentence from Xiaofeng. Having lived for so long in the path of cultivation, the years have been long. And yet to die without having started pursuing one's own great Tao is something no one would be willing to accept. The dark spirit felt that there was still a chance that it could be rescued. Before Xiaofeng could speak, the dark spirit immediately pleaded for mercy. Eastern Immortal. I know that asking for mercy now seems too childish, but I am willing to go to Japan with the Pope to atone for my impulsive actions today. Xiaofeng looked at the dark spirit, but did not speak. Without receiving Xiaofeng's acknowledgement, the dark spirit knew that this method of saving its life was definitely not enough. So it continued. Eastern Immortal. I know of a legend about the 10 great artifacts of Huaxia, which I learned when I inherited the Yasha legacy. The 10 great artifacts of Huaxia are the 10 great artifacts of ancient times. Chapter 315. If you dare to wear it, I dare to carry it. Japan. Koizumi Junichiro was holding a young and playful lady in his arms, and she was feeding him grapes, of which there were only 2 left. Serious grapes. The phone rang, and Koizumi Junichiro released the lady from his arms, picked up the phone on the table, and answered. Masao Ichiro. I want to tell you that I have arranged for someone to go to Huaxia, and they should arrive tomorrow. That's good. Then I'll prepare to support your family's bid for Prime Minister, Masao Ichiro said in a deep voice. Pleasant cooperation. Koizumi Junichiro happily hung up the phone. He was very happy today. With the dark spirit from Thailand taking action, capturing a Huaxia traditional medicine practitioner was as easy as catching a chick, and he was not worried at all about failing. So he felt it necessary to be happy about it in advance. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was knocked on from outside. Come in, Koizumi Junichiro shouted. The sliding door was pushed open, and an elegant man walked in first, followed by 2 rather lecherous-looking men. Koizumi Junichiro quickly pushed away the lady in his arms, surprised. Who are you? At the same time, his hand reached under the table, ready to pull out his gun. Chapter 316. Entering Kunlun Mountain. After a while of noisy chatter, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. National King walked to the door and turned to Chindo, saying, Tomorrow I'll personally buy you one. You said you wanted to wear it. All right, I'll wait. It has to be the kind that you carry all the way up, not just a little bit, Chindo replied. So that I won't be embarrassed if you put it down halfway. Can we take a break halfway? National King thought for a moment and asked. He didn't know how difficult it was to climb Kunlun Mountain, and he was likely to stand up Chindo. Carrying someone up, even if he was willing, his own strength might not allow it. Sure, as long as I wear black stockings, I'll let you carry me, Chindo said before turning back into his room. National King smiled and thought, what can happen if I ditch him later? Talking is like farting, that's the essence of man. This is National King's inner monologue. Don't scold me, I'm innocent. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the long-awaited day to go to Kunlun Mountain finally arrived. The convoy set off from the villa, heading directly to the airport to take Jiang Chuanshui's private plane straight to Chengdu. After arriving in Chengdu, Long Outyan arranged for helicopters to take everyone directly to the Kunlun mountain range. Chapter 317. Is that a dog? With Chindo's reminder, everyone turned their gaze to National King, and it really looked somewhat similar. National King got anxious, stood up and shouted, What the hell, this is a persimmon, look. After saying that, National King directly smeared his hand on Jiang Xian's mouth, covering it completely. You can't even recognize a persimmon, and you let one roll under my ass. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Xian's face turned red with anger. If you want to prove it's not shit, why are you smearing it on my mouth? National King ignored Jiang Xian's curses and pulled out 2 persimmons from his pocket, saying, These are persimmons from the immortal mirror. Eating them beautifies the skin and grants longevity. Definitely a divine object. Only then did everyone realize they were indeed persimmons, and they looked round and red, making them want to eat. National King dipped his hands in the lake to wash them clean and wiped off the residue on his pants. After clearing everything up, National King leaned over the side of the boat, washed the 2 persimmons clean, took a bite, and exclaimed, So sweet. Linner, here's one for you. Jiang Xian, watching from the side, swallowed hard and quickly washed the only persimmon in his hand, eating it together. Chapter 318. You can't eat those persimmons. The little Qilin shook its head after hearing this, as if protesting against the name. Its cute expression made everyone burst into laughter. So cute. Why are you so adorable? Seeing that everyone was fine, Xiaofeng gave a reminder and left. Everyone looked on enviously as Xiaofeng soared high, truly envying him. If I could be like young Master Xia, what kind of girl wouldn't I be able to pursue? National King sighed as he watched Xiaofeng fly away. Young Master Wang, are there any girls you can't pursue? Lu Jingru asked with a smile. Haha, there really are, quite a few. Chindo bluntly exposed National King's shortcomings. After all, not every girl is enamored by vanity, flocking to National King just because of his good conditions. Among the many girlfriends National King had, at least over 90% were mutually beneficial. Everyone knew the deal. You look at my body, I look at your wallet, or even your traffic. After all, many of the female streamers dating National King, being streamers, saw traffic as money. As long as they went out for a stroll, there would be plenty of people taking news. They were basically walking traffic. Chapter 319. 2 sneaky people. National King was almost in tears. In this day and age, eating a persimmon could lead to such a situation. Fortunately, he didn't eat much, just 2, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I only ate 2. It should be fine. Chindo, you can't, though. Your Een energy is heavier, so you're completely a sissy now. National King consoled himself by using Chindo as a standard. Damn, I'm fine too. Chindo cursed. His masculinity and yang energy, aside from Xiaofeng, were unmatched. How could you understand that? Xiaofeng smiled and said, It's fine, just a few. Linner, you girls can eat more. It's good for you. Okay, Xiaolin nodded. Bro, can you help me pick some? It's inconvenient for us. Upon hearing Xiaofeng say they could eat more as a foodie, how could Qin would not listen to Xiaofeng's words? If Xiaofeng said they could eat more, then they must eat more, even treating it like a meal. All right, I'll help you pick more later. For such small requests, Chindo was still happy to oblige. Bro, where will everyone sleep tonight? Here, I see a small house. With no place to sleep, Xiaolin looked around and found a small house in the middle. Chapter 320. Voicing feelings, Qin was awakened by the urge to urinate. Feeling quite uncomfortable, Noticing that no one was around, she hurriedly squatted down. Xiaofeng accidentally saw this and felt helpless. Xiaofeng was taken aback for a moment, turned his head, and stopped looking. But with his keen ears, Xiaofeng could always hear the sound of water. He quickly leaped away from there. Don't look, don't listen. All right, Jingru, it's your turn. I'll keep watch for you, Qinwen said as she pulled up her pants and stood up, addressing Lu Jingru. Without saying a word, Lu Jingru squatted down and started the process as well. Both finally felt comfortable and were ready to go back to sleep. The next morning, a group of people prepared some wild vegetables for a simple breakfast and were about to start their first day of training. Each person came over to take a pill. This was the Qi Ling Dan, which could unlock the potential of their bodies. How much they could achieve depended on their individual talents. Xiaofeng took out a bottle of pills and said, Xiaoxiao, how far can we train? What is the limit? Old Wang asked curiously. Your talents are limited. It's just for strengthening your bodies. Even so, 3 to 5 big men can't get close to you, Xiaofeng explained. Chapter 321. Training begins. What else could happen? Everyone's underwear is wet. Qin Do listened to the crude words of National Little Wang and found nothing wrong with them. Indeed, the clothes soaked with sweat stuck to their backs, and their bottoms were damp, which truly felt like that. Wang Xiao, impressive. Jiang Xin gave a thumbs up from his side. The words were spot on. The description was appropriate. Stop chattering. Look at everyone seriously breathing and meditating while you guys are just babbling here. National Little Wang scolded, and then continued to close his eyes and rest. Seeing this, Qin Do and Jiang Xin followed suit, taking deep breaths and lightly exhaling. The feeling of heat persisted until noon, as National Little Wang had said. Indeed, their underwear was wet. The entire body felt sticky and uncomfortable. What everyone wanted most now was to take a nice shower and wash their bodies thoroughly. How's everyone feeling? Xiaofeng asked with a smile. Xiaoxiao. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable at the beginning this morning, feeling like something was clearing out the garbage in my body, and I was sweating a lot. But now it's much better. It feels like every pore in my body has opened up, and I'm full of energy. Chapter 322. The fast-running penguin horse Lin Yue had never seen her mother since birth. She knew a little about it. Now, hearing Li Daowen say this, the hidden feelings in her heart surged forth like a tide. She wouldn't specifically look for her mother, nor did she want to have anything to do with her. She just wanted to see what her mother, who had appeared in her dreams many times, looked like. Li Sect Master, our Xian Yuan sect will definitely participate in the Cultivator Conference in 7 days. But now you come here to demand people. Don't be delusional. If you're not convinced, just come in, Lin Song said before flipping his sleeve and leaving. Li Daowen had just touched on his sore spot, and he didn't want to waste any more words. Li Daowen watched Lin Song leave with a flick of his sleeve, feeling helpless. As for going in, that was impossible. The last batch of people who went and hadn't come out yet. How could Li Daowen be foolish enough to do that? Let us go. Li Daowen's face turned cold, and after speaking, he turned and left. After Lin Song returned to the main hall, he looked at Lin Yue and said, Yue, come in with your father. Lin Yue was slightly taken aback, knowing her father wanted to talk to her about her mother. She felt a bit anxious yet also expectant, unsure of what she was thinking inside. Lin Yue followed Lin Song to the back hall, where Lin Song looked at her affectionately and said, Yue, it's time to tell you about your birth mother. Chapter 323. Sneaking off to swim. Ma Yuqin's words were reasonable, and no one had anything to refute. With these two lively characters, life became much more enjoyable. Liner, I want to discuss something with you, Qinwen whispered as she leaned towards Xiaolin. What is it? Xiaolin asked curiously. Every day, using water to wipe my body feels sticky. I can't stand it anymore. How about we sneak off to the lake to bathe tonight? Qinwen whispered. Isn't it unsafe? Xiaolin expressed her concern. The key was that she couldn't swim, a typical land duck. It's fine. National Little Wang and the others go to the lake to bathe every day. We can go after they finish, Qinwen said, looking at National Little Wang and feeling quite envious. Then I'll just wipe myself on the shore. I can't swim, and I'm afraid of water. Xiaolin actually wanted to bathe as well, but the conditions were limited. All right, it's settled then, Qinwen said with a grin. Just thinking about bathing at night filled Qinwen with energy. Soon, evening arrived, and everyone had dinner early and then rested. Although the daily training seemed minimal, it was mentally exhausting. Mental energy was even more tiring than physical labor, which is also why programmers often go bald. Chapter 324. He.S. Backlong Outyin excitedly reported this to Xiaofeng while holding his phone. He had just broken through to the Earth Immortal level and was eager to test how it felt. The news from the Xian Yuan sect came just in time. At that moment, Long Out-Yin felt like he had just turned 18 and could do some adult things that were a bit embarrassing, with an urge he couldn't suppress. Seeing Long Out-Yin's excited expression, Xiaofeng knew he really wanted to go. It was understandable. Everyone would feel this way. I finally reached a great level of skill. Isn't it reasonable to show off a bit? So when are we going? Xiaofeng asked. Next Saturday, in 5 days. Master, shall we go play a bit first? Long Out-Yin was a bit impatient and didn't even want to go back. Where? Xiaofeng inquired. Still in Sichuan province, at Gongga Mountain, Long Out-Yin quickly replied. All right. Xiaofeng nodded. Everyone was too lazy to go back, so they decided to play for a few days. After all, everyone was radiating joy from their recent successes, and it was perfect to take them to see more. Now, aside from Long Out-Yin, Dula Peter, Zhou Gongyi, and Yingluan Peter, the others had just begun their training. The upcoming Cultivator Conference would be a great opportunity for them to see how other cultivators were doing. Chapter 325, Entering the Mountains. The next day, Sunny, Chu Mingwei, and Hu Hong were on high alert, being very cautious. Unfortunately, Xiaofeng had stayed in Chengdu for 3 days without going anywhere, during which Lu Jingru took Xiao Lin back home again. On the 4th day, everyone headed straight to Kongding. Gongga Mountain is located south of Kongding in Sichuan province and is the main peak of the Dashua mountain range. It is also the highest peak in Sichuan province, known as the King of Shushan. The snow scenery here is also very beautiful. No one expected that the headquarters of the Cultivation Guild is hidden on the snow-capped mountains. After everyone arrived at the foot of Mount Gongga, they were led by members of the Cultivators Guild to a specially arranged entrance to enter the barrier. Please show your invitation. The guard at the entrance reached out to stop Long Out-Yin. Long Out-Yin, the leader of the dragon team, came to inspect. Long Out-Yin said coldly, "Please wait a moment. I will go notify someone." The guard quickly changed his tone, as although Long Out-Yin did not have an invitation. He was the leader of the dragon team and could not be offended. "Hurry up," Long Out-Yin instructed. Okay. The guard said 3 times and hurried away. Linner, look at the beautiful snow scenery at the mountaintop. Could the Cultivators Conference be held at the top of the mountain? Chapter 326. Trouble comes from the mouth. Qin, when originally planned to give away a hairpin in her hand, she didn't need it, as long as Xiao Lin had one. However, the woman in front of her unexpectedly said something so forceful, which made Qin Wen very unhappy. The little chili pepper from the Magic City was never just for show. Ladies, I sincerely apologize. My daughter is being unreasonable. You can buy what you want without paying her any mind. The woman was somewhat persistent, and her father spoke quite decently. Boss, here's a spirit stone. We'll buy these 2 hairpins, Qin Wen said as she took out a spirit stone and handed it to the boss. The boss accepted it with a grin and said, "You can look for other things you like. I'll give you a discount later." Xiao Lin took a glance, didn't see anything she liked, shook her head, and said, "No need, just these 2 hairpins." The woman, seeing that Xiao Lin had already bought the hairpins, snorted coldly at her father, looking somewhat displeased. Xiao Lin and Qin Wen ignored the 2 and turned to leave, calling out to the approaching Xiaofeng, "Brother, do you think this is pretty?" Xiao Lin waved the hairpin in her hand at Xiaofeng. Pretty, Xiaofeng nodded, somewhat oblivious. The father of the earlier woman, upon seeing Xiaofeng, had his eyes widen in shock, stepping back repeatedly. Chapter 327. Hurry back, already hit. Do you have any objections? Long Out-Yin glared at the innkeeper, looking extremely arrogant. No objections, no objections. Just reminding you not to cause trouble. The innkeeper quickly waved his hands. He was just running a business and valued harmony. He wouldn't team meddle unnecessarily. He had already spoken to stop it, and he had done his part. At this moment, 2 people came down from upstairs. The leading elder with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a master. Following him was a man who looked to be over 50, smiling amiably, appearing very obsequious. Upon seeing the 2 people lying on the ground moaning, who were actually from his sect, the man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran over to support one of them, ferociously asking, Who beat them so badly that their bones are about to show? How heartless!" Long Out-Yin ignored his words, sneering and saying, "I did it. No matter who you are, don't expect to have a good time today." The man still had a fierce look, as if he wanted to swallow Long Out-Yin whole. Then he turned to the elder behind him and shouted, "Uncle Hong, you must help your nephew." Chapter 328. I just dreamed that young Master Xia, came Jack Ma, felt a sense of achievement with the Double 11 he founded. After all, Every Double 11 is livelier than the new year, creating a shopping frenzy. It can promote the development of many small businesses, with many shops achieving their annual turnover on that day. I hope to drink some soup with Teacher Ma this year, Lei Ming chuckled. Lei Ming started to follow the trend of Double 11 several years ago, with big discounts on mobile phones. You guys are doing all these tricks. Do consumers really save money? Can they really buy discounted items? Old Wang was quite curious. He had heard that many products were deliberately raised in price before Double 11, then discounted back on the day, making them essentially the same price. Isn't that misleading to consumers? After hearing this, Jack Ma smiled and said, as companies grow, there are all kinds of people. The kind of stores you mentioned do exist, but they are rare. Once discovered, we will punish them severely. At the same time, we do give subsidies to merchants, so consumers can really save money. I can guarantee that. Regarding Old Wang's question, Jack Ma answered directly, acknowledging that such things do happen, but are very few, and we will basically eliminate such occurrences. Consumers are not foolish. They will have noticed if the price genuinely changed after a month of observing the items they want to buy. Chapter 329, Senior. Long time no see. Dongfang Chuxue is the daughter of the Grand Elder of the Cultivators Guild. The Cultivators Guild is almost like a department similar to a leader, formed by several experts. Just like now, there are badminton associations, basketball guilds, and so on. The establishment of the Cultivators Guild was to restrict cultivators, allowing everyone to propose some reputable sects to uphold justice. In the beginning, they handled matters fairly, appearing like a genuine guild, but as time passed, everyone's thoughts changed. Supporting justice? Talking with spirit stones? Unhappy? Then we will beat you until you are. Such things became commonplace. When it was first established, supporters were like grandfathers. Whatever you said, I would listen. Once they got a foothold, supporters became like grandsons. Whatever I say, you must listen. The Dongfang family is also a member of the Cultivators Guild, with Dongfang Zhongwen serving as the Grand Elder. The Cultivators Guild is made up of 6 major sects, with the president being the master of the Tianshan sect, Tong Jiada. The person who took people to the Xianyuan sect last time, Li Daowen, is one of them. Dongfang Chuxue, Lin Yue murmured. Yue, if you want to go now, go and get an answer for your father, Lin Song said to Lin Yue. Chapter 330. Are you my brother-in-law? Lin Yue will always remember the help from Xiafeng. The Xianyuan sect was saved by Xiafeng. Without him, there would be no Xianyuan sect, and certainly no current self. If it weren't for Xiafeng, she couldn't imagine her situation. Would Yongli let her go? Just like Yongli said, even if she died, he wouldn't let her go. It was simply disgusting. On the day Lin Song detained Yongli, he had cut off the extra small piece and fed it to the dogs. This is your opportunity. It is also your fortune. The path of cultivation is inherently unpredictable. The way of heaven is mysterious and silent. There are no rules. Xiafeng refused Lin Yue's words of gratitude and continued. Besides, the techniques come from the Xianyuan sect. That is your opportunity. Senior, I understand all this, and Yue will not let you down. Since Xiafeng did not accept her gratitude, Lin Yue could only bury this appreciation in her heart, constantly reminding herself that the one she truly needed to be grateful to was Xiafeng. Even if it meant dedicating herself, it was her duty. All right, let's do our best, Xiafeng said casually. Cousin, I finally found you. As the two were talking, Dongfang Lingyu came over, excitedly running towards Lin Yue and Xiafeng, who were standing together talking. Chapter 331. The Cultivators' Conference begins. Dodo glanced back, and the big gray wolf seemed to sense an endless fear. Whimpering, the gray wolf's cry was somewhat pitiful, instantly losing its momentum, and kept hiding behind its master. Shai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The scar-faced man quickly asked with concern. At that moment, Dodo's head stretched out, and one paw rested on Lu Jingru's arm, looking like it was about to climb up. Oh, whoa. Seeing this, the big gray wolf turned and ran away. And because of the rope tied to the scar-faced man, he was also dragged along. A wolf was desperately running forward while the scar-faced man was being dragged behind. The actions of the person and the wolf appeared quite comical. Xia Lin and the others were left dumbfounded. They then turned to look at Dodo, and everyone understood that what looked like a dog was actually a Qilin. The natural bloodline suppression made the wolf, with its keen sense of smell, not dare to stay here any longer. Shadow Do, you did well. I'll reward you with a chicken leg tonight, Xia Lin praised, patting Dodo's head. Hearing this, Dodo yawned and gave Xia Lin a pretentious glance, as if it were just a trivial matter. This little cutie's proud expression made everyone laugh. Chapter 332. Cousin. This is for you. As soon as the words of the old white crane elder fell, the Cultivators' Conference officially began. The second elder of the Cultivators Guild was the first to share insights on cultivation and how to become a super strong terrestrial immortal. The crowd listened with great interest. The first-hand experiences shared by terrestrial immortal were invaluable to everyone. How many people were stuck at the master level, forever unable to advance, and would die without ever touching the threshold of a terrestrial immortal? What is this old guy talking about? I can't understand a word. National Little Wong complained to Chindo beside him. Others are at least terrestrial immortals. You're just a waste. How can you understand? Chindo laughed and scolded. We're just here to watch the excitement. Why do we need to understand? Jiang Xin said. Everyone was just looking for something fresh. This cultivation had nothing to do with them. I'm just curious since everyone seems to be listening intently, National Little Wong explained. The few of them whispered in a corner, looking disinterested. They were here to watch a show, at least hoping for some conflict or something to entertain everyone. Brother-in-law. Chapter 333. I oppose. Tong Jiada finished speaking with a heartbroken expression. President Tong, which sect is it? Speak up so we can judge. Yeah, we're all cultivators. There's no need to be like this, right? I really don't understand these sects. They won't help each other and would rather wish death upon you. President Tong. Such sects should be eradicated by all. Tong Jiada's words resonated with everyone, and they began to express their disdain for the sect he mentioned. Lin Song's face darkened as he listened from below. He was just a step away from mentioning his own name. Lin Yue's expression also changed. She wasn't as calm as Lin Song. Dongfang Lin Yu noticed something was off and asked with concern, Cousin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is your period here? Lin Yue felt a bit more relaxed with Dongfang Lin Yu's question and pointed at Tong Jiada on stage, saying, the sect President Tong mentioned is our Xianyuan sect. Dongfang Lin Yu looked astonished and exclaimed, Cousin, is your sect that impressive? Lin Yue cleared her throat and replied, It's okay. After hearing this, Dongfang Lin Yu offered an admiring gaze. Everyone be quiet. Since everyone is so eager to know, I will reveal it for everyone's judgment. The sect I mentioned is indeed Xianyuan's sect. Chapter 334. On the verge of conflict. I oppose. Suddenly, everyone heard a voice of opposition. The entire venue, which had been very quiet, was pierced by Long Outyen's loud dissent. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Long Outyen standing up with a blank expression. Some knew him, while others did not. Who is this guy? Why is he stirring up trouble at this time? The Xianyuan sect is being targeted by the Cultivators Guild. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Don't talk nonsense. He's the leader of the Huaxia Dragon team. No wonder. Who else has that kind of confidence? The crowd began to murmur. And when they heard that Long Outyen was the leader of the Huaxia Dragon team, everyone discreetly fell silent. After all, regardless of Long Outyen's strength, he had the qualification to speak. With the backing of a powerful nation, whether domestically or abroad, he had the confidence to speak. This was the support of all the people of Huaxia. Huaxia people, Huaxia spirit, the best testament to Huaxia's 5,000 years of history. Lin Song felt relieved when he saw that it was Long Outyen who stood up to speak. Long Outyen's intervention was tantamount to receiving recognition from a senior, allowing the grievances he suffered to be righted and restoring justice for the Xianyuan sect. Cousin, who is this person? Dongfang Lin Yu asked, looking at Long Outyen, who was standing up to speak. Chapter 335. Even dogs are better than this. One person against two? Let's try. Let's try. Dula Peter had no objections and was rather eager to give it a go. With his master here, he had nothing to fear. No one would die. As for Lin Song, there was even less to say. With Long Outyen backing him, he had no choice but to accept, even if it meant risking his life. Seeing that Long Outyen not only did not back down, but was also ready to take on two opponents, Tong Jiada felt that he was not treating people as human. Let me test the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal. Dula Peter directly displayed his royal strength, ready to fight. There are no flashy moves or excessive talk. Long Outyen exchanged a smile with him and directly raised his cultivation level, taking the lead in attacking. Everyone was left dumbfounded. How could 3 people be so arrogant against 6? It was unclear whether it was confidence in their own strength or if they were just reckless. As Long Outyen made his move, the battle commenced. The fight between the 9 terrestrial immortals dazzled the eyes of those watching below. It had been years since such a spectacular scene had been witnessed. As soon as the two sides clashed, the massive shockwave caused the spectators to retreat. Long Outyen faced off against Tong Jiada and Li Daowen, while Dula Peter battled Yin Ne and Chu Yongyan. Chapter 336, Working Together. Dodo's appearance shocked everyone. This was a Qilin from ancient times. How could there be a Qilin? This was bad. It seemed to be here to help Long Out Yin. Weren't Qilins supposed to be extinct? How could there still be a Qilin? This Qilin was still a juvenile. It might be a bit difficult to handle their combined efforts. Everyone looked at Dodo on stage, discussing among themselves. If it were an adult Qilin, the horns on its head would be fully developed. But now Dodo's horns have only grown halfway. Those with insight quickly realized that Dodo was still non-adult. Just now, Dongfang Wenkong was also careless and was directly knocked down by Dodo. Who would have thought that a dog would suddenly turn into a Qilin flying towards you? Dongfang Wenkong couldn't make sense of it even if he died. Grandpa Dongfang Lingyu shouted and ran over. Just a moment ago, Dongfang Wenkong was still arrogant and now lay in the pit like a dead dog, having lost consciousness, while Dongfang Lingyu called out beside him. Tong Jiada and the other four looked at Dodo with serious expressions, exchanging glances. It wouldn't end well if they didn't show their full strength today. This Qilin was not yet an adult and lacked combat power, so they could work together to take it down. Tong Jiada noticed the clues and shouted to the remaining four. Chapter 337. Like a fallen immortal, the young man patted the Qilin's head and said with a smile, "How does it feel?" The Qilin shook its head and even licked the young man's hand. At this moment, even if one looked through their eyes, they would know that the Qilin was this young man's pet. The young man was a stranger, never seen before, and it was already strange to have a Qilin as a pet. Tong Jiada instinctively stopped and cautiously looked at Xiao Feng, asking, "Who are you?" He originally thought that today's matter was finally over, with Long Out Yin injured and the Qilin about to be claimed by himself. Now, suddenly, a young man appeared, making Tong Jiada feel guarded. Xiao Feng ignored Tong Jiada and took out a pill to feed Dodo. Seeing that Xiao Feng was ignoring him, Tong Jiada's expression turned cold. At least he could confirm that Xiao Feng was an enemy, not a friend. Long Out Yin and Dura Peter limped over and called out, "Master." Hearing this, Xiao Feng took out 3 pills, distributing them to the two, and casually tossed one to Lin Song. After receiving it, Lin Song bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Master? Senior?" Tong Jiada's eyes were about to pop out. To make Long Out Yin call him master and Lin Song treat him so respectfully as a senior. This person must be a powerful figure. Chapter 338. Aren't you supposed to be filming? The next day, Monday, Xiao Feng went to teach at Fudan University in the morning, while Old Wang and the others went to Fenglin Entertainment. The movie had already started filming, and the initial shooting base was in the Magic City Film and Television City. Xiao Lin and others were at home watching EDG's last match on a projection screen. When they saw EDG win the final match and defeat the Korean team, everyone cheered. Wang Xiao, it's a pity your team didn't even qualify for the qualifiers. Otherwise, you could have had a chance to show off. Chindo said with a smile, while looking at the big screen showing EDG's victory. Winning one championship is enough. After all, it's my team's first championship. Bringing me dozens of small target incomes, the National Little Wong chuckled. Since selling his live streaming platform, he wasn't too concerned about team standings anymore. Whatever happens, happens. Now, following Xiao Feng around showing off, living a comfortable life was much better. Money doesn't come with you when you die. Why bother with so much? His family's assets were already over 100 billion. As long as he had enough to spend, that was fine. Yes, once you've made enough money, you can exit the stage and let others earn it. Having too much money also brings troubles. The thought of never being able to spend it all lingered in his mind. Jiang Xi sighed. Who could understand such troubles? Chapter 339. This can really lick who is the National Little Wong? The security guards definitely recognized him. Anyone who has played online knows the National Little Wong, especially since he is Old Wong's son. After getting the permission of the 2 security guards, the group headed towards the shooting base. Inside the shooting base, several directors were discussing some issues with Liu Qiangxi, while others kept talking, and Liu Qiangxi nodded repeatedly. This time, Old Wong and the others were out, and Liu Qiangxi was in charge here. "Mr. Liu, based on my years of filming experience, it's better to delete the scene where a woman is hit. Otherwise, it will provoke the audience's aversion," Feng Dagong explained to Liu Qiangxi while holding the script. "In this era, women's status is paramount. How dare you hit a woman? It's already good that I didn't make you kneel on durians. Why does this character need to hit a woman?" Liu Qiangxi asked. "These are people from outer space. A small leader, he hits women on Earth. My opinion is to keep it. After all, They are the villains, and this can elevate the audience's emotions, Zhang Yimou explained. Isn't it normal for these extraterrestrial beings to come and try to conquer Earth and hit a few women? They aren't here for vacation. The more severe, the better. I agree with Director Zhang. We need to raise the hatred value. Besides, isn't it normal to hit women? My wife doesn't listen. I occasionally hit her too, Cameron agreed. Chapter 340. Regret. Zhang Yimou and the others were stunned. It was the first time they saw Liu Qiangxi showing such a sycophantic side, and it was particularly shameless. If the person on the other side were Milk Tea's sister, it would be understandable to lick a little. It's natural for a man to pamper his wife. But to do this with women other than his wife was truly baffling. Old phone, I just thought I heard Mr. Liu call her chairman. I don't know if I misheard or if he really called her that. Zhang Yimou whispered to Feng Dagong. I was just focused on the sycophant. Oh no. I was just focused on Mr. Liu. I didn't notice. Feng Dagong almost said something wrong and quickly shook his head to indicate he heard. Who the hell has the heart to pay attention to these small details? Everyone was just watching Liu Qiangxi being sycophantic. After hearing this, Zhang Yimou was stunned, clearly. What Feng Dagong said aligned with his thoughts. It was likely that both of them had the same idea, but didn't dare to speak out due to Liu Qiangxi's status. After all, no matter how strong the director, one can only survive under the control of capitalists. The power and connections of capitalists are something you can never imagine. Mr. Liu, you're busy. I just came to take a look. Xiao Lin declined Liu Qiangxi's kind offer. Chapter 341. Moderation. Liu Liwei certainly didn't expect that Wang Zhuo had turned his attention to him. He was now preoccupied with what Zheng Bing had said. One day, if someone told you that you had taken a divine medicine that would make you immune to all poisons, strong and healthy, how would you feel? Those with insufficient mental fortitude might even become excited and go crazy. Just like not long ago, someone won a $5 million jackpot and went crazy on the day of claiming the prize. Was this luck or disaster? After hanging up the phone, Zheng Bing walked toward the hospital building. These few people were called out by him, and the medical expenses had to be settled. Zheng Bing was never stingy with money. What needed to be paid would be paid, and when they were discharged, he would give each a few thousand in nutrition fees. As Zheng Bing entered the outpatient building, a striking sign caught his attention. The students of the University of Fudan's traditional Chinese medicine college were at the clinic. Xia Feng was also a professor at Fudan University, and out of curiosity, he walked over. He leaned in to take a look and saw Xia Feng sitting with the students discussing something. He couldn't tell if it was a sixth sense or just curiosity, but he felt that Xia Feng looked somewhat familiar and resembled Xiao Lin. He had only heard of Xia Feng's reputation, but had never seen him in person. So he quietly took out his phone and snapped a distant photo to send to Wang Zhuo. Chapter 342. Zheng Bing's Favor Regardless. Today he at least managed to show his face in front of young Master Xia. Being able to exchange a few words with young Master Xia was already a blessing. If he had known that young Master Xia had already figured it out, he might as well have been bolder just now and asked young Master Xia for a prescription while the beautiful doctor was saying he looked weak. Unfortunately, once this opportunity passed, it was gone, and Zheng Bing wouldn't dare to ask now. Just as Zheng Bing was walking towards the elevator, a group of people rushed down. Mayor Liao, hello. Zheng Bing bumped into Liao Changwei. Liao Changwei glanced at Zheng Bing and searched his memory, saying, You are Zheng Zia's son? Yes, Mayor Liao, you carry on. After speaking, Zheng Bing nodded at him and headed towards the elevator. Mayor Liao, old Luo is here. Liao Changwei's secretary came over with Luo Yukong. Liao Changwei quickly stepped forward, anxious, and said, Old Luo, my wife's illness has flared up again. A few months ago, Luo Yukong had treated Liao Changwei's wife, who had breast cancer. Last time, Luo Yukong had stabilized her condition, but now, after a few months, there were signs of metastasis. Chapter 343. Mr. Li's phone call hearing Xia Feng's praise. Both of their efforts were not in vain. Now that the prescription was ready, the patient had breast cancer. For such an illness, the prescription could only play a supportive and stabilizing role. Traditional Chinese medicine treatment should first use acupuncture to eliminate the lumps. After saying this, Xia Feng picked up the silver needles on the table, ready to demonstrate personally. Now I will use the silver needles to eliminate the lumps for the patient. Everyone pay attention to the acupuncture points where I insert the needles. Xia Feng prepared to demonstrate for everyone to see. Also, everyone, don't try to imitate me. I can insert the needles through clothing, but you cannot. The patient must undress, and you need to locate the acupuncture points accurately before inserting the needles. Xiaofeng reminded everyone again. Okay, Teacher Xia. Everyone nodded in response. After clarifying everything, Xiaofeng began to quickly insert the silver needles, explaining to them how to locate the acupuncture points and how it could help eliminate the lumps. He spent a full half hour just on this process. If it weren't for Liao Chongwei's numerous instructions, when you would have felt like she was a human test subject. Although Xiaofeng used when-use condition for explanations, he would truly treat her illness. Another half hour passed before Xiaofeng pulled out the silver needles, handed the prescription for Luo Hanxiang to Wenyu, and said, "Prepare the medicine according to the prescription. Your condition hasn't spread yet, so it's not a big issue. If you're still worried in half a month, you can come back to the hospital for a checkup." Chapter 344. Arrival in Hong Kong the next day. Under Long Outyan's arrangement, several people flew to Hong Kong. This time, Xiaofeng brought 6 people: Long Outyan, Zhou Gongyi, as well as Xiaolin, Lu Jingru, Qin Wen, and Ma Yuqin. Lao Wang was busy with movie matters, and with Double 11 approaching, Jack Ma and Lei Ming were also occupied. Everyone had not been to the company for a long time, so while Xiaofeng was away from the magic capital, they all rushed back to the company to make an appearance. After months of absence from the company, the atmosphere was unstable, especially at Penguin. Hong Kong, an international metropolis, one of the 4 Asian tigers, was once a place where many people scrambled to strike it rich. Although the inland areas had developed very well in recent years, Hong Kong remained a super metropolis. The Intercontinental Hotel in Hong Kong is one of the 5-star hotels, with sea view rooms and a front row sea view. Indeed, a comfortable sight. "Brother, I'm going shopping," Xiaolin shouted as she arrived at Xiaofeng's room. "We're in a shopping paradise. It would be too boring not to go out." "Okay," Xiaofeng nodded. Although there were things to do this time, there was no rush. He would first accompany them for some fun. "Let's go," Xiaolin said, pulling Xiaofeng out of the room. As soon as they reached outside the room, Qin Wen and the others were already waiting. Chapter 345. Really good looking at this moment, 2 men in suits walked over. Li Qingxiu turned around and smiled. "Oh, it's young Master Fan and young Master Lei. Did you two come back from vacation abroad?" The young Master Fan and young Master Lei mentioned by Li Qingxiu were considered middle-class rich kids in Hong Kong, with some family assets, at least several billion. "Miss Li, your words are too flattering. Are these all your friends?" Fan Wenbing asked, looking at Xiaolin and the others. "Yes. Don't you recognize her?" "Take another look." Li Qingxiu nodded and said, pulling Ma Yuqin over. The two looked a few times before recognizing Ma Yuqin, and they were not familiar. They had only seen her from a distance before. "So, she's the daughter of President Ma. No wonder this place is so splendid," Lei Long said with a smile to Ma Yuqin. Compared to them, Ma Yuqin's worth was vastly different. Ma Yuqin casually nodded and pulled Xiaolin away to eat somewhere else. "Qingxiu, who are those 3? They look unfamiliar." Fan Wenbing asked Li Qingxiu after Ma Yuqin and the others walked away. Li Qingxiu shook her head and said, "I don't know either. They were brought by Yuqin." "Why? Do you want to get to know them because they look pretty?" Chapter 346. Let's fight first. Lu Zhu was very confident about his appearance. After all, his mother was once a great beauty, and he inherited most of his looks from her genes. Plus, his family's wealth was a natural advantage, making it easy for him to attract girls. As long as he wanted, he could easily pursue any girl. However, the more he ate, the pickier he became, preferring to find quality fields to cultivate. Just as Fan Wenbing and Lei Long were talking about the best beauties in the world, it undoubtedly piqued Lu Zhi's interest. "Young Master Lu, it's them," Lei Long said, pointing to Xiaolin and the others as they approached. Lu Zhi quickened his pace and walked over. "Hello, beautiful ladies," Lu Zhi said charmingly. "Who are you?" Qin Wen asked impatiently. "You look like a beggar and are trying to act all deep. It's disgusting." Lu Zhi politely smiled and nodded at Qin Wen, then turned to Ma Yuqin and said, "Yuqin, you become even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few years." Ma Yuqin frowned. His tone annoyed her. "Who the hell are you to speak so familiarly?" "Yuqin, this is young Master Lu, the son of the Lu family in Hong Kong," Li Qingxiu whispered in her ear. Chapter 347. Where? At this moment, everyone realized that the person lying on the ground, beaten, was Lu Jia's son, Lu Jia. The security personnel also recognized him and wanted to intervene, but Zhou Gongyi kicked them away one by one. He then shouted loudly, "It's useless for anyone to come today. If he doesn't learn a lesson, he won't know what it means to be high and mighty." As more and more people gathered to watch, someone quickly informed the organizer of the banquet, Yang Bingxian. Upon hearing that Lu Jia had been beaten, Yang Bingchen hurriedly brought people over. When he got closer, he was shocked to see Lu Zhe lying on the ground like a dead dog, with no sound of shouting left. If it weren't for the sight of Lu Zhe trembling in pain, he would have suspected that Lu Zhe had been beaten to death. Why are you hitting him? Who are you? Yang Bingchen did not know Zhou Gongyi and the others, although he could recognize some people at the banquet he organized. He didn't recognize any of the people in front of hhim. He then saw Li Qingqiu standing in the back, lost in thought, and asked Qingqiu, "Are these people brought by you?" Li Qingqiu was startled herself. Those who could attend the banquet were all gentlemen, and even if conflicts arose, they wouldn't resort to direct violence. Zhou Gongyi's sudden outburst had indeed scared her. Chapter 348. The big and the small fight together. Li Ziqin was taken aback and thought to himself that it was bad. He had been too busy pretending to be deep and had hung up the phone without asking anything. Facing Li Chaoren's unfriendly gaze, Li Ziqin felt a bit nervous. "Dad, I'll call and ask right away." Li Ziqin hurriedly ran out of the room. Once outside, he directly dialed Cheng Wei's number. "Young Master Li, what other instructions do you have?" Cheng Wei asked. "Cough, I didn't have time to ask where you are, and accidentally hung up the phone," Li Ziqin said, clearing his throat nervously before asking. Cheng Wei understood what was going on and didn't expose him. "Yang Bingchen's villa, today's charity gala," Cheng Wei said. "Thank you very much. I'll treat you to drinks another day." Li Ziqin sincerely expressed his gratitude. Cheng Wei had indeed helped him a lot, and Li Ziqin appreciated it. "All right, you guys go ahead with what you were doing," Cheng Wei replied before hanging up the phone. After receiving confirmed information, Li Ziqin cautiously returned to the room, where Li Chaoren was already dressed and ready to leave at any moment. "Did you find out?" Li Chaoren asked as he looked at Li Ziqin, who had just entered. "I found out," Li Ziqin nodded. Li Chaoren didn't say anything, leaning on his cane as he walked outside, and Li Ziqin hurriedly followed him. Chapter 349. Everyone is shocked. Pu Zhe's shameless behavior left the onlookers dumbfounded. They initially thought a big shot was making an appearance. After all, he was brought by Lu Yuan, and anyone brought by Lu Yuan must be someone special. But he came without warming up, directly going into a licking mode. "You little brat, you're still alive? I think you have some potential. Go and beat this old man up and give us some excitement," Zhou Gongyi instructed Lu Yuan. "Okay." Pu Zhe nodded in agreement without any hesitation and walked directly towards Lu Yuan. "What are you doing?" Lu Yuan was scared. With his crippled body, how could he withstand Pu Zhe's blows? Pu Zhe was someone who could actually smash someone's head with a brick. Lu Yuan's security personnel saw this and quickly stepped forward to stop him, but they were no match for Pu Zhe and were easily knocked to the ground. They had already practiced their skills at Lu Yuan's house, and now it was for real. Pu Zhe showed no mercy. After narrowly escaping death 3 times with Zhou Gongyi, he was well aware of Zhou Gongyi's identity. Seeing Pu Zhe take down his security, Lu Yuan anxiously shouted, "Pu Zhe, do you still want to cooperate with me?" Chapter 350. Hitting is really satisfying. Xia Xiao, welcome to Xianjiang. Li Chaoren slightly bowed, leaving everyone stunned. It was as if they were witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. The men were left speechless, and the women were left in awe. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Bingchen, who had just come over to greet them. He thought Li Chaoren was there to support Lu Yuan, but the outcome was completely unexpected. At this moment, no one dared to speak. All eyes were on Xiaofeng. It was like a firefly in the dark night, exceptionally bright and dazzling. "You're too polite," Xiaofeng casually remarked, his attitude exuding nobility. "What's going on here?" Xiaofeng turned to Xiaolin and asked. "That person came over to tease us." Xiaolin pointed at the lying Lu Zhe and said. Lu Zhe had already been playing dead, but now, with Xiaolin's words, he felt as if he was trapped in an ice cave, and his whole body went cold. Xiaofeng's gaze turned icy as he focused on the dazed Lu Yuan. At this moment, Pu Zhe quickly stepped forward to take credit, saying, "Senior, I've already taught him a lesson, and I can hit him again." Xiaofeng recognized Pu Zhe, having met him a couple of times. However, this kid had been unlucky, as he always encountered him. Chapter 351. I'll take the blame. As Xiaofeng and Long Outyin passed by the filming crew, someone recognized Xiaofeng. "Mei Qing, the person I told you about last night is him. Terrifying, isn't it?" A man said to the woman beside him. The woman named Mei Qing was a reporter specializing in uncovering explosive news. When he mentioned this to her yesterday, she didn't believe it, as there were no pictures to prove it. No one dared to believe that Lu Yuan had been beaten and that Li Chaoren was bowing and scraping beside him. To her, it sounded like a fairy tale, although no one dared to spread the events of last night. friends in the industry, and small talk would surely circulate it as gossip. Is it true? Du Meiqing asked doubtfully. She then took out her portable camera to snap a photo, but unfortunately, it only captured a side profile of Xiaofeng. It's true. The man responded with a serious nod. Then tell me what happened last night, Du Meiqing said, her interest piqued. Having just secretly taken a photo of Xiaofeng. Now that she had a picture, the significance was different. Until Xiaofeng disappeared from their sight, the man began to tell the story earnestly. Du Meiqing listened attentively while taking notes with her voice recorder. Chapter 352. Takeaway when Lu Luan heard director Zhang say this. He allowed a huge sigh of relief. After all, since the higher-ups agreed to let him publish it, he could rest assured that it would be published. This was a major explosive news article. Director Zhang, I understand, and I will arrange it, Lu Luan replied joyfully. Good, then you go do it. And let me know if there's anything, Director Zhang said before hanging up the phone. Lu Luan looked at the hung-up phone and smiled. Now, he should finally be able to take off. This is news about someone beating Lu Yuan. Once it's released, the whole Hong Kong will be shaken. And even major media companies on the mainland will want to buy exclusive reprint rights. Lu Luan is pleased with Du Meiqing's performance. Du Meiqing didn't disappoint him either. She vividly painted the scene of that night based on others' descriptions and her rich imagination. After finishing her draft, Du Meiqing excitedly walked to Lu Luan's office and handed it to him, saying, Editor Lu, take a look at the draft. Lu Luan took a symbolic glance and was too lazy to check the specifics. Anyway, it was already agreed that he could publish it. Meiqing, I won't look at it. Just go ahead and publish it. After receiving the draft, Lu Luan handed it back to Du Meiqing. Chapter 353. Their hearts must be punished. Du Meiqing felt this way, as if she were being monitored, feeling uncomfortable all over. Of course, Xiaofeng said. Now Du Meiqing had become the fish caught in his net, and all that was left was to wait for the catch. This person is Charlie Malou, a film producer, and I have no relationship with him. I know he wants to sleep with me, but I just want to dig up some useful news from him, Du Meiqing hurriedly explained. If you wait a few more days, you might really end up sleeping with him, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Du Meiqing's face turned red, and she was slightly displeased, saying, That's impossible. I can't stand foreign guys. Have you been dreaming about him a lot lately? Xiaofeng ignored Du Meiqing's rebuttal and asked back. When Xiaofeng said this, Du Meiqing's expression changed. She was sure she hadn't shared this private matter with Xiaofeng. She indeed dreamed about him, but how could Xiaofeng know? Even if Xiaofeng investigated her, it wouldn't help. Only she knew about this. How do you know? Du Meiqing exclaimed, her heart racing. Just know that he is not a good person, and starting today, you won't have that dream anymore, Xiaofeng said, looking at Du Meiqing. Chapter 354. How busy must Liner be? Anyone who offends China must be punished. Voices from all directions penetrated the air, shaking hearts. Who? The bearded man was startled, stood up, and pulled out a handgun from his pocket, vigilantly watching the door. The others reacted similarly, as if facing a great enemy. Creak! The old door opened automatically, a breeze wafting in, brushing against everyone's brows. At that moment, a young man entered from outside, looking particularly spirited, with a handsome face. His eyes fixed on the people inside. Bang! The gun fired. The young man did not fall. Instead, the bullet disappeared without a trace as it flew. It was as if he had come and gone without a trace. The young man waved his hand lightly, and a cold corpse flew in from outside. Tata wizard. Upon seeing this, the bearded man's face changed drastically. The cold body was the Tata wizard he had mentioned earlier, the one who disturbed the feng shui in Hong Kong. Don't you know? China must not be offended. As Xiaofeng's words fell, everyone suddenly collapsed to the ground, their eyes fixed on the ceiling. Life stopped at that moment. They died without ever understanding how they had died. Chapter 355. A strange dream settled. Old Wang put his phone in his pocket and spread his hands, saying, It's done. I'll go ask Liner if she wants to go. If not, I'll prepare the food first, and then we can set off. After Jack Ma finished speaking, he stood up and went downstairs. Everyone had gone out for lunch, and Jack Ma thought it best to prepare the food first. Otherwise, they might forget to eat while playing games. When he arrived in the basement, the national little Wang and the others had just finished their game and secured today's first victory, mainly because Xia Lin and Zhou Gongyi were too much of a burden. Otherwise, winning wouldn't be so hard. Liner, we're going out for lunch today. Do you want to go? If not, I'll prepare the food for you in advance. Jack Ma asked as he came down. Where are you going to eat? Xiao Lin asked. President Su is treating us. He would be happy if you can come. Jack Ma replied. No, I have a date with Zhang Qingyao for lunch. We're going out to eat ourselves, Uncle Ma, so don't prepare the food, said Qin standing behind Xiaolin. All right, you guys enjoy yourselves. Jack Ma nodded and went back upstairs. When did you make plans with Xiaya? Xiaolin turned to ask Qin. Chapter 356. Encountering an old classmate. Du Meiqing climbed up with difficulty. A few days ago, she was cursed by Charlie Malou, dreaming about him every night. But later Xia Feng said her curse had been lifted. The key was that the person in her dreams had changed. Moreover, this time the dream was even more embarrassing. This made Du Meiqing suspect whether Xia Feng had also meddled with her. Unfortunately, she didn't have Xia Feng's contact information, which put her in a difficult position. Thinking of this, she felt restless. She needed to find a way to locate Xia Feng. The only way to find him was to get answers from Li Zikan. The problem was that she couldn't contact Li Zikan either. How could she easily reach such a wealthy young man? Du Meiqing sighed and quickly got up. She wanted to go to Li's villa for a stroke of luck. Imperial delicacies. Yue hurriedly rushed over, just parked the car and ran upstairs. When he arrived at the private room, he was the last one to arrive. Sorry, I'm late. Today's expenses are on me, Yue said as he entered the room, quickly apologizing. He was the last to be notified, and once he knew the location, he rushed over without any delay, so it wasn't really late. Chapter 357. This guy's toxic. Regarding Fan Yongli's criticism, Fu Ming remained silent. Her words were harsh, but that was reality. Everyone was not young anymore. To get married, at least a house was needed, but how many people could achieve that? Sometimes, women cannot be blamed for being materialistic, as the future is uncertain for everyone. Fortunately, Wu Tingting was not such a materialistic woman. She had been with Fu Ming for several years and didn't ask him to buy a house or a car, just wanted him to treat her well and be motivated. Although they were of marriageable age, they had only been in society for a few years. How could they afford a house, especially in a city like Shanghai? This was simply unrealistic. Drinking too much toxic chicken soup leads one to believe that they can earn a fortune in just a few years. In reality, it is not that easy. After watching too many Douyin videos, you'll find that everyone is a millionaire. Nowadays, very few people can rely on their efforts to buy a house before the age of 25. Even if they get married and buy a house, it is often with family support. From Fan Yongli's perspective, she is not wrong to consider her daughter's happiness. The mistake lies in the fact that money is hard to earn but easy to spend. The reality is just like this. How many loving couples have parted ways over a piece of property deed? One can only say, meeting the right person at the wrong time. Chapter 358. What do you do for a living? Zhang Li's feet seemed to be glued to the ground, fixed in place. He saw the person he least wanted to see in his life, Xiaolin. Last time at the class reunion, he had run over to show off and even called Zheng Bing the wealthy young master. He didn't know why Zheng Bing didn't cause him any trouble afterward. He had prepared for a big fallout, but unexpectedly, Zheng Bing forgot about him. It wasn't that Zheng Bing had forgotten, but rather that he felt he was becoming a sycophant and was too excited to pursue Zhang Li's faults. In Zhang Li's eyes, Zheng Bing was a wealthy young master on a pedestal. Yet this lofty figure was fawning over Xiaolin to an embarrassing extent, almost kneeling to serve her tea. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Xiaoli asked again. You've seen a lot of big scenes. You shouldn't be so stunned by a beautiful woman, right? I have things to do. I'll leave first. Zhang Li stammered, wanting to turn and leave. This was not a place for him to stay. Wait. Xiaolin called out. It was best for Zhang Li to be here. They had met once before, and this time it could be useful. Zhang Li paused, quickly turned around with a smile, and exclaimed, What does my dear aunt want? Chapter 359. The best enforcer Fu Ming had naturally heard of Fenglin Entertainment. Hearing Xiaolin say she was arranging for him to join this crew, Fu Ming was really excited and repeatedly thanked her. Xiaolin, thank you so much. Don't be so polite. I can only provide you with a platform. Whether you can carve out a space for yourself depends on you. Xiaolin waved her hand to decline Fu Ming's gratitude. After all, whether a person can succeed depends greatly on the platform. Xiaolin was like a benefactor to Fu Ming, providing him with a platform to showcase his abilities. Whether he could achieve something would depend on himself. Let us not say any extra words. I won't let you down, old classmate. Fu Ming understood the sentiment well. Saying nice things was not as good as actually doing well and not disappointing Xiaolin. The three chatted for a while before parting ways. After Fu Ming left the restaurant, he took a taxi home. On the way back, he specifically searched for Fenglin Entertainment. And when he saw Xiaolin's name as the chairman, he was completely stunned. Xiao Lin and Lu Jing returned to the private room. Linner, you two are finally back. Where did you go to play this afternoon? Qin Wen asked as Xiao Lin walked in. Chapter 360. What is this? If this matter is done well, I will give you an opportunity. Go ahead. Xiao Feng instructed the three of them. To get these foreigners to take things seriously, a little incentive was necessary. Otherwise, why would they help you? Helping once or twice out of respect was one thing, but this time it was personally instructed by Xiao Feng, which made it different. They were working hard, hoping for an opportunity. As for what the opportunity was, it was just a word from Xiao Feng. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Easter Immortal. The three said in unison. Xiao Feng nodded and turned to leave. You two wait for someone to find you in the Magic City. Handle the shares well. And don't make me go a second time. Hughes Wang turned to the two Japanese people and said, Yes. The two quickly replied. The three exchanged glances. An excitement was visible in each other's eyes. Yu Family Courtyard. This was Yue's private club, which was not open to the public. Several cars arrived at this location. Yue got out of the car in a flashy manner and walked directly into the club. Young Master Yu, President Yu, is also here. A doorman called out to Yue. Oh, my dad is here too? Yue asked. Chapter 361. Are you going to attack the senior? Yu Jiaoyi was someone Chen Ziyuan knew very well. He usually had a very proud temperament and would never serve others tea and water. Now, with the facts laid out before him, he had to believe it. What are you still standing there for? Go out and prepare some fruits. Yu Jiaoyi scolded Yue, who was still in a daze. Oh, okay. Yue quickly picked up 2 fruit trays and went out. Uncle Chun. As Yue passed by Chen Ziyuan, he politely greeted him. Chen Ziyuan followed Yue out. Just outside the private room, Chen Ziyuan pulled Yue aside and asked, What is wrong with your dad? You saw that girl sitting by the window, right, Uncle Chun? I had lunch with her today. Her identity is not to be revealed, but she is one of the most powerful people in Huaxia. Yue described, his expression not exaggerated at all, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. One of the most powerful people in Huaxia? Chen Ziyuan was taken aback. This was not something to be said lightly, but hearing it from Yue, coupled with seeing Yu Jiaoyi's sycophantic demeanor, he couldn't help but believe it. Just then, Chunli happened to overhear their conversation, and no wonder Yue had rushed out today. Chapter 362. What is in your little head? Lin Song was indeed startled after hearing this. He knew that Xia Feng's strength was unfathomable, but he wasn't sure about the extent of his power. However, the hidden family had always been quite formidable for thousands of years, with unknown strength and risks. Now that a hidden family was eyeing Xia Feng, Lin Song couldn't help but feel anxious and worried. Xia Feng was a great benefactor of their Xianyuan sect, Lin Song's lifesaver. Hearing Dongfang Lingyu say this made Lin Song's face show urgency. This is a serious matter. It concerns the safety of Senior Xia. What we can do is find a way to inform the senior. Lin Song said, his expression very serious. Uncle, go call my cousin out of seclusion. She will definitely come out. We need to go out and inform Senior Xia. Dongfang Lingyu started to worry after hearing Lin Song. Okay, without saying anything more, Lin Song led Dongfang Lingyu to where Lin Yue was in seclusion. Just as they reached the door, Dongfang Lingyu couldn't wait to knock and shout, Cousin, it's me. Something big has happened. Yue, it's about Senior Xia. You need to come out of seclusion early. Lin Song also shouted from outside. Chapter 363. Someone wants to harm Mr. Xiao. The next day, at Fudan University, Lin Yue and Dongfang Lingyu really showed up. After descending the mountain yesterday, the two found the yamen. At Dongfang Lingyu's pleading, they claimed there was an urgent matter and needed to go to the Magic City immediately, which led to the two yamen officials escorting them by plane to the Magic City. Upon arriving and contacting the local yamen, as soon as they mentioned Xia Feng's name, everyone knew who he was. Dongfang Lingyu specifically described the appearance of Xia Feng, and everyone realized that this was none other than Professor Xia from Fudan University. Xia Feng was quite famous among them, and after confirming this, they immediately took Lin Yue and Dongfang Lingyu to Fudan University. Brother-in-law. Dongfang Lingyu looked at Xia Feng as he approached and waved to him from afar. The others accompanying her felt even more assured that what they were doing was right. Seeing Dongfang Lingyu so enthusiastic and excited. Why did you come here? Xia Feng asked. Brother-in-law, I have an urgent matter to report to you, but it's not convenient to say here, Dongfang Lingyu said, like a happy child, as she approached Xia Feng. Senior. Lin Yue also came over and softly called out. Professor Xia, they said they came to find you about something urgent, so we brought them here. Sorry for the interruption. The officials accompanying them quickly greeted Xia Feng. Chapter 364. What breed of dog is this? When Long Outyen saw this message, his eyes turned cold. Someone still wanted to harm his master? They really had the guts to seek death. Long Outyen quickly caught up with Xiaofeng and respectfully said, "Master, I need to report something regarding you." Xiaofeng turned around and asked, "Is it about the hermit family?" Long Outyen was taken aback and asked, "Master, you knew?" Xiaofeng nodded and pointed to Lin Yue and Dongfang Lingyu, and Long Outyen immediately understood. So these two girls came to tip him off. After this incident, Long Outyen began to view the two with new respect. After all, they had come all this way to deliver a message, which was a sign of friendship. "Master, how powerful are the people from the hermit family? Is there any danger?" Long Outyen asked with concern. Just hearing the name of the hermit family felt unusual. People tend to worry when they care. "Don't pay too much attention. Let them come." Xiaofeng waved his hand and said, "Okay." Long Outyen quickly responded. Reassured by Xiaofeng's affirmation, the four entered a restaurant, ordered 4 signature dishes, a plate of vegetables, and a bowl of soup, totaling 6 dishes. Chapter 365. You guys are here. After Dongfang Lingyu was settled, she sweetly called everyone's sister one after another, except for Qin one. She called everyone's sister to get them to play with her. Learning to play mahjong, sing, and play games, this little sister was led onto a path of no return. These were all new and fresh experiences she had never had before. Like a child seeing their favorite toy, she couldn't put it down. Even the reserved Lin Yue, who usually cared about her image, lost her demure demeanor at this moment and joined in playing mahjong. Originally, Qin Wen and Dongfang Lingyu didn't see eye to eye. But after a round of mahjong, the two seemed like longtime good sisters. This is how a woman's world works. When they have fun, everything can be discussed. In a restaurant in the Magic City, 2 men were eating and drinking heartily, and one of them said, "Senior brother, I didn't expect such an inconspicuous jade pendant could be exchanged for so much money in the secular world. This food is really delicious." These two were Dongfang Lang and Dongfang Kai, brothers. It was their first time venturing out, and they had made their way to the Magic City. Previously, when they were in Chengdu, they sold the jade pendant they carried with them and exchanged it for some money to bring along. Chapter 366. The two shocked ones, you guys are here. This sounded like a friendly greeting from a long-lost friend. Xiaofeng had already heard about the hermit family, but he didn't know how long these people could hide or when they would come out. Even if Xiaofeng wanted to look for them, he wouldn't be able to find them. Now that these people had come to him, Xiaofeng surprisingly came out to find them. Dongfang Lang and Dongfang Kai were ready for battle. It felt strange for someone to suddenly appear and say, "You guys are here." Anyone would feel uneasy in such a situation, as if their whereabouts were being monitored, and they didn't like that feeling at all. "Who are you?" Dongfang Lang asked seriously. From Xiaofeng's tone, he could tell that Xiaofeng knew their identities and was specifically waiting for them. "I'm the person you're looking for," Xiaofeng shrugged. The two were taken aback. The person before them was Xiaofeng, the master of the Qilin. He boldly came to wait for them. Dongfang Lang looked around, knowing they came for the Qilin, and that Xiaofeng dared to appear was either a sign of confidence in his own strength or that he had laid a trap. "Senior brother, something feels off. This kid might have set a trap to catch us," Dongfang Kai said anxiously, looking at Dongfang Lang. Chapter 367. It's him. Xiaofeng had already left a mark on them. Now that he knew about the hermit Dongfang family, he couldn't miss the chance to visit. He had many things to clarify, mainly wanting to study why he couldn't ascend yet. Only after the two had completely disappeared did Xiaofeng return to the villa. He planned to wait until they were close before he went over. The next day passed like any other. It wasn't until around 8 o'clock on the third night that Xiaofeng left the villa and leaped to Beihai. Dongfang Lang and Dongfang Kai felt relieved when they finally returned, as the continuous journey had made them feel like startled birds, afraid that Xiaofeng would follow them and play tricks. Only after entering the mountain gate did they finally relax. "Senior brother, Xiaofeng didn't follow us, did he?" Dongfang Kai looked out at the vast sea, realizing that even if he had, there would be nowhere to hide. The two sat in a small boat, which drifted automatically into the depths of the sea. Now, they could be sure he followed them. Dongfang Lang looked around and expanded his spiritual awareness. There were no signs of any presence. "But we told him the location of the mountain gate," Dongfang Kai asked anxiously. Chapter 368. I ask, you answer. Dongfang Kai pointed at Xiaofeng and urgently said to Dongfang Xiu. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xiu's face lit up with joy. "Is there someone not afraid of death? He really came here, good lord." Suddenly, Dongfang Xiu burst into laughter. looking at Xiaofeng as if he were seeing a girlfriend after 3 days apart. He was both worried she wouldn't come and afraid she would come at the wrong time. How could he not laugh? He had planned to go down the mountain to find Xiaofeng to ask about the Qilin's whereabouts. After laughing heartily, Dongfang Xiu looked at Xiaofeng and said, "I ask you, which hermit family are you from?" Xiaofeng shook his head and said, "You should know the locations of the other hermit families, right? I came here out of curiosity about you." Hearing Xiaofeng say this, Dongfang Xiu realized he was not from any other hermit family. But why does Xiaofeng need such strength? If he's at the spirit separation stage or the fusion stage, then he's almost as powerful as I am. And he looks so young. It really is true that one shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. Having such high cultivation must be related to obtaining the Qilin, which is a great opportunity. Dongfang Xiu suddenly thought of several possibilities in his mind. Kid, having such cultivation at a young age, it seems you have good fortune. I will give you an opportunity. If you offer the Qilin to my Dongfang family, you will become one of us, and I will help you ascend. I can also arrange for a female cultivator from my Dongfang family to pair with you. What do you think? Chapter 369. The three ancestors arrive as the sudden voice echoed outside. The disciples of the Dongfang family showed expressions of joy. Some looked outside in surprise, while others shouted with excitement. Even some female disciples had flushed faces from enthusiasm. Everyone knew that the ancestors had arrived. The ancestors of the Dongfang family did not refer to just one person, but a group. Only those who reached the late fusion stage were generally honored as ancestors, setting aside family affairs to focus on cultivation, hoping to ascend soon. The voice resounded through the entire hall, and as the sound reverberated, 3 figures appeared at the entrance, materializing from nothing. 3 white-haired old men, each looking youthful and vigorous. Upon their arrival, everyone felt a jolt of energy and excitedly shouted, "Welcome, ancestors." Although everyone was part of the Dongfang family, seeing the ancestors was truly a matter of luck. Some people had been in the Dongfang family for hundreds of years and still had not seen an ancestor. If there was no major event, the ancestors would not easily come out of seclusion in the back mountains. Usually, it was the clan leader and elders who would visit. It was truly unprecedented for 3 ancestors to appear at once. With the ancestors' arrival, everyone's hearts began to stir, and they all looked at Xiaofeng as if he were a dead man. Chapter 370. The frightened Saint Master at this moment. The image above the hall was fully revealed. This person was the Saint Master of the Dongfang family, a phantom left behind before his ascension, meant to protect the safety of the Dongfang family. After all, although this phantom only possessed the strength of the tribulation crossing stage, it was enough in this world. Moreover, he could only leave behind this level of power in this world. Saint Master, Dongfang Yu and Dongfang Dang Kong immediately knelt down and bowed to the phantom in the air. Even the third brother, Dongfang Lu, who was knocked down, struggled to get up and prostrated himself on the ground, bowing to the phantom. "Get up. What has happened?" The phantom said lightly. Xiaofeng stood there motionless. He did not associate it with Xiaofeng since he did not appear to be a bad person. He thought something else had happened. "Saint Master, please help us and capture this thief." Dongfang Yu pointed at Xiaofeng and said. Upon seeing the direction Dongfang Yu was pointing, the Saint Master then turned his gaze to Xiaofeng. "Damn it, I misjudged." It turned out the culprit was right before him. The phantom then showed a fierce expression and looked at Xiaofeng, angrily asking, "Who are you to dare intrude into my Dongfang family?" Xiaofeng crossed his arms casually and said, "If you have anything to explain, you might as well do it all at once. You won't have the chance later." Chapter 371. Finding 2 female disciples, Xiaofeng felt a bit speechless after hearing this. But he could understand that this way, they could prevent one side from being annihilated, which instead promoted the fact that they were tied together. Unless everyone didn't want to ascend, it would be a dead end for everyone, and that wouldn't benefit anyone. After all, who among cultivators doesn't wish to pursue a higher path? Don't worry, our Dongfang family will help you contact the other 3 families. We will definitely help you clarify your doubts, and I am very interested as well. The Saint Master comforted as he saw Xiaofeng frowning. Cultivators, they're the children of the heavenly Tao. All right, Xiaofeng did not refuse. Dongfang Yu obeyed. The Saint Master looked at Dongfang Yu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and called out disciple present. Dongfang Yu crawled forward a couple of steps and respectfully replied, "You take the senior to find the other 3 families. You must complete the task the Saint Master commanded." Disciple obeys, Dongfang Yu replied. Even if the Saint Master did not command, they would not dare to disobey. If they didn't speak, everyone would be doomed anyway. After all, if they didn't speak, Xiaofeng wouldn't he get what he wanted, and would he leave them alive? Clearly, that was impossible. With Xiaofeng's strength, fighting them would be like fighting children. They had no ability to resist. How about this? After giving his orders, the Saint Master turned to Xiaofeng and asked, Chapter 372. The senior is not that kind of person. I remember your youngest daughter is quite beautiful. Let her serve the senior. Dongfang Xiu almost blurted out and directly cursed. If it weren't for the fact that the person saying this was an ancestor, he would have rolled up his sleeves and fought back. So, he had to endure the beating, but had to offer up a daughter? Dongfang Xiu dared to be angry, but had to comply, saying helplessly, Yes, ancestor. After saying this, Dongfang Xiu resolutely left. This time, Dongfang Dangkong did not call him back. After Dongfang Xiu left, Dongfang Lu asked, Second brother, why let Dongfang Xiu call his precious daughter over? Dongfang Lu's implication was that Dongfang Xiu was the current patriarch of the Dongfang family. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Dongfang Dangkong smiled and said, This is giving him a huge opportunity. If he really seizes it, not to mention Dongfang Xiu, the entire Dongfang family could hug a big leg. To go further, if there's a son or daughter, do you think the senior would ignore our Dongfang family? After hearing this, Dongfang Lu finally reacted. The second brother was indeed different. His way of thinking was not the same. The news of Xiaofeng coming to the Dongfang family had long spread throughout the entire Dongfang family. Chapter 373. The Sima family Yu Wei could not understand what the national little king was talking about at all. Little Wang, I've never heard of this. Qingdou couldn't help but ask. You can't do this. National Little Wang shook his head, acting like a love coach. So what is this? You asked. 10 sausages. It means buying 10 sausages at once to give to your girlfriend. It's an essential gift for winter. As for the 4-piece set, it refers to milk tea, chestnuts, sweet potatoes, and sour hawthorn. National Little Wang said with a smile. Seeing the confused faces of the few people, he continued. The 4-piece set has a meaning. Milk tea represents sweetness like you. Sweet potatoes represent belonging only to you. Chestnuts represent loyalty throughout life. And sour hawthorn represents sour in the mouth but sweet in the heart. Yu Wei, you idiot. You're a living example of a sycophant, the king of sycophants. Qingdou scoffed and said disdainfully. Damn it, now women are so proud because of people like you. What a ridiculous thing. Zhang Exine also cursed. This is way too sycophantic. I think I'll pass. I don't have 10 sausages or a 4-piece set. But I do have 1 sausage and a 4-piece bedding set. Chapter 374. What are you trying to show off? Dongfang Yu thought it was funny but held back his laughter, his shoulders shaking violently. What a reckless way to get yourself into trouble. You'll be the one suffering soon. You want to see Sima Liang experience some physical pain to humble him a bit. Don't worry about who I am. I just want you to come with me. Xiaofeng said calmly. Dongfang Yu, you don't know how to educate little kids. Let me help you with that. Sima Liang had not yet spoken when Sima Zhong took the lead. With a casual wave of his hand, he intended to teach Xiaofeng a lesson, not wanting to actually hurt him. After all, he was brought by Dongfang Yu. Xiaofeng remained motionless, using his opponent's own method against him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Sima Zhong was sent flying out and crashed hard outside the Great Hall. These people are just so petty. If you don't show your skills, they won't speak to you properly. The incident happened in an instant, like a spark of electricity. Dongfang Yu was speechless. What are you trying to show off for? He mainly wanted to set Sima Liang up. Others hadn't acted yet. So why did you rush to steal the spotlight? Now look where that got you. Sima Liang stood frozen in place, looking at Xiaofeng in disbelief. Cooperate well, and everything will be fine. Refuse to cooperate, and the Sima family will be destroyed. As Xiaofeng stood up, the pressure emanating from him nearly made Sima Liang unable to stand. Chapter 375. Is it really that exaggerated? Lu Qiangxi greeted them and then left. Xiao Lin and the others started playing by themselves. Dongfang Lingyu found everything fascinating and was filled with curiosity. Young Master Wang, do you regret turning down the role in War God 2? Yu Wei asked the national little king. When Wu Jing was filming War God 2, there was a character of a rich second generation that was prepared to invite the national little king to play, offering a salary of 1 million. Naturally, the national little king refused. Setting aside the money, the national little king wasn't foolish. Wu Jing just wanted to leverage his backer, Yida Film Industry, to secure a high screening rate. As for his acting skills, The National Little King knew his limitations. He wasn't an actor and had no real skills. If he actually starred in it, he would be thoroughly criticized. Wu Jing's invitation was indeed due to the influence of Yida film industry behind the National Little King. And at that time, the crew was short on funds, so there was no choice. Although the National Little King turned down Wu Jing's invitation, he was very satisfied after reading the script and even made an additional investment, allowing the film to proceed smoothly. Chapter 376. What kind of play are you testing? Lin Genshu looked at the National Little King's expression, which didn't seem like he was joking. The originally cheerful Lin Genshu quickly restrained his laughter and asked seriously, "Young Master Wang, where did these big shots come from?" The National Little King explained, "You can't imagine their status. Feng Lin Entertainment belongs to her, and we are all her little brothers. Remember to be humble and serious. Don't be smiling all the time." If it weren't for Lin Genshu, he wouldn't bother explaining so much. He had to take care of his good brother. Who else could he take care of? Lin Genshu was shocked by the National Little King's words. Feng Lin Entertainment? That is currently the top entertainment company in Huaxia, although no movies have been released yet. The background is impressive. The kind of person who can run such an entertainment company must be someone with immense power. Lin Genshu was startled by the National Little King's words and quickly became serious. At this point, Xia Lin and the others had walked over, and the National Little King greeted them with a smile, saying, "Lin Genshu is here." Chapter 377. Has he surpassed the tribulation stage? Upon hearing this, Sima Liang hurried over and brutally launched an attack, causing the entire barrier to shake. Damn it, he just came to smash the mountain gate and act tough. Why be so polite? If you don't listen, you'll get a beating. After a few hits, they behave. Sima Liang didn't hold back with his strike. The people from the Shangwan family quickly learned about it. Soon, a group of people emerged, led by their patriarch, Shangwan Ming. Shangwan Ming rushed out angrily, and upon seeing the ancestors of the Sima and Dongfang families, his anger quickly diminished, though his expression still remained unfriendly as he asked, "Elders, may I ask what brings you to smash my Shangwan family's mountain gate?" Being attacked at the mountain gate inevitably made one feel unpleasant. "Bring out Shangwan Fengyun and the others. We have matters to discuss," Sima Liang shouted loudly. This hardly seemed like a negotiation. It clearly bore hostility. The four families had coexisted peacefully for thousands of years, and now they were ready to turn against each other. Shangwan Ming asked with an unhappy expression, "Elder Sima, could you please specify what the issue is, so that the younger generation can report back? What good will it do to tell you? Can you make the decisions?" Sima Liang dismissed him and questioned. Chapter 378. I really don't know if Mr. Ma can cook. Dongfang Yu's words kept echoing in Shangwan Fengyun's ears. The tribulation stage. Even beyond the tribulation stage. This was beyond his comprehension. In his worldview, the peak of the late stage of integration should be the strongest human on earth. As the next step leads to tribulation. Tribulation signifies ascension, leaving this world to pursue the ultimate path. But why can the predecessors still remain on earth? Shangwan Fengyun was filled with confusion. Is the predecessor not a cultivator? Dongfang Yu stood with his hands behind his back under the moonlight, looking up at the starry sky, and said, "Don, not a cultivator?" Shangwan Fengyun quickly asked, "A practitioner?" Dongfang Yu scoffed. He turned to Shangwan Fengyun and said word by word, "Is your perspective so limited? Do you think a practitioner can reach this level? Then what is it?" Shangwan Fengyun was puzzled. "A cultivator," Dongfang Yu said softly, pronouncing 3 words. "A cultivator?" Shangwan Fengyun exclaimed, repeating it. "A cultivator. This is the most powerful practitioner known, and also the favored child of heaven." Chapter 379. Who is this young girl? Jack Ma smiled upon hearing this. "Don't listen to their nonsense. I just prefer to cook for myself." Jack Ma quickly waved his hand to deny that he was cooking. He was Summer Feng's personal chef, and it was better that others didn't know. What difference does it make if they find out? Who else would make him willingly cook every day? Cooking for Summer Feng not only required skill, but also the effort to research different dishes daily. Only when Summer Feng was satisfied would Jack Ma feel honored. As for Penguin Ma and the others being able to eat the dishes they cooked themselves, it was all thanks to the favor of Xia Feng and Xia Lin. Everyone lived together, so it wasn't reasonable to eat separately, right? Lu Qiangxi was also in the Magic City, so a phone call would get him to come over for dinner. Old Wang suddenly thought of Lu Qiangxi. This guy stayed at the film and television base every day, which was quite hard. "I'll go make the call," said Penguin Ma, standing up and walking out. After Penguin Ma left, Zhong Yangyang took out a pack of premium special supply cigarettes and said, "Come on, everyone, try my cigarettes. They're really good." No. No smoking in the private room. There will be people coming later, and it would be bad to smoke and make it all smoky. Old Wang quickly intervened. Chapter 380. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Zhong Yangyang didn't claim to know all the influential figures. However, most of the well-known figures in Huaxia had probably heard of him. Seeing someone as young and beautiful as Xia Lin, who was still a girl, receive such great respect was a first for Zhong Yangyang. It would be a lie to say he wasn't surprised. Even with the title of the richest person atop his head, he felt a bit uneasy at that moment. His position as the richest person still didn't compare to that of Jack Ma, Penguin Ma, and Old Wang. At their level, wealth truly didn't matter anymore. Hundreds of billions or trillions made no difference. What mattered was your connections, your circle, and your background in Huaxia. Undoubtedly, Old Wang's status in this circle was quite high. This was without question. It couldn't be measured by wealth. Money had become irrelevant. Now, the sycophantic behavior of Old Wang and the others was quite obvious. Their demeanor easily perceived by anyone with a discerning eye. "Liner, I'm bold enough to call you Liner. See if there's anything you like to eat." Su Jiaying respectfully asked while holding out a menu, bending slightly. They were almost 2 rounds old, so calling her Liner was certainly not inappropriate. Besides, since he called her that, Xia Lin couldn't very well say no. Chapter 381. Dong Huang Bell appears. Must-read chapter. Nangong Hong hesitated, and finally shook his head and fell silent. Dong Fangyu glanced at Nangong Hong and asked, "Old Nangong, do you want to say something?" With Dong Fangyu's question, everyone looked at Nangong Hong with curious eyes. Actually, it was nothing. It was just that the full moon night was approaching, and every full moon night, the spiritual energy of the entire Penglai Island would disappear, which could be detrimental to the ascension of the seniors. Nangong Hong brought up what he had just hesitated to say. "Is that so? Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Dong Fangyu looked at Nangong Hong with a questioning gaze. "It is indeed the case. It's not a big deal. So what is there to say?" Nangong Hong shook his head and continued. "This has been the case since my birth. According to the ancient records of the Nangong family, we moved here under these circumstances. As for the reason, our Nangong family has studied it for over 10,000 years and still has no clue." Nangong Hong explained to everyone. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. No wonder every time someone from the Nangong family ascended, they chose to do so after the full moon. It seemed to be for this reason. When breaking through to transcend the tribulation and ascend, they would absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. Without that energy, how could they proceed? Chapter 382. Communicating with Dong Huang Bellbreak. As Xiao Feng uttered the word, the entire space began to warp slightly. The backlash force seemed to be compressed, gradually retracting, and Xiaofeng's power grew stronger instead of weaker, ultimately crushing the barrier that came with the Dong Huang Bell. After the barrier was broken, Xiaofeng stepped inside. It was a palace inscribed with runes on all sides, and in the center of the palace stood a large stone table. On the stone table lay one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts, the Dong Huang Bell. The Dong Huang Bell was about the size of a kettle. With its mouth facing down tightly against the stone table, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy that formed wisps of spiritual mist. Xiaofeng naturally knew that this object couldn't be that small. It was like the staff of Sun Wukong, capable of changing size. Being a divine artifact, it possessed such abilities. Xiaofeng felt a surge of desire. The power of the 10 ancient divine artifacts was definitely not a baseless rumor, especially the Dong Huang Bell, which was the most powerful among them. The Dong Huang Bell had extremely strong defensive capabilities and could unleash devastating attacks. Since coming out of the mountains, this was the most enticing thing for Xiaofeng. He reached out to touch the Dong Huang Bell, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly dissipated. Chapter 383. Some clue after leaving Penglai Island, Xiaofeng returned directly to the Magic City. We got back to the villa, everyone was asleep, and Xiaofeng quietly returned to his room. He needed to carefully plan his future path before coming out of the mountains. His main goal was to accompany Xia Lin and help her live a carefree life. Now that he had achieved that, he also wanted to find a way for Xia Lin to embark on the path of cultivation. This path was currently very difficult, but at least there was some clarity and hope. That was the spiritual herb called Spirit Exploring Grass that the Dong Huang Bell had mentioned. This was the hope Xiaofeng saw. He would eventually ascend, and if it were the past, he wouldn't dare to gamble. What if he ascended and couldn't return? Now, it was different. It had only been 10 days, not a big deal. If he could find something that would allow everyone to cultivate, that would be perfect. A night without conversation passed. The next day, just as Xiaolin was getting up to go out, Xiaofeng called out to her, "Liner, come here for a moment." "Brother, when did you come back?" Xiaolin turned around in surprise and asked. "I came back last night." Xiaofeng smiled. Hearing this, Xiaolin walked over and asked, "Brother, what do you want to tell me?" Chapter 384. Returning to Kunlun Mountain after Zhou Gongyi turned to leave, Qinwen walked over and asked Liner, "Are you going to Kunlun Mountain again?" "Yes, this time I'll stay for 10 days, Xiaolin nodded. "Great, let's prepare for this trip," Qinwen said cheerfully. Although they had stayed inside for 20 days last time, they still felt it wasn't enough, especially swimming in the lake, which was incredibly refreshing. They needed to prepare, bringing some swimsuits to enjoy a good wash. "Go ahead," Xiaolin nodded. Just as Qinwen took a couple of steps, she turned back and whispered in Xiaolin's ear, "I'm planning to bring a few swimsuits. I'll prepare some sexy ones for you too. This time, you must join us in the lake." Xiaolin blushed at this and finally nodded in agreement. The news of returning to Kunlun Mountain for cultivation quickly spread in the villa. Everyone cheered with excitement. This time, they would stay for 10 days, which was quite a long time. Especially Jack Ma, who had just experienced the joys of cultivation last time, felt rejuvenated and full of energy. He even thought that if possible, he could have another son. Chapter 385. New arrival. Xia Feng suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, as if he were being pulled into an endless abyss. The entire space was pitch black, and he couldn't see his own hands. Xiaofeng's body was beyond his control. He drifted for an unknown amount of time until he suddenly felt his body begin to adapt, and an overwhelming power erupted within him. This power surged through Xiaofeng, and his realm kept breaking through, like shaking a bottle of soda before it bursts open. Xiaofeng was in that state. He had been stuck at the same cultivation level for too long, possibly due to the constraints of being on Earth. It felt as if he had finally been released at that moment. From mortal to immortal, from true immortal to mysterious immortal, golden immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, and immortal venerable. Xiaofeng continued to break through until he stabilized at the early stage of the immortal emperor realm. Although he couldn't control his body, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had directly broken through 9 major realms to reach the early stage of the immortal emperor. This is something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Xiaofeng was sure he wasn't mistaken. This overwhelming power was indeed at the early stage of the immortal emperor realm. It's all about the thrill. Leveling up and fighting monsters wasn't my initial setup. Chapter 386. Qinglong City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Here, 3 days felt either short or time passed quickly. For cultivators, 3 days might just be a moment's rest. Xiaofeng arrived again at the city lord's mansion. Once everyone had gathered, City Lord Qi Ruili instructed his servants to distribute 1,000 spirit stones to each person, with the mysterious immortal receiving an extra 500 spirit stones. After all, those at a higher realm naturally had a different value. Everyone, I won't say too much. Let me introduce you to Elder Qi, who will lead this team. We are all one collective, and I hope you help and support each other. I will be waiting for your return in Penghu City, Qi Ruili said, then instructed someone to pour a cup of wine for everyone. He raised his hand to signal everyone to drink together. All right, everyone prepare to set off. And I wish you all a smooth journey, Qi Ruili said, putting down his cup. Father, I'm ready to set off. Qi Ruili's youngest daughter ran over to bid him farewell. Man, be careful on the road and listen, Elder Qi, Qi Ruili advised his daughter. Don't worry, I'll ensure everyone returns safely, not just completing the mission. Qi Man patted her chest and assured him. Chapter 387. Buying clothes. Qi Man casually pointed at 2 people, and Xiaofeng happened to be among them. Xiaofeng was just looking for an excuse to go out for a stroll, and this was perfect. He didn't even have to think of an excuse. All right, responded the other person, and Xiaofeng followed closely as they walked out. Qinglong City was an enormous city with a permanent population of tens of millions, and the daily influx of people was also extremely high. The streets were filled with all kinds of people, and some bustling areas were packed with crowds. It felt like New Year's, where if more people came to shop in a small county, it signified the approaching festival. Everyone had returned from outside. Miss, this is much livelier than Penghu City, Qi Zhonglu said, standing on tiptoe to look around, his expression one of awe. Isn't that stating the obvious? Comparing Penghu City to Qinglong City is quite something. Qi Zhonglu retorted. Chi Man ignored the two and wandered around the street, looking here and there. Xiaofeng observed the crowd passing by. The strongest he encountered were mysterious immortals, with most others being below the nascent soul stage. This was somewhat different from his expectations. Before coming, he thought there would be golden immortals everywhere and mysterious immortals all over the ground. Chapter 388. Who do you think you are? The leading girl looked proudly at the welcoming girl and asked, does someone like her deserve to try on this dress? Exactly, Sister Yin is right. Another girl quickly chimed in, enjoying the flattery. This girl named Yin was the granddaughter of an immortal king in Qinglong City, proud and somewhat disdainful of outsiders. Since childhood, she had been surrounded by sycophants, always adopting a self-centered attitude. Some insecure women enjoy hearing compliments from others, being surrounded by admirers who flatter her daily, making her feel very pleased. The welcoming girl remained silent. She knew she couldn't offend the person in front of her and thought that letting others speak wouldn't hurt anyone. In a situation where the odds were against her, they were all young people who could tolerate such disrespect. Soon, Chi Man changed into the dress and personally handed it to the welcoming girl, saying, sorry to disturb you. No problem. The welcoming girl nodded apologetically. Chi Man glanced at Lu Yin and the others before turning to leave. Wait, Lu Yin raised her hand to stop Chi Man. What is it? Chi Man asked. Buy the dress before you leave. Someone like you trying it on is simply wasteful and lowers the quality of Yichang's dresses. Chapter 389. Kid, I need to teach you a lesson. Xiaofeng naturally knew someone had sneaked down. Such minor matters couldn't possibly escape his notice. It didn't matter. He decided to resolve it all at once to avoid further trouble later on. Chi Man still had disbelief in her eyes because Xiaofeng was too young. How could someone so young possess the strength of an immortal lord? What kind of talent and resources must he have to reach his current realm? Such people were typically the prodigies of large sections. Xiaofeng, who exactly are you? Chi Man asked, her expression filled with confusion. If she still thought of Xiaofeng as an ordinary immortal lord, then there was something wrong with her mind. I am still me, the same person you summoned. Xiaofeng replied calmly. Xiaofeng remained indifferent, but Chi Man could no longer accept this equal status. In a world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon, one must always maintain a mindset of respecting the strong. At least, this was how Chi Man felt. Wrap up the dress, Xiaofeng instructed the timid, welcoming girl beside him. Okay, the welcoming girl nodded numbly. Chi Man looked at Xiaofeng, feeling embarrassed, and said, I don't have spirit stones to buy it. Chapter 390. I will protect you. Bang. Lu Daomi felt a powerful force push him out. While still in the air, his face was filled with shock. Who the hell said this was the strength of an immortal lord? It was clearly the strength of an immortal emperor. He could be sure that Xiaofeng had the strength of an immortal emperor, otherwise as a mid-stage immortal king. He wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single blow. Even if Xiaofeng were a late-stage immortal king, the strength difference wouldn't be so great. This was different from what he imagined. Everyone thought Xiaofeng would be captured and beaten by Lu Daomi, but the outcome was far beyond expectations. This immortal king seemed to be no different from him at all. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, especially Chi Man, whose eyes were almost popping out. The immortal king, to act so decisively? This was someone who had summoned a true immortal realm cultivator? Chi Man was a bit confused. She had thought that Xiaofeng was at the strength of an immortal lord, but she didn't expect such a big surprise, even disregarding the immortal king. No wonder he was so confident. With that said, if Xiaofeng wanted to fight her father, wouldn't he just do it however he pleased? Chi Man had never been so shocked in her life. Chapter 391. Source fruit with the baseless guarantee from the city lord. Lu Daomi finally felt a lot more at ease. After all, being targeted by someone at the immortal emperor level meant that if he couldn't produce spirit stones at night, he could really be killed. If Xiaofeng asked for less, he would be willing to use spirit stones to avert disaster. Xiaofeng's exorbitant demands left Lu Daomi with no choice but to ask the city lord for help. Moreover, in Qinglong City, he had offered the city lord plenty of spirit stones every year. Now that something had happened, the city lord had to have a chance to step in. Otherwise, in Qinglong City, no one could be protected, and no one would dare to stay there. After Lu Daomi settled his thoughts, he set up a banquet and waited for the city lord while eating. Night fell, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of chill. Chi Man had not been able to sleep. Her room was right across from Xiaofeng's. She opened a small crack in her door and kept an eye on the movements in Xiaofeng's room. Creak! The door was pushed open, and Xiaofeng walked out of his room. Seeing this, Chi Man Man hurriedly ran back to her bed and pretended to be asleep. After waiting a while with no movement, Chi Man Man crouched down and opened the door a crack again, quietly poking her little head out to take a look. Chapter 392. What brings you here, young friend? Source fruit? Xiao Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Was the Eastern Emperor Bell fooling him? It definitely wasn't Ti. The Eastern Emperor Bell had already signed a contract with him and wouldn't Ti deceive him. So the information from the Eastern Emperor Bell must be incorrect. After all, it hadn't Ti come to the immortal realm itself. How would it know such things? This source fruit could allow those who couldn't Ti cultivate to start cultivating? Xiao Feng asked doubtfully. Yes, immortal, the source fruit is the fruit produced by the source tree from ancient times. It can not only enable those who cannot cultivate to begin cultivating, but also enhance their talent. Its effect is greatest on immortal lords, providing a chance to step into the immortal emperor realm. Mo Shuyo didn't hide it, as everyone knew about this, and there was no need for concealment. Besides, this thing had long disappeared from the tides of history. Who could find it anymore? It's hard to find, right? Xiao Feng asked. It cannot be found. It has long been extinct, Mo Shuyo replied truthfully. At the same time, he looked deeply at Xiao Feng, wondering how someone who was an immortal lord didn't know such basic things. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's immortal lord strength, he would have doubted whether Xiao Feng's brain was rusty. Is it really gone? Xiao Feng murmured to himself, feeling quite disappointed. Mo Shuyo looked at Xiao Feng, who was talking to himself, and didn't dare to speak out. Chapter 393. Han Yuan Pil. Xiao Feng looked at the smiling old man in front of him and examined him closely. An immortal lord indeed was different, full of overwhelming power. Reaching the immortal lord level could be said to be the pinnacle for cultivators in this world. As for the peak immortal emperor, that was too difficult. In the Tianxian continent, there were only 2 immortal emperors. As for other continents, there probably weren't many. It was rare to find even 1 or 2. I have come to ask you a few questions. Xiao Feng glanced at 2G and said lightly, Please. 2G gestured with his hand. Xiao Feng nodded and followed 2G toward the main hall of the sword cultivator sect. You all disperse and entertain the city lord of Qinglong City. Just as they were approaching the hall's entrance, 2G turned around and spoke to the people following him. Yes, ancestor, the sword cultivator sect members nodded in response. After the 2 arrived in the hall, 2G looked at Xiao Feng with a smile and asked, Your realm is still unclear to me. Could it be the later stage of Immortal Lord? 2G himself was at the mid-stage of Immortal Lord, and he couldn't see through Xiao Feng's cultivation, which made him secretly marvel. Such a young Immortal Lord was rarely seen in the Tianxian continent over the past 10,000 years. Xiao Feng didn't deny it and nodded. After receiving Xiao Feng's confirmation, 2G put away his smile and said in surprise, Young friend, you are already at the later stage of Immortal Lord at such a young age. I admire you. Chapter 394. The Beaten Jack Horse, Kunlun Mountain. The penguin horse had been chasing and beating the jack horse for several days. Initially, the penguin horse thought it should respect the old and love the young, and not stoop to the jack horse's level. Little did it know that the jack horse was completely ungrateful, shouting loudly at the penguin horse every day. You, come here. After saying that, he provocatively beckoned with his finger. In response, the penguin horse endured it. But the jack horse thought the penguin horse was afraid to fight him, so he casually walked behind and kicked him. Could the penguin horse take this? He immediately challenged the jack horse to a duel. As the jack horse assumed a Tai Chi stance, preparing for battle, the penguin horse rushed over and slapped him across the face. The jack horse was momentarily stunned, thinking, I haven't even said to start yet. From that day on, the 2 fought every day. As for Tai Chi, the jack horse had long forgotten about it, and whenever they met, they just fought. The jack horse was no match for the penguin horse, and after 2 days, he was beaten black and blue. The crowd watched in laughter as the penguin horse chased and beat the jack horse. Soon, the jack horse was caught up, and without saying a word, the penguin horse pressed him to the ground and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Teacher Ma couldn't handle it. He was tough with words, but when it came to a real fight, he was no match for the penguin horse. Old Wang commented on the scene as he watched the jack horse getting beaten. Chapter 395. Pil Sek Qinwen and Lu Jingru finished changing into their swimsuits and came out. Both of them had well-proportioned figures. Where they should be curvy, they were, and where they should be slim, they were slim, making them a fertile field worth developing. Linner, you all go in and change. We'll head down first. After Qin Wen said this, she walked towards the lake and jumped in with a leap. Like a fish, she brought her hands together over her head and kicked her delicate legs back and forth. After diving for a few meters, Qin Wen finally surfaced and called to Lu Jingru on the shore. Jingru, come down quickly. Swimming every day is the most comfortable time. Lu Jingru nodded and slowly walked into the water. She was very good at swimming and couldn't jump in like Qin Wen. After entering the water, Lu Jingru playfully splashed the lake water with her delicate fingers, her fair skin reflecting on the surface, the rippling water creating waves. So refreshing. Lu Jingru smiled slightly. Before long, Xia Lin and Ma Yuqin also changed into their swimsuits and came out. Liner, jump down. Qin Wen waved at Xia Lin from afar. Xia Lin shook her head repeatedly. She didn't dare to dive, having just learned to swim, and couldn't be as carefree in the water as Qin Wen. Chapter 396. Let me experience your strength in the first round of tests. Both Xia Feng and Lu Xiao's talents exploded. The Grand Elder of the Dan sect had been closely monitoring the test results, and upon hearing the news, he immediately summoned Xia Feng and Lu Xiao for a private meeting. He was prepared to personally test them, as their talents were far better than he had imagined. Especially Xia Feng, a once-in-a-millennium talent. With such talent, don't you know your own grade? Lu Xiao asked in surprise as they walked along the path. Throughout her life, she had always been praised to the heavens, and today was the first time she felt a sense of defeat. If scores were to be assigned, she believed her talent deserved a score of 90, which was already an exceptionally high score. She never expected Xia Feng to achieve a perfect score, which prompted the Grand Elder to want to test him personally. I don't know. Alchemy is just for fun. Xia Feng shook his head. Just for fun? Lu Xiao exclaimed, her mouth agape. Isn't that infuriating? It used to be others envying my talent and hard work. And now there's someone with better talent than me telling me it's just for fun. I don't know what to say. Lu Xiao shook her head rapidly. Chapter 397. Are you the immortal emperor of no destruction? Hongxi, known as the Heartless Immortal, was quite heartless. He trained in the Dan sect without caring about his family's well-being. Because of this, he was the most loyal guest of the Dan sect, and also the highest-ranked guest. Achieving the rank of Immortal Sovereign was largely thanks to the Dan sect's elixirs. He had come to the Dan sect as a guest during the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Now he was at the mid-stage of the Immortal Sovereign realm, making him one of the top powerhouses in the Tianxin continent. Now that Xia Feng dared to cause trouble in the Dan sect, it was a slap in his face. While Hongxi stepped forward, expressionless, ready to experience Xia Feng's cultivation. He knew Xia Feng was also a master at the Immortal Sovereign level, so his tone was not overly arrogant. Xia Feng glanced at Hongxi and said, "You are not qualified." This statement was incredibly arrogant. A mid-stage Immortal Sovereign being looked down upon like this. Without a word, Hongxi directly attacked. He vanished from his original position, transforming into a beam of light, and a giant sword appeared in his hand, striking towards Xia Feng. Suddenly, Xia Feng's figure disappeared, and Hongxi struck nothing but air. Before Hongxi could react, Xia Feng appeared above him and stomped down, forcefully pinning Hongxi to the ground. Xia Feng looked completely relaxed, arms crossed, as if he were stepping on an insignificant character. Chapter 398. Under whose name do you bow? Xia Feng did not wait long in the main hall before the ancestor of the Dan sect arrived. An old man with white hair and a goat beard appeared, looking somewhat ethereal. The Immortal Emperor visiting the Dan sect is a blessing for us. As soon as he entered, the ancestor Wu Jizi greeted Xia Feng with a smile. Mu Liangchen had already informed Wu Jizi about Xia Feng, which was why Wu Jizi was so humble. Xia Feng politely said, "I apologize for disturbing your sect. I have some alchemy techniques I would like to ask you about." After all, this time he was seeking help, and Xia Feng was very courteous. "Let us discuss together," Wu Jizi humbly replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the matter was settled. Xia Feng had no other business for now. His main task was to improve his alchemy skills to the level of an alchemy master. Her name is Lu Xiao, and her talent is quite good. Would you like to take her as a disciple? If you don't want her, I will. Xia Feng pointed to the quiet Lu Xiao beside him. Meeting is fate. It's just a matter of speaking a few words, and if I can help, I will. There is no problem with her becoming a disciple of the Grand Elder. But directly becoming a disciple of the ancestor would be a leap to the top. Chapter 399. Alchemy Master Lu Dongwei screamed out loud. He had just heard his granddaughter say she was the disciple of the ancestor of the Dan sect. Lu Xiao looked at her grandfather. who was shouting in front of her, and repeated, "Grandpa, I'm the disciple of the ancestor of the dance sect." Lu Dongwei was shocked beyond measure. "Ha ha, Xiao. You truly did not disappoint Grandpa, nor did you let your family down." Lu Dongwei was so excited that he danced around, his old face flushed with excitement. "Grandpa, I was able to become a disciple of the ancestor thanks to Xia Feng's help. Otherwise, with my qualifications, how could I possibly become a disciple of the ancestor? The ancestor doesn't take disciples anymore." Lu Xiao explained with excitement. Thinking of Xia Feng's identity as an immortal emperor, she felt immense admiration. "Xia Feng? He has this capability?" Lu Dongwei swallowed hard after hearing this. "Grandpa, some things are inconvenient for me to tell you. You'll understand later. He is not an ordinary person." Lu Xiao was unwilling to reveal too much about Xia Feng's identity and glanced at the mountaintop. "All right." Lu Dongwei nodded heavily. The grandfather and granddaughter left the Dan sect with complicated emotions. Chapter 400, Void City No Matter What. Xiaofeng knew he had to thank Wu Jizi in front of him. Great kindness is not to be mentioned. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude once more. "Let me see the elixirs you have refined." Wu Jizi changed the topic. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng took out the elixirs and handed them to Wu Jizi. Wu Jizi took one, held it high, looked at it for a while, and praised, "Good elixir. I am ashamed of my own abilities." Xiaofeng then took out 3 more and handed them to Wu Jizi, saying, "The alchemy was taught by you, and the materials were provided by the Dan sect. The elixirs should rightfully be split with you." Wu Jizi only took one from Xiaofeng's hand, smiling, "I only want 2. You keep the rest. The materials are easy to find, but the elixirs are hard to refine. If I were to refine them, the quality wouldn't be as good, and there wouldn't be so many. Taking 2 is already a big profit for me." No matter what Xiaofeng said, Wu Jizi refused to accept the other 2. Seeing this, Xiaofeng didn't press further and then handed one to Lu Xiao, saying, "Everyone who sees has a share. You've worked hard during this time." Lu Xiao quickly shook her head, hiding her hands behind her back, and said, "Taking care of you and a master is what I should do. I don't want such a precious elixir." "Take it. This is for you," Xiaofeng insisted again. Chapter 401. So weak, a bull-headed man clad in golden armor, with horns on his head, stood majestically in the air. If Xiaofeng were present, he would likely be quite surprised, as his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Bull Demon King. He was the Demon Emperor Niu Dazhuang of the Niu clan, and for the past 1,000 years, he had led the demon race in attacking Void City. Behind him stood a horse-headed man, dressed in a flowing white robe. This horse-headed man had been invited by Niu Dazhuang to assist, as the prolonged resistance from Cold Li had left Niu Dazhuang with no choice but to seek help. "City Lord, what should we do?" After just a fierce battle, the spirit stones for the city's defensive array are almost depleted. A person standing behind Cold Li reported anxiously. "The physique of these demon clans is really good. Just a few days after the last battle, they are back again." Lung Li did not answer the person's question and muttered to himself, "The Void City is the home we all defend together. If the Void City is gone, no one knows where we will go in the future. City Lord, what should we do?" The person behind Lung Li continued to ask, "Is there any choice for us but to resist to the death?" Lung Li glanced back at him and continued, "I am giving you a task now. Lead all the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled of the Void City back to the Tianshan continent. It's better than falling into the hands of the Demon Clan. I will delay for as long as I can." Chapter 402. I've heard it so weak. Xia Feng's voice was not loud, but it penetrated the entire scene. Every demon in attendance, as well as the humans in the city, heard Xia Feng's voice. Those simple 2 words were enough to shock their minds. The people of the Void City all held their breath. At this moment, silence was more powerful than words. "Who are you?" Niu Dazhuang gripped his axe tightly, as it was the only thing that gave him a sense of security. The man in front of him gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. "Me?" Xiaofeng asked back, then shook his head and said, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are blocking my way." "Blocking your way? Where are we blocking you?" "Behind you is the Void City, and in front is the Demon Territory. Are you planning to go to the Demon Territory? Run." The centaur was the first to sense the threat of death. After speaking, he directly shrank into a few inches and disappeared. "Can you escape?" Xiaofeng looked indifferently at the centaur that appeared in the distance, lightly pointed his finger, and the centaur suddenly fell from the sky. One finger kills one person. Still a Demon Emperor-level powerhouse. The Demon Emperor is tougher than the human Celestial Emperor at equal strength. because they have innate advantages and powerful physiques. The entire scene was shocked. Chapter 403. I'm already a celestial emperor. P.S. Before reading, let me chat with everyone a bit. I haven't been lazy. I write every day without missing a word. It's not that I don't write. It's that if I write too much, I can't produce anything. Women's brains aren't very useful. If I write too much, it becomes like mush. I really tried my best. By the way, getting your recognition motivates me a lot. Thank you very much. Bowing with hands on my chest, Muah 3. Upon hearing about the Huang Shiguo, Lung Li hurriedly walked forward and whispered. He had been entrenched in the Void City for many years, so asking him for news was naturally the most reliable. Xiaofeng became interested upon hearing this and looked at Lung Li, asking, where is it? 3,000 years ago, the Death Marsh had Huangwood trees, and at that time, 3 were taken by a celestial lord. Lung Li answered truthfully. The Huangwood tree is a sentient tree. It won't appear in the same place. It prefers to grow in damp and dark areas. Xiaofeng frowned upon hearing that it had been picked. Do you know who took it? Xiaofeng asked. The Fire Sect, Wuliang Celestial Lord. Lung Li reported the name and continued. The Fire Sect is in Wumi City, north of the Death Marsh, which is also the closest city to the Void City. Chapter 404. Come out to die. Wumi City. This is a large city located at the southernmost part of the Tianxin continent. Wumi City is separated from the Void City by a Death Marsh. Relatively speaking, the life in Wumi City is quite carefree. After all, there's a group of people in the Void City helping them fend off the Demon Clan. So even if the Demon Clan breaks through the Void City, it doesn't matter. There's still a huge Death Marsh in between. Furthermore, Wumi City also has a super powerhouse at the late stage of the Celestial Lord station there, making it impossible for the Demon Clan to attack unless another war between humans and demons breaks out. The Fire Sect is located on the eastern outskirts of Wumi City, occupying a quarter of the entire territory of Wumi City. Xiaofeng walked through the streets of Wumi City, experiencing the lively atmosphere. Wumi City has a much larger population than the Void City, bustling with activity. From the perspective of the lowest class, these common people are not bad. The exclusivity mainly reflects in the cultivators, who have conflicting interests and therefore look down on cultivators from the lower realms. After all, having one more cultivator from the lower realms means consuming one more share of cultivation resources. Xiaofeng walked towards the Fire Sect, mainly to experience the local customs and culture. Fire Sect. Everyone, get ready. Today, the broken Celestial Lord is coming to visit our Fire Sect. We must not lose face for our Fire Sect. Chapter 405. Everyone is shocked. Wuliang Celestial Lord, come out to die. This sentence kept echoing above the Fire Sect. Inside the main hall of the Fire Sect, there was silence. Yin Kongshuan's face was as cold as ice, his eyes widened in anger. For how many tens of thousands of years has no one dared to speak to him like this? Although Yin Kongshuan is not at the Celestial Emperor level, who would care about him? As an established late-stage Celestial Lord, needless to say, his self-esteem is also very strong. In an instant, Yin Kongshuan disappeared from the hall, and a figure directly flashed out. The broken Celestial Lord also transformed into a flash of lightning and followed. The others in the hall also rushed out. Shu Min, stay by my side. I will protect you, Yin Xiaohua said, trying to win the beauty's favor, speaking without shame. Shu Min glanced at Yin Xiaohua with disdain. I am already a golden celestial, and you are still at the mysterious celestial stage. Without saying a word, Shu Min followed behind the others and walked out. At this moment, in the sky, 3 people stood suspended. Xiaofeng, Yin Kongshuan, and Lu Yanghua. A mere early-stage Celestial Lord dares to directly call my celestial title. Are you seeking death? Yin Kongshuan looked at Xiaofeng in front of him, snorting coldly, his eyes filled with anger. Chapter 406. I also want to buy my life. I greet the Celestial Emperor. These 4 words were thunderous, known by all, recognized by everyone. The originally shocked crowd completely lost composure at this moment. An urge to urinate surged, especially Yin Xiaohua. His eyes widened in disbelief, his legs trembling continuously, and suddenly a smell of sheep spread out. Upon seeing this, Shu Min realized he had urinated. Shu Min pinched her delicate nose, her face filled with endless ridicule. She suddenly felt a sense of relaxed relief. The long-suppressed depression in her heart vanished. With today's incident, the marriage proposal was completely broken. Whether the Fire Sect will be destroyed or not was uncertain. So what was the point of discussing marriage? Shu Min's expression relaxed. A faint smile appeared on her lips, her every frown and smile making others drool. She looked up at the man in the sky, descending like a war god, rescuing her from fire and water. In an instant, a seed sprouted in her heart. His gaze was so clear, revealing incredible determination, hiding boundless ambition in his eyes, looking down on everything like a war god. Suddenly, Xu Min's heart raced, her face flushed, as she felt a wave of dampness. "Who are you?" Xiaofeng looked at Lu Yanghua, who was kneeling on the white crane, and asked in Chapter 407. Then you go with me. Xiaofeng didn't care about the realm of the Kangyi immortal emperor. His purpose for coming to the immortal realm was to find the elixir that would allow Xia Lin to cultivate. Now that the last medicinal ingredient had not been gathered, and its source was already known, Xiaofeng could not give up. Regardless of his circumstances, he planned to visit the Dark Void continent. As for the realm of the Kangyi immortal emperor, he wouldn't know it unless he went personally. Once someone reached the immortal emperor realm, they would rarely act, and no one would know the realm of the Kangyi immortal emperor. "Have you been to the Dark Void continent? Are you familiar with it?" Xiaofeng asked Lu Yanghua. "I've been there twice, so I'm somewhat familiar," Lu Yanghua nodded. "Then you'll go with me," Xiaofeng commanded directly. This time, the person he had to face was an immortal emperor, and since he didn't know the other's realm, he planned to use the identity of a broken immortal venerable as a cover. Moreover, Lu Yanghua was familiar with that side, which would be somewhat convenient. In an unknown situation, it was best to cause less trouble, with the main goal of obtaining the Naiwei grass. It wouldn't do to come over and beat up In Kongshan again, directly grabbing his Huangshu fruit. This tactic would clearly not work against an immortal emperor. Chapter 408. Ninth rank alchemist. When Yu Shumin heard Xiaofeng's response, she felt a bit disappointed. However, this feeling quickly disappeared. How could one expect to reach the heavens in a single step and directly cultivate a good relationship with an immortal emperor? Now that Xiaofeng took the initiative to speak to her, it was already a great blessing. At least she could spend some time with Xiaofeng. During the journey to the Dark Void continent, Yu Shumin reminded herself to serve Xiaofeng well. Regardless of what happened in the future, she would do her best. This might be the proudest time of her life, having served an immortal emperor. "All right, young master," Yu Shumin said softly. Xiaofeng stayed with Yu Shumin for a whole day, during which he also guided her in her cultivation. Lu Yanghua, whether intentionally or not, seemed to be gathering immortal stones, as he was absent like a ghost after leaving. It wasn't until the next day that Lu Yanghua hurried over, respectfully handing a storage bag to Xiaofeng and saying, "Young master, everything is prepared as you requested." Xiaofeng took the storage bag and said, "Let's set off." "Yes, young master." Lu Yanghua summoned a white crane, and the three of them flew directly to the Dark Void continent. Chapter 409. Something's wrong. The third elder shouted joyfully within the sect. A ninth rank alchemist. There are almost none in the Dark Void continent, which is why the Kangyi sect issued a decree. I didn't expect that right after the decree was issued, a real ninth rank alchemist would arrive. "I'm sorry for any offense earlier," the third elder bowed to Xiaofeng. The status of an alchemist is very high, especially for those of high rank. Their status is even more elevated. Even though the Kangyi sect has produced an immortal emperor, they still show great respect toward a ninth rank alchemist. After all, they seek help. "It's nothing," Xiaofeng said. Danda. Seeing Xiaofeng's arrogance, the third elder nodded to himself. As expected of an alchemist, their temperament is indeed different. With a third elder shout, several figures quickly flew over from inside the sect. "Master," the third elder greeted the leading man. The Kangyi sect's master, Shenyu, nodded slightly and looked at Xiaofeng politely, asking, "May I ask how to address you, young friend?" Xiaofeng replied expressionlessly. This is the character of an alchemist. Lacking real strength, they still carry themselves with high airs. There's no way around it. All cultivators look up to alchemists. So if they aren't proud, who will be? Chapter 410. Xiaofeng smiled. Shenyu shook his head, still feeling that he was overthinking. How could a person at the immortal emperor realm be in danger? A ninth rank alchemist is indeed quite high and holds a very esteemed status. But that doesn't correlate with the level of danger. Shenyu also kept a hand in reserve, knowing to send someone to follow Xiaofeng. What he needed to do now was to discuss with the ancestors and have them bring out the Naiwei grass for Xiaofeng to see. At that time, with his 4 immortal venerables present, including one in the late stage, he didn't believe Xiaofeng could stir up any trouble. After Xiaofeng left the Kangyi sect, he didn't go far before noticing Zhang Binbai following him. Xiaofeng deliberately pretended to be unaware and rented a room not far from the Kangyi sect, deciding not to return to Yushumen for now. Otherwise, it would cause them trouble. And since Liu Yanghua was in the mid-stage immortal venerable realm, it would raise Zhang Binbai's suspicions. Xiaofeng hoped that Shunyu would come to his senses and present the Naiwei grass for him to see. When that time comes, they would have no choice. He would definitely seize it. Even if the Kangyi immortal emperor was present, he would take it as long as the Naiwei grass was in his hands. Everything could be discussed afterwards. Zhang Binbai followed Xiaofeng continuously, locking onto his aura as soon as Xiaofeng entered the tavern. Chapter 411. I have a question. At the moment Xiaofeng confirmed it was the Naiwei grass, he finally smiled. Even if the Kangyi immortal emperor was present, he would seize it. Only with that item in hand could he discuss other useless things. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. This was fate. He had learned about the Naiwei grass from Yin Kongshan by chance. If it weren't for Yin Kongshuan's information, he wouldn't have known how much longer he would have to search. Upon arriving at the Dark Void continent, it just so happened that the Kangyi sect needed to recruit a 9th-rank alchemist. Everything was interconnected, giving Xiaofeng the opportunity to disguise himself as an alchemist. Xinyu had been very cautious, and he really couldn't be blamed for that. Who would have thought an immortal emperor would disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger, posing as an alchemist? It should be said that Xiaofeng was low-key, as he was originally an alchemist, and couldn't be said to be impersonating one. Through a series of improbabilities, he ultimately turned the impossible into possible and finally encountered the long-awaited Naiwei grass. As for offending the Kangyi immortal emperor, that was not something Xiaofeng needed to consider. Once the Naiwei grass was in hand, he could go wherever he wanted in this vast world. If conditions allowed, Xiaofeng wanted to test the strength of the Kangyi immortal emperor. It was hard to find someone he could truly unleash his power against, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Chapter 412. Wait to die. The four were all taken aback after hearing this. Is there such a question? What do you want to know about the realm of the Kangyi immortal emperor? Are you planning to fight him? The four were speechless, but they couldn't answer this question truthfully. Although the Kangyi immortal emperor was from their sect, they really didn't know what realm he was in. They thought about randomly stating a realm to deceive Xiaofeng, but they were afraid Xiaofeng would ask them to swear by the heavenly Tao. And this lie couldn't be told carelessly. I can't answer this question. The realm of an immortal emperor is beyond our understanding. Even though the Kangyi immortal emperor is my junior brother, I never inquire about his realm, Lei Jinghao replied, as he was the senior brother of the Kangyi immortal emperor. Xiaofeng didn't really think he would get an answer. He was just trying it out. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. You haven't given me the answer I want. Xiaofeng shook his head. It's not that we won't answer this question, but we can't. Please change to another one. Liao Kai urged Xiaofeng to ask a different question. This is the question I'm interested in. If you can't answer it, then there's nothing to be done. Xiaofeng shrugged his shoulders, feeling helpless. Chapter 413. The Battle of the Immortal Emperor's Wait for Death. The arrogant, immortal emperor of the Kanyue left behind a light remark and disappeared. Xiaofeng jumped up and sat on the roof of the secret chamber, appearing patient. The four below exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Xiaofeng, since you're prepared to challenge the immortal emperor of the Kanyue, we won't make things difficult for you. I'm just a little curious. What gives you the right to challenge an immortal emperor? Lei Jinghao, seeing Xiaofeng's calm demeanor, couldn't understand where his confidence came from. They had nothing more to say about their matters with Xiaofeng. Everything would be discussed when the immortal emperor of the Kanyue arrived. As for whether Xiaofeng would walk out of the Kanyue gate alive, they had no suspense about that. The attempt to challenge an immortal emperor would end in obvious outcomes. You will understand in a moment, Xiaofeng said lightly, closing his eyes. Seeing that Xiaofeng didn't intend to speak, Lei Jinghao wisely kept his mouth shut, now waiting for the immortal emperor of the Kanyue to arrive. Time passed quickly, and suddenly a gust of wind swept through the Kanyue gate. Xiaofeng opened his eyes and looked into the distance. A white shadow flashed by, instantly arriving at the Kanyue gate. The immortal emperor of the Kanyue had arrived. Upon his arrival, the four members of the Kanyue gate bowed in greeting. Chapter 414. Equal strength. The battle between two immortal emperors was something one would never see in a lifetime. Long ago, there had been a great war among immortal emperors, resulting in countless casualties, and the battlefield turned to ruins. Hopefully, this time the two immortal emperors would only spar and not engage in a real battle. Otherwise, it would still be the ordinary cultivators who would suffer. As more and more people learned about the battle between the immortal emperors, They began to rise into the air or sit on flying beasts to gaze into the distance. No one dared to approach. The level of this battle was beyond what they could witness up close. The two combatants had just undergone preliminary probing and stepped back. You clearly only have the early stage of an immortal emperor. Why is your power so formidable? The immortal emperor of the Tsunyue's expression was grave. He had a whole small realm above Xiaofeng, yet he felt no advantage. In their first clash, it was evident that they were evenly matched. I don't know either, but you have truly shown me my own strength. Xiaofeng shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of power. From a moment he decided to confront the immortal emperor of the Canyue, Xiaofeng never considered that he would fail or flee. The facts had proven that his power was remarkably pure. Chapter 415. Next time he comes, give him whatever he wants. The immortal emperor of the Canyue watched Xiaofeng disappear before him, with no intention of retaining him. It was just a trivial matter. It was important, yet not significant at the same time. Granting Xiaofeng a favor could be more useful. This kid had immense talent. And perhaps one day he would break through to the mid-stage of an immortal emperor and come after him. With that thought, the immortal emperor of the Canyue vanished. Returning to the Canyue Gate, the four immortal lords of the Canyue Gate, along with 3 other immortal lords who had come to watch the spectacle, all bowed to the immortal emperor of the Canyue. The immortal emperor of the Canyue merely responded with a soft sound. Junior brother, where's Xiaofeng? Lei Jinghao asked the immortal emperor. He left. The immortal emperor of the Canyue replied casually. Did he get chased away by your junior brother? How could he possibly be your junior brother's opponent? Lei Jinghao nodded, analyzing the situation between the two. One was at the early stage of an immortal emperor, and the other at the mid-stage. The outcome was obvious. Clearly, the immortal emperor of the Canyue returned unscathed. After hearing this, the immortal emperor of the Tsunyue's mouth twitched, and after a moment he said lightly, slightly better, the younger generation is formidable. Brother, is Xiaofeng really that powerful? He could last so long against you. Lei Jinghao was clearly taken aback by the immortal emperor's response. Chapter 416, City Lord. Something bad happened. The construction of the empty city was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. Compared to the current architectural style, Xiaofeng still preferred the buildings on Earth. Everything was high-tech and much more convenient to use. Young master, please have some tea. As Xiaofeng pondered, Yu Shumin brought over a cup of tea. Xiaofeng accepted it and slowly took a sip. The women of the immortal realm were indeed beautiful. Their innate aura was different. Having been in the immortal realm for so long, Xiaofeng hadn't seen many ugly women. Perhaps it was due to cultivation. Go call Lung Li and the others in. I have something to ask them, Xiaofeng instructed Yu Shumin. Yes, young master. Yu Shumin nodded slightly and walked outside with her graceful figure. Before long, Lung Li, Yin Kong Shun, Lu Yanghua, and 3 ancestors from the hidden family came in. Young master. Everyone greeted. Why does the empty city frequently suffer invasions from the demon clans of the 10,000 demon continent, while the Tianxian continent does not invade the 10,000 demon continent? Xiaofeng was very clear that the best defense was a good offense, and constant offense was necessary. For millions of years, it had been the 10,000 demon continent invading the Tianxian continent, while the Tianxian continent always seemed to be in a defensive stance, which made it seem very passive. Chapter 417. Plundering the demon's split city. The egg of the rune was painful. How could there be such brainless fools? About 10 human beings had clearly come to negotiate with them. It was likely that the empty city had sent people to negotiate, offering some resources to appease them and prevent further invasions. The bull-headed guard, scolded by Suna, turned and ran out. Suna shook his head at the fleeing bull-headed guard. Compared to humans, their intelligence was indeed concerning. After a while, the bull-headed guard cautiously returned. Suna glared, and the bull-headed guard gulped nervously before speaking softly. City Lord. They are here to attack the city. They have already breached the defenses at the front. What? Suna shouted. 10 people came to attack my demon split city? I need to see these people courting death. With that, Suna strode towards the city wall. Outside the city, Xiaofeng had already broken the defenses of the demon split city with Lu Yanghua and the others. Young master, shall we prepare to act? Lu Yanghua approached Xiaofeng and asked. Go ahead, Xiaofeng nodded. The 2 immortal lords, Lu Yanghua and Yin Kong Shun, unleashed their full power, directly charging into the city, with groups of demon warriors falling around them. It was a battle of entirely different levels. Chapter 418. Announcing closed-door training. Heading to the Dan sect, Lejong was locked in by this aura, unable to move an inch. The giant rock's eyes were wide open, staring incredulously at the man in front of him. As the man lightly flicked his finger, the rock plummeted like a kite with a broken string, crashing directly into the city wall, which shattered into pieces. Just moments ago, the giant rock had harbored murderous intent towards him, and Xiaofeng showed no mercy. Taking decisive action, a very large rock suddenly fell from the sky, aptly described as a kite with a broken string. Go Fuqi, who had been rushing to catch up behind, suddenly came to a screeching halt, stabilizing himself and swallowing hard. He witnessed with his own eyes that the rock had clearly reached the man's front but stopped in an instant, after which the man flicked him away with just one finger. He was sure he hadn't seen it wrong. It was indeed just one finger. Go Fuqi was left dazzled. Immortal Emperor. This term suddenly popped into Go Fuqi's mind like a thunderclap. Xiaofeng slowly stood up, his gaze directed at Go Fuqi, who stared back like prey, unable to help but take a few steps back. Be my watchdog, and you'll be spared, Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. Chapter 419. The formation of the Hunyuan pill. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, Xiaofeng had been contemplating how to refine the Hunyuan pill. There was only one of the two important medicinal materials. If he ruined it, it would be gone. Success was the only option. Failure meant starting over. Over these 4 years, Lu Xiao had also advanced to a 6th grade alchemist, and her alchemical talent was indeed exceptional. After spending 4 years together, day and night, Xiaofeng had developed quite a fondness for this little sister, Lu Xiao. With only a few months left, Xiaofeng prepared to start the furnace to refine pills. Over the past 4 years, he had mentally rehearsed countless times and had reached a level of mastery. Xiaofeng, you can definitely refine the Hunyuan pill. There's no need to worry too much. With your strength, you can form a pill in no time. Just focus on blocking the heavenly tribulation. Wujizi comforted Xiaofeng from the side. He understood the importance of the Hunyuan pill to Xiaofeng, and from Xiaofeng's words, he learned that this pill was prepared for his sister. Yes, my brother is right. I also think there are no issues, Xiaofeng nodded. Having practiced tens of thousands of times, he was already very skilled and could manipulate it with ease. Chapter 420. Returning to Earth, Lu Xiao felt relieved when she heard Wujizi say that everything was fine. Meanwhile, in the alchemy room, Xiaofeng showed a joyful expression as he looked at the alchemy furnace. After the pills were completed, he waved his hand to open the furnace and reached in to take out 13 pills placed inside. He was surprised that this time he had succeeded in producing so many, 5 more than the last time he refined the Wujiden. All of them were top-quality pills. And the pills that had undergone the tribulation were indeed different. They had pill clouds on their bodies, and faint lightning was generated around them. As Xiaofeng reached for the pills, the surrounding lightning disappeared. After handling everything, Xiaofeng walked out of the alchemy room, where 2 people were still waiting with anticipation. It's done, Xiaofeng said with a smile, looking at Wujizi and Lu Xiao, who had eager expressions. Haha, very good, very powerful, Wujizi laughed heartily, extremely pleased. Lu Xiao's face was flushed with excitement, unsure how to express her feelings at that moment. There was a sense of gain and loss. While she felt happy for Xiaofeng, a sense of sorrow arose in her heart, knowing that Xiaofeng was soon to leave. In the remaining time, Xiaofeng and Wujizi taught Lu Xiao alchemy every day, and Xiaofeng also provided her with a wealth of cultivation resources. Chapter 421. Xiao Lin tries cultivation. Jack Ma looked at the gloomy penguin Ma entering the kitchen and finally revealed a knowing smile. Damn it, it's been 100 days. Who could know how I got through these 100 days? The first few days in Kunlun Mountain were good, but the remaining days were spent getting beaten every day. Although 100 days had passed in Kunlun Mountain, only 10 days had passed outside. After everyone came out, they called the company manager one after another to inquire about the company's recent situation. For them, disappearing for 10 days was quite serious. Xiao Lin was called upstairs by Xiaofeng, who was preparing to discuss cultivation matters with her. Brother, what's up? Xiao Lin blinked and asked. I found a way for you to cultivate. Xiaofeng told her the good news. As expected, Xiao Lin immediately asked excitedly, Really? Brother, can I really cultivate too? Yes. You can, Xiaofeng confirmed with a nod. Upon receiving a definite answer, Xiao Lin's small face turned red with excitement. She could finally cultivate like her brother, which meant that when Xiaofeng ascended, he could take her along. Looking at the excited Xiao Lin, Xiaofeng revealed a knowing smile. Take this pill, Xiaofeng said. producing a Hunyuan pill from his hand and handing it to Xiaolin. Chapter 422. Something big happened now. Lin Ginshu was no match for the National Little King. Even 5 Lin Jiangxes combined couldn't defeat the National Little King. With many days until the new year, the National Little King smiled at Lin Ginshu, who was kneeling in front of him, saying, "You've already wished me a happy new year. I wasn't prepared with a red envelope." Lin Ginshu was astonished and was about to speak when someone nearby chimed in, teasing, "Little Lin, so this is how you get your bed scenes, huh?" The voice came from none other than the director of this film, Feng Dagong. Lin Ginshu quickly got up and laughed. "Director Feng, don't misunderstand. I just slipped. And young Master Wang was about to help me up. With my strength, playing this bed scene is absolutely no problem." Feng Dagong chuckled and left without saying anything. "When did you become so powerful?" Lin Ginshu asked the National Little King. "It's a secret. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken," the National Little King replied, adopting a sage-like demeanor as he left under Lin Ginshu's astonished gaze. Xiaolin had been chatting with Lu Qiangxi about the movie. The film was about to wrap up, and the next steps would still require Lu Qiangxi to be responsible. "Liner, the film can wrap up in 3 days. Do you want to attend?" Lu Qiangxi asked Xiaolin. Chapter 423. The past is like smoke. Not long after Xiaofeng returned to the academy, Old Li called. "Old Li, you haven't called me in a long time," Xiaofeng said upon answering the phone. Xiaofeng had spent 10 years in the immortal realm. Although only 10 days had passed on Earth, in Xiaofeng's consciousness, it felt like quite a long time. Old Li's cheerful voice came through the phone, saying, "I called you a few days ago, but your phone was off. Long Outyin couldn't be reached either. So I asked Old Huang and learned that you went to Kunlun Mountain. Yes, I just came out yesterday. There was no signal inside, so my phone was off." Xiaofeng explained. It was normal that Old Li didn't know, since Long Outyin only communicated with Old Huang. "I understand," Old Li chuckled. Xiaofeng knew that Elder Li's call must be for something important, so he proactively asked, "Elder Li, what brings you to me this time?" "Haha, just a little trouble. I need your help." Elder Li chuckled, hesitating to speak. "Go ahead, Elder Li. No need to be polite with me," Xiaofeng said. "Sigh. I want you to help teach my kid. He's always loafing around and wanted to learn from you," Elder Li sighed. Chapter 424. I see 5 beautiful women months pass quickly. The first time Xiaolin met Guomin Xiao Wang, they had dinner at the Holiday Dynasty Hotel. Qindo sighed as he recalled, feeling a bit scared. Wasn't it here that he almost offended Xiaofeng? Youthful arrogance indeed. Let's not mention it. It's all in the past. Qindo waved his hand. "Let's hurry up. You fatties reserve a private room." Guomin Xiao Wang nudged Qindo, and a group of them ascended the stairs. Once they arrived at the private room, Yue was the first to speak. "Liner, long time no see." Yue and Zheng Qingya originally stayed in a villa, but since Xiaolin and the others were heading to Kunlun Mountain, they moved out. This was also why Xiaolin invited them to dinner upon her return. "It hasn't been long, just 11 days, Guomin Xiao Wang grinned. In their minds, it indeed felt like a long time. "Time drags on," Yue laughed. The group chatted for a while, and then they started ordering food. The happiest moments were when these younger folks gathered to feast and chat. Chapter 425. Timely rescue by Zhou Gongyi. When Zhou Gongyi, Li Changhe, and Lu Liwei entered, they were immediately taken aback. The leading Huang Zheng had no idea what was happening. He scanned the room and noticed 2 familiar faces, Guomin Xiao Wang and Qindo. Just as Qindo was about to mock him, Zhou Gongyi reacted quickly, loudly saying, "Liner, I just found out you guys were eating here, so I came to say hello." Li Changhe was desperately tugging a Huang Zheng's shirt, afraid he might say something reckless. When everyone saw Zhou Gongyi and the others, their anger dissipated. No need to mention others. Zhou Gongyi was at least one of their own. Huang Zheng wasn't foolish either. With Zhou Gongyi's hurried explanations and Li Changhe nearly tearing his own shirt, he quickly understood that remaining silent was the best approach. "Damn, I thought it was some clueless person coming to cause trouble. Turns out it's you guys," Guomin Xiao Wang complained, seeing Zhou Gongyi arrive. He knew the confrontation was off the table. "Zhou Gongyi, come sit down and eat with us," Xiaolin called out. Chapter 426. Finally meeting Xia. Feng. Huang Zheng looked at the smiling Li Changhe and asked, "My grandpa said he wants to go learn from Xiaofeng. Who is this Xiaolin to him?" "His sister," Li Changhe explained. "Then why do you say he's being a sycophant?" Huang Zheng still didn't get it. "Don't ask too much. You'll understand once you go." Li Changhe couldn't explain clearly and could only be vague, suggesting he would understand once he saw it for himself. "What the hell, what's the matter? I'm going upstairs to sleep." Huang Zheng cursed as he walked out of the private room. The next day, Li Chang had contacted Zhou Gongyi early in the morning, and the two drove towards the villa. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Huang Zheng looked up and saw that it was a nice place. The villa was on a hilltop, overlooking the surrounding area with beautiful scenery, a great location. Zhou Gongyi was waiting at the door. When he saw the two coming, he greeted them to park the car and said, "My master went to school to teach. Liner is at home, so be careful with your words and actions." "Master?" Huang Zheng asked curiously. "My master is Long Out Yin. He is my master's master. What should I call him?" Zhou Gongyi looked at Huang Zheng, confused. Chapter 427. On the way after going upstairs, Xia Feng called Xia Lin up as well. He mainly wanted to ask her if she encountered any issues in her training and to tell her he would take her abroad to see how cruel the cultivation world could be. To his surprise, when Xia Feng mentioned it, Xia Lin showed no reaction and said, "Brother, aren't you killing only those who deserve it?" Xia Feng nodded and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Xia Lin shook her head and said seriously, "What's there to be afraid of? Bad people should die early and be reborn quickly, right? All right, it's nothing. You can go down now." Xia Feng dismissed Xia Lin. It seemed he was overthinking. After all, he wasn't a demon, and he only killed those who deserved it, which was a relief. While Xia Feng and Xia Lin were upstairs, Long Out Yin gathered everyone together to announce the plan. No one was unwilling to go. Wherever Xia Feng went, they would follow. Why not show off? Let's go play in France. I have a manor there with a huge underground wine cellar, and we can all enjoy ourselves. Jack Ma was the first to support the idea. Mr. Ma's manor is indeed impressive. It's big and luxurious. I've been lucky enough to visit once. Lei Ming chuckled. Chapter 428. Let us go have fun at the wine party. The game was to upgrade from 2 to K. Whoever clears the level first wins. Of course, during the game, there were also jumps in levels such as big light, small light. Or if the dealer exceeds the baseline of 80 points and then adds 40 points, etc. Show your cards. Xia Lin revealed a red heart too she had in hand. Can I bottom out? Lu Jingru asked. Sure, if you want to play, go big. You can bottom out. Guomin Xiao Wang laughed, holding a bunch of diamond twos, waiting for Xia Lin and the others to reveal their main cards. After the 4 finished drawing cards, they left 8 bottom cards underneath, waiting for Xia Lin to take back the bottom cards and put 8 waste cards down. Pass. Qinwen couldn't bottom out and called pass. Guomin Xiao Wang across from her winked at her. A pair of big kings, I bottomed out. Lu Jingru directly interrupted in the middle. Guomin Xiao Wang responded with an O. Xia Lin and the 4 were having fun on this side, while Jack Ma, Penguin Ma, Old Wang, Lei Ming, Jiang Quanshui, and others were preparing to sing in the KTV at the back of the machine. Mr. Ma, come dance for everyone to liven things up. I want to see you do that girl group dance again. Jiang Quanshui urged Penguin Ma. This could work. Is it the dance that Miss Dong's secretary did? Can Mr. Ma dance too? Old Wang asked in surprise. Chapter 429. Attending the wine party, British Peter proposed taking everyone to a wine party, and there were no objections. With everyone's agreement, British Peter arranged the convoy to head towards the city. Due to his special identity, Duran Peter did not come along. Long Out Yin, Dark Spirit, and King Hughes followed behind the convoy, mainly responsible for ensuring Xia Lin's safety, while other matters were none of their concern. As long as Xia Lin was not in life-threatening danger, everything was fine. Rana International Hotel. This is a very luxurious hotel in London, filled with supercars and Rolls-Royces outside. It is said that working as a waiter here can earn over 10,000 a month, which shows the high-end nature of this hotel. This place is also a frequent venue for high society parties in Great Britain, where you can find not only super rich individuals, but also children of nobility. And many international stars can often be seen coming and going. In short, this is a gathering place for the elite, where the entertainment exceeds your imagination. Don't be fooled by the seemingly arrogant demeanor of those international stars when they appear on camera. Here, they're mere clowns for others' amusement. Anyone here can basically determine your star path and fate. Chapter 430. No girl, I can't handle seeing them discussing this topic. British Peter smiled and said, such things are common in Great Britain. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Everyone gets what they need. Shaylin nodded and said, that's right. As long as it's not stealing or robbing, there's nothing wrong with it. It's all for a living. Tell Wang Xiao to say I love you to that old man. Ma Yukin, standing next to Shaylin, urged. As soon as Ma Yukin said this, everyone's eyes lit up, suggesting that Wang Xiao should discuss the national Xiao Wang a bit. Fair is fair. Wasn't he that the rule we set? Where's Wang Xiao? Shaylin turned her head and looked around. I'll go call him. After Ma Yukin said this, she walked towards National Xiao Wang and the others. In a short while, National Xiao Wang and Qin Wen came over, looking at Shaylin and asking, Linner, what's the good news you called me for? Did you see that old man? You go tell him I love you 3 times, and after this, there will be 2 times left. Shaylin pointed to the sleazy star, Karen Bill, over there. National Xiao Wang looked in the direction Shaylin pointed and felt a wave of nausea. Fine. National Xiao Wang gritted his teeth and walked over. Huh. Qin Do and the others laughed heartily, with Qin Wen teasing. Linner, Jingru, you must go easy on my subordinates. Chapter 431. I'll give you 3 seconds to regret hearing this from Bieber. Karen Bill suddenly felt more confident, thinking she might get lucky. Bieber Marquis. Let me take you over. Don't forget about me later, Karen Bill said with a flattering expression. Bieber, being a savvy guy, certainly knew what Karen Bill was thinking and laughed. Didn't you say there were a few? Let us all have some fun together. Dahlia Anna, behind Bieber, showed no expression, as if she was very accustomed to such games, perhaps too familiar to be surprised. Right this way. I'll take you over. Karen Bill bent her body and led Bieber towards Shaylin. After throwing Karen Bill away, British Peter returned to his seat, looking at Shaylin and said, Linner, it's quiet now. After we finish eating, I'll take you to the 4th floor to have a look. That's where the auction is. Auction? Shaylin asked curiously. Yes, a world-famous auction house is right on the 4th floor, British Peter nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. Shaylin nodded. A few of them were laughing and enjoying their food. Dear ladies, sorry to disturb you again. Karen Bill was now confidently accompanied by Bieber, and his tone was much louder. Chapter 432. You are not qualified to know me watching Bieber on the phone. British Peter remained calm. It was useless for anyone to come today. He shouldn't have offended Shaylin. Go get me some beef. Eat while watching. National Xiao Wang nudged Qin Do beside him. Do you not have legs? Qin Do turned and cursed. Linner, the beef is delicious. Do you want more? National Xiao Wang ignored Qin Do and asked Shaylin, who was still eating. Yes, it's soft and crispy, very delicious, Shaylin nodded. Qin Do said he would get you more beef. Do you want some? National Xiao Wang asked. Yes, Shaylin nodded. Go on, I'll finish soon too. Bring some over so we can eat while watching the show, Qin Wen said, putting a grape into her mouth and speaking indistinctly. Go. National Xiao Wang pushed Qin Do again. Qin Do, looking speechless, got up and dragged Jiang Xa in to get food. Meanwhile, Huang Heng, sitting in the corner, was secretly shocked. Everyone was watching the excitement, and they naturally saw a group of Chinese people sitting there, seemingly the cause of the incident, yet they still had the leisure to eat and drink. Previously, they had heard that Chinese girls were foodies, but they didn't believe it at first, since Chinese girls are not fat. How could they be foodies? Chapter 433. Self-righteous clown's Zhao suddenly felt a powerful force controlling him, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. The man in front of him had an Oriental-like face, but was definitely not an Oriental. Why would he help British Peter? The dark spirit ignored what Zhao was thinking and directly unleashed his spiritual energy, causing Zhao to suddenly spit out blood and fall to the ground. Although he did not take Zhao's life, he severely injured him. After dealing with Zhao, the dark spirit seemed to have never been there and walked directly into the crowd, with onlookers parting away for him to pass. Upon reaching King Hughes's side, Hughes smiled and said, You are quite ruthless, just like that to incapacitate others. Offending Lady Shaylin, not taking his life is already showing mercy. The dark spirit felt no wrong in his actions. He was Thai and had always hated Great Britain, having been bullied in the past. Now they were foolish enough to offend Shaylin and even think of using violence. The dark spirit would show no mercy. He positioned himself accurately as Shoffing's dog, taking pride in ensuring Shaylin's safety. Anyone who posed a threat to Shaylin would be dealt with immediately. Chapter 434. Not joking, looking at Karen Bill's performance, everyone felt that Zhou Gongyu was right. They were just a group of self-righteous individuals, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Today seems to be Christmas. No wonder they are holding a party, Shaylin said, looking at the Santa Claus set up not far away. Ha, that's good. This is their new year. Offending Linner means they have to celebrate their new year with a banquet, waiting for dishes to be served. National Xiao Wang laughed. However, I hate foreign holidays. Shaylin pouted. Same here. I hate those who celebrate foreign holidays, especially many women. What else with eating apples on Christmas Eve and wanting gifts on Christmas? I wish I could slap each one of them. Do you want big ham? Qin Do continued Shaylin's words, and although it was somewhat crude, everyone felt the frustration expressed. Can't you be a bit more refined? And we are not the kind of women you think we are. We have never been interested in these foreign holidays, Qin scoffed. Celebrating foreign holidays is great. That way, we can slap their faces the hardest during their most festive time, National Xiao Wang excitedly said. Everyone agreed, celebrating the liveliest festival and giving the hardest slap in the face. Chapter 435. Don't push people too far. Looking at King Hughes approaching him, Kane was genuinely panicked this time. Kane could be considered a powerful figure in Great Britain. Although he wasn't as famous as Durapator, he was still among the strong. Of course, he was still somewhat inferior to King Hughes, and after being ambushed by Hughes, King quickly lost his combat effectiveness. As for the current Durapator, there was no way to compare. Durapator could lie on the ground and let Kane hit him 3 times first. Kane couldn't inflict any harm on Durapator at all. A strong person is still very sensitive to the threat of death. He felt the oppressive sensation of death and exclaimed, King Hughes, this is Great Britain. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave Great Britain. Kane's tone began to carry a hint of pleading for mercy, regardless of who it is. When truly faced with death, the brain cannot control its fear. Even Kane, who had been tough before, was now panicking. I come and go as I please. Who dares to stop me? King Hughes sneered, completely unconcerned. This confidence stemmed from his strength, and more so, as an American, he viewed Great Britain as his dog. A dog that is arrogant can only bark. It dares not bite its owner. Chapter 436. Trampling their dignity, a sudden voice jolted Long Out Yin, who had been sitting in the corner, drinking alone. King Hughes squinted his eyes, looking towards the door. At that moment, an old man dressed in a white robe slowly walked in, taking heavy and labored steps. He gave a strong impression that even the little national king could jump up and smash his head. Who is this person? The dark spirit, like a ghost, asked as he came to King Hughes' side. The Royal Guard Commander of Great Britain, Douglas. King Hughes replied indifferently. Is this person still alive? The dark spirit was taken aback. Aren't you still alive? King Hughes retorted. Douglas, the Royal Guard Commander of Great Britain, was also the strongest remaining figure in Great Britain. Of course, he couldn't be compared to the current Durapator, who had already undergone transformation and was no longer comparable. The dark spirit ignored King Hughes' insult and asked, How do you compare in strength with him? I have a 6-4 chance of winning, King Hughes replied coolly. Then he's just a useless person. The dark spirit mocked. King Hughes immediately shot him a glare. Aren't you also insulting yourself? Chapter 437. The celestial envoy descends after Shaylin and the others left the hotel. They were surrounded by a large number of police officers who had received orders not to act rashly. The crowd could only watch as Shaylin and her group left gracefully in their vehicle, while the police outside had no idea what had happened inside. Sir, what exactly is going on? Is it because of these Chinese people? A young officer asked, puzzled, looking at his superior. I don't know. Prince Kane is also inside. We have to wait for orders. These Chinese people are not the same as before, the officer sighed, watching the elegant convoy leave, deeply exhaling. After hanging up the phone, Durapator went directly to the palace to demand an explanation. If the royal family did not publicly apologize, Durapator would flip out. Titles like Duke and being a citizen of Great Britain were no longer important. The master of the universe is the greatest, and no one can do anything about it. As for what Durapator said to the royal family, it was not known, but the royal family sent a very important figure to accompany Durapator to the castle to apologize to Shaylin, also presenting many valuable gifts as thanks. The royal family had mastered the art of thanks to perfection, making it exceptionally profound. Chapter 438. Am I the only useless one? Pope Paul was not afraid at all. After all, the master was here, and even if they wanted to kill themselves, they couldn't. Accompanying you in a play to extract secrets was the real achievement. Pope Paul's acting skills had reached an unparalleled level. Even an Oscar-winning actor wouldn't be worthy of holding his shoes. After all, frequently using underhanded tactics to harm others requires powerful acting skills to perfectly achieve a surprise attack. One person, hearing Pope Paul's subtle threat, became furious. It seemed to imply, if you don't speak, I want to act. If you want someone, only I can help you. You're courting death. This person unleashed a powerful gust of wind, almost reaching Pope Paul when he was blocked by another person. Pope Paul was terrified at that moment. He was just forcing himself to appear indifferent while suppressing his fear. My brother was a bit impulsive. Please don't take it to heart. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. One person stepped forward to mediate, continuing, let me introduce myself. My name is Xavier, and this is my brother, Zephyr. We come from the celestial realm. Pope Paul, seeing the two fall for it, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he began to feel ecstatic. Chapter 439. What is going on? The dark spirit felt like he had received 1,000,000 points of critical damage alone. He had to recognize his master soon. He secretly planned to find time to seek advice from Pope Paul. What specific places are there? Xiang Feng asked Pope Paul. The Trident in Dubai, the Watcher in France, and the Night Brigade in the Netherlands. Pope Paul revealed everything he knew. Then he continued, Master, for now, this is all I know. The last time the three of us cleared out many, the remaining few are currently very powerful. Isn't Dubai in Asia? Why do they also have people targeting China? Xiang Feng frowned and asked. Because Dubai is known as the paradise for the wealthy, it's a mixed bag, and there's been a lot of controversy there. The Trident is a group of cultivators specifically targeting China for sabotage. They have always been in Dubai, Pope Paul patiently explained. Then let's go to Dubai. I heard it's a shopping paradise. Let's shop first, and then go elsewhere, Xiang Feng decisively stated. Aren't Shaylin and the others fond of shopping? If we buy things first, we can take our time to play. After all, traveling by private jet is the same anywhere. All right, Master, I'll go arrange it, Durapita responded. Chapter 440. A small scene after hearing this. Qin obediently nodded and replied, Okay. Qin walked towards the eastern-looking woman and politely asked, Miss, is there anything I can help you with? I'm also from Xia country. No, it's nothing. The woman gave Qin a glance, fearing to implicate her. She had worked in this store for 8 months and was now in a hurry to return to her country. She planned to finish her work in a few days and resign next month. She had already discussed her resignation with her boss last month. But when she brought up the salary issue now, her boss flatly refused and even scolded her harshly. Before Qin could say anything, the foreign man scolded, Hey, are you calling for someone? Don't you see what kind of place this is? It won't help no matter how many people you call over. Talk to me. I can help you. When you're out, you rely on your fellow countrymen. Qin ignored the man and spoke again. He owes me 2 months' salary. Last month, I offered my resignation, and he agreed, saying that this month's salary would be paid at the end of the month. Now he's turned his back and won't pay. The girl said with grievance. In fact, the moon abroad is not that round. Encountering unscrupulous bosses often leads to bullying of foreign workers. They know these workers are eager to return home, so they won't drag things out indefinitely, which only fuels their arrogance. Chapter 441. So am I. Such matters are trivial for Pope Paul and King Hughes. After all, they're already at the top of their game, and they look down on worldly affairs. Nothing can capture their attention except for cultivation. King Hughes, seeing the pretentious expression on Pope Paul's face, turned his head away, too lazy to engage with him. The police response in Dubai was somewhat slow. King Hughes and Pope Paul waited in the store for a full 20 minutes before the police leisurely arrived. Who called the police? What happened? A chubby police officer loudly asked as he entered with a few others. Officer, these two injured the mall security and allowed the offenders to leave. Hurry and arrest them. The store owner rushed over like he had found a savior, pleading. He then showed the injuries on his back and the slap mark on his face, saying, Officer, look at what they did to me. I have surveillance footage. I want to sue them. The chubby officer, named Luros, was the officer for this area. Due to the laziness of the people here, the response time was slow. Luros looked at the store owner and asked, What's her name? Why did they hit you?